Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
From the 25, play action. Young throws the ball. Intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming down the left side is Bland. Catch at the 5. He did it again. He did it again. Undercut the first down pass. And Deron Bland said, I don't think I've scored in about 2 weeks.
He did do it again. We're doing it again with the Cowboys Monday live here on Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James. Our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell will be rejoining the program at 6 o'clock.
Bobby's back.
Are you excited?
I mean, no.
Okay. What if he walks in with his patented egg burritos?
Man, I'm off. I'm off that. I saw the scale this weekend.
Oh.
I'm off that. Bring me food. I gotta say no.
We'll see.
I gotta say no though. I got a lot. Got a lot of blood work I gotta do still. I gotta figure out what's going on with my liver. I know what's going on with my liver.
Right before the holidays too. Good timing for you.
I mean, I'm not a Thanksgiving guy.
You're still gonna eat.
Well, yeah. I don't say no to that, but I'm not gonna overindulge.
Okay.
On the Thanksgiving at least.
No drinking.
The rest I'll drink plenty.
Okay.
I'll drink plenty.
33-10. The Cowboys eventually pull away from Carolina in a pretty boring game. There was a big lull that hit this game, and then a 16-0 Dallas run like it was a basketball, kind of like what happened on the Mavericks last night with Sacramento. They just end up pulling away 13 points in 10 seconds, and we see Cooper Rush again with 5 minutes left.
Oh, I love seeing Cooper. Anytime you see Cooper Rush in the game, it's a good game. Unless you're down 42-10.
Huh.
That generally is not going to happen. This team is they played downhill enough. They're bullies. They bullied another one. Now, this time the bully was able to go on the road. This bully doesn't travel very well. This bully traveled yesterday, and that was big. You wanted to see them win a game outdoors in the elements. You wanted to see them win a game on the road. You wanted to see the offense click on the road.
Well,
Ish.
When it was 17-10, after they scored their touchdown following the Sam Williams running into the punter penalty, was there any party that sat back and you're like, all right, what is this team? This is the time to evaluate. 17-10, you're taking on a one-win football team, rookie quarterback. Their coaches back and forth, probably on the hot seat again. Is he calling plays? Is he not calling plays? What were you thinking about the Cowboys' third quarter after Carolina sustained that drive and made it a 7-point game? I was kind of giving them a pass in my mind. I'm like, this is Carolina. This is the beginning of a tough stretch. I never really felt like the Cowboys were going to lose the game. At the very, very worst, Carolina could do a lot to go ahead and tie it. But what were you thinking when this was just a 17-10 game? And you're like, it feels like Dak and the team is playing better than they actually are, but the lead is only 7.
I never thought there was anything in question.
Yep. I was questioning their status. I'm like, okay, what are they in the NFC?
Oh, yeah.
What are they in the NFC East? What are they as a contender?
As a rule, I try not to style point a road game, just as a rule. But I never thought this game was ever really in jeopardy. I thought this could be one of those games they just let them hang around, they get bit. It's one of those games that you would have, if it was a little bit later in the game at that scenario. Okay, all right, are they going to let this team? Are they going to fart around with this team enough to get bit in the butt? And thankfully they did.
The turning point of this game to me was the Carolina penalties. The absolute stupidity that took place and eventually led to a Cowboys touchdown. These were 2 huge penalties before the half, and ultimately it led to some breathing room. And it's like, okay, we're still taking on a team that could have the number 1 pick again, and ultimately it led to this.
Prescott facing a blitz. Goes into the end zone. Left side. Lamb. Touchdown. In the corner. Don't blitz Dak Prescott. He's just too good against it. And C.D. Lamb is on the board.
And that was
5-yard reception.
Thank you, Brad. That was after one of their D linemen took a shot on Dak. 3rd and 7. This is 3rd and 7, personal foul. The Cowboys then go backwards themselves. All right, you're going to have to maybe settle for a field goal. 3rd and 16. An unnecessary shot on Turpin. Absolute mind-numbing dumbness from Frank Reich's team. 1st and goal on the 9. There was a near interception in that series of plays. and then CeeDee scored the touchdown 17-3.
And there was there was another one on a different play that allowed the a drive to continue. This was a dumb football team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a dumb team. They have. I mean, they're not good enough to be able to overcome those mistakes anyway. They don't have the ability to overcome those kinds of mistakes. And right now, here they are, looking like they're going to get one of the top picks in the draft. If they even have one. I mean, they trade up for Bryce. They even have one.
Oh, they traded.
Yeah, they traded up for him. So it's a tough spot they're in. There's no help coming.
Pepe, initial thoughts on the Cowboys eventually pulling away from another scrub?
I was never, when it was 17-10, I was never worried about the win, for the Cowboys. I was just like, like y'all said, are we really going to fart around again on the road? Are we really going to let this team back in the game? I mean, we talked Friday that the Panthers offense was not good enough to win this game at all. And it showed, throughout the course of the game. But, Dak was fine, no turnovers, nothing huge there. And they, got a double-digit win on the road.
The numbers for everybody. Dak, 25 of 38 for 189, 5 yards a pass, 2 touchdowns. The QBR was an 83. Tony Pollard, maybe his best game of the season after we all wanted Rico to get more touches. Rico was questionable to even play this one. Pollard ended up 5.1 a carry, 12 for 61 and a touchdown. And Brandon Cooks led the way in yardage, 3 for 42. CeeDee Lamb, 6 for 38, only 6.3 yards a catch for CeeDee Lamb, and then a bunch of other guys getting involved. Ferguson with 3, Gallup with 3, Scoom with 2 and a touchdown. Tony Pollard had some catches. Jalen Tolbert, Turpin, and Rico as well. So Dak definitely spread this thing around to the tune of 9 different receivers.
That is a disgusting box score.
Yeah.
Not a good disgusting. When 42 yards, your leading receiver, and you scored 33 points. I mean, well, not really. You scored, 26, right?
Yeah,
26.
Deron Bland scoring again.
So you scored 26 offensive points. Still, to have your leading receiver have 42 yards and your leading rusher have 61, your leading rusher and receiver combined for 103 yards, and you scored 26 points and won a football game. That doesn't happen. That is not. That's impressive.
Deron Bland ties the NFL record in a season with 4 pick-6 returns. We got to have a future conversation about Defensive Player of the Year. We got to check Vegas to see where he is in that running for DPOY. It's his 6th pick of the season. It's his 11th interception since the start of last year. That's the most in the league. We already told you leading up to this, he has the lowest passer rating against when it comes to corners throwing at him. All that from a 5th-round pick from Fresno, and Dak Prescott was praising DB after.
Yeah, I mean, he's scoring touchdowns, and at that point, he's a part of the offense when he's getting in the end zone as much as he is. I'm always communicating with the guys, and not had watched these guys much on TV or checked out their offense. I asked, was he going to get an opportunity at one? And he told me he was going to get one. And so just laughing in the locker room post game, he said, "I told you I was going to get one." I said, "I didn't know you were going to score." And his expectations, his standards, he said, that comes with it, and that's just great to hear. That's what he believes in. Ball guy, you put it near him, inaccurate with a throw. Trust me, I've known it from the time that he showed up, just practice against the guy. He's a big-time playmaker, and he's doing a hell of a job, and proud of him. Happy for him.
Deron Bland now has more receiving touchdowns this season than Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, and George Pickens.
Oh, gosh.
From Pittsburgh.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Okay, so Deron Bland, I was surprised. I was like, he ain't even going to be on the list. He is there. He is, let's see, it looks like he is 50-1 at DraftKings and 100-1 at FanDuel.
For DPOY?
Yeah. Yep. There you go. 100-1.
I mean, hard to get past the big name D lineman. Of course, Micah Parsons with the first 3-sack game of his career, silencing these imaginary doubters that popped up, I guess. More on that with Star Up, Star Down at 6 o'clock. We have a Cowboys Commanders Thanksgiving ticket giveaway during the Expressway. So put the family plans on pause. Hang on. Go ahead and push the turkey back. or eat it for breakfast, because we are going to send you to Arlington on Thursday for the Thanksgiving game, all thanks to Miller Lite. That'll happen during the 720 Expressway. The return of Bobby coming up in 20 minutes here on DFW Sports Station. Let's go inside the locker room. Inside the locker room to hear the Cowboys react to this win, and Jerry Jones finally made it happen in the pregame with Jimmy Johnson. It's a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us on the Fan.
Third down and 72. He's flushed out again. He avoids one sack.
Fumble.
And now Donovan Wilson's got him at the line of scrimmage. Did the ball come
Ball came out as he was running. It's out. Now it's just a question of who got it.
Dallas.
That was the call yesterday on your home of America's team. Bryce Young under siege. 9 first-half pressures. You heard the play right there. Dorrance Armstrong, Mozzie Smith getting involved early on. Micah Parsons with a career-high 3 sacks. Tank Lawrence with a 3rd and 14 big play inside the red zone. Carolina was trying to threaten before the half. And Bryce Young got pummeled like so many other quarterbacks do when they take on this defense and you start trailing. You start trailing against them and get ready for the ice packs.
Yeah, you're in trouble. You're in trouble when you start trailing with them. They pin their ears back and they just go at you. And they went at them yesterday in the first quarter before the game was even in doubt, getting them off the field the first time, then getting them off the field after the touchdown. So that was big.
7 sacks. 7 sacks on Bryce Young. 11 quarterback hits. What did y'all think of him? Just trying to evaluate him as the number 1 pick, or as Greg Olsen and them were asking, is it just impossible?
I think it's difficult. It's very, very early, and you look at there's been plenty of quarterbacks that have been terrible their rookie year. They showed the graphic. There was 3, a Manning, Young. I can't remember who the other one was, and they were just not very good their rookie year. So I think it's entirely too early. But then again, if you're the guy, if you're the guy, you should be able to see some signs of quality play. Didn't see much of it. There was a couple of throws I thought they were pretty good throws. But I mean, he doesn't have much help right now. He doesn't have much in front of him, and I think his processing is a little slow. Which for him at his size, he needs to process faster. So maybe that work comes with time.
This was
What do you think? Was it too hard?
I'm not too impressed. There's no wow arm talent. He has such a weird. Jim Kelly made me study this with everyone. Jim Kelly was the one back in the day with the K gun that would get the shotgun snap and go back like this.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore.
Now they just turn. I'm walking backwards. Now they just turn, do the couple side steps. Bryce Young catches the football.
He hops, right?
He glides. He takes a glide and then starts his drop back. It's very weird. Watching some of these clips, it's way too slow. It's looking way too nonchalant. But besides that, that's a style thing. I mean, he better win with anticipation.
Yeah, he's got to anticipate better, and I think all quarterbacks need to. That's where they win at. Some guys can get away with it early on in their career with their legs or their arm, but in general, if you want to take the next level, you got to anticipate better. And he didn't.
I mean, some of the 15, 20-yard throws, I didn't see dimes. I didn't see whoa, that was an impressive throw. He was finding Adam Thielen underneath and everything. But, yeah, obviously very, very tough. As Mike McCarthy said on Friday, it's got to be 3 years to go ahead and wait and see. Mike McCarthy and Stephon Gilmore addressing the winning team in the locker room after.
Hey, excellent win. Excellent win. We came here for the 7th. We got it. But, hey, we got to do what? We got the Thanksgiving stretch now, okay? Everybody, high on the discipline. Take care of yourselves. All right, let's get fired up. But before that, come on, Stephon. I see you back there.
Hey, let's learn for this, man. We left some plays out there, but we got the dub, man. That's what matters. Hey, it's gonna be a big stretch for us, man. We got to play our best football coming forward. Hey, real football starts after Thanksgiving. So let's turn it up a notch. Hey, Cowboys on 3. 1, 2, 3. Cowboys!
So Gilmore getting hurt in this game, but sounds like he's obviously okay if he is fine enough to address the squad afterwards. And now you look at this turnaround for the Commanders on Thursday. We're giving away tickets to that game during the 7 o'clock expressway, brought to you by Miller Lite. Dak Prescott on taking care of business, and now this stretch where people are going to start getting banged up without rest.
We knew we had to come in noon start, something that we don't do too often. So had to get going fast and not take them lightly and keep the focus high. And got the job done. To say it was clean and to say that we did exactly what we wanted to do, I can't say that. Got to go look at the film, but you'll take the win any way we can get it. It was a good win. Got to heighten the focus a little bit. I know on our side of the ball, whether it be a 12 o'clock game, whether it be the lesser opponent, who knows, but. It was communicated. It was communicated throughout the game. Guys answered that challenge and played better and went and got the dub. And when we needed to make plays, they made it a 7-point game. Needed to convert third downs. Needed to score. We went and did that and answered. Defense made it a bigger lead there, and from there we're able to finish it off.
Hey, maybe they were too busy watching the Jerry Jones press conference before kickoff. As 20 minutes beforehand, the media gets word that Jerry Jones is going to hold court in order to announce this finally.
And I want you to know something. On December the 30th of 1923, you're going in the Dallas Cowboy Ring of Honor. I hope it's 2023.
What did I say? 2023. Well, it is 2023. We want to get this real clear. Okay, 3 weeks from now.
Just in case you didn't know. We'll make it clear. 20, just in case there's any confusion. Doc Brown came here and gave us his time machine, going to bring us back in time before the NFL was, really a thing. And the Acme Packers were a team. We're going to go make this 2023.
Jimmy is always set up by Jerry unintentionally for a one-liner afterwards. When Jerry first sat there on the Fox set years ago and was like, "You're getting in," Jimmy goes, "Well, I'm alive? You're going to do it while I'm alive?" And then yesterday, 1923. Man, 1923. Here's the two of them talking about all their drama and all the tension between each other.
Let me just say this. A lot of people have talked about the tension between us. When we went to the Cowboys, we were both working around the clock, and we talked every single day. We communicated back and forth, and Jerry and I talked about this just not too long ago. We never disagreed on anything.
No, and it was tight, boy. Listen, we were losing $1 million a month in cash flow. And I'd had to buy part of the Cowboys from the FDIC. They'd been foreclosed on.
Yeah.
It was tight. And you really didn't know for sure how this thing was going to turn out. And frankly, I hadn't, as a matter of fact, when you signed your contract, it was signed by the Cowboys.
Right.
I reached over and I said, "Jimmy, that does not worth the paper it's written on. I don't think the Cowboys can pay." So I signed the contract for at that particular time.
Right.
Because I wanted you there. By the way, that was several weeks, maybe months after he left Miami to come. That's the kind of relationship we had.
Well, hey, the communication was so good in the early days. The only problem we had is there toward the end we stopped talking a little bit. But I tell you what, we're talking now, and we're friendly now.
So you went on NBC5 yesterday.
I did.
Well,
yes, thank you for that.
To talk about that, Sophia hit me up. She was like, "Hey, you got 5 minutes?" I was like, my son just woke up. I don't trust him. Put RJ on. And it's better off, I think, that I didn't go on there because I can't react to this without being negative to start off. I just can't. So
I get it.
More positive, choppy. The first three things that would have come out of my mind and my mouth is, this is so petty. Finally, the pettiness is over. I don't know why Jerry chose to do it yesterday. We'll get into this in the 6 o'clock hour. Clarence Hill saying it was disrespectful to do it at Carolina, do it 20 minutes before the game. They're getting ready for kickoff, and Jerry and Jimmy are still yapping, but this was seeped in such insecurity on Jerry's part, such pettiness, such unnecessary weight that it's hard for me to look at the award. It's hard for me to look at the honor, I should say, and start with that because I have to criticize Jerry Jones first.
It's the ultimate better late than never.
Yep.
There is no doubt about that. The ultimate better late. This is the definition in the book, in the dictionary. There's that's the only way to really say it. He should have been in 20 years ago. But he wasn't. For whatever reason. For whatever petty reason, he wasn't. And why now? I have no idea. No, you could give me 50 guesses as to why now, and I don't think I would be able to get it. I really don't. I have no idea why now.
So what? It's going to be December 30th now against the Lions.
I'll be there.
Nice.
I'll be underneath too. I'll be right there in the owners club underneath.
Oh, you getting your Bennett Glazer?
I'm going with Bennett Glazer to that game. We will be there. And he texted me yesterday. Goes, "Did you know this was coming? Is that why you wanted to go to this game?" I was like, "No, man. I like Jared Goff. That's why I wanted to go to this game."
Yeah, he likes Detroit.
I know this is going to be a good game.
Much more on Jimmy finally getting into the Ring of Honor. We're going to send you to the Thanksgiving game, 7 o'clock Expressway. Thanks to our friends at Miller Lite. But let's get your Cowboys report card for yesterday, around the rest of the NFCs, around the NFC as well. It's star up, star down with the return of our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt after this.
Through your phone, smart speaker, or more. in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Young in an empty gun. Snap comes back. Pressure's coming again. Oh, good night. Oh, they're going to hurt him. Parsons was first. Wow, what an explosion for Micah Parsons.
That is the fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. This is Star Up, Star Down. It's our Cowboys report card on your home of America's team with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and the return of our insider from a week's vacation, Bobby Roberto Belt.
What's up?
Welcome back.
Hey, Chop, here's a burrito.
Oh, man.
Eat it.
I'm telling you, I'm out. I'm out.
Yeah, okay, we'll
I'm
see.
out.
We'll
I
check
brought
back in
my
an
tuna.
hour.
I got my packet of tuna.
We'll see. I bet you'll be back in an hour.
Maybe.
As they'll go ahead and drink and eat all the Thanksgiving food. Anyway, how was vacay?
It was busy with a lot of stuff.
A lot of hospital bills.
Hospital bills. Apparently my back's broken. We'll get into all that later.
We'll get into it. Best and worst of the weekend. Micah Parsons, the first 3-sack game of his career, had a third down sack that was big. Had another one on third down. And I think David Hellman was tweeting a preview. Let's see how Carolina deals with all these stunts. I imagine, Bobby, this would have been in your film room preview on Friday, that Carolina does not do well against the team in the NFL who runs the most stunts and the most confusion up front like that. And Micah Parsons coming up the middle, and the Cowboys made Bryce Young pay.
They're just really bad on the interior. Like their guards and centers have been their biggest problem this year. And so I mean, Dan Quinn clearly knew that, but it didn't even feel like he totally needed to do a whole bunch of stunts and twists. He basically just said, like, we're putting Micah over center, and you're gonna have to block it up. And they weren't gonna be able to, even though he was, apparently just ill on the sideline or whatever else. He was out there and was able to wreck shop, and it's funny, you win a game by 23 points, and I was talking to Brian about this after the game. I was like, who was like excellent on Sunday? Who just was like fantastic for the Cowboys in a 23-point road victory? And I was like, Micah, and I don't know, like really Micah, I guess. And so Micah to me was the big star of the game. He's the one who absolutely played, at a high level. But otherwise, I think there were some good performances. I think you were a better football team than Carolina, and that's just what it was. You guys both played your game and you whooped up on them.
And Micah reacting to, creating some narrative that he was dismissed last week as one of the top players in the National Football League, went to social media, y'all doubting me. He's like LeBron. And I was like, I don't remember us doubting his ability whatsoever. We were doubting while he was pouting and walked out of the locker room after they beat the Giants by 30. Maybe he was talking directly to Brian Broaddus. Maybe he was talking to Broaddus on the G-Bag Nation, who apparently caught some blowback along with Zach Wilczuk last week, asking why Micah wasn't winning one-on-one matchups against backup tackles that played for New York.
Yeah, I told Brian yesterday we're going to call this the Broaddus game from now on. But this is the game that motivated him. It woke him up. 2.5 sacks or 3 sacks or whatever he got credited with. He was great yesterday, and he
was great afterwards as well. As John Machota got this tweet, Micah. Two questions over people being sick yesterday. Bobby will have to answer for CeeDee Lamb's, but people were saying Micah was throwing up. Machota got the story afterwards. He was not sick. He took some C4 energy powder before the game. Quote from Micah, I got some water to help put it down. By the 5th play, it felt like my heart was going to jump out of my chest. I felt like I was about to explode. I'm never doing that again, so Micah Parsons not getting an endorsement with fan partner C4 Energy.
I've never had heart issues with C4 Energy. I don't dry scoop it. Maybe Micah was dry scooping. I don't recommend that. I don't think C4 recommends that. Well, just grab the drink, mix it up, man. Yeah, you don't need to be an Instagram chick and dry scoop it.
Okay, what is that? Like he's taking the powder and putting that in his mouth,
and then this swigging water behind
it. Water. People will do that because it's supposedly
hit your system faster.
I think it's a bunch of crap. I don't think it does that. I don't know, but people just like to do that on Instagram videos to be set look cool.
What did Burkhardt say yesterday? He's like, man, it looks like he drank rocket fuel.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's so sorry. You're gonna have to take some more C4 next week. I think this is a great endorsement for C4. Picks up 3 sacks in a game. Are you kidding me? Career high performance. Yeah, and you know what? This is this another instance of a sideline reporter just making something up? I guess.
I mean, there you go.
He's over there vomiting on the sideline. Michaud has to come back and go, no, Aaron Andrews pulled a Carissa Thompson.
So star up to Micah Parsons and the rest of that D-line getting all that pressure, wreaking havoc on the Panthers.
Yeah, because I mean, also remember this first drive out, the Cowboys had that was a pretty dud opening drive.
Yep,
Micah gets them off the field, and the Cowboys get the ball, but they score. Micah gets them off the field. Like that's big, you know. That first drive was ugly, but star up to the first drive out of the half for the defense. They get Carolina to go to quick 3 and out. And lets the offense take over. And the great teams take the will of bad teams. Even if it's not your best game. The great teams will take your will. So star up to the Cowboys taking the will of the Panthers.
This is the way that I viewed the Panthers coming to this game. And I don't know if you guys felt this way yesterday. You know how like when you play a bad team, like you play the Giants and you go, okay, like this is bad about the Giants. This is something the Giants do awful. When you played the Cardinals, even though the Cardinals beat you, heading into that game, this secondary the Cardinals have is awful. I think when you watch Carolina, you don't really feel like anything about their team is awful. Like it's not just blinking light, like, oh my gosh, you can just take advantage of this all day. It's just they're not very good across the board. And so when the sum of its parts are put together, it's like, oh, this is a bad football team. And so I think you saw that yesterday, that the Cowboys didn't have anything that they could take super advantage of consistently. It wasn't like they were just destroying them in one area of the game. I mean, they brought a lot of pressure, but it didn't feel like they were wrecking shop in any one area. It's just like, no, this is a team that's not very good. You're pretty good. And so when you guys play each other's games, you're gonna dominate. But I think a big star up here is also to Tony Pollard and the way that he played yesterday.
At the 21, there's a little toss play to Pollard right up the middle of the 10. Puts his head down through a guy at the 5. Bangs to the goal line. Down, one man says down at the 1, the other one says touchdown, and there's a flag back at the 7.
Penalties declined. Result of the play is a touchdown.
A touchdown for Tony Pollard.
He was good. He ran tough. He looked more explosive. I don't know what was different about him yesterday, but he looked like he was more of himself. And I don't know if it's just this is the way that he's got to play. He's got to be a 12 to 15 carry kind of guy. He can't be somebody who's carrying a heavy workload like they tried to do earlier in the season, something they believed that he could do. But he was, I thought, really good yesterday, ran with good vision, decisiveness, so he gets a star up from me.
He broke 5 tackles on that touchdown. This was huge because this is when Carolina scored. This is when you felt like the Cowboys could screw this up. Sam Williams running into the punter, sustained drive, 18 plays for Carolina on this drive. That took 9 minutes. And you're like, okay, what's going to happen here? And then Tony Pollard, man, did it felt like he needed that. That was like Nate Lowe's home run in the playoffs where it's like, yes, give me the football back. Let me keep this thing. The Cowboys had a couple of major third down conversions on that drive, but Tony Pollard, maybe his best run of the entire season, as we were all looking to replace him.
Yeah.
Because Rico was not it yesterday for the replacement.
No, but, I mean, did Tony have a good game?
Yeah.
He was at 3.9 a carry at the half.
Mm-hmm.
He had 3 carries in the second half. 3 yards, 2 yards, 21 yards.
Okay, but
I don't know. Is it just me, or did he have one good run?
I mean, did you not notice him a couple different times yesterday say, oh, he's running with more purpose and more power than we've seen in recent weeks?
Sure.
I think he definitely did. He started out the game the first 5 carries. I think he was 5 yards a carry. He was running really well. He hit a stretch where, things slowed down from a little bit. But this is the name of the game with a running back. Like a running back is going to generally break one that's going to kind of, tilt things a certain direction in terms of with his yards per carry. But I think definitely when you're just giving it the eye test yesterday, he was running better than we've seen in recent weeks.
I'm contemplating, this is Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. I'm contemplating giving a free pass from here on out. I've given 2 star downs initially, and I think they've been wrong. I think I'm ready to give CeeDee Lamb the free pass to bitch moan, and complain whenever he wants.
Prescott facing a blitz. Goes into the end zone. Left side. Lamb. Touchdown. In the corner. Don't blitz Dak Prescott. He's just too good against it. And CD Lamb is on the board.
That was CD's touchdown after the inexcusable penalties that Carolina committed on third down, 3rd and 16, being the absolute killer. So look, freely admit, I did not see CD's body language in this instance that Twitter reacted to. I had 2 Tolos hit me up. Jesse Holly tweeted about it as well. I did not see it. I went back. I looked for it real quick, but the Cowboys were blitzing Carolina with 13 points in 10 seconds. Who saw it, and what did he actually do?
Was it right here? Because I didn't know. The only thing I noticed yesterday was that CeeDee Lamb looked hurt to me. Like, that's what I noticed, is that CeeDee, so on that play where Kevontae Turpin got hit late, CeeDee Lamb was really slow to get up. And then when he got up, he kind of paced around in a circle for a second and looked like he was fighting through something. Then when he scores the touchdown, he's usually up there dancing, doing everything. Yeah. He scored the touchdown. He just kind of dropped the ball, like kicked it a little bit, and then just slowly walked over and seemed like slowly high five. I didn't think that was pouty body language. I thought that was he was banged up and he was hurting a little bit yesterday. That's what I saw. And so I don't know. We'll have to see. I know he's playing right now with some sort of, you can see it, so I'm not like breaking any news here. He's playing with some sort of wrap or some sort of tape on that left knee. And the left one is the one that he seemed to be favoring a little bit yesterday.
Because I was about to say, complain all you want, because as soon as he allegedly did that, he started getting the football a lot more. They gave it to him with a handoff carry. He started getting the ball more, and I was like, all right, he did it after San Fran. He set NFL records. He did it in this game. I did not see it. Did you see it?
I didn't see it, but look, body language, you're going to, ooh.
Do you need a burrito? You okay?
No, I don't need a burrito. Okay. You're gonna get me with this today. I swear to God.
C4.
You're gonna get me with this. Yeah, it's hard to judge body language sometimes. You can say when they're openly fighting on the sidelines, but when someone's got their helmet on, it's tough to tell.
There's a very big difference between what you saw in San Francisco, which was bad body language for sure. And maybe rightfully so, in that, like, he was like, hey, I can contribute to this team, I can help us win games, and I'm not getting it. There's a difference between that and what I think you saw yesterday, which was just, I think he was probably hurting a little bit.
CeeDee Lamb becomes the second fastest Cowboy to reach the 1,000-yard mark in a season. He does it in 10 games. Michael Irvin was the fastest. He did it in 9 back in 1995. And entering the game, only Tyreek Hill and A.J. Brown had at least 1,000 receiving yards this season. CeeDee Lamb joins that list with Star Up. 877-881-1053, truckwork.com text line to let us know yours, 877-881-1053.
Star Up to the O-line having Dak's back right after the late hit on the helmet. And bigger Star Up to them not fighting. It's an easy penalty. That's an easy fight to have. They got in their face, they got his back, but they didn't throw punches, they didn't do anything like that. To me, I was like, hell yeah. That's one of those games. The game was already not decided, but you knew it was going to win this game. I mean, they easily could have lost their way.
Carolina had even more penalties that led to Cowboy points. It was 2 penalties against Cowboy receivers. CeeDee down the sideline, and then a 3rd and 19 horse collar on Brandon Cooks.
So bad.
A 3rd and 19. The Cowboys have had at least 4 third and long penalties go their way this year. Remember the Charger game? There's been some instances they have lucked out. They've been given an absolute gift by their opponents. There were 2 flags on that drive for 40 yards. It ends up leading to a field goal that made it 10-zip. We need to expand the Deron Bland discussion. I think we need to have some more serious talks about him as Defensive Player of the Year after another pick 6 return. Bobby Belt, as I know you guys were talking about Deron in the postgame, brought us asked you a great question. What can he get better at? And we need to start talking about Deron Bland like we do see some of these other corners in the game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's doing through his first 2 years essentially what cumulatively Trayvon Diggs did through his first 2 years. It's just obviously, Diggs had the big explosion in year 2, whereas Bland has kind of split it evenly. But I mean, he absolutely needs to be in Defensive Player of the Year discussion because he's doing something that's incredibly rare. And if he does it one more time over these final several weeks, then he's going to do something that nobody's done in NFL history. He is it
doesn't feel like has that Diggs. Maybe we do need to compare it to the Diggs year. It doesn't feel like it's that all or miss that Diggs had a couple seasons ago because the passer rating throwing it Bland is the lowest in the league for quarterbacks.
It's low, and also he's doing it over a 2-year stretch. And I think that's big. When you could balance it out 5 a year, 5 a year, 5 a year, 5 a year, that's way better than 11, 0, 8. You know what I mean? I think it's a little bit more consistent. He's at 100. You can get him at 100-1 at MGM.
Not bad. Not bad.
Good odds.
All right, let's go around the NFC East, including the game we need tonight. Kansas City and Filthy. What else happened? I know showers did not happen inside the NFC East. And the other contenders in the NFC, who did us favors and who did us none around the rest of the conference. Sean and RJ on the Cowboys Monday continues on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day.
105.3 The Fan, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Steps up under pressure, runs out of a sack, then lobs it, and it's intercepted by Isaiah Simmons. Running down the left sideline. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Giants. Isaiah Simmons with the pick six to end it with 16 seconds to go.
An awful loss for the Washington Commanders and Ron Rivera. That was the call on Giants Radio. This is Sean RJ with the return of Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live with the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Back to the Cowboys at 6:40 as we just did. Star up, star down. We'll do some star downs to finish up the 6 a.m. club. But let's go around the rest of the NFC East and the NFC, because one of the things I love to do on the heels of a very easy win, and we have a Cowboys DC ticket giveaway during the Expressway to send you to the Thanksgiving Day game on Thursday. That'll come to you at 7:20 here on 105.3 The Fan. I love to just look at the rest of the standings, and I love to play off, mismatch, and laugh if you'd like. But a Giants pick six ends the game. New York sweeps the Commanders this season.
Awful for Washington. How do you lose to that team?
And great for us that the Giants got a win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't want them to be in a position to get a quarterback who loses 5 out of their last 6 games in college football. You definitely don't want that.
Oh, I'd love to see Caleb Williams with the New York media.
Oh, my God. He would cower like a little baby.
Be in counseling.
Oh, man. Him and Lincoln. What a Lincoln Fraudly. That's what they are. But
it's a little bit of a stretch. We'll work on it.
It is. Fraudlib Williams. That doesn't work either.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
But no, Tommy DeVito. More TD passes yesterday than Daniel Jones has all year.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Stat of the day.
Give Daniel Jones a break. That guy's got to deal with all those idiots in New York now. This is a
9 sacks, I think. The Giants won, and DeVito got sacked 9 times.
9 times.
First half, 13-17, 184, 2 touchdowns with a 150 passer rating.
9 for 45 yards. That's insane.
Rivera should not make the trip to Dallas. He should be fired. We saw that Giants team. Was that not a couple weeks ago when we saw the Giants and the Cowboys? That was one of the worst. I obviously was not here the Monday after. That is one of the worst football teams you guys have ever seen, right? That is just an awful football team all the way around. Everything about them is terrible. They can't move the ball. They can't stop anybody. They're an awful football team. So for you to lose...
How much worse did they feel than the Carolina team you saw yesterday?
Oh, I think Carolina could beat that Giants team by double digits. That's and that's the thing. The Giants went on the road and won by double digits. Didn't just win by double digits, led convincingly most of the day.
NFL, man.
That's just that's enough to... I would think you'd want to fire somebody after that. That's just a pathetic loss. That's one of the worst I think I've seen in a long, long time.
They're just waiting on Belichick. They'll just wait on old Bill to be the next coach of the Commanders. And then this afterwards. Giants and Commanders locker rooms at FedEx Field have no hot water for showers. A Commanders official, quote, "We had an equipment failure in the main water heater that provides hot water to the field level locker rooms. We can't resolve the matter without completely shutting off the water to the stadium, which is why it couldn't be repaired in game."
The Giants and the Commanders, just like Roger Goodell taking cold showers yesterday. That's
oh baby.
You told me about that.
All right, yeah, Roger Goodell. There was a photo. I have no idea if he knew who he was taking a picture with. But he took a picture with the great Kendra Lust.
She is an actress of the adult variety.
Look
so
up
I've
her
heard. Careful what you
IMDb.
Google. Oh, her IMDb.
Yeah, I want to see what some of her movies are. I mean, I've seen, Cheating on Lust, The One I Lust. Let's see, Filthy Mom 7. Busty Women in Heat 2. MILF Mayhem 4. Hey. Mommy Got Boobs 1. Mom's Breast Advice. That's a good one. Real Wife Stories 19.
I'll take a little sip.
Mom's in Control 17.
This is a great Troy Hughes staple.
Yeah.
Going to
Pure Desire 6. See, Mommy's Girl.
I didn't think 6 was as good as 4.
No, I didn't think so. I didn't think so either.
All right, so tonight it's going to be Monday Night Football. You get to kick back and root just like you did for the Super Bowl for the Kansas City Chiefs to win. The Chiefs are favored by 2.5 over Filthy Monday night at Arrowhead. Here we go.
Yep, another chance.
Here we go.
Another
Here we go. Here we go. Boy, you can do that. He did it on the road.
And another chance to expose Philadelphia as the frauds that they are. Kansas City getting the chance. The Kelsey and the Swift families getting to come together and meet up. That's gonna be the most interesting thing about this game because Philadelphia's not got a shot. The Kansas City will win this by double digits.
Whoa!
Wow.
I like it. I hope you're right.
And this is creating a quite the fight in the Kelsey household because Tay-Tay's dad is a big Eagles fan, but he has switched to the Chiefs.
And a local Philly radio station banned Taylor Swift's music for the weekend to show support for the Birds.
Wow!
Why didn't we think
what
of
a
that?
move? She is a Philly girl. She cheers for the Eagles or did up until she went with Travis Kelsey.
All right, it's not just about the division. We got to look at the rest of the NFC for seeding purposes and home field. And this is why we all threw San Francisco back into our power rankings.
Purdy going to can the play here as three receivers right, Ayuk, and Juszczyk left. Going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk! Ayuk is on fire!
You didn't know that? that's one of theirs.
I like that. I like that.
That's
Brock Purdy becomes the first 49er quarterback since Joe Montana to ever post a perfect passer rating in a game with at least 15 attempts. He completed 78% of his passes. Past two games, he's completed 78% for 629, 6 touchdowns, no picks. As yesterday, he threw 3. San Fran beats Tampa 27-14. If you're looking for positives, Tampa Bay had their chances.
Oh, yeah.
They had multiple red zone opportunities late in this game. San Fran just got a 4th down stop, and then they got an interception. But Tampa was there. Baker was throwing some nice passes. They just weren't making the ultimate play for him.
Tampa's not terrible. Remember, this is a team that was, they went to the Super Bowl 3 years ago. They won it. They were a playoff team the last 2 years.
They were 4-5 coming into this game.
They're not an awful team. I mean, we thought we buried them going into the season. We thought they're going to be god awful, but they're not as bad as they are on paper. At least we thought going in. They're competitive.
Yeah, this is Brock Purdy has found himself again. The last 2 weeks on 51 attempts, he's averaging 12 yards per attempt.
Is that good?
My gosh. That passer rating, so yesterday it was a perfect passer rating, but even over the last 2 weeks have been his highest passer ratings of his career. He's now 157.3 over the last 2 weeks combined.
This next game stung the most of all the ones yesterday.
I know where you're going with it already.
The comeback that Jimmy Johnson is going to get to see up close.
Jared leans in, takes the snap, hands to Montgomery, head down to the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. They've got the lead back. David Montgomery against his former team, and the Lions. What a comeback. What a comeback.
They were down 12 with 4:15 left. They were down 12 against Chicago. They come back and win, and the Lions are 8-2 for the first time since 1962.
The Chicago Bears had a 98.2% win probability. 98.2% with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. And Montgomery had a 4-yard run on that next play. 98.2. And they blew it. They blew it. Detroit had, they turned the ball over a ton. I think it was like 4-1 in the turnover department. There was a bunch of interceptions early on, and all of a sudden it looked like the Lions were going to lose an absolute heartbreaker for them. But here they are. They're 1 game away from being the 1 seed.
And now let's look at the standings. There's some Tolos, and you guys are going to have to help me with this math throughout the second half. They're like, it may not be the worst thing. Dodge San Fran. So where do you and San Francisco need to be to avoid each other? Here are the standings in the NFC after yesterday. Philly is the 1 seed at 8-1. Hopefully they're 8-2 after tonight. Detroit is 8-2. They could have been 7-3 right with us, except for this stupid comeback. San Francisco's the 3 seed. They're 2 games up on, well, New Orleans is there because they're the South leader. The Saints are the 4 seed at 5-5, and the Cowboys are the 5 seed
That's what you want.
at 7-3. Seattle's the 6. Minnesota is the 7. We'll get to them in a second. Green Bay is the 8. Rams 9. Falcons 10. So the Cowboys are the 5 right now.
To me, it's always best to be the 5. If you're not going to be a division winner, be the 5 seed. You're going to get the worst of the division winners, right? So they would get
the South.
They would get the South winner. That's who you want. And then your next, what you want is Detroit to be the 1. Because I think Detroit would be easier to. I think people would assume you'd rather go play Detroit off a bye.
Yeah.
They've never been in that position.
Right. Then who?
Then Philadelphia on the road.
Yeah.
Or then San Francisco on the road.
Absolutely.
You'd rather go to Detroit. Even that barn is going to be wild.
Thanks, Spittle.
Yeah, it's gonna
stick tap for that.
It's gonna be wild. Like Ford Field's gonna be I don't know what, like, that would be an awesome scene to go to, but like that place is gonna be nuts. But I mean, they've never played a big game. The whole team has. They've never hosted a playoff game in that stadium.
You're gonna have to really hold on to that 5 seed though, and that's gonna be tough with what you've got coming up after Washington. It's Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. Like that's gonna be just a brutal stretch for the Cowboys. Where, I mean, what you're hoping to come out of that 5-game stretch, you know, optimistically like 3-2 is minimum, but I mean that's. You don't want to come out of there with a losing record. If you come out of there with a losing record, you're probably pushing closer to the 6th seed.
You have to beat Seattle for the not just for the tiebreaker, but also for the conference record.
Yep.
Because they've got you. The Cowboys got 3 conference losses. That's where the Eagles are going to really be in a good spot. Because even if they, let's say, even if they lose to the Chiefs, they're still undefeated in conference. Detroit's got 1 conference loss, so even if the Eagles lose, they'll still be the 1 seed in the NFC. The Eagles need to have a couple of conference losses to get out of that spot. And the Cowboys really had to beat Seattle. That Seattle game is of utmost importance for A, the head-to-head, but B, the conference record.
I switched on over to the Mavs against the Kings. I was not caring about Josh Dobbs' mania, but if you stuck around for Sunday Night Football, you got this at the end.
Snap clock at 3, snap clock at 2, at 1. All-out blitz on the way. Get it up, Russ. Russ throws the ball to the end zone. It is caught! Touchdown, Denver! That is Cortland Sutton, his 8th red zone touchdown of the year.
What a play and what a streak. We may have to get the Sean Payton apology letter out. They've won 4 in a row. They stop the Pastronaut and the mania around the Vikings hype. 21-20, the Denver Broncos win.
Yeah, this is an exciting finish. Denver had no business winning this game. No business winning this football game at all.
Just like the Bills game. Well, they did dominate they controlled the Bills game. They should have just lost because of the field goal at the end.
Yeah, I mean, but Russ made some plays down the stretch. That quarterbacks will make to win games, but they had no business winning this football game.
One of my favorite tweets in recent weeks was from Ted Wynn over at the Athletic, and he said, "Watching Russell Wilson play is so weird now. It's like Peyton tells him where to throw. If it's not open, he has to run. If he deviates from the plan, he's getting screamed at." And that's sort of what it is that Sean Payton has said, like, I've got a very specific plan for you. You will play within these bounds, and if you step outside of it, you're dead.
It's like RJ eating breakfast. All right, around the NFL and inside the NFC East here for the 6 a.m. Club, we're going to hook you up with Cowboys Commanders tickets during the 720 Expressway on Sean and RJ. Let's get to some of the star downs that you had for the Cowboys blowout win over Carolina, and there's a meltdown taking place on Kellen Moore's team. We'll play you the audio next. But I want
America, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting for on an unheard of 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference.
3rd and 5. Prescott in the gun. Back to throw. Pollard another block. Deep out to Ferguson on the right side at the 40-yard line for a first down.
That was huge. I wrote that down on a star up. Ferguson on 3rd down for 24 yards. That was after the Carolina touchdown to bring them within 7 points. That was momentum to end the third quarter. Cowboys go on, of course, to beat the Panthers on the road 33-10. This is Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg here on Sean RJ and the return of Bobby Belt. Star Downs that I had after we already did Star Up. Do we give them props for trying this Wildcat stuff in this type of game? Like, again, when is the right time to do it? The answer to fans is always going to be when it works. And when it doesn't, what are you doing? Stop screwing around. Why not screw around in a game like this? It was Rico and then Tony Pollard taking the snap with Dak lined up. One of the plays resulted in a miserable loss, setting them up for 3rd and 19. Yeah. So I was wondering,
which I think they got a nice penalty on.
Nice penalty on.
Third defensive penalty.
So I was like, okay, do we give them props for screwing around and experimenting in this situation, or stop screwing around because you're just better?
I mean, look, if you're gonna break it out in a game, there's two schools of thought. I would guess is that one of them is,
and they weren't up comfortably either.
No. Try it out here. Try it out against a team that you know you're better than, that you know you're gonna beat. You know, use this opportunity to screw around, get some game reps doing some things. Or the other line of thinking is, well, why put that on tape? Show it when you got Philly. Try the Wildcat against, a Philly or a San Francisco. That's when you should break that out, is when a team isn't expecting it. And the Cowboys yesterday just decided to mess around with it. I don't hate that they did it, but they were getting a little cute yesterday. It did feel like they were like, well, we can beat this team, so let's screw around a little bit and figure out what works.
I mean, look, I generally hate taking the ball out of the quarterback's hands. I mean, that's kind of like, I hate Taysom Hill for that very reason. I just can't stand like that. It's just like you have a better thrower. Why do anything else with it? But I mean, like, if you're gonna do it, I think you would want. I understand they don't put it on tape, but you also want to see what works too. And you can't worry about that. You can't worry about whether it's on tape or not.
Star down run defense in the first half.
Oh, how about the whole game?
They gave up 84 yards in the first half. Panthers run game on first down, gashing the Cowboys. 9 carries, 58 yards, a 6.4 average.
Yeah, they allowed for the game, 4-8. That you think you're going to win on the road at San Fran, at Detroit, at Philadelphia, all teams that can run the ball effectively. You think you're going to win on the road? You're going to be able to stop them from running the clock out?
Nope.
You think if one of those teams, any three of them, gets up on you in the fourth quarter, you're going to be able to get them off the field? I don't. If Carolina's being able to gash you like that, I mean, come on. I don't know.
I felt like Carolina got away from the run way too early in this game. Like that they could have, if they would have just leaned into, let's move the ball relying on the run game and then throwing the ball to Adam Thielen on 3rd downs, they could have marched down the field pretty effectively a few different times. The Panthers had one of the worst run games in the NFL coming into this one, and they had no problems at all moving the ball on the Cowboys. And It's just the run fits were not great. I remember we're gonna have to go back and find out where it is. I remember there's one play where
what are run fits?
Exactly what it sounds like. Like everybody is meant to fit into a gap. The design of the run defense says, okay, you're going to go here. You step into this gap. You step into this spot. That's why at times guys will, you'll see fans who say, Micah went the wrong way. There was an open hole and he stepped right into a blocker. And it's like, well, that's his job. His job is to step into that gap. And that's his job. He's supposed to fit in there. And so that's what a run fit is. So they were not fitting into place. It's meant to look like all these puzzle pieces clicking into place and closing up every gap. And there were a few different times where there was just wide open spaces that guys were able to run through. So something wasn't right. Either the defensive line, keeping control, or the linebackers just not stepping into the right gap.
Start out to the Cowboys fax machine. Apparently the memo did not go out or get around to everyone that Adam Thielen was their only threat because he was doing work. Every big play, every big catch that they needed, Adam Thielen was on the receiving end, and I saw Jordan Lewis on a lot of those passes to Thielen. 8 for 74, 9.3 per average. No one else on Carolina had over 2 catches. No one.
No.
The box score: Sullivan, Chenault, Hubbard, Mingo, Tremble, and Miles Sanders with 1-2-2, 1-1-1. Adam Thielen, 8 for 74.
Yeah, Thielen was about the only guy that was really of concern for you in this game, and you just still couldn't take him away. And that's partially because just Jordan Lewis is not very good anymore, I don't think. And look, I respect Jordan Lewis a ton for the way that Jordan Lewis has been a good player for them for several years, I think. Like, has he been great? No. But I mean, you talk about a guy who has never been afraid to play physically, has, I think, pound for pound, been one of the toughest players on this football team for several years. It's just, when you're pushing 30, you're already undersized, and you're coming off of a significant foot injury, you're going to get what you've gotten right now, which is he's fine as a fourth corner, but when he has to step up and play the nickel consistently, guys like Thielen are going to give him problems.
And Troy Hill on their side was putting together a highlight reel, play after play after play. Early on, the Cowboys' average third to go was 7 yards, and I'm like, we don't like that.
No.
3rd and 7, living dangerously. Sam Williams running into the. I'm not going to kill Sam too much.
Nah.
Try to make a play.
The 15-yard penalty would have been a lot worse, obviously, but that would have told me he was really dumb and reckless.
I will give Sam Williams a ton of credit for when Johnny Hecker pushed him. Did you guys see that on one of the punts? So it was I think the punt before. He came in late and Hecker pushed him, and they immediately cut over to Turpin catch the ball, and I was just waiting for the little flag to pop up on the screen of Sam Williams got mad.
Going to find a go-kart and running him over.
He gets a ton of
Sam
credit.
Wood.
He gets a ton of credit to me for star up to Sam Williams controlling himself when Johnny Hecker pushed him, because as we know, Sam Williams has a little bit of a short fuse. He can lose his temper out there, and he kept it under control.
Do they have a scripted 15-play problem?
I mean, the NFL is scripted in general.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right,
I've read it.
But like, their starts of their game were just bad, right? Like we've lamented about all the runs on. I know, right? All the Peyton did the research on all the running plays to start, and then yesterday their first series was. I mean, they did nothing.
Well,
Is their pre-scripted plays just bad?
I mean, a lot of times, I don't know that it's that, because I mean,
let me answer for Bobby. I'll be Bobby here. And I'll do this for him since this is his first day back.
Okay.
Well, the beginning of the game is when Dak is trying to let McCarthy actually coach.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he's like, I'll give you the first 10 plays, and then I'll take over and put the offense on my back, even if we're trailing.
Fair.
You're welcome.
It's what he does, man. Dak, he is, I mean, honestly, like, he deserves more than $40 million for being coach and coordinator and quarterback.
Yeah, he's Bill Russell.
He's incredible. But he's, it's... I don't know that it's a scripted problem. I was really interested that, as much as we've asked them to throw it lately, this did feel like a game where you were going to be able to take advantage of some things in the run game, because Carolina generally just plays a lot of zone and tries to keep everything in front of you. And that looked like what their plan was yesterday, was like, we're not going to let Dak beat us the way he's beat other teams recently. And I was interested that they came out and tried to throw the ball 3 straight times.
Hey, P, you got some star downs from the Tolos?
Yeah, Tolos, speaking of star downs, like we've all said, 254 to the running defense, big star down. 214 is star down to Brandon Aubrey for missing the extra point.
Loser.
And the 817 star down, Jalen Tolbert had a key drop.
There were a couple drops yesterday. That was an issue with a couple different guys.
When? What others?
You had Gallup
Cooks
drop one.
Cooks had a bad drop.
There was you had Cooks drop one. There was that one with Tolbert, and just in general contested catches. Felt like every catch that was contested yesterday wasn't finished.
No one had a worse drop than an LA Charger leading to a Brandon Staley meltdown.
Love goes no huddle, takes the snap. He has time.
He's
Walks
got
the left side, Dobbs is there. Leaping grab. Touchdown. Touchdown in the left corner of the end zone. Oh, what a throw from Jordan Love to Romeo Dobbs.
Packers radio with the call. Chargers are losing to my Green Bay Packers. And Quentin Johnston, you know the name well.
Your boy.
A humongous drop down the right sideline. Humongous drop that may have given the Chargers an opportunity to go ahead and win this game. Instead, LA loses to Green Bay 23-20. Jared Sandler was there, part of his Milwaukee sports trip. He went to Mavs Bucks over the weekend, and then he was at Lambeau for Green Bay beating the Chargers. The great Kellen Moore offense scoring 20 points It's 23-20, and after the game, Brandon Staley, always on the hot seat, defensive guy, was asked again, are you still going to call the defensive plays?
We got to bring this group together and do it consistently, okay? And that's where it's at. So you can stop asking that question, okay? I'm going to be calling the defenses, okay? So we're clear. So you don't have to ask that again.
Woo, Chili!
Oh, yeah, he went on. He was going on about, I'm not here to talk to the fans. I'm here to talk to the players.
This is a bad loss.
Yeah, it's a bad loss. Justin Herbert had an 83 QBR. You know how hard it is to lose? First of all, only scored 20 points, but then to lose a game when you have an 83 QBR. He's fourth in the NFL in QBR, and they have 4 wins. They are 4-6. They are in 13th place in the AFC. That is impossible to do.
Wow.
It literally can't happen. Like, it is impossible to have that good of a quarterback and have him play that well with that number and be that poor as a team.
Are you embarrassed?
Florio brought up the Commanders with us last week, but there's some other people. Who's the guy who wrote the Peyton Brady book? Gary Myers. Gary Myers is reporting that the Chargers are really in play for Belichick as well. So keep an eye on L.A. and D.C.
How do he and Kellen Moore get along is the question. How do Bill Belichick and Kellen Moore see things?
Why isn't Kellen just promoted? He's God.
Should, honestly. I mean, like Choppy said, he's elevated Justin Herbert to a new level where his QBR is even better. I mean, we've seen how the Kellen Moore offense has been able to take over things for the Cowboys since Dak said, okay, McCarthy, your plan was stupid. Yeah. We're going to actually run a good passing offense over these next few weeks.
I already did
so
this.
I know, but I had to back end it. We had to bookend it here. No, this is a terrible loss for the Chargers. Brandon Staley, he has been given way too much of the leash here, a long leash over the last couple of years. He's got to go. He's just not the guy.
I mean, it was 23 points. It's not like their defense got gashed by Jordan Love.
But the Packers hadn't done anything offensively for a long time. I think they hadn't scored 2 touchdowns on offense since like week 3.
The Jets reached their 41st straight drive yesterday without scoring a touchdown. The half was almost over. None of their receivers had a catch. Speaking of offensive droughts.
So bad.
With what took place there with Robert Saleh now saying, I don't know what we're going to do at quarterback.
Man, you can't have 2 losses on your schedule at home, and that's exactly what the Chargers have this year. They've lost 2 games at home where they scored at least 34 points. That's awful to have when you're a 4-6 football
it's tough.
team.
And like in the AFC, you just go, look, I think you really need to have probably 10 wins to make the playoffs in the AFC, which means that they can lose 1 more game the rest of the year. And they've got Baltimore, and they've got the Broncos still who are resurgent, and they've got Buffalo, and they've got the Chiefs. So I don't know how they're going to find just 1 loss.
Jimmy Johnson finally gets in. We got Mavs stars and some college football from the weekend, plus a Cowboys Commanders ticket giveaway in the Expressway. It's all around the corner. You know we want you to win this the most, being part of the 6 a.m. club. That's next with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
In that red zone, 2nd and 10 at the Panther 19. Left to right in the white jerseys and silver pants. Ferguson in motion to the right, snap to Prescott out of the gun. He's going to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown for Schoonmaker.
That was the call from Brad Sham. This is your home of America's team. I'm Sean Treef alongside RJ Choppy, and the return from vacation of our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Man, this game hit a lull like in the third quarter. I'm like, get this over with, please.
Yep.
Please get this over with. Cowboys go on a 16-0 run with 13 points in 10 seconds. We end up seeing Cooper rush, and they end up putting away Carolina 33-10. Here's Dak Prescott talking about the Schoonmaker touchdown. It's that down the middle throw that some of his tight ends have screwed number 4 on throughout the season. Here he is on Schoon and getting his tight ends involved in general.
Yeah, it was awesome. Big target can be a weapon for us. Obviously, saw right there in the seam, big target, just being able to put it on him. Him running a good route, finishing the catch off. Yeah, just getting these tight ends going. As I've talked about, all good offenses have great tight ends, and the more that we have, the better we're going to be able to attack guys in the middle with their size, their mismatch, leave guys outside one-on-one. So happy for him, guy that works his tail off each and every day. Young guy trying to learn, wants to get as much as he can, much knowledge as he can from myself and his coaches, and happy of him, happy for him, and proud of him.
What's he always done? What position has he always helped the most?
Tight end.
Say get overpaid.
Whoa! Yeah, well, I mean, he's helped to get paid.
Yeah.
But tight ends, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Jarwin or Schultz or Jake or now Schoon. Like, he has made life very, very easy and very lucrative for tight ends in his career. They're Romo made LaRon Robinson, and Dak got quite a bit of the tight ends paid.
Yeah, I mean, look, one of the best throws in Dak's arsenal is the seam throw. That seam throw in the red zone, like being able to just throw it right down the hash mark. He's always delivered that ball really well, and there have been a couple times where, like you just said, Sean, it's just the tight ends have burned him. They've dropped it this year, especially Schoonmaker. I think he's dropped 2 of those this year. So to see that finally connect for him to catch it, star up to Schoonmaker for finishing the catch, letting that go into Dak's ledger, because we needed it yesterday.
Get a new celebration, though. The McGregor, come on, man. That's old.
It was a very stiff McGregor, too. It was like, he didn't feel totally comfortable doing it.
Frank Reich talked about that he was a higher fan of Dak than most leading up to the 2016 draft. He said he had a much higher grade on Prescott than most people around the league.
It's like Bill Polian. Oh, I had a first-round pick on grade on Brady.
Right. Eagles traded up in that draft when Reich was there to get the 2nd overall pick, which they used on Carson Wentz. So Frank said he's felt this obligation to follow Dak's career closer than a lot of others because of all the homework and what a fan he was.
He trying to get another job already? Yeah. He's trying to put out there on his resume, like, guys, I was really high on Dak Prescott. Good talent evaluator. I work well with people. Like, he's trying to do everything he can to, like, lay the groundwork for his next job after Carolina inevitably fires him after that S show that he's put together out there this year.
Elsewhere around the NFL, by the way, we have a Cowboys Commanders ticket giveaway during our Jimmy Johnson segment at 720 Expressway, commercial free, headlines, Jimmy, and tickets brought to you by Miller Lite for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo stands for. Around the rest of the NFL, could Dan Orlovsky's MVP favorite keep it up?
3rd and 6 from the Cardinal 20. Stroud barking signals. Here's the snap. CJ throwing over the middle. Caught, sliding catch.
That's a touchdown.
And it's a touchdown. Dalton Schultz caught it inside the 5 and slid across the goal line.
Dalton Schultz is his MVP favorite?
Hey, he's one of my MVPs for my fantasy team. CJ Stroud, 3 picks, but 2 touchdowns, 336 yards. This was an ugly one against Kyler and the Cardinals, but the armpit moves to 6-4 with a 21-16 W.
How about that? They're going to make Jacksonville go all the way down to like week 17 to win that division. What a job. What a job D'Amico's done and CJ's done out there.
One of the wins of the day, though, Cleveland. Who's their quarterback?
Is it DTR or whatever?
DT something.
Dorian Thompson-Robinson from UCLA.
The Cleveland Browns beat the Steelers in the dog pound, 13-10. They're 7-3. Thank God that Pittsburgh lost this game. This is the type of crappy game they always sneak away with from Mike Tomlin over 500. And Najee Harris and the Steelers, they're about done with Kenny Pickett and this offense. This offense, it's absolutely miserable. Najee Harris, after the game, a lot of times he doesn't talk to the media. He's like, we can't keep getting away with this. Like, this isn't a real, we were not a real 6-3 football team. Our offense is putrid. 13-10. The Brownies are 7-3. Deshaun Watson gone for the year.
They're 6-4. They got a negative 29-point differential. Pittsburgh. It's awful. It's awful. And what a disaster of a game anyway. 10-10 with 4 seconds left.
Man, this is we've already taken care of one of the most undeserving coaches in the NFL. Or in all of football, with USC taking care of getting rid of Alex Grinch as their defensive coordinator recently. Now Pittsburgh's just got to get rid of Matt Canada because it is absolutely ridiculous that guy is allowed to lead an offense in the NFL. He is awful.
Jets, Bills. Jim Kelly was writing this open letter to Josh Allen. You can do it. We'll get through this. This was pretty ugly until the third quarter. It was 16-6 Buffalo. But they continue to torture Zach Wilson. 32-6 Bills. The win, I mean, this game was like 9 minutes behind all the other games. And I'm like, get me to 60 minutes, please. Like, bring on Maury Schaefer, Connie Chung. Whatever you have to do. Get this off of television, please, because the red zone had to cut out early. This was the only thing left until Sunday Night Football. And there was a Jets-Bills fight, Bobby, taking place like in the tunnel or something?
They got into a little scrap. A couple players from the Jets and the Bills got into it. And now there wasn't a great view of this. You can hear a little bit of the chirp and a little bit of the back and forth on a video that I don't know how to pronounce the ESPN guy, Rich Cimini? Yeah, whatever it is, Cimini. You can hear a little bit of the back and forth, the squabbling, but tension's running high as the Jets wait for the return of Aaron Rodgers, which still won't happen.
The Rams did help us out a little bit. They beat Seattle 17-16. Geno and Stafford got annihilated in this game. Aaron Donald took out Geno. Geno came back, though, and they missed a game-winning 55-yarder. So the Seahawks 6-4. Keep that in mind with the NFC and where the Cowboys are. And, of course, tonight, we need the tomahawk chop. Can you do the tomahawk chop?
Yeah, sure. They do it.
All right. I think you're the one who should not be doing
it. You are on thin ice anyway.
You're on very thin ice.
Bob wasn't here for half of that either.
We need the Chiefs to... Peyton makes Bobby look like Pat Doney.
Your life hacks and Ask Reddit's got to go through a
screening process
now. Thanks to Peyton.
Ask Reddit too. They get screened like me at the airport. Chiefs, Eagles, Monday Night Football this evening. We need KC to bring Philly back down. How about a little bit of college football?
Huskies have it at the Oregon State 32. Empty set as Penix is going to throw on first down. Looking toward the end zone. He has man coverage for Roma Dunze. He's got it. Touchdown, Roma Dunze. Up the left sideline. A Bolitnikov kind of catch. His second touchdown catch of the night.
Washington Radio with the call. 22-20 in the game of the day. 5 versus 11. Washington against Oregon State.
That was a tremendous, gutsy win in awful weather by Washington. Very good win for Penix not to turn the ball over in those conditions. Texas had a really good win. Winning on the road at Iowa State at night is not easy to do, and Texas had a really, really nice win. And then the big news over the weekend: Florida State losing their quarterback was an ankle injury, and how the committee will factor that in tomorrow. I don't know how they're going to factor it in. I don't know how you can say, even if he was healthy, what Washington has done with their strength of record, with their resume, and now winning that game on the road in those conditions, I don't know how you don't jump them.
Well, look, I mean, I think that the playoff committee probably looks at that and goes, very impressive. They beat the number 11 ranked team in the country. They do it on the road in those conditions, and then they go, but DJ Uiagalelei was the quarterback that he was going against, and that's like going against Zach Wilson in the NFL. Yeah. It's not impressive, so you are actually dropped down a spot. I would drop Washington for beating DJ.
You drop them?
Yeah, just for beating DJU. He's so bad.
That could be the toughest name in sports. See if you can say it.
DJ Uiagalelei.
Uyunglele?
DJ Uyunglele.
What do you have against them? Where's
He's awful. He was
bad.
awful at Clemson. He was given way too much praise as a guy coming in who was an awful football player. He's never been good.
Jordan Travis out for the year for the Seminoles. Really, really unfortunate. Georgia destroyed RJ's Vols 38-10.
Hey, we had a great opening play. A 75-yard touchdown run on the first play of the game.
This was a
Way
game
to go, Josh Heupel.
This was a game to bet on, really. It was a 10-point spread, even at Knoxville. Michigan by 7 over Maryland for the program's 1,000th victory.
Yeah, not an impressive win there.
They were mesmerized by the flag.
Yeah, the flag and the helmets really threw them off.
Yeah.
Not an impressive win for Michigan, man. Like that Maryland is there's no home field advantage there. I don't care. It wasn't a road game. Michigan's got more fans than Maryland does. Michigan has more fans in Maryland than Maryland does. So that was not an impressive win at all.
No, J.J. McCarthy was not good. Blake Corum wasn't particularly efficient. That is, I believe, yes it is, that is the most points Michigan has allowed this year by quite a bit, actually.
Oh, it's amazing. 2 weeks in a row without scouting, advanced scouting, they give up 13 to Purdue and then 19 to Maryland?
Or without Jim Harbaugh, you might
Or
be
without
able to
Jim
say.
Harbaugh. I mean, oh my God.
Dan Campbell was asked about the A&M opening.
Maybe, but that's all good, and certainly I know some people there.
Wait, stop. Let me phrase this.
Because there was a question that was asked.
Have you been asked?
That's right.
Let me be fair and accurate. Have you been asked about the A&M opening?
Maybe, but that's all good, and certainly I know some people there, and I love my school, that's my, alma mater, and I want to do anything I can to help them, but coach for them. So, and I'll do that.
I mean, that's a weird question to be asked. Like you have to ask it. But it's a weird question to have to be asked, and you've got to answer it. And it's never a comfortable way to answer it. Are they going to nitpick the way he answered it though?
I love the answer. I'll do anything to help them, but coach them. That's how. It sounds not nearly as harsh as it reads, but man, it reads hilarious. I'm not going to A&M. I'm not screwing you. I've seen how they did Kevin Sumlin. I saw what a pain it was for Jimbo. I'm not going.
If he wins a single playoff game in Detroit, they should give him a lifetime deal. Or they will.
They already did, kind of. I think it was like a 9-year deal.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. He has so much job security right now.
Can change in the NFL.
Yes, it
so
can.
did Dayball.
Yeah,
Dayball was a hero last year. 2 big opportunities for the Dallas Mavericks to have real contender W's. They didn't get it done.
Extra pass, great ball movement by Sacramento. Follow your shot, young fella. That's what Keegan did. Malik, re-tease, 3-ball, money, Malik, Monk.
Kings TV with the call. Man, you got some Mavs basketball this weekend. Mavs lose at the Bucks Saturday night. That was a great game. Giannis scored 40. Dame had 27. And then last night, Sacramento just pulled away. And they pull away. They end up winning by 17. I'm sorry, 16.
Cooperstein tweeted this. Last 7 games, they've allowed 124 plus points in 6 of them. And 117 in the other. They've allowed 50% plus from the field in 5 of those games. No team this year has shot worse than 46% against them. That's not sustainable. And it's not. They're not going to be able to continue winning the games this way. I think the NBA during football season should not allow games on the weekend. Just no games on Saturday or Sunday. They get completely swallowed up.
Mavericks looking for some revenge today.
Mavs shot 21% in the fourth quarter. They missed all 9 of their threes. Second consecutive back-to-back for the Mavs with 2 days in between. Kyrie scored all 23 of his points in the first 3 quarters. He only took 2 shots in the fourth. So they lose the 2 supreme tests of the season.
They are 3rd in the NBA in offensive rating. That's the good news. The bad news is they are 5th worst in the NBA in defensive rating. They are going to give up a ton.
Dallas Stars.
Stars played Colorado on Saturday night, and they got doubled up. 6-3, they lose. And that was the first of a mega 5-day stretch at the American Airlines Center. They played Colorado on Saturday. Tonight, they've got the 12-2-1 New York Rangers in at 7 o'clock. And then on Wednesday, they've got the 13-4-2 defending champ Vegas team in. I'll be at that game. That's a TNT game at 8:30. So mega 3-game stretch at the American Airlines Center, but they lose the first one 6-3 to Colorado.
Cheap tickets for the Rangers, by the way, because I was looking at Stars
38?
tickets recently. Like, yeah, these are the cheapest Stars tickets coming into town soon. So if you want to see the 12-2 Rangers, you can go there for pretty cheap.
Jimmy Johnson finally gets in. We have Carolina Panther headlines, and we want to send you to AT&T on Thursday for Cowboys Commanders. Thanksgiving tickets brought to you by Miller Lite are going to someone that turns it on, leaves it on. The Expressway, commercial free right after this. But look, life is unpredictable.
Kinetics.
From the 25, play action. Young throws the ball, intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming down the left side is Bland. Catch at the 5. He did it again. He did it again. Undercut the first down pass, and Deron Bland said, I don't think I've scored in about 2 weeks.
His 4th pick 6 of the year made it 30-10. Deron Bland with more receiving touchdowns this season than Devontae Adams, Chris Olave, and George Pickens. He's got 6 interceptions on the year and 11 since the start of last season. That's most in the National Football League. Lowest passer rating against among corners who have been thrown at this season. Opposing offenses have lost, RJ, this is a stat for you, minus 47.6 EPA targeting Bland this year.
Oh.
Minus 47.6 expected points added throwing at him. That's the second most in a season in the next-gen era. And Bryce Young, by the way, 3 pick 6s this season. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby, and it's the Expressway. Commercial-free for the next 40 minutes. We have a Cowboys-Commanders ticket giveaway when Peyton gives you the cue to call. Jimmy Johnson finally getting in, and we're about to have some Carolina Panther headlines. But we got to have some serious discussions about Deron Bland, because to me, it's been treated like, and we're guilty of it as well, it's been treated like, okay, we'll talk about him when he gets a random pick 6. We'll talk about him when he scores a touchdown. But we're not having any Trayvon Diggs type discussions about Deron Bland. We're not having any like real corner, Pro Bowl, All-Pro Defensive Player of the Year discussions when it comes to Deron Bland. And it feels like we need to. That play was special that he made. That was no fluke. That was no deflection. That was no tip. That was a super special, freaky, athletic play that he made in order to put this game away.
It was a really nice play. That's the kind of play you want from your DB. Listen, if he misses, he's got a lot of space. Got a lot of space. Now he knew he had the sideline, so maybe that was at least one defender there, the sideline of the defender. But I mean, that's just something that you love to see. And he's doing it more consistently, or different. I shouldn't say more consistently, in a different way than Diggs did it, because he's doing it over a 2-season stretch where he's got multiple, 4 or 5 last year, and then now 6. So it's fantastic.
Yeah, he's Seth Walder had the note recently that
I like that.
Deron Bland is number 1 in the NFL in yards allowed per coverage snap, and he is number 1 in the NFL in EPA per coverage snap. So he is really, really good. Basically what that means is he's not allowing any yards, like regardless of the volume of the amount of times that he's in coverage. And it means that he's contributing more towards the team's victory and their efficiency than anybody else in the NFL. He is somebody who won't win it. He's not going to win DPOY, but he absolutely should be in that conversation.
Anyone ever referred to it as DPOY?
Yeah.
DPOY.
I've never heard
It's not DPOY, it's DPOY. I heard you say it earlier. I wasn't going to correct you. I thought I'd give you a pass. I know.
DPOY.
Yeah.
All right.
I guess they call it Roy, right? They call it Roy for Rookie of the Year. I get that.
Headlines at 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. What are the papers? What should they be saying? What is the internet saying? And what are you saying to recap this Cowboys win over Carolina?
All right, so here we go. I got 4 for you here. Ready?
Okay.
Nothing bland about it.
I had bland stuffing.
Bland stuffing.
Yeah.
Okay.
No Thanksgiving. You know?
Yep. Nice ring to it, Jimmy.
Ooh, okay. I had curse lifted.
Oh, okay.
Because J-Ron Curse.
No.
Oh.
He was popping off on social media yesterday after this win.
I had, so it's the Tar Heel State, tarred and feathered.
I got it.
And then, I was seeing if you had another one there.
I know, sorry.
And then Carolina barbecued.
Okay.
There you
go. Ugh, mustard base.
I like it. I'm a big fan of it. I love mustard.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm a huge mustard fan.
Vinegar.
Yeah, I love the vinegar.
Tangy.
Absolutely love it.
It's gross.
I put vinegar on Texas barbecue instead of barbecue sauce. I just like the vinegar. I love vinegar. I will put mustard on literally anything.
Yeah, mushrooms.
Put it on mushrooms.
You put it on mushrooms.
Mm-hmm. I coat when I cook steak, I coat the steak with mustard before I cook it.
I had C Ford. Big old blowout. You got the explosion.
Micah Parsons saying that his first half motor was because he took C4 powder. His heart was about to explode. Great endorsement for the station.
Nope, it's great stuff. C4. I drank one just this morning, heading over here. I'm not deterred by it. Micah just needs to learn how to consume it. But C4 is one, and then because it's the Panthers, and then Micah is the Lion. Then you get an image of him sacking Bryce Young, and it says, "Here, kitty, kitty."
Okay. Pepe, any from the Tolos?
Yeah, you get one here from the 601. Carolina meets the Reaper. Like the pepper.
Oh, that's good. Carolina Reaper.
And that's it right now. That's it.
And Pepe has been trying to spy on T-Bone. The Tolos reminded us that we used to do a crosstalk behind enemy lines.
did.
With T-Bone from Carolina's morning show. Bland steak. Peyton, they're not delivering so far this morning.
No, nothing. I mean, they're laughing, but they're just it's nothing much. They're more college football right now.
College football.
Yeah,
Clemson.
Oh,
wait, Clemson.
Yeah.
Do they know what state they're in?
Oh, they won.
I mean, Carolina, it's like all
all
one big
encompassing.
thing.
It's just all one thing. Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of Bland, Dak Prescott talking about Duran's performance and that pick six.
Yeah, I mean, he's scoring touchdowns, and at that point, yeah, he's a part of the offense when he's getting in the end zone as much as he is. I'm always communicating with the guys, and I had watched these guys much on TV or checked out their offense. I asked, was he going to get an opportunity at one? And he told me he was going to get one. And so just laughing in the locker room post game, he said, "I told you I was going to get one." I said, "I didn't know you were going to score." And his expectations, his standards, he said, that comes with it, and that's just great to hear. That's what he believes in. Ball guy, you put it near him, inaccurate with a throw. Trust me, I've known it from the time that he showed up, just practice against the guy. He's a big-time playmaker, and he's doing a hell of a job, and proud of him. Happy for him.
All right, let's talk about Jimmy Johnson finally going into the Ring of Honor. Bobby sends us the text. I think Jimmy's about to go in. When Jerry Jones schedules this press conference 20 minutes before kickoff. Well, that was his appearance on Fox, and I guess he met with the media as well. So Jimmy's finally going in for the Cowboys-Lions game December 30th in Arlington. Why did they pick that game? Because apparently Troy Aikman is going to be on the call, so he'll be there as well for Monday Night Football.
Yep, that's what it is. It's the Troy Aikman thing. I was trying to think, when was the last time or how often have they announced Ring of Honor in the middle of the season? The only other time I can remember them doing it was they did it with Gil Brandt, and that was when they were trying to get Gil into the Hall of Fame. And they were like, they knew that they needed to try and give him a little bit of a push. I'm going to be conspiracy theorist here.
Well, good, because my first question for Jerry tomorrow at 8:30 is, why now?
Because of the Chargers game. When they met up in L.A. in the Chargers game, I think he made up his mind during that 20-minute conversation that everybody... I don't know what was said during that 20-minute conversation, but this reeks of just being thrown together recently. And, I mean, that Chargers game was, 4 weeks ago? And they had that very public conversation on the field where Jerry was like, I didn't even know Jimmy was going to be here. He hung around after the broadcast.
Yeah.
And they talked for 20 minutes on the field. I think something about that conversation pushed Jerry to make the decision. And that's why it seems so hasty, because I think it probably was made in the last 4 weeks.
Jerry said they made the announcement in Carolina because it worked with Fox. It was their last game on Fox. So here's Jerry. This is part of the reason why people hate the Cowboys, by the way. Jerry Jones, all important. I'm just giving the outside Cowboy point of view. You think you're so damn important, you hijack the Fox pregame show. You do it 20 minutes before kickoff. You do it in their stadium, which Clarence Hill called very disrespectful. You do it 20 minutes before kickoff. Clarence said, it says the game is not important. I hope the players don't have the same mindset. But that's why people are like, okay, you and your stupid team Ring of Honor, you get the national stage on Fox to do this years and years and years and years after you should have already done it. So how do we feel about the disrespectful component and accusation of this? You're doing it at Carolina before you take on the Panthers. Why not at home? Why not in Arlington? Even though Jimmy said it wouldn't have worked with Fox.
Why doesn't he get the atrium? Why doesn't he get the big, the Star Atrium announcement? Why doesn't he get the press conference room? That is one of the things that I thought was a little.
I really wish Jimmy would have just turned this whole thing down.
Said no. Was it T.O.?
I wish T.O. I wish he pulled a T.O. and was like, nah.
You know why though? Because
what if he skips it? What if he says yes? He just skips the ceremony.
He would never. This is absolutely important to him. Like, I know, like, there have been some people who go like, I don't even know how much Jimmy cares about it anymore. Jimmy cared about this one. Like when you've heard, this has been something that privately, like, he's really wanted when you talk to people. And so,
really?
Yeah, he's really wanted that recognition. He was really grateful, apparently, that he got the opportunity to get the Hall of Fame recognition at halftime last year or 2 years ago, whatever it was, that he got a chance to stand in front of the fans and talk to them, because that was something that mattered to him. And I think it's, like you mentioned, doing it on that ESPN game when Troy can be there, that's going to be really important to Troy as well because of how close he is with Jimmy. But it is a weird thing to do it in Carolina at their stadium 20 minutes before. It just all felt really, really odd the way that they were doing it. But you did start to get that sense yesterday, like when I was texting you guys, like, this looks like this is setting up for, they're going to make this really awkward announcement here in Carolina. And if I was on that team, if I was with the Panthers, I'd probably feel a little disrespected. Like, what is this? Like, you guys are coming to like our stadium and make this announcement? You've already taken over 80% of the crowd. Now you're going to do this?
Yeah.
It's a little disrespectful, it feels like.
What did you say about it last night on NBC5?
Well, it's surprising, but it's not surprising, that they're doing it. It's long overdue. And I mean, this is just two guys that had a feud that wouldn't let their feud go. And the feud was 30 years too long. 30 years too long, quite simply. It just lasted forever. And you could ask either one, you'll never get the right story on what exactly happened.
They keep changing it nonstop,
They keep changing it
over and over.
Jimmy was, Jimmy built the thing. I think Jimmy is completely underrated as an all-time talent evaluator. He's called a coach. What he really is, he's a talent evaluator. He is an elite talent evaluator.
I think that got damaged in Miami a little bit because
I think his coaching got damaged. I don't know if his talent evaluation.
Man, they didn't build a very strong roster in Miami while he was there. Now, what he got a lot of credit for.
The cap though, there was a cap there.
Here was what he got a ton of credit for. I remember Rick Gosselin talking about this years ago. That it was, he said Jimmy had just come out of Oklahoma State, Miami. Yeah. He was at the university, the top one. He was recruiting all these players. And then what he got to do is he got to enter the draft with like 20 picks a draft. And he knew all of these players for 4 years that were coming out. So his first 4 years here, he gets to build a roster with, I know exactly who's good coming out of college. Yeah. I just spent the last half a decade recruiting them to Miami. I know exactly who these guys are. And with all the darts he had to throw at the board, there were definitely some misses. But I mean, he had 20 picks to draft, and they would collect, 3 first rounders, and he was able to hit on it. And it's something unique that's never going to exist again in the NFL. The way that they built that.
And the fact that there was no salary cap allowed them to have starters as backups.
When you guys have tension between you and like a family member or something else, are you guys one of those types that when you hit the holidays, you're able to just like ignore it and not even talk about it? You're just able to pick up and treat it like, hey, it's the holidays. We're going to do, because I feel like that's the Jerry Jimmy relationship that they probably can't really stand each other very much at this point anymore. But then when they're in each other's presence, it's like, we're picking up like old friends. And for the sake of the kids, we're going to be civil here. Yeah. That's what it feels like. It feels like a holiday at my house when, you've got a sibling or whatever who's on the outs. It's like, well, we're just going to pretend that's not a thing right now.
I am, but I'm a fraud. So I am.
I mean, I don't have any family here. I guess my in-laws, you could say. But I generally don't like to act fake about it and just stay away. You're not invited, and we're not going over your house. I think the Miami, I think y'all overblow the Miami thing a little bit. He was 36-28 there, and Dan Marino was done. Marino was 35, 36, 37, and 38 for those 4 seasons. He went 8-8, 9-7, 10-6, then 9-7. That's not bad.
No, it's not bad. Was that after
8 games over 500 in 4 years? Marino was. I think Marino was shot,
and that was post Achilles tear, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they were a perennial AFC contender leading into Jimmy's years there. Jimmy was brought in to push them over, and he didn't.
Well, they were a perennial AFC wild card to Buffalo. They're never winning the AFC East. Right. They're always Buffalo's stepchild. But I think remembering him as a talent evaluator over a coach is very, very fair and is very, very deserved. I can't get the negative out of my mind in responding to this on how unnecessarily petty, insecure it was on Jerry's part. Like, disgraceful, really. It really was. And it's so small. And there were people thinking Jerry would never put him in. Steven would have to put him in.
Isn't there, and that's part of why I think my conspiracy theory is something changed on that football field in LA a month ago, is that something was said that moved Jerry in some way. And I don't know, maybe he'll tell us about that tomorrow, but isn't there something to be said about Jerry, who is the eternal optimist, and we don't, people always talk about, oh, how good he is to them and stuff like that. Isn't there something to be said then, or at least makes you wonder that for him to hold a grudge this significant, this long towards that guy, doesn't it feel like Jimmy maybe had to have done something that hasn't been discussed that really was personally offensive?
Because Jimmy wouldn't kiss the ring. Because Jerry Jones, it's just like, I can't remember what baseball player said it. We want to be football players want to be us, and we all want to be rock stars or basketball players. Jerry Jones wants to, it doesn't satisfy Jerry to be a brilliant businessman. It doesn't satisfy Jerry ultimately to be a billionaire. It doesn't satisfy Jerry to be known as the guy. What is Jerry Jones' legacy? It's going to be like for the growth of the National Football League. That eats away at him deep down. That insecurity of not being known as a pure football guy. He's not in the ultimate cool kids club. To him, the cool kids club is not the billionaires. To him, the cool kids club is the guys wearing the eye black after the game. That's what Jerry has always yearned for. And the perception of him just signing the checks and not having the football acumen and eye to pick the Jimmies and the Joes, wash their socks, make sure that the jerseys look good and wash them. That killed Jerry. It kills Jerry, and that's why he always has to have his hands on everything from a perception standpoint. And the fact that Jimmy got all the real football credit, he could never get over it.
Why is Jerry not thought of as a football? What is Bill Belichick? Is he thought of as a football guy?
Generally.
Did Jerry play at a higher level than Bill Belichick did?
Yes.
Okay. So, the whole Jerry's not a football guy is the dumbest thing ever. The guy literally played a college football and a national championship, and he has been in football for 35 years. You cannot be in your field for 35 years and not be an expert.
Probably because...
Well, the business thing kind of hurts the perception of it. Right, he's so great in another area that it overshadows whatever we think he knows about football. It also doesn't, Bill has nothing else to kind of compare or do. So it's not just all football with Jerry. He's such a brilliant business guy that overshadows the football stuff. But to any of us really, let's be honest about it. Do any of us think Jerry can rip off this roster 1 through 53 and back?
Well,
does he pronounce all the names correctly? I don't know.
He doesn't pronounce the names correctly.
He may talk about
when Jerry's talking about the key to our defensive line, we need to get our hands up more. That doesn't make you sound like the ultimate football guy. Even though I agree with what you're saying about the level of college that he played, but
he's into a lot of things. So his time. So he's
Jerry watching the game? Exactly like if Jerry Jones and Brian Broaddus were in here.
I think he breaks the game down well. I don't think he knows the players the way.
Okay, do you think he's watching the game and saying all the X's and O's nerdy stuff like, oh, here comes a stunt, and oh, they're dropping this guy in the cover? Is he breaking it down from an X's and O's standpoint like that? Who would you get more from watching a 3-hour game with? I'm asking. Mm-hmm. I've never watched a game with Broaddus like that.
I don't think that Jerry's breaking it down like that. I don't think he's football ignorant by any means.
Yeah,
I just don't think that he's sitting down and breaking. I think part of the reason why he's thought of differently from Belichick is because Belichick plays college ball and then Belichick is off and he's into coaching. Jerry played college ball and then there was a 25-year gap where he's doing business and he's not around the game.
No one remembers that he played college.
Like all these other people, they leave college and then they're graduate assistants and then they're a defensive and so they never leave the game. They immerse themselves in it. Jerry had a 25-year break from him, but absolutely, Jerry was on a national championship team. He started. He was an offensive lineman. There's a lot of responsibilities there. I think he knows the game of football. It's just he's not thought of in that respect because also when all the football control was in his hands, they had an awful run.
They did, and listen, I mean, the game was far different then. The evolution of the game is so much greater now. I mean, who knows what they were calling things back then? Who knows how big was their playbook? 6 plays? Yeah, I have no idea, right? There's no way I have no idea what from 1968 in terms of if you played then to what you know now. In terms,
but
of
it's his job to know that.
Yes,
you have to know that when you want to call yourself the GM.
You do. Well, you need to know the players. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And you need to know the game.
You need to know the game. Do you need to know the playbook? I don't know if Howie Roseman knows the playbook. I don't know if Howie Roseman knows the game. Howie Roseman takes information that are given to him by scouts and makes the decisions.
Howie doesn't know his own roster, apparently, with this guy who's been on there for 50 years.
For Bernard?
We'll get to that in a little bit. The Tolos have been waiting long enough. Our huge thank you for turning it on, leaving it on, comes in the form of Cowboys tickets.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Washington Commanders at AT&T Stadium on Thursday, November 23rd, courtesy of Miller Lite. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we also need you to text that number for something we call Best and Worst of the Weekend. Cowboy phone calls at 8 o'clock for your very own Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Let's get to Best and Worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
Roberto, we have to start with you since you were out on vacation for a week.
Yeah, it was awful. It was first
you
off.
Miss us that much? You're that much of a workaholic?
I mean, the way Dak played against the Giants, you guys were damn lucky I was not in here on Monday to be obnoxious as hell. I was telling everybody at halftime, I was like, these guys are so lucky I'm not going to be there tomorrow because I don't care that it's the Giants. I'm gonna start the MVP train. Choo choo. It's gonna. I almost showed up just to talk about Dak that day.
Yeah. Said you went on G-Bag 5 times.
I didn't go on G-Bag once. I just brought pies up here. That was to give a shout out to Buttermilk Sky Pie Shop in Flower Mound. That was more about them than Flower Mound. But you guys get your breakfast burritos. It's not like you don't get nothing. But the vacation started out on Saturday with me getting rear-ended. Got hit in the back of the car, so that was great. So I was like, this is off to a great start. It's that's just one thing. I'm sure the rest of the week will turn around. Then Monday comes. Kristen ends up in the ER. She gets she got an intestinal infection. I can say that.
No, I know you can say it. I'm laughing at the infection.
Oh, well.
So what was it, like a stomach pain?
Yeah, it was just, she basically felt like she was digesting like razor blades nonstop. It was,
yikes.
She was just doubled over in pain, and they were like, yeah, your white blood cell count's really high and everything looks really bad on the CT scan. They're like, but here's a couple antibiotics. This should knock it out. But she was sick then Monday and Tuesday. And so then Wednesday, I went to the great doctors at Chronic Pain Relief, Dr. A, for a follow-up to the back stuff that I've been dealing with. And the MRI results showed that I have a fractured spine, essentially. I've got the, it's called a bilateral pars defect. So you guys mocking the ice packs that I stick on my back or saying my leg hurts.
We are.
Now you know why.
So you want to come in here, recap the first 20 hours of your vacation with a car accident, wife hospital visit, fractured back, and you want that to justify your medical complaining versus justify me making fun of you for being hypochondriacs.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if he has a fractured spine, that's not a I wouldn't put that in the hypochondriac category.
What he said, like it was kind of like a fractured spine.
It's a bilateral pars defect, which means that there's fractures on both sides of my of the very bottom vertebrae in my spine. And so what it does is it causes your spine to like shift forward and backward, and that's why I'll get like pain down my leg or whatever else, is that it just slides forward and presses on a nerve or whatever else. Now, I'm not going to be able to wear a back brace. Surgery is not likely right now. They don't know where this is going to go quite yet. We're going to take some conservative treatment first. It's the good thing about Dr. A. He's not just looking to get in there and cut you up at Chronic Pain Relief. But yeah, he did say, he's like, look, honestly, and this is really the best of the week, was that he said, your back muscles, man, they're fantastic. He's like, they're so damn strong. They have basically stabilized your spine and held it into place. And that's why it hasn't shifted much more, is that it should have, but Doesn't. He did ask me, he's like, so like you've got this parts defect. He's like, are you a gymnast? I was like, do I look like a gymnast? He's like, okay, well, typically we see this in gymnasts because they get trauma to the back and it can cause the fracture. But yeah, that's what it is, Chop. They get their back blown out. But this was, he said that basically your muscles, he said, look, the last year of really carrying the morning show has made your back so damn strong that it's kind of stabilized things. And I was like, Doc, they do a good job too, Sean and RJ. This isn't all just me. And he goes, well, Jerry doesn't know their names. And I said, that's a good point. Maybe that is it. And so that's how the week was. It was honestly, I was itching to get back in here though. So.
Did you sleep a ton? Did you wake up late?
Oh, I woke up late yesterday. Allegedly.
Yeah, you slept a lot yesterday.
Yeah, according to some people.
Past the pregame
no,
show.
but I was. So no, I did get. There were a couple mornings where I did not wake up till 11 a.m.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for you.
You texted me about where the burritos were from on Friday, and I texted you like way later. I had woken up at 10:40 that morning.
What are you talking about?
God. Oh, so on Friday when we had the food brought up by Tolo Eric, he said, "Where do you get breakfast from?" He had texted me, and I was like, "I don't know." I was trying to think of that place Bobby got the burritos from.
The Grubhub ones, the big giant ones.
So
and I couldn't remember where it was.
He didn't text me,
but I was asleep.
Peyton Russell already got his Thanksgiving out of the way. He already had it in best and worst of the weekend.
Yeah, some people have to work the Cowboys games on Thursday, so I am unable to be there on Thanksgiving at my residence house.
Parents' house.
So nice we had to have the family over, my mom's side on Saturday night. So we did that. The rolls were thrown.
Now, Bobby, did you hear this? Did you hear the Peyton tradition?
No, I did
he
not.
Asked about in the payload, asked about Thanksgiving traditions. They all pick up rolls and they throw them at each other.
Rolls on rolls.
In the Russell estate. So Grandpappy and Grandma,
Grandmommy,
they're dodging rolls being chunked around the table that they all toss.
Man,
why?
Could you imagine the Meemaw in there trying to duck rolls?
Meemaw, Grandpa.
Why?
Because we just want a tradition. No one wants the boring just passed around the basket. All the other food gets passed around. The rolls, though, you can throw it, and other people can, usually catch it. I made the mistake though on Saturday. I tried to go over the chandelier, and
the chandelier,
crystal, I assume.
Yes, crystal and silver. But yeah, it hit the top of the light, and then it just it flunked down on the table.
You the chandelier piece?
No, the roll.
You failed by not recording this.
Yeah.
You really did.
Yeah.
It should have been rolls just being tossed back. So
left and right.
This is the first year that you've done Thanksgiving this early? First year ever?
Last year because I had to work the game again there. But usually it's around like Wednesday or Thursday. And then we'll do one more on my dad's side on Sunday. The Sunday after Thanksgiving.
So did the girlfriend come to this?
She did not make it. She
she was supposed to, right?
She was invited, and her parents had planned stuff already for Saturday, which I know it's not Thanksgiving, so it's not like weird to.
What did they do?
What was the plan? Big plan.
Oh, mom wanted to go shopping with her and stuff.
What?
So I know
you've been broken up with.
So you think the mom knew and then did this on purpose to sabotage me?
Knew what?
Knew that
she knew that her daughter was invited to meet your family for Thanksgiving, and she goes, "No, there's a special in North Park."
She heard life hacks. She's like, "You're not going on that shit. You're not going over that house."
Oh no, she was listening. Yeah. So no, it was just family stuff, and she was supposed to come at the very end, but then end up not. But I didn't make a big deal about it. It was 5 days before actual Thanksgiving, so whatever.
All right,
Choppy.
Let's see. You got the best or the worst first? Your pick.
Worst.
All right. Man, we got a cougar on the loose in our neighborhood.
Ooh, what's her name?
What's her name? Yeah, damn
it is a big cat. It is a big cat.
Is it a Crazy Plane Lady?
It's not Crazy Plane Lady. That's tomorrow 9 a.m.
Come pick up your boxes, lady.
It's not Come Pick Up Your Boxes Lady either, although she's the one that told everybody about it.
Ice Cream Lady Back for Revenge?
It's not the Ice Cream Lady Back for Revenge. This is, we have a lot of bobcats. We got some coyotes. But someone spotted a cougar in the trail right behind in the neighborhood. And this is no bueno. This is no good, man.
A cougar?
A cougar.
What's the difference between a bobcat and a cougar?
80 pounds?
I have no idea.
I mean, big size? I don't know. I mean, I really don't. Honestly, I don't know. And it's probably not an actual cougar. Nobody knows. People think panthers, jaguars, cougars. They're all kind of in the same. They're
family.
big cats, right? But we've got a cougar in the neighborhood, and now I'm petrified because I go to the car at 4 a.m. Sean, when do animals hunt?
Dark.
At night.
Darkness.
And I'm just waiting to be sabotaged. we got like 8 feet between houses. It's very, very dark back there. I'm going to go in today. I'm going to put lights everywhere. Lights are going to be everywhere.
Have you thought about just cleaning out your garage so you could park in there?
Well, yeah, but then where's Sarah going to park? She needs to park. Somebody needs to park.
You don't have a double.
Yeah, we do. There's no way you can fit 2 cars this day. We got the freezer and the fridge out there. There's no way.
But doesn't Sarah leave when it's light out?
Yeah.
So Sarah should park outside.
Doesn't she wake up when you get home?
No, she's not awake. She's up now. She's awake now.
So if she leaves
she's
when
at the gym,
if she leaves when it's light out, though, then she should park outside because then there's no threat of being attacked.
I would feel unmanly having her park outside while I get the garage.
Yeah, I had to do that switch in my family.
I had to take the Explorer this morning instead of the car because
first world problems.
No, because Kristen's gonna let Jacob drive my car today.
You're letting him drive.
She's letting him drive. I just found out about this last night.
Put the GPS on him?
I probably should. Yeah, put one of those little like air tags on the tire or something.
And your best?
My best? I can't believe I'm going to say this with a straight face. I had an amazing pork chop on Saturday. Okay. I think we went to the ranch in Las Colinas. That was the best damn pork chop I ever had.
Wow.
I love a good pork chop.
Kristen loves the ranch.
Super tender. Are you a pork chop guy?
A good one.
I think a good
dry.
pork.
It's hard to
Yeah. This thing, I mean,
there's this place here on the porch.
Yep.
The porch. We went there with Big E, but they had the best pork chop I've ever had in my life over here.
I cut this thing with a fork. It was fantastic. It was amazing.
I thought you were gonna praise your fiance's cooking, not the pork chop.
I mean, I'm feeling a little rumblage today. I think it's the potatoes, but she made what was it? Short ribs. Short ribs over the weekend, braised.
Yes.
Whatever that means.
Yeah.
But they were tremendous.
They looked impressive.
Yeah, they were very, very good. We should put a lot of 6 hours in the crock pot with those things.
Oh.
Fantastic.
What is braised?
I don't know.
Sean?
Crock pot.
Put
maybe.
it in some liquid, let it boil.
Yeah.
Okay. It's so funny. Instead of baking, you got to call it roasting. Instead of simmering, basting, it's got to be braising.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of fancy.
Yeah.
I just
Good
found out.
food weekend.
I just found
Solid
out,
food weekend.
I just found out brined was just salt water. That's all that is. That's
Yeah.
all I discovered.
Yes. There it is. The Expressway. Congratulations to the Tolo who won the Cowboys Commanders Thanksgiving Day tickets. And thank you to Miller Lite for allowing the hookup. If you're still calling or if you're still on hold, we got your Cowboy phone calls for your star up, star down. You can talk about Jimmy Johnson. You can get ready for the Commanders. Take you anywhere you want for star up, star down. Brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Your Cowboy calls are next with Sean and RJ.
believe in a home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Cholo, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And it's 3rd and 13. Points play, perhaps. In the gun, it's Young with Hubbard on his right, back to throw. Here they come again, and down he goes. That time, Parsons was second or maybe third. Lawrence got there first, and then Fowler. And Lawrence, I believe, will get credit for the 3rd sack.
Tank with a huge play on 3rd and 14. Carolina inside the red zone. 9 first-half pressures. Bryce Young was harassed. That may be the number one thing in the National Football League that you want to avoid, besides Patrick Mahomes. The Dallas Cowboys with a lead, because your quarterback is going to get destroyed. At one point in this game, the passing yards were 126 to 23. Dorrance Armstrong, Mozzie Smith, Micah Parsons with a career-high 3 sacks as the Cowboys feast against Carolina's O-line. They beat the Panthers 33-10. Your star up, star down, brought to you by the Big Green Egg. Right now, at 877-881-1053. We got the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Do we have Jordan Montgomery's price tag? That's coming up at 8:20 this morning, and we have an answer from the crazy plane lady. That's coming up in 20. Your Cowboy calls right now. Let's start with Andy in Dallas. Andy, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, Bobby and everybody else. How about them Cowboys this weekend?
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good.
They won. 30 on the road.
Absolutely, but I heard Bobby hurt his back even being off.
Yeah, I'm soft.
So
That's what we've discovered.
I don't know what's going on there.
Do you have a point?
No, not really. I just called in to give Bobby crap about hurting his back while he was actually off.
That's
Okay.
what I do.
Thank you, Andy.
I'm soft. Everybody knows it.
Man.
That's the depressing thing.
Man, Jimmy and Plano. Jimmy, you are next up on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Bobby, not only are you soft, you don't know what you're talking about. My star down is for Bobby for putting the letters MV and P together when it comes to Rain Dakota Prescott.
Oh yeah,
He beat the Giants' third string defense, and suddenly he's an MVP because he could throw 75% against literally nobody.
I mean, it's
Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. He's fine. He doesn't deserve any more than he already gets. He is a good quarterback. No more, no less. And the idea that you would put MVP together is laughable, and one of the reasons why I say you ruined the morning show.
Okay, well, he is second. No, hold on.
Jimmy.
Oh, he hung up because he's P-word, I guess. Go ahead.
You get to respond.
I have nothing to say to him. Look,
That's not the way radio works.
Well, here's the deal. If you want to talk about like every metric that we have, it says that he's one of the 2 to 3 best quarterbacks in the NFL this season. Like every single metric we have to measure level of play says he's at the top of the league this year. So yeah, generally, if you are one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the league, period, but you're doing it on a playoff team, specifically one in Dallas, yeah, you get MVP talk, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be in the MVP discussion.
He's not as high as what the media has been trying to, where they tried to put him last week, because, you do have to take into account the beginning of the season. Yesterday did not help his MVP candidacy.
Yeah.
For me it's Tyreek, and let's see what happens with A.J. Brown tonight. I'm so tired of the quarterback just being given the award, and Tyreek went out and balled again yesterday. But Dak has been, lights out and incredible during a 4-week run. But to me, there's no obvious candidate, even though Pat Mahomes is the favorite in Vegas. Let's see what Mahomes does tonight. Is Jalen Hurts out of this thing? And no one has gone and grabbed this award. No. And Dak certainly did not put himself into that conversation early on in the season. He's balling right now.
Yeah, this is what Dak, 15, I saw a stat over again. 15 of the last 16 quarterbacks.
Good call, Jimmy. Good call.
15 of the last 16 quarterbacks to win the MVP were on the 1 or the 2 seed. You've got to be on the 1 or the 2 seed to win it.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're talking about a year where we were talking about receivers being in the conversation because there's nobody that's like totally separated themselves, then they would love to give the MVP to somebody in Dallas. Like, writers would love to do that.
Oh, you
It's
think the writers around the country would love to give it to the Cowboys?
Right? I honestly do.
They're sick of this team.
No. That's like if you can justify a reason to give it to a Dallas Cowboy, they will. It's just you haven't been able to.
Why would the writers care?
Because the writers fall into the writers fall into the same trap that the rest of the national media does, which is just the Cowboys are the Cowboys. They are America's team. They are the biggest draw. If he's playing well enough, he'll get the talk.
Give me your 1, 2, 3 MVP.
I don't know. It's honestly, it may be for me right now because it's such like a toss up. It may be if San Francisco hadn't struggled, it would have been Purdy. But right now, I don't know. It's complete toss up. Purdy, Tua's in there probably. Mahomes, Dak. Like I think it's a conversation of like 5 or 6 guys.
David in Dallas. David, you are up next. Let's see if we can make these calls 3 for 3 on the Fan.
Yes, sir. Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, so it's hard to be negative about a victory, whatever, but to be nitpicky, I think if we're going to compete against a team like the Eagles, we have to do something and step up on our 4th down defense. It doesn't have to be 4th and 1, but even our 4th and 2s, 4th and 3s, I don't know if that means to drop Micah back and get him off the line or what, but I think that's going to be my start down.
Thank you for the call. Or remember that, Adam Thielen is like the only receiver and weapon that they have, and maybe cover him in every big moment, which they forgot.
I mean, that would be nice. That would be nice. Real quick on the MVP, Purdy leads in QBR, DVOA, and adjusted net yards per attempt, and it's really not close. Like if today he has to be it.
Is he having a better season than Tyreek Hill?
Oh.
Try to make all things equal. Who's having the better season?
See, the tough thing about trying to judge any receiver, and this is what they've run into with the award, is that when you're talking about that, you then separate it and go, if Tyreek's having such a great year, that then in turn means Tua's probably having such a great year. So how do you take it away from the guy who's then distributing to everybody other than Tyreek as well? And so if you say he's having a great year, then at that point I would think that would just elevate Tua above Purdy in a lot of people's minds.
JP in Plano. JP, you're up next here on Sean and RJ.
Hi, good morning. First of all, that guy Jimmy is a punk for not defending his points. Bob's a great addition to the show. And my thoughts are, is the timing because, and I don't want to think this way, but is the timing possibly due to Jimmy having some kind of health issue and Jerry kind of pushing this forward a little bit?
Well, fair question. We don't really want to speculate on health issues, but something caused them to call this impromptu press conference and say, let's put Jimmy into the Ring of Honor. Maybe it was their previous interaction, as Bobby was speculating during the Charger game, because as Troy Aikman points out, he's like, Jimmy Johnson doesn't go to NFL games.
I know.
And the 3 games we know he'll be at this year, Cowboys Chargers, Cowboys Panthers, and Cowboys Lions, when he gets inducted. I don't know why. It's something that we'll probably never be able to know, because this whole thing is has been so stupid, and so petty and so ridiculous. So I don't know what it was.
I'd be lying to you if that thought didn't cross my mind. That does one of them have a health issue that sped this up? I would be lying if that didn't cross my mind yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's natural to probably just think that way. Now we obviously can't know, but I think you just referenced, I think something had to have been said a month ago, and this felt so rushed. Like, it just seems like, and Jerry's always said, look, they'll go in when I decide, when I just make up my mind, when I say I want them to go in. It's a one-man committee. When I want them to go in, they go in. Something over the last month changed for him, and he decided to put him in. We just probably won't ever know what that is until he tells us tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Jerry at 8:30. Brandon in Fort Worth, you're next up on the Fan. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, what's up, guys? First-time caller. Long-time listener. Hey, Bobby, I wanted to push back a little bit on the Tua Tyreek MVP, what you were going back and forth about.
Yeah.
Would you consider the yak yards that Tyreek gets to be a little bit of an advantage over Tua's?
Great point, and you're right.
Yeah. I mean, that can absolutely be part of it. Again, I would think it would just be the problem is the yak is definitely part of what's considered there, but you've also got to look at the fact that then Tua is also responsible for all the ball placement. Like we give Dak, or have given Dak crap before for not having the ball placement that allows his receivers to get yak. So like you got to include that, and you got to include what he's done with everything else on the offense. And so look, Tyreek, if there's any receiver that's going to win it, Tyreek's got the best case of anybody probably over the last 20 years, something like that. I mean, he's got a fantastic case, and he should win Offensive Player of the Year. It's just MVP, it's so difficult for a receiver to get it because anything a receiver does is then the quarterback has those stats plus more. That's just hard.
It is. And like, there's a lot of people that would put a lot of yak on the quarterback because of where, like you said, like the ball plays. Like you can't get yak if it's a bad pass, or it's much more difficult to get yards after catch if it's a bad pass. So I would give Tua not as much credit for that, but a good portion of it.
If Tyreek Hill is open by 10 yards, I'm not giving Tua credit. Tyreek Hill is going to have this type of season. Tyreek Hill, Tua needs Tyreek way more than vice versa. Sure. Way more. Steve and Garland. Steve, you're next up here on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline.
Hey, how you doing? First time caller.
Thank you.
I had a long day at church and I was sleepy and tired. And on the interception from Blade, which was exciting, did we miss a field goal?
Missed the extra
point.
Yeah.
Okay. I woke up this morning and calculated. I said, did we miss a field goal? And I was just wondering. I was like, oh, well, but a great game. Go Cowboys.
Thank you for the call. I think he had made 20 straight field goals after the early one. That made it 10-0. So that is the first 20 field goals of Brandon Aubrey's career made. Go ahead, get the meaningless extra point out of the way. Get it out of your system.
Yeah, he's got 2 missed extra points this year. It's about time to start finding another kicker.
Justin in Fort Worth, you are up next on Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Jay.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. Brian Broaddus earlier mentioned about, during this time of the season, it's really tough to win games. And we saw the Giants beat the Commanders. That was, that came out of nowhere. But in your opinion, what record do we need to go here as we head into December to at least make a playoff run with these tough games coming up here in December? Thank you.
I mean, they got to go. They got this 5-game stretch coming up. Assuming they beat Washington, that'll put them at 8-3. So they probably need to go 3-2, I would think.
Well, where do we want them to end up? That's a tricky part of this, to dodge San Francisco. Where do we want the Cowboys to end up?
You want to be on the 1-4 line to dodge San Fran. As I don't think San Fran's getting the 1 seed. I think it's gonna be tough for them to get the 1.
I mean,
they've got to leap 2. They got to leap 2 teams.
Philly's supposed to lose tonight
by a lot.
Bobby's calling for a double-digit Kansas City win. I love that.
Look, I mean, this is we talk about the 5-game stretch for the Cowboys. This is the Eagles' next 5 games: on the road against the Chiefs, at home against the Bills, at home against the 49ers, on the road against the Cowboys, on the road against the Seahawks.
Yeah, that's not number 1 wrapped up at all.
It's not wrapped up. I'm saying, but Detroit's also there. And they've got a very easy schedule. Like their schedule, they got Green Bay. They're going to have Minnesota twice, which is not going to be easy. Not a cakewalk. I think they have the Raiders thrown in there, and they got the Cowboys. I think Detroit's got 1 loss left.
San Fran's got a tough schedule. They're on the road against the Seahawks, on the road against the Eagles, at home against the Seahawks, on the road against the Cardinals, at home against the Ravens, Commanders, Rams.
Kevin in Weatherford. Kevin, you are up next here for Star Up, Star Down. Go ahead, boss.
Yeah, I always star up. But my comment, Bobby, I think you're a great addition to the morning show. I like the interaction you bring with your opinion.
Thank you, Kevin.
One of the callers earlier said that could this be related to Jimmy's health? Well, I was when I saw this, I was thinking maybe it's Jerry's health. I'm proud of him for, biting the
bullet.
Well, he's at least to that idea, or he has started this interaction. I thought maybe he's seeing the realization that he needs to get this done if he wants to get it done, and not be such a turd about it.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. Miguel and Crowley finishes off. Miguel, you're next up on the Fan.
What's up going on? What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Sean, my Bumble buddy.
What?
Wait a second. Oh, no!
Yeah, this is your Bumble buddy.
What? I'll tell you after. Go ahead.
Bobby, did you take your medicine this morning?
I did not. I drank my C4, though.
Okay.
I feel good like Micah.
That's why you sound like a freaking robot this morning, and you're making me fall asleep driving on the road.
Whoa!
That's what I'm
I
here
want to hear
for.
some more excitement in your voice. You sound like Siri out here just talking sports.
It's 33-10 against the Panthers. I mean, what do you?
Man, I don't care. You should be excited to win.
I'm excited to win, and I'm excited that we're here in Thanksgiving week, and they'll beat the Commanders. You got a 5-game stretch coming up. And look, if you want to talk about impressive, there's nothing impressive about that victory yesterday. You win by 23 on the road against a team that you execute against. That's literally all they did yesterday was they executed Miguel.
I agree with you. It wasn't as impressive. Like, it took us almost 3 quarters to get up on them. Like, last game, it took a whole quarter to get up on the Giants. Like, what does it take to get started early and not have to wait till the third quarter to say, yeah, here we go, we're winning? Or in the beginning of the game, like, here we go again. They're out in 4. Like, it's.
I don't know. I mean, I'd find that argument all the more compelling if you weren't delivering it to me like a robot, Miguel. That's the problem.
Whoa, yeah. Miguel, is your wife with you?
No, she's at home.
All right, I'm going to tell the story then next. Why am I bumble buddies with Miguel from Crowley? We'll also give you an update on Crazy Plane Lady having her people getting in touch with RJ's people. And has the price been set for Jordan Montgomery? That's all next on The Fan. But
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to listen to the Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ, because we have a loaded and crazy lineup for tomorrow. Jerry Jones at 8:30, Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, in studio, 720 Expressway, to get you ready for your Thanksgiving turkey. I heard Brian Broad has been talking about baking turkeys on G-Bag, but tomorrow we're going to have Matt Pittman try this every other week with Meat Church, since the barbecue appearance he made dominated the YouTube numbers. He got more YouTube views than Jerry Jones on that Tuesday. We had them both on. So Jerry at 8:30, Matt Pittman, Meat Church at 7:20, and then at 9 o'clock, RJ Choppy has officially booked, we believe, the Crazy Plane Lady in studio.
Back there is not real.
We got the confirmation Friday, 3:40. She's locked in for Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Over Zoom?
No, in studio. She said pass the address and any arrival details and suggested questions.
So how'd you get this done?
Her publicist or whatever, or someone's helping her out, is a friend, is the sister of a friend of mine. So that's how that happened.
Are you certain we're not getting pranked?
KNC?
By KNC?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm certain they're not pranking us. I'm not certain she's not going to flake.
Right.
But I'm certain they're not pranking us.
That was just a stupid question.
She tagged me in a Instagram post yesterday that she had.
She tagged you?
Yeah, it's and I reposted it. She was on a Dallas, Texas TV account. She was on with them. So yeah, I feel pretty decent about this.
I've got several questions that I'll probably have to run by Sean to see if I'm allowed to ask them tomorrow.
My wife was annoying about this yesterday. She was really annoying. I was like, "Oh, Choppy, he booked Crazy Plane Lady." She's like, "Why?"
That's what Kristen said.
Yeah, and I was like, because she's a viral superstar, and she's like, "Yeah, like a year ago." And I was like, Saturday Night Live, I think, just did a skit on her.
Literally Saturday.
Yeah.
Literally this Saturday.
And she's like, I just think y'all want her in there because she's hot. And I was like, well, we do want fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube numbers. There's no doubt about that. But I was like, no,
she's a fan cam girl.
Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid about this. This type of annoying wife crap.
Yeah,
we're doing radio.
Look,
we're doing professional radio.
Look, she's been on Barstool recently. She is clearly a much discussed sports figure in that sense. She's selling Micah Parsons shirts now, I saw recently. So
she'll have a higher YouTube number than Meat Church and Jerry Jones maybe combined.
Yes.
Combined.
I think.
So that's
who was really I had mentioned this over the weekend when I was talking to Chef Eric, and he was like, do you think she likes macaroon tattoos? And he's like, she is it because that's what he's got on his bicep. He's like, she is so fine. I love that girl. And so she's gonna break. She's gonna break
tattoo
records.
of a macaroon.
Several macaroons.
He's a baker.
Yeah, he's a baker.
But okay, is it
not a chef?
Is it the real macaroons or the ones they try the ones that look like a cookie, or the real ones?
What's the difference?
Well, the real ones are
all
little
look like
cookies.
cookies.
No. The real ones. See the ones that look like an Oreo. Those are the ones you'll see. Those that look like an Oreo. The real ones, the Italian ones, are the ones that have like coconut on the outside. It looks like almost like a sausage ball.
I'm gonna trust that he knows what a real macaroon.
I'm gonna trust. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe
Whoa!
Look, it could be a mistake. If she comes in here with 1 or 2 word answers, that's gonna be a bad interview.
Could be terrible.
That's our job to try to get it out.
She's been a good interview from what I've seen. I've seen her do a couple interviews. She seems like she's ready to talk. Now, do you have like a top question you think needs to be asked of her?
Well, the number one question we have to ask is when are you gonna do an OnlyFans? What did you see?
Get paid and get a rate.
How inebriated were you? Like she knows what questions are probably coming, but I don't know. I do feel a little bad calling her Crazy Plane Lady.
I mean that's her name.
But
right
she
now.
knows.
As of now,
I think some people think that she's cool with the way that she's embraced all this.
Yeah,
you've got to embrace this, right? Like you've got to. Like was this a stunt? Was this all fake? Is everybody since then fake? I mean, how many of these plane stories? We put
Are you
that
gonna hook
plane.
up with RJ's buddy?
People have claimed like the whole like same sort of DeMar Hamlin thing. This is an AI woman that she's not even real.
She's
So
not
we'll be
real.
able to verify if she's real or not.
I just want her to be talkative. That's it.
Yeah.
If she's 1-2 word answers, shrug of the shoulders, it's not gonna be great. But we'll try it in studio. Props to you for getting
Give it a
done.
shot. Well, thank you. Thank you.
I
I
noticed-
can't take
She follows like 80 people on Twitter, and one of them is Lucius. I saw that. That was a little random to me.
Okay.
But
And the
we
fan
got her.
account.
We got her. So
All right. Do we
we're
have
chopped it.
Do we have the number? So what else did Kristen say?
Just that she was like, why would y'all? What are you guys even going to talk to her about? I was like, I don't know. She's famous. Like people
Are we off on this?
should we not interview? I mean, KNC didn't get some much scrutiny for interviewing Ted Cruz. We people actually want to hear from old Tiffany. So I mean,
I don't know if they want to hear from her.
They want to see her at least.
All right, so tomorrow, Meat Church, Jerry Jones, Crazy Plane. That's a Tuesday.
That's Tuesday. That's a heck of a Tuesday.
After Monday night, Eagles, Chiefs.
And then no C.
Huh?
And then no C right after that.
No C?
Patrick Walker right after Tiffany.
I thought you were saying the OC. I was like,
right after.
No, the no C is what we call Mike McCarthy as a play caller.
Pepe, what's your number one question for Plain Lady? We should really just unleash him and turn it over to him.
Well, I do want to know what she was talking about the quote unquote talking when she replied to the fan account. I want to know if she meant like talking like dating or talking like I never made contact with you, RJ.
Okay.
I mean, mine would. I have to go this route, but the OnlyFans. It's the number one question out there.
It is. Jesus.
And
she's a marketing executive.
She just tweeted out and said that she won't do it, but I would have to ask if that's been in the plans.
Boy, just one missed like fake Thanksgiving dinner, and he's already trying to like get OnlyFans accounts. I do want to ask her several of like Peyton's questions. Like I'm gonna just be like, hey, just as a lady about town, an expert in the dating
lady
community.
about town.
I just mean like around town as an expert in the
Ask her
dating
Olive
community.
Garden.
I want to ask her about Olive Garden. That's what I want to ask her. All
no
the Peyton
queso on a first date.
Oh yeah,
one margarita
that you share.
No, she might not know anything about dating if she's single.
That's true. That's true.
I have no idea. I have no idea if she's single.
What do your parents say back to you or your family if you're like, I'm going out on a date, and they're like, oh, tell us about it. And you're like, you know that woman
She's
from...
the crazy play lady.
What is your family saying back to you? For real.
My mom's saying nothing. My dad
Jesus.
is probably saying you're married. And so, but honestly, if I'm single, my dad's probably just like shaking his head at me. Like, because my dad's the one who like, he still doesn't have texting on his phone. He's like one of these like, this generation. So he'd probably be like clout chaser.
She posted
Your mom would be like, she's Italian?
That's probably the first question would be.
Which I think maybe Hispanic if it's Gomez. I
don't know. I don't know what the last name or what the nationality is, but
yeah. How do you spin that? Like you're spinning that to your friends, family, and your parents.
Oh, it's great. It's great. You got to fly private now because she's banned from every airline.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
it's fantastic. It's wonderful.
She should get like a JSX sponsorship or something.
That's right. Okay, do we have the price tag for Jordan Montgomery? Aaron Nola is staying in Philadelphia, Choppy. 7 for $172. That works out to $24 a year. And Nola has been in these Jordan Montgomery conversations.
Yep, and that may be the number. They're both around 30 and 31, respectively. They don't blow you away with stuff. They're low 90s fastball, good command, and they're workhorses, man. I mean, Nola since like 2018, only Garrett Cole's got like more starts or innings pitched. His F-WAR is 5th in that same time for Nola, so he's been a really, really good pitcher, and he's been stable. He's been a workhorse. That's, I think, that availability. The greatest ability is availability. I think the Rangers hope they could get Monty at 20.
Ooh.
But I think that this is the number. I think the number is 24, 25.
It's not going to be 20.
No, I think that was their hope. But, this is also, we talked about this last week, was the whole sport going to sit around and wait for Shohei? And Nola was like, nah, I want to go. I want to be here. That's where I want to be. I want to be in Philadelphia. They made some headway over the weekend, and we'll see what happens now with the rest of if this maybe is a domino, because if I'm Montgomery, I want to get my money before the whole thing, everybody starts to, dip in their toes with other guys.
And then are they saying Philly out on Hader?
I did not see Hader.
Bob Nightingale is saying Philly is out on Hader. And so Bob
Good, I
Nightingale
hope so, the
said,
Rangers.
well, nope. He said now that Philly's out on Hader, that leaves really only Texas as the overwhelming favorite and the really interested party. So Philly was one that was thought to have some interest. Nightingale says that as it stands now, they don't look like they're totally involved in this. So he said that leaves the Texas Rangers as now an overwhelming favorite due to Philly's lack of standing in the race for him. So Josh Hader, man, that makes him tough in the back end.
Yeah, it does. I mean, look, he's a great pitcher. He's really, really good. I mean, that's a lot of money for a closer, for a relief pitcher. It's a lot of money. And I mean, that thing what happened at the end of San Diego where he refused to come into a game when they were still mathematically alive, that bugged me.
All right. What happened with the Formula One in Vegas that everyone was waiting for, predicting disaster for?
Max Verstappen won it. He wins the Grand Prix, an event that I did stay up for this.
What?
Yep. Wow. So it's like 10:30, and we're watching TV, and we see the pre-race stuff, and I'm like, wait a second, I thought this was tomorrow. I thought it was Sunday night, and then I was like, oh my god, it starts at midnight, which is technically Sunday.
Oh.
So I was like, oh, there you go. They got me. See, I should have known this, Bobby. I was an overnight guy, and you know that midnight's the next day.
Yeah.
So the pre-race, this is like the Super Bowl, man. This was amazing. This was fun.
Really?
Yeah. This was. They had Danica. They had Martin Brindle or Martin Brundle.
Sounds amazing.
Is the I don't know him very well. I don't really know him at all.
You're reading
I
off
just
the
don't love
sheet,
him.
yeah.
Well, I said the audio. This guy goes around. He is the dude, the short dude in the bar going up to every girl and getting rejected by every girl. Because the guy he's got this big giant. First of all, why do Sky Sports? That's the company that was doing this. Why do all these like European media outlets use these giant microphone things? These huge,
very soft-spoken people.
Yeah, very soft-spoken. Anyway, he goes around. He's getting shot down. Here he is going up to Shaq. It's a guy with a very respected and storied career getting shot down by Shaq.
Sir, thank you for coming to have a chat with us. How are you doing?
Lewis Hamilton, baby.
Okay, well, there you go. That's all you need to say. Lewis Hamilton, baby. That'll cover it. Right. Yeah, it's okay. Well, I've had a great television career, so honestly, it doesn't really matter, does it?
I've had a great career. I'm just going to walk over here to the other side of the place. This was fun, though.
So was this a disaster like people predicted? No one was going to show up? Prices were too high?
I didn't notice that it was a disaster. You couldn't see the crowd on TV.
Was it cool? You could tell they were going through Vegas? Like it translated?
Honestly, it was hard to tell. Like there were some spots where you could see like the Paris sign or the Eiffel Tower in the background. But for the most part, I mean, it looked like a regular road race. It was cool. That was fun to watch.
Bobby has the changes the Cowboys still need to make with a tough home stretch remaining on the schedule. Starting it off with the Commanders in Arlington on Thursday. The Cowboys changes that still need to happen next in Below the Bell. But Sean Sharif here. When you hire an electrician, safety is a top.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting for on an unheard of amount of 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not.
The 21, there's a little toss play to Pollard right up the middle of the 10. Puts his head down through a guy at the 5. Bangs to the goal line. Down, one man says down at the 1, the other one says touchdown, and there's a flag back at the 7.
Penalties decline. Result of the play is a touchdown.
A touchdown for Tony Pollard.
I ruined the morning show, and Jimmy and Plano ruined the Metroplex. I don't know. I don't have a comeback for that. All right. We have things that need to change here with the Dallas Cowboys as they enter this stretch run. Even though they're on a decent little run here. Obviously, they had the misstep in Philly, but they've played well over the last several weeks. And I think that we deserve a lot of the credit for that. Like, we were talking a lot about things that needed to change, and clearly McCarthy and the coaching staff, they listened to the show, and they made those changes.
I know he was in a glorious mood on Friday without you here.
Yeah.
We once again produced radio gold.
I mean, look, the fact that I was not here, I'm sure, made him feel much more comfortable, much more at home, because he knew he was in the friendly confines here with his buddies.
Yep.
And so didn't have the frenemy here. Here's the thing is that he also was probably thrilled because of all the assists we've given him to these victories and changing things. And we've got a couple other ones that I think we can give him. Some other things that will improve this football team.
Last week, while you were out, we went over the stats of shifts, motions, bunch formations. Broadus called me the other day, and he's like, it's clear as day after week 4, something changed in terms of going down the field. Brandon Cook's involvement, all these things after San Francisco, after the bye week, the numbers show that they all jumped, that they all did increase.
Yeah, and so I think that that's, again...
now it's a battle of ego to admit, and maybe you don't have to admit, maybe it's not the truth or the reality, that this was all planned, it was a natural progression, or this was a humongous change that took place after the 49er game. But fans don't really care about that. I
think that after the San Francisco game, and all kidding aside, outside of our own influence and involvement in this, I think that after the San Francisco game, I think that players were heard. Like, I think that there was probably a lot of feedback given from players that said, look, we got to change some stuff here. And I think that, to their credit, they listened. And they took that and they used it. Because when you look at... You don't have to do a deep film dive to tell that from Chargers game on, this has not been the same concepts. They're running different things. They're doing different things. Dak's running more. They're throwing the ball down the field more. It's no longer just the slant flats. It's no 1, 2, 3, get the ball out. Like, that's not what they're doing right now. There's been an embrace of concepts they've been using the last couple of years before they started to install this. I don't think they've thrown everything out the door. I think they're still doing a lot of the same concepts that they were doing earlier in the year. But there's definitely been some influence from the players, I think, that says, hey, let's work some of the stuff back in that we're comfortable with. And to the coach's credit, I think they said, you're right, we need to work some of this in. And so that's what you're seeing now. So here's some other things. Before I dive into my list of things that I would like to see added for the stretch run, you guys have anything that stands out as like a blinking light of Cowboys still are ignoring this, or Cowboys need to shift this, they need to change this? I know Dowdle to Pollard has been a big one for a lot of people. Is there anything that stands out to either of you as like they're missing something or overlooking something
Run
at this
game
point?
and run defense. That's not like one little overlook. I'm hoping that I was too impatient on the gelling of the offensive line. Tyron Smith is shutting up a lot of people right now, including me, but run game and run defense is still going to be an Achilles heel for this football team, I fear.
Yeah, I mean, it's
going to be a playoff kryptonite for them.
It's much worse if they're trailing and not being able to get off the field. In a neutral game, it's not the worst thing in the world. But yeah, when you're trailing, if they're behind the Philly or San Fran or Detroit on the road in a postseason game in the fourth quarter, and they need to get a big stop, and that other team's trying to run out the clock, I mean, that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to stop it.
I got a couple changes and tweaks that I'd like to see. In the first one, you said Tyron Smith is shutting you up. You would also say that this guy has shut me up, even though I don't think I was ever a hater. But, Sean, you told me I was a low-key hater of this guy.
Of who?
I'm about to tell you. You told me I was a low-key hater of this guy. One of the things I would like to see changed, we need to start reducing some Michael Gallup snaps, some Michael Gallup targets. I know he wasn't a glaring hole last week, but this has become a 2-year problem at this point. I don't know that Jalen Tolbert's ready to step up. I am in favor of an increase in Kevontae Turpin receiving snaps and routes run at the expense of Michael Gallup. So to me, one of the changes they can make down the stretch run is Kevontae Turpin getting more involved in the route concepts. I was never a hater of Kevontae Turpin.
You wanted to kick him to the curb after his Pro Bowl season. You totally thought it was overhyped, but
cost me $100 against Sandler.
You're not supposed to be gambling.
It's a different rule.
Oh, okay. So we don't have any Michael Gallup hope that has been refreshed whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay,
none for me. None for me.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not giving big plays to Turpin.
I mean, they're still throwing big targets to Gallup. Like to me, it's you can definitely work him in. Here's his snap counts over the last 6 weeks on offense from Turpin.
Turpin?
Yep. 2 snaps, 11, 13, 12. They've increased it, but while Gallup's out there playing 30 to 40 snaps a game, I think that can look more balanced. I don't think when you're talking about 30 to 40 snaps for Tolbert and Gallup, without Tolbert's been okay from what I've seen on tape, but when you're talking about difference maker, Turpin at least has a chance to make a difference.
I'm fine with that. I've never been the biggest Michael Gallup fan. Last 4 weeks, he's been targeted 3, 3, 2, 5. So they're not force feeding him or anything. Fine. You want to get more targets to Turpin? Deal.
Boom. Next one. I want more snaps for the Michigan tight end. That's what I want. Don't look
over
at me
Ferguson?
like that. No, not over Ferguson. I want to go.
You want to do 2 tight ends?
No.
What year is this?
Nope. Suckered y'all in just like I wanted to. Sean McEwen. I want Sean McEwen to get more snaps over Luke Schoonmaker.
Oh.
And McEwen has been in there a little bit more frequently. My idea here is Schoonmaker missed all of OTAs, basically. All of OTAs, missed some of training camp. I think you're clearly seeing he's just behind. And to me, it's like, hey, let's get a guy in there, Sean McEwen, who's been in the building for the last 4 years, has worked in the Dak yard, has spent his time there, is somebody who blocks well, somebody that Dak trusts, knows where he's going to be able to do those things. Whenever you're putting 2 tight ends out there, put McEwen out there instead. Let Schoonmaker, instead of worrying about game plans every week, let him spend more time in the classroom. I'm fine with just reducing his role for a little bit. It's a longer-term play anyway. Ferguson has stepped up more than you probably anticipated he would have, so it's not like you need to lean on Schoonmaker. So to me, while Schoonmaker's trying to basically catch up to all that OTA and minicamp stuff that he missed, just give those reps to McEwen for a little bit, maybe through the end of the season, and just really bank on year 2 for Luke Schoonmaker. So that's my thought there.
I did fall for that.
I fell for it too.
I've not heard anyone with that type of suggestion.
I suckered Brian with it the other day too. Brian was like, "Oh, you want to give more to Schoonmaker?" I was like, "Gotcha, fool." I'm talking about the other tight end.
I thought you were doing this to complete your narrative and try to be right, because Schoonmaker was your guy.
Yeah. I still really believe in Schoonmaker's upside. I think he can be a big time player for them, but it's something that he's clearly not ready. It's the same thing that happened with Tolbert. Tolbert ran into last year. He got hurt early on, missed OTAs, missed minicamp, and that set him back significantly. I think that's the same sort of thing that Schoonmaker ran into, and it just put him behind.
Because looking at these other rookie tight ends, man, makes me bitter. I'm seeing Laporta and I'm seeing Kincaid. And I'm like, man, they're balling out.
It's been frustrating.
The other one, was it Musgrave, rookie too?
Yeah. Musgrave was a guy they liked a lot too. But look, here's the thing with Schoonmaker is that time is so critical to them to get an understanding of just the classroom work, is that OTAs and minicamp thing. And he was just out during that time because it was like, I think the first practice he had like a calf thing or something like that. That's the same thing that happened to Tolbert last year. Tolbert wasn't able to participate in OTAs or minicamp, put him really far behind, and then he lost too much and his whole rookie season was gone. To me, it's just stop trying to force feed him in there or force reps to him while Hendershot's been out. Just let him take a step back until Hendershot's ready or whatever else you want to do. I would say give Sean McEwen more of the work over Schoonmaker at this point. The other one here, reduce another Michigan player's snaps on the defensive side of the ball. I need less Jordan Lewis. I need you to figure out something other than Jordan Lewis. And I love Jordan Lewis, but one of the other things you can do here to potentially compensate for that, because this is a guy who's played well in the box, he's played well when he's asked to do some stuff in the slot, free safety. I don't know why they stopped playing Wanye Thomas. Wanye Thomas was really good for them the first couple of weeks. He played 41 snaps in week 1 against the Giants. Then that went down to 16 snaps against the Jets. Since then, no snaps against Arizona. 13, 9, 3, 0, 16, and 7. And when he's been out there, he's not played poorly. He's been good. Whether it's been he's asked to play in the box like Marquise Bell, or he's asked to play back like Donovan Wilson, or he's asked to play in the slot like Jordan Lewis. He was asked to step in and cover for Jordan Lewis when Jordan Lewis went out. He took a lot of the slot snaps against the Giants last week, and he played really well. To me, whether it's Wanye Thomas or you try figuring out one of these other guys in your corner room, once Nashawn Wright's healthy enough, or Igbenogany, or whoever else you want to run out there, you've got to do something other than Lewis, because he has become the guy they pick on.
Why don't we bring Kelvin back? I know that you were out last
Yeah.
week. You couldn't advocate for that. He got cut in Miami.
Yeah, I know, which is awful for him. I know there's a great hip hop scene in Miami. There's a lot to do down there. But no, I would not. I know that Broadus was arguing for bringing back Kelvin Joseph.
Was he?
Yes, he was, because he said you've lost C.J. Goodwin, and so the special teams could stand him. There's never been any question. We know he's a great gunner. Everybody knows that. We've all seen that.
Yeah, he is.
It's the problem is him actually playing on the football field.
The gun wasn't mine.
Yeah, exactly. Kelvin John Morant. Whatever.
Of course, the corner that everyone's talking about is Deron Bland. Mike McCarthy on Bland tying the NFL record for 4 pick sixes in a season.
Just a remarkable young player. I think you just watch the way he plays, and it's a great example of the details that he plays with, especially for a young corner. The shallow crossing route kind of drifted upfield a little bit, and he cuts under it and takes a perfect angle and makes a huge play. So I just can't say enough about him. He's done it since the first day. He's played so well last year for us, and he's having an incredible season.
And here's my final bold suggestion. It's good you played that clip there. For right now, travel Deron Bland.
Travel him.
When they stick Thielen in the slot and they take advantage of guys like that, Bland's shown he can play the slot. He can play inside, outside. It doesn't bug him either way. So to me, it's...
Is he better one side or the other?
No, not that he's shown. A lot of people think he's better in the slot, actually, even though that's not where he played primarily. But he's somebody that I think if you've got a matchup like a Thielen, where they are not going to take Thielen out of the slot, if that's where they're going to stick him, they're going to play him, then travel Deron Bland inside. Don't let Adam Thielen, the only guy who can beat you on the Carolina offense, don't let him beat you. Move Bland inside, let him follow there. If they've got a guy who plays inside, outside, they move him around, just let Bland follow either side of the field, into the slot, do whatever. Bland has shown by far he is the best cornerback on the team right now.
Deron Bland has the same or more. Here are the guys who have scored the same or less touchdowns than Deron Bland on the year. Travis Kelce, Devontae Adams, DK Metcalf, Jalen Waddle, Tony Pollard. Deron Bland has 4. Travis Kelce has 4 touchdowns on the season. That is maybe improvement. Jerry Jones. Below the belt, back with us here on your home of America's team.
You ruined the morning show.
Wait, man. Yeah. Oh, man. They came at you at 8.
That's brutal.
Two of them. Bumble and Jimmy.
Well, we took.
Oh, yeah, we need the Bumble story.
I got to tell the Bumble story. Okay. So we were at a remote. We were at one of the Firehouse tours, and Miguel came up to me, and he said, my wife basically hates your guts. And I was like, oh, why? When I was single and I was on Bumble, apparently I initially matched with her, but I left her on read.
Red.
I didn't hit her back.
Okay.
He ends up marrying her.
Oh, wow.
So he's cool with it. Obviously, he's awesome. He's like making jokes that he got my leftovers. And she hates she hates my guts. So whenever the show's on in the car, she's apparently cursing me into the air because I never went back and forth on Bumble with her.
Man.
What a story that is.
What a story.
Right?
What a story. Hell hath no fury.
Hey, and then I went right home and I told my wife, you're welcome.
You got... Well, you're the leftovers.
Look at no. Look at how I got all these targets coming at me. And I left them on read for you, sweetheart. So don't be jealous of Crazy Plane Lady in studio tomorrow at 9:00. Final hour. We get you ready for Filthy against Kansas City. No showers in the NFC East. And are the Eagles going to play the 50-year-old apparently on their roster? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Steps up under pressure, runs out of a sack, then lobs it, and it's intercepted by Isaiah Simmons. Running down the left sideline. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Giants. Isaiah Simmons with the pick six to end it with 16 seconds to go.
Is that the loss that ultimately does in Ron Rivera? Final hour, fist pump time. Everyone in a fantastic mood because you got the shorter week, less cars on the road. Hopefully you're still turning it on, leaving it on, and you're fist pumping live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the return of the morning show in full force. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Giants 31, Washington 19. This game was in D.C. Not good for Ron Rivera and the Commanders at all. Sam Howell, who was leading the league in yardage with 3 interceptions. He was sacked 4 times. And Tommy DeVito, 3 touchdowns. He was doing work in the first half. And I'm very happy that the Giants got another win. Their 3rd win, keep them away from the top of that draft.
Yeah, and the top of the draft is going to be interesting because it might be open for business.
It might be.
But I don't know who has it. It might be open for business.
Boy, it should be enough to get you fired that you've lost to the Giants twice. You get swept by the Giants. You are a pathetic football team. And look, I mean, Washington's been competitive in games this year. I don't understand how you let that happen, especially at home. You let the Giants, that Giants football team, which is the worst team in the NFL to me. I don't care that they've won 3 games this year. That is the worst team I've seen this year.
They felt much worse than Carolina yesterday.
Yeah. Like, I mean, they felt much worse than, I mean, have you seen a team this year? Forget one that's even played Dallas. Have you just watched a team this year that you went, there's a team as inept as that Giants team in everything that they do? They can't run the ball. They can't pass protect.
They gave
can't
up
throw
9 sacks and won.
Yeah, and they won.
I got to see the sack disparity, the team sacks allowed, and how much the Giants lead the league by.
Oh, it's a good question. If they had won, if they had lost that game, you know, they would be the 4 pick instead of the 5. So it only hurt them 1.
Oh my God, I have the number.
Oh, I just saw it.
You want to guess how many sacks the Giants have allowed this year?
How many games did they play? They played 11 games. I will assume they've allowed at least 5 sacks per game. I will say they have allowed 71 sacks.
63.
How many have they gotten themselves? Kayvon Thibodeau's got like 9.
He does have 9?
Mm-hmm.
I was going to guess less than that. All right, so it's 11 games. I will say they have gotten 14.
It's 19. 63 to 19.
Is that good?
That is so bad. This is the worst.
How many sacks allowed are they ahead of the next team? Is it Washington, who's given up 11 less?
It's a good question. I'm going to have to look that up.
I'm getting some McAfee warning updates that I've not gotten in a long time on my computer. Probably because I looked at Roger Goodell and Kendra Lust. And
Nothing
now,
wrong with that.
63 down to 51.
She's a good mom.
Washington's allowed 51 sacks, 12 fewer than the Giants, who still beat them, allowing 9.
Yikes.
That's disgraceful.
Woo.
That's awful.
So it is, yeah. The next closest is the Commanders at 51, and then behind them is the Jets at 40. So you're talking about from worst to third worst is a 23 sack difference.
The draft today, if it were happening today, Carolina at 1, which goes to Chicago. So it'd be Chicago at 1. Then Arizona.
And you gave a report on Chicago?
Yeah, they said, just like last year, they would have to be absolutely blown away by the quarterback to move on from Justin Fields. So it would be Caleb Williams or Drake May or, just pick. There's going to be a couple of guys that are going to be picked the first round most likely. They said they had to be absolutely blown away to move on. So keep that in mind. So Carolina 1, that pick goes to Chicago. Arizona 2, New England at 3, Bears on their own at 4, Giants at 5, Titans, Washington at 7, Atlanta, Green Bay, Tampa. So the NFC would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the top 10 picks would be NFC.
Which makes sense. We talked all this offseason about just how bad the disparity was in quarterback play between the AFC and the NFC.
Elsewhere around the NFC, for the purposes of scoreboard and standing, watching for the Cowboys, San Fran won. Brock Purdy, perfect QB rating. That had not happened there since Joe Montana.
Ayuk is on fire!
I cannot believe they did that.
And I got fired. And I got fired from the D-League, the NBA.
That's right. The Detroit Lions with a huge comeback win against Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. They were down 12 late in this game. Late. We needed Detroit to lose to jump them in terms of home field advantage. They come back down 12 with 4:15 left. They are 8-2 for the first time since 1962. And you had the Browns, that's AFC, beating Pittsburgh, but Adam Schefter had this note. For the first time since 1969, the Lions and Browns each have won 7 of their first 10 games. Last time that happened, Jets were the defending Super Bowl champs. Belichick was a senior at Annapolis High School in Maryland. Apollo 11 landed on the moon. The last time the Browns and the Lions won 7 of their first 10. Wow. Seattle at least lost to the Rams as Sean McVay continues to own Pete Carroll. So that's the way things look in the NFC. And then, of course, tonight, the game of the week. Filthy visiting Kansas City and Arrowhead. The Chiefs are a favorite. Bobby Bell is calling for the Eagles to lose this game by 10 or more points. I love it.
Do I need I got to have something on the line for a take like that. I don't know what, though. Because I do feel confident in it. I do think they win by double digits.
So if I made a bet with you, you'd give me 10 points?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Okay. Well, what can we bet?
I don't know. We took like 6 months to figure out something for Aaron Rodgers. So I don't know that 1 hour is going to fix it.
All right. So surrounding this game, this Eagles radio station is banning all Taylor Swift music. Are the parents supposed to meet or something at this?
Yeah, the parents are meeting. And Tay-Tay's, like you said, she's an Eagles fan, and she's from Pennsylvania. She grew up there, right outside of Philadelphia. Her dad's a big Eagle fan, but he's changed over. Now he's a Chiefs fan.
So Vegas has sent me all the Taylor Swift betting odds for this season.
Oh, baby, let's hear them.
What will be said first on ESPN? Tush Push, Brotherly Shove, or Taylor Swift?
Taylor Swift.
You're right. Easy. 1-5.
I mean, Taylor Swift will be said before the game starts.
Who will Taylor Swift be setting next to?
The mom.
You're right. 3-2 odds. The mom is the favorite. Also on the board, the dad, Brittany Mahomes, Jackson Mahomes, Pat Mahomes Sr., Kevin Hart, Will Smith, Bradley Cooper. Total Taylor Swift shots on ESPN.
It'll be 4.5.
How many?
Did you read my prep?
Never. You know better than that.
4+ is the favorite. RJ Choppy's crushing it. So 4 or more shots of Taylor Swift is the favorite.
I'm a BetQL insider, Sean. That's how I know.
Total number of Donna Kelsey shots. The favorite is 1-2. Will Taylor be shown after the first Chiefs touchdown?
Hang on a second.
How's it 4.5 and yet they're supposed to be sitting next to each other?
Yeah.
I would think they're a couple shots the whole time.
Maybe it's isolated. I don't know, Bobby. I'm reading the odds. I really don't give 2 craps about it. I'm just reading them because
tight facial shots on Taylor Swift is what they're looking for.
On Donna Kelsey, right. Will Taylor be shown after the first Chiefs touchdown?
Yes.
Yes is -300. Who says Taylor Swift first, Joe Buck or Aikman?
Buck.
Yeah. This type of stuff disgusts Aikman.
Buck -1,500.
Who will appear in a commercial first, Kelsey or Mahomes?
Ooh, aren't they in the Auto and Mahomes? I'm gonna say
Mahomes.
I'll say Mahomes.
Slightly Kelsey. Will Monday night show New Heights podcast? Will their broadcast show New Heights podcast?
The words are like a shot from it.
I'm guessing a shot.
No.
No is the slight favorite. So there you go. Those are all the ways that you can bet on this thing. How about the Jalen Carter story? Target shoplifting? Remember, this was the bad boy coming out.
Get in on the act.
This is my shocked face. No, Jalen Carter got in trouble? You're kidding. The guy that everybody going back to 2 years ago is like, this kid is a lot of trouble. He's great, but he's a lot of trouble.
Okay, so the story allegedly is Jalen Carter being questioned. Him and a companion were trying to take items from a Target store without paying for them. He's calling it a misunderstanding. He was not arrested, and no police report was filed, but the Philly Inquirer says Jalen and a woman with him were addressed by a Target employee and the cops. When the woman put items in a bag without paying for them, Carter then picked up the bags. Carter's quote, "It was probably just a misunderstanding. I don't really know too much about it." Were you there? Were you there? You picked up the bag. She put the stuff apparently in the bag. She picked up the bag. So that's the Jalen Carter Target story that came out over the weekend.
Jalen Carter got a $12.8 million signing bonus. He got a check for that, June?
Yep. Yeah.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see, his salary, it's only making $750,000 this year as a base. So, I mean, I can understand. That's very understandable.
Yeah, ran through that 12.7 million, 12.75
Very
million
understandable.
very quickly. They were just, look, they get very belligerent about signing up for those Target red cards. That was probably what they were stopping him for, was just to see if he wanted one.
And then the Eagles have a 51-year-old offensive tackle that they just released off their roster. What the freak?
Bernard Williams. I thought Howie Roseman was on top of things, but obviously not. He had no idea, by the way, Bernard said he had no idea he was still on the roster. So Bernard Williams is a 51-year-old. He was the 14th overall draft pick in the NFL draft back in, the good old year of 1994. Okay, I was like a freshman in high school, maybe a sophomore. And he has been on their roster ever since. He got suspended for marijuana, never played again. He played like a handful of games. Suspended, never played again. But the Eagles never cut him. They never released him. He had no idea he was on the roster. And this makes me sad because, like, the NFL back then, marijuana was that was a much bigger deal than it is today. And if this happens today, he didn't even get suspended. Back then, he loses his whole career.
Are you telling me that when we do the Todd Archer roster predictions and breakdowns of who's going to get cut, that this was missed for years and years and years and years and years and years and years?
So it's similar to, how we didn't include Ronald Jones on the projected roster because it was like, well, he's suspended, so he's not included in the 53. You don't have to put on injury reserve or anything like that. This dude got suspended indefinitely, and apparently because it was such an afterthought, there was no procedural move of ever releasing his rights. So because he's just been indefinitely suspended and nobody ever went back and did anything to set this straight with the league or anything else, his rights have remained on this. So technically he's just been on the suspended. He's on the roster, but suspended and not active.
So no checks.
No, and they just didn't recognize that he was. I guess the Eagles had no clue or hadn't realized that, there's a 51-year-old still technically on our roster.
So he played the CFL, he played in the XFL, he played in the Arena League, and the Eagles just, like you said, he was just suspended and, never again. He was suspended for the entire 1995 season, and that was it. Never heard from him again.
It's like how when Josh Gordon was suspended and he was just such an afterthought for so long, where he was just buried on somebody's roster. Same sort of thing, only this one, they just never made the procedural move of cutting him. They just never thought about it.
So there it is around the NFC East and the NFC. Go Kansas City tonight. Please get it done on Monday Night Football. Why now? Why is Jerry Jones now putting Jimmy Johnson into the Ring of Honor? We got to hear the chaotic scene in Carolina yesterday. Nick Eatman was there. He joins us to talk about Jimmy and the Cowboys win from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist.
it comes to the ultimate cooking experience, there's only one name that truly sizzles. Big Green Egg. Grill, roast, bake, smoke, and anything in between. With cooking temperatures ranging from a sizzling 200 to a scorching 1200 degrees. It's the most versatile grill on the market. Plus, don't forget about
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
In that red zone, 2nd and 10 at the Panther 19. Left to right in the white jerseys and silver pants. Ferguson in motion to the right. Snap to Prescott out of the gun. He's going to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown for Schoonmaker.
That was the call yesterday on your home of America's team. Crosstalk with KMC on the road coming up at 9:40. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell. And, of course, 20 minutes before kickoff, the word comes down that Jerry Jones is about to have a press conference, is about to go on national TV on Fox's pregame show, and finally make the announcement with Jimmy Johnson.
And I want you to know something. On December the 30th of 1923, you're going in the Dallas Cowboy ring of honor. Yeah. Texas. I hope it's 20-something. I hope it's 2023. What did I say? 2023. Well, it is 2023. We want to get this real clear. Okay, 3 weeks from now.
Jerry tomorrow at 8:30 to talk about this. Nick Eatman was there, and he's joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Would you like to start with the game or with Jimmy?
Oh, hey, you guys asked the question. You could go with the game. We can go with Jimmy because since that started first. I mean, that trumped it. That trumped everything. So,
all right, take us behind the scenes of how you got word of this, the scrambling, how weird, how awkward, just everything from beginning to end.
Well, it was a show, and and it was a little surreal. I remember first being working here in 1999, and there was some talk about Jimmy coming back and being ever being in the Ring of Honor, and it's been a story for 25 seasons now, and so for it to just happen at 11:40 in Carolina, that's not really where I expected that to go down. But there's other factors involved. TV owns everything, and that was, they wanted to do it right before kickoff. So honestly, just down on the field, I was just told, hey, there's going to be a press conference, and that was that. It was not it was planned by others, but I didn't hear a whole lot until right before kickoff, and boom, it just went up there, and and I actually went to the press box. I was not in the press conference, so I was one of the few that covered the game for the first few minutes of the game.
So wait, did the press conference bleed over to kickoff?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was one of those things. Where it was
it's so
the nerve. Yeah. The absolute nerve. We're going to carry this over to kickoff?
Well, listen. I mean, no. It didn't carry over to kickoff for you guys, I don't think. It carried over just for the people that covered it. And I understand. The Fox was like, let's get this thing close to kickoff as possible, where maximize the viewers that they had. So, that's why they did it right then. It just, for some that were covering and trying to do both, I don't think that many reporters watched the first quarter of the game. I mean,
what? Hang on. What? What in the Carissa Thompson is that?
This is this is insanity.
It was crazy, but I mean, you kind of understand. I mean, Jerry wanted to do it on Fox, and I'm sure Fox wanted it for Jimmy, and so to do it, the best timing for them would be right then. It was fine. It's fine for them. It's fine for the fans. But as for in the press box, it was a little crazy because guys were still doing that, and then coming up, midway through the first quarter, and then writing that because that was kind of the story. So. More than what we thought, a Cowboy Carolina game would be.
So how many actual minutes of football does the media actually watch then, is what you're saying?
I mean, I would like to think they watch all of it, until a 25-year story, it finally ends and it falls in their lap, 20 minutes before kickoff. I mean, I would think for the most part they do watch.
Why now, Nick? Why is Jerry doing this now?
I don't know. I can't answer that one. Tomorrow, 8:30 on the Fan. I mean, and Jerry's made it very, very clear. It is a one-man committee. There's no timetable. If he wants to do one every 8 years, he can. If he wants to go back into the 70s, he can. If he wants to, if he wants to make sure and do two in 1 year, I really don't know. And it's always been just his decision only. And he's said there are no rules to it. So I have no idea why now. I'm glad because it kind of ends that story and it's where it should be. I mean, he should be there. He should be in the Ring of Honor. So I'm glad that it's happening for him. And I know it matters to Jimmy. It really does. It matters. And there's many people that thought it never would happen.
We're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. So, Nick, I know you just said you don't know why now, but I'm gonna throw out my theory, and I just want you to tell me if you think it's plausible, okay? I think that given the timing of this for a Carolina game and everything else, that this feels like definitely not something that has been planned for a while. So I think that 20-minute conversation or whatever Jimmy and Jerry had on the field before the Chargers game, something changed Jerry's mind there. So I think the decision was spurred from that moment on, and this decision was made in the last 4 weeks. Do you think that's fair?
Yes. I mean, because I know this. When we were down, was that trip you were down there for?
I was not on that trip, no.
Not on that one? Okay. So, but I do remember being down on the field, and at one point, our Cowboys TV had the long microphone pole they were trying to put in there to capture it, and Jimmy or Jerry turned and said, "No, get that out of here." It was actually our own TV department. He didn't want that conversation recorded. Yesterday when that was going on, the whole thing could be recorded. Yeah, come on in here. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have a mic already on there. So you're right. I think there's something about that conversation and that might have changed. There was something clearly changed. If it was that conversation or maybe others afterwards, but who knows? Sometimes these things happen for different reasons. Hopefully, it was one of those like, hey, let's do this before it's too late. And honestly, and I'm glad that they were able to do it.
All right, you got something?
Yeah. Who do you think regrets more how it ended?
I don't know. Jerry, maybe. I don't know. That's a good one. I mean, they both. Who do you think? I mean, I'm not trying to spin it, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They both have kind of said things that was kind of like, it is what it is. I don't think neither one of them has had a lot of they haven't had that same success that they were having then, like on the field success. So, I think they both regret. Honestly, I think they both regret that it ended the way it did. And I'm glad that this is going to happen. And there's a lot of people. I mean, the more people than I expected that are really, really excited about this. I guess I didn't realize how many people this would touch. Just from past generations as well.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, with the headline today, not flashy, but win showed signs of growth. What were the signs of growth with this Panther game that you saw?
Well, I like the fact that the players that we feel like, man, they need to step it up. We kind of saw that a little bit. This team's kind of rounding into form. You know what they're going to have with CD, and Dak is playing well still and all that. But, I mean, you just heard it. Hey, if Schoonmaker needed a play, I mean, he needed to make a play. He goes out there a lot. He's a pretty good blocker. He's going to play in 12 personnel. But he needs to kind of show that he could make a play. And, Dak's not going to lose trust in him. So that was nice to see him do that. Michael Gallup continues to kind of, make these plays when it's happening for him. He's not going to have, a huge nights probably, but he's making cases. It looks like his confidence is better. And Tony Pollard needed to score a touchdown. He needed to show that he could be that kind of back. It wasn't a lot of yards for him, but, running over someone at the goal, or Xavier Woods, who he ran over. But to score a touchdown like that hadn't been since week one. I thought that was pretty good. Micah coming back the way he did, obviously frustrated. So, whether it was the C4 that he took and said he'll never take again, but I mean, I even asked him, "Are you sure?" I mean, 2.5 sacks. He said, well, maybe a half a scoop, but something worked with him. And, then I guess I didn't mention it in there, but I mean, the biggest growth of the day, obviously, was the fact that these two guys that they built something back in 1989 were able to finally come together here and finish it off the right way with the Ring of Honor.
Nick, was there any coming out of this game and just looking at the way CeeDee Lamb had played? Was there any indication that he was hobbled at all coming into this game or coming out of it? He looked like there were a few different times where he was, kind of looked like he was grimacing through some stuff. And I know he didn't have his best day yesterday. Or is there anything coming out of this game, whether it was CeeDee or anybody else, that we have concerns with injury wise?
I did not hear that from an injury standpoint at all. With CD, I didn't see that. And I also did see the injury report, and it said that there was nothing for the Cowboys. I'm going to go off the injury report. in lieu of some other teams and some of the issues they've had. Honestly, I didn't hear anything about CD having an issue like that. I mean, obviously watching, the safety was kind of over the top on a lot of the plays, not all of them, on a lot of them. And you expect that. You expect that he's been getting double teamed a lot this year, so it's not like that's anything new. But it was just one of those games where he just wasn't a lot for him. And I think that happens as long as the other guys kind of step up and make plays as well.
Now, the way Carolina seemed to play things yesterday was definitely they were, in a lot of zone. They were kind of taking away the top and just saying, look, you're not going to beat us over the top. With the way Dak's played recently and the way the passing game has kind of come alive, do you think that's going to be the new way that I guess teams are going to try and challenge Dallas, is just say, hey, you're going to have to keep everything underneath because we're not letting Dak throw for 374 or 400 or whatever. This is done.
Probably, and if that's the case, that's what even more important for guys like Schoonmaker, guys like Ferguson and Brandon Cooks underneath and Gallup underneath. I mean, if they can continue to do that, then Dak, they can go up and down the field. And then if they feel confident, with letting that happen, Dak's got to make sure that they move the sticks that way, and they can nickel and dime them all day long if that's the way they're going to play. It's just it brings even more importance to these tight ends. And maybe the running backs out of the backfield to make sure and move the ball. Carolina, to me, I mean, they're obviously 1-9, but their defense is not bad. They're pretty scrappy. I like the way they cover. They kind of get after the quarterback, hard to run on. I mean, if I don't know how many penalties. I don't know where they rank in penalties. I should know that, but it just felt like every time that they were doing something, it was a 15-yard penalty, they had 3 in one drive, just back-breaking penalties. It's just like you kind of get it why they struggle, but from a defense standpoint, I thought they were pretty solid. Offense, they just need more weapons.
Nick Eatman here on the Fan. How many Cowboy fans were there?
I thought going into the game, I thought it was going to be like driving into the stadium. I thought it was going to be like 70-30 Dallas.
Wow.
That's what I thought, because just looking at the tailgates, looking at the fans, I know better than go by just pregame, because pregame, the road team is going to always have the most. But when I did a pregame hit on the sideline, I counted 50 jerseys. I counted like 47 Cowboys, 1 Panthers, 1 Washington, 1 Eagles. Like just right there. I mean, that was just kind of behind the bench. Throughout the game, though, the crowd, let's go Cowboys and all that, it was, maybe 50-50, maybe a little more for Dallas, but, yeah, it was definitely a lot.
Thank you, boss. We appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly.
What's your take on wearing a jersey of a team that's not playing in the game at an event?
Hate it. They shouldn't even let you in the stadium.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I totally agree.
Banishment.
I don't like it, but I also understand if you're just somebody who I'm in town to watch a game between two teams I don't care about and I want to be obnoxious and rub in the face that this is the team I support. I also understand that.
You would understand the obnoxious aspect of it.
Yeah, I am obnoxious.
Let's Cowboy. Yeah. Let's Cowboy crosstalk with KMC next on Sean, RJ, and Obnoxious. But first, let me go ahead and get you set for that.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish this year #1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting on for an unheard of 400 Silverados. Shop them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Young and an empty gun. Snap comes back. Pressure's coming again. Oh, good night. Oh, they're going to hurt him. Parsons was first. Wow, what an explosion for Micah Parsons.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Mike Bassick is just chatting away. I see Corey Majors on the fan cam. Good morning, fellas. Where are you?
It's loading up. I promise. I'm almost there.
Okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Dude, look at me tossing the ball behind Bobby
I know. Look
Bell.
at what a pro you look like. You're just like, what's up? What's up, people? And
Well,
you're
he
just
is
tossing
one of the he's
baseball.
0.1% of the best players in the world. Is that what he always says?
Is that what it is,
Something
Mike?
like that. I think at this point, I'm not 100% sure. I think now there's 23,000 people who've ever played in Major League Baseball.
Do you remember this photo shoot?
Yeah, those happen at about 7 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. in the morning. That's why sometimes you look at people and they look totally tired or hungover when they show their picture on the screen, because there's picture day. One of the first weeks of spring training is picture day, and you go through a line of about, let's say, 60 to 100 different photo shoots. Also, I always forget the video game names, but MLB, the show.
Yeah. The show.
They're there too, and I always was mad because they wouldn't want to 360 me, because they put you in a chair and they have all these things that are making sure that the computer technology is really great on those things. And so the reason that they look similar and everything is they take a lot of the key players and they take about 10 or 15 minutes of their time to try to make sure their facial features, their stance, and all of those things are pretty darn close to who they are. But it's a beatdown of a day. We don't really like it because it's like, all right, you're just kind of in a cattle call, and you just keep going from shoot to shoot to shoot. It takes about, for somebody like me who's not very good, it's about 30 minutes. For, let's say, a guy like Corey Seager, it is an hour and a half of his time to go through all the photo shoots he has to go through.
Corey, where are you guys? What's coming up?
We are at RJ Duke Sports right here in McKinney today. I want everybody to come out and have an awesome time with us throughout the day, Kevin. We have
They opened early for us.
Let's see. We have 8 pairs of tickets to Billy Bob's for multiple different concerts
Randy
to
Rogers
give away.
Band, I see.
Randy Rogers Band, Stoney LaRue, also Giovanni and the Hired Guns, and Brett Young. So many, lots of good
That's
shows.
what Giovanni Soto's doing now?
That's a different guy, Mike.
The Hired
that is a
Gun,
very
man.
different
I remember.
guy right there.
We traded for him and everything.
He sounds different too.
Oh.
But we're out here today partying. This is a great place. I love hanging out here. They got the NBA Jam out here. They got all sorts of different cards and memorabilia. And we tried to get that Trevor Lawrence helmet from Mike last time, but it looks like it is no longer here, Kevin.
Because he's doing very well.
4 touchdowns yesterday, Sean Sharif. How about that?
In the shop today, $75 off any purchase over $500, $20 off any purchase over $150. And this is a great place that it's easy to support because they always donate stuff for Peace-a-thon every single year. So if you're looking for a business that helps out charity, bang, RJ Dukes.
And then Wednesday, of course, Peace-a-thon.
Are
Be
you
taking
excited?
I'm excited. I'm excited. I mean, yeah.
He's pumped up. He doesn't have to work that day.
Yeah,
Are you gonna come to the show that day with something prepared, like a segment prepared? You could do a bit segment, or you could do a real sports segment, whatever you want. Do you have a plan?
No, I feel like that's your guys' job
right.
to prep it.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I felt bad last year because was it Wolchuk who came in with his hour
he
prepared?
he had the whole
I
hour.
felt
He
really
did?
bad.
Really?
Yeah, and I was like, hey, we're already set.
Well, that's the most time he can talk during the course of a radio
Wow.
show.
Wow.
19 of them, he thought this was his moment. Go ahead and have
Big
10
moment.
minutes.
Hey, by the way, Derek Holland's going to be in for all of Peace-a-thon on Wednesday, too.
Really?
All right.
I had a dream with him last night.
What? Wow.
He was in my dream.
He was going to be here. What happened?
Derek
to
Holland.
Were you sleeping in his or your sleep number?
Yeah, I am. I'm sleeping in his bed, so it makes sense I'd have a dream about him.
Mm-hmm.
My dream was this. I don't remember everything about it, but I'm kind of like in that photo shoot thing. It's really weird you just showed that, Bobby, but I'm in spring training, and somehow I'm there and I'm media. I'm not a player.
Yeah.
But Derek Holland, he's switching in between being media and player. This is an interesting dream because I think that's where he is in his life right now. And Martin Perez is still on the Texas Rangers. And I'm ragging on Derek, telling him how much better Martin is than he is. And Derek gets his feelings hurt. And I'm like, dude, I'm just goofing off with you.
Was this a dream?
This is a dream.
Oh, okay.
And Martin Perez is goofing on Derek Holland, too. And then all of a sudden, I accidentally walk into the spring training meeting, and Ron Washington is the manager of the Rangers. And Ron looks at me like, what the hell are you doing in here? And I'm like, I'm sorry. And I left the meeting because Derek and Martin were allowed to be in the meeting because they were Ron Washington guys. And I had to leave the meeting because I wasn't a Ron Washington guy.
Who are you, Jerry Narin?
I don't know. But that's my dream.
That didn't go. That did not go over at all.
About Derek Holland.
That was it. Huh?
Seeing if the Snoop smokeless thing is a stunt now because he's now tweeting a smokeless fire pit. Said he was going smokeless, and now he sent out another tweet. I'm going smokeless, and it's with the world's most popular fire pit.
Oh,
we got taken.
smart.
Man, we got
That's a smart move.
It's good. It's good. It's a good.
That's your fault for caring about that to begin with.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Did you guys didn't mention it?
Not at all.
Hey, Sean, I didn't mention it at all, but I worked with a guy who kind of did that a lot, and then he tried not to, and I was like, you need to do that more.
Yeah. You're talking about Kavanaugh, right?
They get grouchy, right?
Talking about Ricky Henderson.
That I have no idea.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying now.
Michael, has the Jordan Montgomery market been set with the Aaron Nola deal? 24 per, 7 for 172. Great question.
How much? It's a great question. How much older or younger is Aaron Nola? They seem about the same.
30
age
and 31. They're 30 and 31.
Okay, so they're the same age. Yes, then in a way, yes, it's been set. You know what's going to be interesting is Blake Snell is the number one left-handed starting pitcher on the market. Montgomery's number 2. I do think that there can be a hair of a difference between righty and lefty contracts. Not a lot, but a little bit. Because if you're looking for a left-handed starting pitcher, you're looking at Blake Snell first, and then you're looking at Jordan Montgomery second. So I'm wondering if Montgomery gets a little bit more, just because finding quality left-handed starting pitching can be a little bit more difficult than right-handed quality pitching.
Makes sense.
But yeah, that gives you a good idea. You're definitely going to have to get to at least 5 years. There's no way to do anything less than 5 years on Montgomery. And maybe you have to go up to 7 years, and it probably is around $25 million per.
That's scary, right? 7 years for a pitcher? Just one that's
I think it's very
30.
scary. I remember being on a bus with A.J. Hinch, who obviously got into front office work and managerial work, and we were talking about if we ran a team, which he kind of did get into a position to run a team, that we would never want to go over 5 years on a pitcher because of we assume they're going to have Tommy John surgery within that 5 to 7 year period, and you're just hoping that in your 5-year contract they don't Tommy John you. But when they do, you lose them for kind of 2 years. You lose them in that year that they get hurt, and then you lose them for all of the next year. We're kind of in that with Jacob deGrom a little bit right now, but you have to take some risk with pitchers. But I'm with you, Choppy, if you're making the point of, do I want to do a 7-year deal with pitchers? I do not, because just most likely I'm going to only get 5 years out of that guy, because 2 of those years he's going to be rehabbing from Tommy John surgery.
Kevin, were you able to come away with any Bryce Young opinions after that game yesterday?
You mean like besides the general opinion of that team sucks?
Yeah. Any Bryce opinions, or you can't make a judgment off of it?
Yeah, it's tough because Mike and I were talking about this off air. Is I don't know if that deserves a well.
It did not.
He looks like he has some flashes, but then some of those decisions I don't think were forced. Like, I realized he got harassed a lot yesterday, but he made at least 2 or 3 decisions that I didn't necessarily think were forced by pressure, and those were just bad decisions in the spot. But that comes along with a rookie quarterback. It's tough that C.J. Stroud is taking off, but I still think there's potential there in Bryce Young, but I understand if people are concerned about his height and everything else.
That's obviously the conversation we had yesterday afternoon. Was I was concerned about his size, and right now I would say I'm right about it. There are certain measurements that you need to be, And I get that Drew Brees, I get in a way Russell Wilson, but look at Kyler Murray. Now, you could say that's just because he doesn't care too much about football, but he gets hurt all of the time. And I just look at Bryce Young, and I just think he's too little to play in this league. He's just too small. He's too little. I know coming up in Cleveland system, I know I'm changing sports here, but the Cleveland Indians, when I was getting drafted, would not draft a person under 6 feet tall. You could not be 5'11" and be drafted pretty much by Cleveland. They just kind of had a rule on that. And I look at Bryce Young, and I think he's too little to play this sport at this level.
Corey, I would like you to power rank our guest list for tomorrow with your own interest between Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church at 720.
My guy, my wedding guy.
Jerry, did he cook at your wedding?
He went to his wedding.
He was a guest at the wedding.
Jerry Jones at 8:30. And Crazy Plain Lady in studio at 9.
Shut
yeah, man.
What? I know we're supposed to say Jerry, right? But oh my gosh,
man. Well, Jerry has significant news to discuss. Like that's very significant news. With the Jimmy Johnson thing. I don't know if you heard about this, Mike. Jimmy Johnson's going to Ring of Honor. I know, man. It's wild. This is not.
If you haven't
wasn't
heard
really
about
publicized.
it, I'm concerned
they didn't
about our
discuss
show
it very
today.
much yesterday at all. It wasn't like they made a big deal about it. Like, hey, instead of the game, let's go do a press conference.
No, that's what happened, Corey.
So yeah, I still think Jerry Jones in that conversation. You know that's still one. Matt Pittman though. Whew. Man, I'm going to go, you know what, I'm changing it.
Yeah, you're supposed to put Pittman 1. That's why I asked you.
Matt Pittman 1, and then Crazy Lady 2, and then Jerry Jones 3 regarding the news. If he'd have been like breaking the news tomorrow on y'all's show, then I would put him back up to 1. But Matt Pittman, because he cooks so good.
This is, and his last name. It's like God made him.
Pitman.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's a fake name.
It might be a fake
It's
name.
gotta be-
I'm going to Google him.
It's got to be fake.
I'm going to Google him right now.
Pittman? No way.
I dare you to text me.
Pittman is a
and tell me
common
your
last
is
name.
Yeah, it's
not.
Brad Pittman.
Kavika.
Brad Pittman. Is it a common last name?
I think it's common.
Yeah.
All right,
Hey,
Mike, you sound like you wanted to ask something, Michael.
Yeah, how did you guys get this lady?
She found out
Who
I was
has the
back in
contact?
studio.
We think that Bobby thinks it might be a KNC prank.
Yeah.
I swear I have nothing to do with it.
I was going to swear like that does anything.
I'm sure.
What?
If you were religious, I'd put some stock in it.
Dude.
Choppy got it done. Choppy got her booked.
Yeah, I got a buddy of mine said that he slid into her DMs. I don't think he slid very far, but he slid into them.
Mike is amazed right now.
And
he's so impressed.
Gave me an email address. So I sent an email. And then I got an email kicked back to me from somebody else saying that she is running publicity or PR for her on the side. She happens to be, and I recognize her last name, and I was like, you're not related to this guy. And I went to her social media, and she's a golfing buddy of mine's sister. So that's kind of how this whole thing worked out. It's like an 8 degrees of separation.
All the information you could ever want.
And what time is this at tomorrow?
9 in studio.
9 o'clock. That's interesting.
We're going to ask her about Bryce Young, too.
Would you like to sit in for the interview? Anyone
No,
who's around?
I'm interested in kind of what she has to say in a way.
Do you want to ask her what's her deal?
What are your questions? Give us your question for her.
What's your deal?
Is she happy that she now is this recognized
Great
around
question.
the world?
That's a great question.
Maybe, and does she think that could change? If she is happy, does she think that she could change to really regret the fame, or opposite? If she's like, I don't like this at all, but if she didn't like it at all, I'm not bragging on her at all right now. She probably wouldn't do an interview with you guys tomorrow if she didn't like it. So I assume right now she's enjoying this, but I just wonder. If
she likes the show, Mike. Could be that.
Oh,
that's
awesome.
You know.
That would be kind of a question of mine, just because. Sometimes
ask her if there was other people that weren't real that she saw at that on the plane, or was it just the one guy?
Man, that's a good question.
Was it just the
too.
one guy, or was there other people on the plane that she's like, oh, that one too, but I don't want to call him out?
Yeah. My thing is, imagine if you were RJ's friend and you were successful getting a date with her, how you tell your parents, like, who you're going out on a date with. Like, how do they react to you? How do you sell that to your family, friends, and your parents?
Show
I'd
her
show them
Instagram.
the video first.
Oh, really?
And then get their take. And if it's super negative, I'd be like, oh yeah. Well,
How would it not be super negative?
They might be. Who knows?
Unless it's someone who believes in like ghosts or something.
Yeah, I mean,
like an X Files
say it like
fan.
that?
yeah, the guy could have looked really, really weird, like different. You know, like it could have been a situation where it was like, oh no, he definitely, that's not a human.
Dude, by the way, RJ Dukes, there's already like a dozen people here already.
All right, give us your location one more time.
We're in McKinney off of 75 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. Come see us. Sales, KNC. We're going to be opening up stuff that's going to be given away by RJ Dukes. It's going to be an awesome time.
And Roberto, where are you today?
I'll also be in McKinney at Market Street from 4 to 6 p.m.
Ooh. The KMC Masterpiece on a Cowboys Monday potted you down, Mike. You're talking to yourself. We're back tomorrow with Meat Church, Jerry Jones, and Plain Lady. KMC next on The Fan. Bye, Mike.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney.
I think I love Josh Young more than I ever did before.
Okay, let's talk about that
That's
because
amazing.
we're in a card shop, and obviously we're going to talk a lot about the Cowboys today. We've got Stephen Jones coming up at 12 o'clock. We're 2 days away from Peace-a-thon. There's a lot to get to out here at 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. $20 off any purchase over $150, $75 off any purchase over $500, and there's free goodie bags going around if you come in and say that you love the KNC Masterpiece. Now, that might be available anyway, but if you could say that, that would really help out the cause. But since we're talking at the card shop, what in the hell did you just show me that? What is that?
So that came out of it's Topps Heritage. Josh Young, makes it really cool. He decided to draw on his own card. So, they sent him, I don't know.
Josh Young did that?
Yes. So they sent him like 100 cards or so, if I'm getting this on YouTube and Twitch right now, is he decided to draw himself with glasses on, a mustache, and then put Go Rangers 1 of 1 and signed it. And he said, I'm so happy that somebody pulled this out of a pack, and he pretty much said there's more to come. So he had fun with some of them. Yeah, he just signed Josh Young and turned them back into Topps. Some of them he drew faces on himself or did certain things to then make it a very unique card. So it's really cool. So when you
That's
get it,
amazing.
it's not somebody did that to his card. Josh Young did that and turned it back into Topps.
So you guys, does that make it more unique? Something
Oh
you
my God!
want more
yes,
than? Does that make a collector?
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a huge surge for a card like that. Not only because it's unique, but also like he wrote on it more. Mm-hmm. And it is a 1 of 1. So
yeah, he put 1 of 1 himself. Go Rangers!
That's awesome.
With the mustache and the glasses. By the way, real quick, I know this is not like a K104 right now, but I'm going to turn it into shout out time. I just want to shout out AD, who was at the Maverick game last night. Super pumped to see me. Obviously, his name is AD. The Mavericks are no D. And that was really fun.
We'll get to that, I promise.
So anyway, shout out to him. I promised him. He was very happy wearing a backwards Dallas hat. I'll give him grace on that.
Let's go ahead and if we can fire off.
I just got word. I just got word from Flula. He will be joining us at 2 p.m. On Wednesday.
2 p.m. Central.
2 p.m. Central.
Okay, I just want to
CST.
Okay.
German time.
Holy cow!
So we get Flula back for our 10th annual Peace-a-thon.
So Flula will be part of Peace-a-thon in 2 days. Derek Holland will be in studio with us all Peace-a-thon long on Wednesday. And I can tell you real quick, we have the most auction items we've ever had by a lot. It's going to be the best. It's going to be price points for every single human.
What's your goal? Because I remember
$60,000.
And what was it last year?
$50,000.
So that would be for.
Do you remember we were like at 48,000 and he was furious?
He was punching walls.
I thought he was going to go home and
headphones.
cry and not celebrate Thanksgiving.
I was disappointed in myself because I thought I could have worked harder to figure out a way to make it happen. But we got to $50,000.
For this year, you've worked your tail off, dude, and I really appreciate it. I think I want to give Kevin a lot of credit for the work that he's done and the connections that he made. So much so that now he's like, let's create a board of chairmen. And let's have a board
we are
for this thing
we are
next
gonna
time.
create a board after this year,
like a Monopoly board.
Yeah, that's
if that
exactly
helps
what I
you,
heard. Yeah.
Yes, yes, we
but
will.
He's done a lot of really good work. And Kevin or Mike, if we raised $50,000 last year, this is our 10th annual. Let's raise 10,000 more.
Yeah.
Let's get 10,000 more in there, and everything will be live tomorrow. And then we'll have everything ready to rock on Wednesday at 5:30 in the morning. Mike, you can show up at 6 if you want.
I'll try to show up at 5:30. That's my goal.
As long as you're singing when you show up.
My goal
is it going to be Hall & Oates again this year?
Oh, Hall & Oates is solid. But I've been a little bit into I watched a little documentary on Tom Petty, so that's kind of getting off topic. He looks like Steve Nash to me. By the way, I think Tom Petty and Steve Nash
I always thought
are
that.
similar.
Always thought that. Yeah, I agree.
I think they're from like the same, like I don't know. They have to be like second cousins or something.
Okay, we'll look into that, I guess. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go to cut number 10 if we can, because I want to know what's the bigger deal. Is it the Cowboys win yesterday, or is it this happening?
And I want you to know something. On December the 30th of 1923, you're going in the Dallas Cowboy Ring of Honor. West Texas. I hope it's 2023. What did I say? 2023. Well, it is 2023. I know you want to get this real clear. Okay, 3 weeks from now.
Now, originally he said 1923, and obviously that is hilarious. And good for Jimmy for making that correction. What do you think? I swear I'm not kidding. Yeah. And some people might think this is a preposterous question. Do you think it's a bigger deal yesterday that the Cowboys won a football game or that Jimmy Johnson is going into the Ring of Honor?
I'd say, Corey, the bigger deal is that you're going Jimmy Johnson, that I never thought Jerry would do in his lifetime, is going into the Ring of Honor. That being said, since the Cowboys won easily at the end, obviously at one point you're thinking, hey, it's 17-10, this is close. And then touchdown, interception, touchdown, you're like, okay.
But even at 17-10, I still wasn't like.
I'm the same way with you because my father texted me and he was like, hey, they could lose this game. I was like, I just don't think so. And then literally 5 to 10 minutes later, it's a blowout. I do think it's a much bigger deal that Jimmy is going in the Ring of Honor because I never thought, and I think most Cowboy fans never thought it would happen as long as both of those guys were alive. Yes. Like maybe Jerry then puts him in after he dies, or Jerry dies and the family, Steven and Charlotte and Jerry Jr. decide to put him in. But I am shocked by it. Now, if the Cowboys would have lost, then the game would have been a much bigger story because it would have been like, what a huge upset. Can you believe the Cowboys lost to Arizona and Carolina? But since they blew him out, Corey, it becomes Jimmy is a much bigger story.
Oh, for sure. And I did kind of want to look, Kevin, at the run sheet again. We're not talking about this necessarily any other time today, right?
Correct.
And so that's where it brings out the question of, the conversation of why. Like that whole, what is the real reason?
We can ask Steven that.
Is it because the Rangers won the World Series and then the Stars are doing their thing? I don't know exactly what it is other than maybe it was just hey, this is the year that we really need to get this thing done. Like a lot of people have been asking about it. It's elevated and escalated so much that we need to it's not just going to go away. People keep asking. So maybe that was the real purpose behind it. Whatever it is, I'm happy that it did happen and excited to see what that celebration is going to look like on December 30th with Troy Aikman going to be there. And how many of the other players show up for this? That's what I think is really cool. Because when I do the Cowboys Hour, I always enjoy. It feels like those dudes are in a fraternity. It really does. That they became friends. They love each other still to this day because of everything that they did together. And so I want to see all those guys because I feel like there's going to be a lot of hugs and tears.
Well, they always invite back all of the living Ring of Honor members. So I'm assuming, obviously, all the people that played for Jimmy that are in the Ring of Honor are going to be back. But I think guys that, we get to know a little bit here and there that are in the community a lot, a guy like Kenny Gant, Bill Bates.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying smaller people in Cowboys history, but the role players that were part of that dynasty, 92 through 95. And I know Jimmy wasn't on the 95, wasn't the coach there, but
in spirit.
But most of those players in 95, those were Jimmy guys. They weren't Barry guys. So I could see a lot of those Cowboys coming out for that ceremony. And it's just going to be so cool because for me, I'd fallen in love with the Cowboys before then. My first ever quarterback, not that I loved, but I really remember, was Danny White and Steve Palleur. So, I mean, that was – and Danny was not playing as well as he played before I really became football relevant. But when Jimmy and Jerry came in and they turned it into a championship franchise when I was in high school, I'm just so in love with that whole era of Dallas Cowboys football. Yeah. And so it's going to be really cool because, if guys like random people who I really liked, James Washington, Brock Marion, if all of these guys come back and you just have 50 or 60 of those guys that were on the 90s Cowboys will be so cool.
I just want to add this element to it because it is the December 30th game, and that's against the Detroit Lions. The Detroit Lions were the last team to beat the Cowboys in the playoffs before they went on to start their Super Bowl runs, right? Is that
91. That's
am I correct on this one? Because I remember predicting to my dad, I was like, the Cowboys are winning it next year. I don't know if that has any element to it, but how awesome would it be? Because every time I listen to Jimmy Johnson talk about this Cowboys team and where they are now as opposed to where they were in that window where they were really bad, he talks about it with a lot of pride. Like he even says there's a cut of him where he's like, look what the Cowboys were then and what they are right now. I am very proud of this. And again, it goes back to the fraternity part of it. He's glad that he's kind of accepted back into it. He and Jerry do get along. In a respect of feeling like they're brothers. They hated each other, but they also loved each other at the same time. And they
By the way, I think both of those feelings still prevail.
Yeah, and they accomplished a lot of great things together along the way, and they can be proud of those things together. How amazing would it be here late in the season, Jimmy gets up there and gives one of those kind of speeches that really sends this Cowboys team into a different category late in the season. They go right through the Commanders, and they carry some of that other stuff, seeing all those other players be around, knowing how great those guys were, and they carry that late in the season into the postseason. I don't know if it's a reality, but that's like my Air Bud movie pitch.
I have heard some people going, is this the curse that will be broken from the Cowboys?
1,000,000%. I already see people texting that in on the truckwreck.com text line.
That would be wild. That would be wild if there's a real curse out there.
I guess I am not of that opinion.
Like the Niners curse?
Yes.
Where they've killed all the
No,
quarterbacks?
I'm not getting back into that with y'all. There are a lot of people who think that, and more power to them, and by goodness, I hope they're right. Yeah. I don't believe that is what has held back the Dallas Cowboys, but
do you believe in curses? You don't, though? Because we've discussed this. My Sports Illustrated covers curse.
I don't believe in sports curses, but I will tell you this: if somebody came up to me and said they were cursed because they accidentally woke up like an ancient mummy or something like that, I think I would help them on their quest. I think I would be like, great, what do we need to do?
By the way, the first rule, Mike, if we go out into the desert to go search for some tomb or something like that, if we read the script together, we read it to ourselves. We don't read it out loud.
Read it out
when
loud.
you read it out loud, that's when everything wakes up. So that's the first rule. Always remember that.
Is that the movie where The Rock is a mummy or something? Is this what we're talking about?
Okay, that might be Scorpion King, which
but he
is
does
part
come
of that
into
universe.
part of, he
so
does come into that at some point.
True.
But yeah, you always read it to yourself
but
first,
I think that's
and then we can agree.
Yeah, Corey's right. That's many
poor man
many
Keanu
movies.
Reeves is in that movie, right?
Brendan Fraser? You call him the poor man's Keanu Reeves?
Damn.
Yeah, always read it to yourself first. But yeah, I really do. I am hopeful that is the thing that kind of not breaks a curse, but sends, like, the players see that. They recognize it. They see true greatness, and they go further with it. I don't know what Bochy, like what his conversations were with the guys, but all the players on that team knew they were surrounded by greatness. When you have a Max Scherzer, Jacob deGrom, Bruce Bochy, all those people in that room working together for the same goal. That's just my hope for it. But it is nice to see two guys with this storyline that's been existing and hanging out there for so long, looking like it's going to come to a close.
Kevin, I do think, and maybe we're out of time, but I do think this now opens up the door that Jerry can put Jerry in. And I do believe Jerry deserves to be in the Ring of Honor. But now that he's putting Jimmy in, I do think that Jerry, who's arguably the greatest owner in sports history, that I do think now while Jerry's alive, and I know it would be kind of up to him or his family, and he might just say no, but like now that Jimmy's going in, I would just wonder if Jerry goes in here pretty soon too.
You know what? I think Jerry, because he at this point right now, I think it's more about legacy for him. And he wants to be able to put AI Jerry in. Like, Kevin, I know you can.
By the way, on Wednesday at Peace-a-thon, you can buy a package that will include a visit with AI Jerry. You might think I just made that up. I swear I did not. It will be available Wednesday at Peace-a-thon.
And you're happy right now because look at all the Dookies in here right now.
Hold on.
Don't we call them? We're at RJ Duke's sports card.
Yeah. I was
McKinney,
like, what do you
and
mean
so I
by
feel
that?
like you call them.
I was looking around
they're
for
loyal
Duke
customers.
stuff.
They're Dookies in here.
Is that what
RJ Dukes.
So we call our
You're
listeners
a
to the show
Dookie?
Master Peeps.
Yeah.
Do you call your all the people that shop here Dookies?
I don't think he's on board with that because the slogan would be, I don't know, this place is awesome, but would you ever consider
that's what they
take a Dookie in McKinney and like, but that's probably
saying
not
no. He's
for the
shaking his
best.
head
I don't
no.
think Ryan is on board
No,
with
I
that.
don't.
Okay.
Okay, that's right. Okay, I guess not. So that sign was put on there to avoid that exact.
If you're wondering where
that's a
you're
good
at,
point.
too, we're off of 75 in McKinney. There is, like, literally you can see from the highway, you can see the McDonald's. So if you can see, the exit is what? what's the exit?
40A is what I took going down
40A
75.
is the exit, but like if you're like, where's the shop? It's a little bit
400 North Central Expressway.
Yeah, but really close off of the 75.
It's McDonald's. Do you
But
have like
there's
a
a
map
McDonald's,
of
like,
your
right
house,
there.
Mike, with all the McDonald's?
My map told me turn right after the CC's. So yeah,
Yes.
Kevin, like they know
Yes.
me good enough now to know, hey, landmarks are important.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have to switch things up just a little bit. Coming up next, who do you got in tonight's huge Monday Night Football game? Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys.com now. It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
It's good.
Cowboys
it's
won.
good. Yes, the Cowboys did win.
Cowboys won because.
And I swear I want to talk about that, but when did you find out that they're just going to also make another bombshell announcement, and how does it go from there?
I think when I went down on the sideline during warm-ups before the game, and I saw Jimmy and Jerry there, and there was a lady, I think I found out she was like one of the producers for Fox, and they were going through this real intense discussion on the sideline. And I said, something's up. And then I found out something was up. So, yeah, it was, and it was funny because when I was walking out onto the field, I went past where the kind of rope is and the fans are there. And some guy stopped me and we started talking. And the last thing he asked me was, well, when's Jerry going to put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor? And I said, it's going to happen. Just be patient. It'll eventually happen. And then it happened like a half hour later.
Did you want to tell him in that moment where you're like, hey, give it like an hour?
No, I didn't know.
Answer.
No, I ran into him before I figured out what was going on.
Yeah,
I mean, it was all orchestrated. This has been going on for
what?
2
Are
weeks.
you telling me, Mickey Spagnola, this didn't all spontaneously happen yesterday?
No.
How dare you, sir?
I hate to bust your bubble.
That is a shame. But now the curse is broken, and the Cowboys will win the Super Bowl, right?
Oh, I heard you guys talking. I don't think I ever looked at it that way.
I don't either, but I'll tell you, there are tens of thousands of Cowboys fans who believe we've been stuck in the curse of Jimmy Johnson era, and that's why they cannot make it back to the NFC Championship game or further.
Because he wasn't in the Ring of Honor, because
that's
Jerry
correct.
Let him go.
That is correct.
Oh, okay. So that 95 Super Bowl didn't count then, huh?
No, because that was still Jimmy's team.
Oh,
You've
okay.
heard that narrative, surely. So here's how it works, Mickey. That was still Jimmy's team.
That team could have won without a coach,
exactly.
right? Is what we're always told.
500 people. And so now past that, then the curse took effect. It took like a couple years. Then it took effect, and now that he's not in the Ring of Honor, that's why this has happened. So Super Bowl this year, I'm feeling it.
You know, the funny story was I was standing there watching them talk, and this was before they made any announcement, and Jimmy saw me, and he kind of raised his hand to say hi, and then he walked over, and he goes, I feel like we need to do a radio show again. And I was like, what's he talking about? And then I remembered when he started doing his radio show, 89, 90, he did it at the ranch. And the hookup that I had that I was doing at the time, and this was before talk radio, right? I was giving them updates on KRLD, and that's who had the Cowboys the radio, the flagship station at that time.
Damn
and
right.
I had a little hookup to the station, and that's where he did his coach's show, his radio show, and it was like sitting in a little closet, right? And we would sit out there, me and Rich Pabenko, who was the producer, and I would sit there and kind of monitor everything. And Rich would bring a cooler of Heinekens for him while he was doing the show, right?
Heineken,
Heck
hey?
yeah.
And so the funny thing that happened was, so after all the press conferences were over and they were going up to the suite level, which was the press box level, they got in, and we were going to have to wait to go up, right? And I saw the guy in the elevator motioning like, "Hey, come in," And I thought he was motioning me in, but it was somebody behind me, right? But I walked right in, right? So I'm in the elevator, and then Jimmy goes, hey, he goes, I just want you to know this guy helped me do my radio show because when I did it in Miami, when I was at the University of Miami, that I did it on location. He said, but when I got here and we weren't playing very well, I said, nah, I better not go out in public. He said, so we sat in a closet and did a radio show for a couple of years together.
I just got a tweet, Kevin, that I think is kind of interesting, and it says, since the Cowboys used Tom Landry's hat as the logo to go in it, should it be Jimmy Johnson's hair? That goes up there. What do you think, Mickey?
Maybe they'll just put, how about them Cowboys up there by his name?
Oh, yeah.
That's a good slogan.
That's a good idea.
Or just 2-inch headlines or 3-inch headlines.
Yeah.
3-inch headlines.
Yeah, there you go.
That was the best. Well, hey, if Jimmy really wants to do a radio show, you can just remind him.
Tell him that we got a spot for him anytime he shows up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if he's got the time, we would be glad to take him. You can remind him Wednesday is our big charity marathon show. If he really wants to make an impact, that would be phenomenal.
You know, and this whole thing needed a lot of coordination, right? Because they wanted to do it on Fox, and they wanted to do on their pregame show. And I think this was the first time in several weeks that the Cowboys were on a noon game, right? Or the first time all year.
Yeah.
And so they really had, if they were going to coordinate it, they really had to do it that way. And so that's kind of why it took place this day. And it kind of trumped the game, right? Obviously.
Oh, for sure.
But you know what? The thing that occurred to me when I saw him up there at the press conference it was a little podium deal. It reminded me of the old days when they were on the podium after a Super Bowl celebrating a victory, right? And I was sitting there watching them, and I'm going, okay, this is 30 years later, right? And both of them very happy that this, took place, and it's like they made nice, and it was really good to see. But yeah, it brought back old memories of them on a podium together with minus the Super Bowl trophy, right?
Well, for now, I feel like we pretty well.
Oh, that's right.
I
forgot. Yeah, we better start making our plans.
Think about it. The curse of JD with the Rangers, as somebody texted in. Once he got let go, what happened? They won the World Series. So that's pretty indisputable logic right there.
All right.
And now it opens the door to get Barry Switzer in there.
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
That's a good point.
We got a ways to go.
Okay, well, let's talk about that then. In terms of the game itself.
Right.
Offensive line, they throw out the stat, no sacks given up in the last 2 games. But specifically yesterday, it felt like a much better day for them, as opposed to even a week before.
Well, except for the fact that, they didn't do a really good job of picking up the blitz. And the Panthers basically decided that they were going to play somewhat soft coverage and blitz and cause Dak to get the ball out of his hands.
Yeah, you really are back.
Yeah, really, I'm going back a long ways, right? And get the ball out of his hands, right? And for the most part, it was working until, they broke it up there in the third quarter. So they had a good game plan. And credit the Cowboys for, kind of being patient and just kind of keep working it and finally doing what they should have done, right? That's 2 games in a row. And as I told you guys, they needed to win 4 in a row going into that Philadelphia rematch, and now they're halfway to that. And now let's see if they can take care of Washington. Did they really turn the ball over that many times?
Yes, they did.
It was like, so they sacked Tommy DeVito 9 times?
5 of those were in the first quarter.
No way.
Yes.
And he was still able to throw 3 touchdowns.
That game is crazy. Like, I know nobody cares because neither one of those teams are, like, super good.
Right.
But that game was crazy.
But they turned the ball over like 5 or 6 times? Washington
6 times.
Did?
6 times.
Holy cow. So now everybody probably thinks they're worse than the Giants, right?
Well, look, here's the thing. The Cowboys are already favored in that game by 11 points. That will make 11. That will make 3 straight games in which they've been double-digit favorites. I can't imagine that's happened often.
Well, and Mike's been talking about
This
that.
is the
for-
weirdest year for
Yeah.
Cowboys history. Like, the NFL's not supposed to be like college football where, oh, you're better than this team, so you just beat them by 20 every
Yeah.
time, except for obviously the one major upset.
Yep.
And then the games that you weren't favored in, you've had 2 games you weren't favored in. And one of them you got blown out in. Another one you were losing for quite a bit of the second half, and then you had this chance to make an awesome comeback, and then we had 17 penalties in 3 seconds to kind of stop that one. But it's just been, Mickey, a weird year where I just cannot remember so many lopsided Cowboy games.
Well, and you shouldn't from a victory standpoint because they've won 6 games by 20 or more points, which is second most in franchise history in a single season. 7's the most.
Yeah, and that's crazy. There's only one more. So I guess my
And
question
it was
is,
1968, by the way.
oh, is that Dandy Don? Yes?
Yeah, had to
Would have been his last season as the starter. Yeah.
Okay, so I don't mean this as a sarcastic question. I'm seriously asking, as it feels like we're trying to still get kind of a handle on this team. Does that mean anything or not?
That they've beaten people so badly?
Yeah.
But you know what? If you look at the 6 wins like that, they should have done that, right?
Sure. Agreed.
I think that's what you expected. Maybe not each one by 20, because normally, at this point of the season, like that Sunday, Thursday double, you just want to win the game somehow, some way, and get out healthy. And maybe that was the biggest point in that game, is no injuries. It looked like they didn't sustain anything. They're healthy, and they got to rest some people in the fourth quarter. So you're not grinding, because I remember when Jimmy had to go through that, his philosophy going through the Sunday Thanksgiving Day game next was to do all you could to win that Sunday game and then hope your talent and just hang on for dear life to win on Thanksgiving. Because of the short week, really you're not practicing. And for the most part, that worked, except for the 93 season when they lost 2 in a row. And they were sitting there at 7-4 with 5 games to go. And Jimmy read the team the riot act. I mean, he just was on them for those next 5 games to win, so they can win the division title and have a chance for home field advantage in the playoffs. I mean, he grinded that team. Darryl Johnson once told me, he goes, I don't know if he could have coached us any harder the next year because of how hard they went through for that 5-game winning streak. But they won it, but it took the final game in overtime, Eddie Murray kicking the field goal to win the game, and they clinched not only the NFC East, but home field advantage, because had they not won that game, the Giants would have won the NFC East that year.
That was kind of a conversation I had with Nate the other night. Kevin was like, man, he said, if we'd have lost a game like Carolina before Thanksgiving, I would have feared for my life. Like heading forward to the Thanksgiving game, he was like, "That's 3 days of practice you don't want to be at."
For sure.
Then that year they lost to Miami in the sleet game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody will ever remember that game until the end of time, though. Did anything interesting happen in that game?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I had to drive in the ruts in the road to get to the stadium that day.
You're a Midwestern person. You should have known how to do that.
And I did, except they didn't know how to get the sleet off the field. And they
Fair enough, Mick.
They had that tarp down, right? And they had nothing to get the sleet off the tarp, so they basically ripped the tarp up piece by piece to get the sleet off the field.
That's why we built the dome. All right, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, we're going to have an interesting little segment here, Mike, because it's time for baseball nuggets, but also, if you want, time for fun with thousands of dollars worth of cards if you want to open some stuff up, because RJ Dukes is going to be giving it away.
Let's do both at the same time, and here's my tease. The Rangers are waiting on this Japanese player before possibly signing another one next.
Oh. If you lease your car.
1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting for on an unheard of 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at RJ Duke's in McKinney, and my goodness, it has been
packed.
It has been popping all day long. 400 North Central Expressway, and I can see why it's popping. $20 off every purchase over $150. $75 off every purchase over $500. And I'm going to make your day even better.
Tell me.
Maybe not you, Mike. You might not be eligible to win.
Oh.
But you show up today.
Yeah.
Show the staff in person with your smart device that you follow RJ Dukes on.
I just did it.
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, any of those. You'll be entered to win all of the stuff we're going to open today for free. We're opening $1,200 worth of stuff, and they're like, you know what? We'll just give it to you.
I just followed RJ Duke Sports on Twitter. I know that I am not eligible, but I am going to open up. There is a baseball top tier one, which is huge, that I'm going to open up here during this segment. But I want to get started in baseball nuggets, thanks to the Diamond Factory for sponsoring baseball nuggets. I wanted to start off with free agency has started. Philadelphia has pretty much opened up real free agency.
Okay.
And I'm not, because, you know, there could be some smaller deals that have been done. And in fact, you know what? I was thinking about this real quick. The bullpen isn't going to be fun to follow for the Rangers because you know what? They're going to sign people we don't know. I'm going to be honest. I had no clue who Chris Stratton was when they traded for Chris Stratton. Like, I knew who Jordan Hicks was because he was a phenom who threw the ball 105 miles an hour with St. Louis. So I was like, hey, I know who this is. He could be really good. He's a free agent. Maybe the Rangers sign him, and you know him as a baseball fan because of how big his status was coming up in the minor leagues. But a lot of the bullpen stuff that the Rangers are going to do, we're really not going to know those guys' names. Whether it was Detmer or Sam Dyson or Mike Adams, nothing against those guys. It's rare that we really know who bullpen pieces are around baseball unless they're the closers, right? We know the closers because they have a major category, saves, that if you're doing fantasy baseball, okay, hey, I know him. He had 25 saves last year or 38 saves, but those setup guys and those middle guys that could really help out the Rangers this offseason, we're not going to know them.
Hey, I mean, you're pretty happy that you know Leclerc and Spores are going to be back, right?
For sure.
But then, I mean, just think about this. John Gray was a contributor in the bullpen in the World Series.
Andrew Heaney was.
Yeah, so like you're right, and maybe
stuff.
Hopefully they don't have to deal with that. Hopefully they can have guys that have those places, but they were able to figure those things out.
Well, and can you imagine if I went back to the last offseason and I was like, here's how it's going to go down. Down the stretch, your key pitching contributors are going to be Spores, Leclerc, Evaldi, and Jordan Montgomery. You would have been like,
okay.
Oh, no, what happened? And I'm going to be like, also, you traded for Max Scherzer. And you're like, what happened?
Yeah, exactly.
You won the World Series.
Okay, so free agency started pretty much last night, this morning, with the announcement of Aaron Nola, very good starting pitcher for the Philadelphia Phillies, 29 years old. He'll be 30 next year. He signed a 7-year, $172 million contract. Now,
is that good?
It says,
I mean, for him.
in this article, I'm not going to talk about Shohei Ohtani here, okay? Because I get, like, that's the number one guy, but let's not talk about this. Here's the article. It says, big dominoes need to fall with Ohtani and others atop market. Now, here's the one guy that I think the Rangers are really in on that we just mentioned for a second last week, and that is Yamamoto, the starting pitcher from Japan, who is 26, I think, or he might be
maybe 25.
Yeah.
Does this feel like a turn? Because I feel like a lot of teams are interested.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I heard the Rangers in this for a while.
We never heard about the Rangers having interest in August or September or October. Obviously, they were doing something in October, the Rangers were, that a lot of other teams weren't, and that's winning in the playoffs. But here's a little paragraph from the article on MLB.com. Even with Nola agreeing to a new deal to stay in Philadelphia, free agent pitchers such as Sonny Gray, Jordan Montgomery, and even National League Cy Young winner Blake Snell could bide their time, waiting for Yamamoto to set this winter's pitching market with a deal expected by many to blow past the $200 million mark. So if you do want Yamamoto, if you're a big Ranger fan and you want Yamamoto, or somehow you're a fan of another team and you want this young phenom who's supposedly, I feel like this always happens, Kevin and Corey, I feel like whatever pitcher comes out of Japan, he's the next greatest pitcher out of Japan,
Yeah.
and he's better than
I
all of them.
I still kind of thought Hideki Arabu was going to take over the world.
And obviously, the first guy to come over was Hideo Nomo.
Yeah.
That I can remember that was special, and he was Rookie of the Year in '94, made the All-Star team, and he had a nice career. But after that kind of Rookie of the Year, everybody kind of started figuring him out where he wasn't special. He was just a solid starting pitcher. But Yamamoto's supposed to be better. I don't know, but he's supposed to be better than Yu Darvish. So I think Ranger fans obviously know Yu Darvish well. We got to see the first 6 years of his career.
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a better pitcher than Yu Darvish.
Wow.
So
That's
this
impressive.
and he's a guy that looks like he should have 10 more years of pitching at a high level. So the American pitchers, the Major League Baseball pitchers, yes, they are American. They look like they're going to wait for Yamamoto to kind of set this market and not Aaron Nola setting the market. At least that's what that says. So it'll be interesting to see how aggressive the Rangers are on this. And obviously, as a big fan of baseball and Rangers, I want this to get going. I would love, this is Thanksgiving weekend. Aaron Nola just signed. I'd love for another big name to be signed.
There's so much fun whenever you start sitting down and making your roster and your lineup and your pitching rotation, and you start to see that you have a chance to get these guys. So,
Because
yeah.
in a way, if we don't get Jordan Montgomery back, the Rangers don't get Jordan Montgomery back, I'm like, we have to replace him. I don't feel like we're just good enough depth-wise to be like, oh, we lost Jordan Montgomery. We'll be just fine.
But y'all would fist pump and count it as a big deal, right, if you found out Jordan Montgomery's coming back on a 5 or 6 year deal?
Unbelievable
Okay.
deal.
Okay, good.
You get one of, you'd have to start going through, obviously Blake Snell just won the Cy Young. You'd have to go through, and I would have a tough time finding 10 other better left-handed starting pitchers than Jordan Montgomery. Framber Valdez comes to mind. There's other people probably not off the top of my head that would come to mind. But, I mean, Jordan Montgomery, to me, what he just did, how consistent he was in the playoffs and in the regular season, he has to be one of the 10 best left-handed starting pitchers in the game today.
I still feel, Mike, though, that, and we kind of talked about this a little bit last week, Kevin, I feel like the Rangers winning, the Rangers also spending the way they did, it's going to be a lot of players trying to use the Rangers as leverage with the teams they're with to try and get these kind of Aaron Nola deals out of the way and done with so that they can be like, oh, that's what I'm afraid of.
Yeah.
And I'm just used to that from the past.
Now, we are going to open up one of a box right now. This is
Two
top
boxes
tier one.
right now.
Now, who would you guys like to see? Would you rather see like a Corey Seager one of one, or like Shohei Ohtani one of one here?
Okay, I feel bad. I love the Rangers, but I'm obviously going to pick
I
the
feel like
Shohei
though we have.
one-on-one.
By the way, we're at RJ Dukes here in McKinney. There's 15 to 20 people in here right now. This is amazing. A lot of kids obviously off for Thanksgiving break. So here it is, kids. I'll let you guys see it first if you can see the top of it. Here comes Tier 1 open. It's a pack, a foil pack here. So it just shows I haven't opened up Tier 1 in a while.
There's descriptions of it right in front of you if you need it, Mike.
Okay, well, the description is it's baseball cards.
Yeah, in your face, Kevin.
Okay.
You didn't even know.
Fair point.
You didn't
So
know.
I'm going to go with the last one first. This is a legend.
Okay.
This is a Bernie Williams card right here.
And that's a back card?
Numbered to 199.
Ranger
Very
killer
cool.
Bernie Williams.
Bernie
Ooh,
Williams
yeah.
card.
I hated him in the late 90s.
Good God.
Here's
he's
an
really
autograph. Good guy,
really
too.
clutch.
Can play the guitar.
Oh, yeah. I have nothing against him
He's
personally.
a
Just
singer,
on the
too.
field, I despised him.
We have a autograph card of Herman, or if you'd like to pronounce it really American, German. But it might be German. but-
What is that look on your face, Corey?
Just wait.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I haven't seen this. Oh my gosh. This is going to be a 4-figure card here as I'm reading
What?
the back. This is an autographed Derek Jeter card.
Whoa. If you can hear everybody in the background, they're all like,
6 to 30.
Shut
Very
up, it's
cool.
numbered at a 30?
6 to 30. Certified autographed relic card. This is going to be given away. You just have to follow
This isn't a backyard breakers kind of thing where we're like, oh,
RJ
we can't get
You
it.
have a chance to get this card right
Oh, sorry
here.
about that. Never mind.
This is
Yeah.
Derek Jeter. It says, congratulations, you've just received a top certified autographed relic card
Holy
of Tier 1. This is pretty amazing here. The letters get a lot smaller, but this is a jersey card autographed by Derek Jeter out of Topps Tier 1. So Bernie Williams, some dude named Herman or German,
Because
from the
Corey
Red
looked at me
Sox.
for that one. I was like, oh,
Yeah, you
man,
started-
what do I need to know?
No, I had just seen the name on the back of that one. And I was
just
like,
a
"Boy."
reminder.
This is easily $1,000
Okay.
card, and I might be low on that
So
number.
just a reminder. Run, don't walk to RJ Duke Sports Cards in McKinney today. If you show them that you follow them on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, they will be giving this away on Friday. And I don't mean, oh, you got to spend. No, they're giving these things away. So follow them on social
That's
media.
massive.
Get involved.
I'm hot.
Come up to the
There's
shop
no way
today.
He's the
you
opener.
gonna pull? Would you rather have an autographed Luke Skywalker card or an autographed Darth Vader card?
Luke Skywalker.
Darth Vader. He's the
Does that
most,
mean Mark Hamill? Well,
he's the most
Does
significant
he
villain in
autograph
history.
it Mark Hamill or Luke
no,
Skywalker?
he autographs it Mark Hamill.
I think he
That's
should autograph
dumb.
it Luke Skywalker.
So-
That's who he is in the movie.
And Darth Vader should autograph
Yeah,
it. I'm your
Darth Vader.
father.
Okay, but there's like 3 different people who did Darth Vader. It's like James
No.
Earl
Yeah.
Jones, David Prowse. There's another
Oh,
person.
wow, you know a lot.
Okay, look, I like Star Wars. All right, so we're doing the Star Wars Topps Chrome Black embossed. There's an autograph in there, Corey. I don't know if you want to look ahead because you got the magic touch. I don't know what I'm going to pull that's going to match though to what Mike was just doing. So it could be a failure.
I mean, I got the Michael Young of the Yankees, right, Corey?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
But he was just a guy on any other team.
Oh,
you
my
know what I mean?
gosh.
With
That
like
is-
3,700 hits. Or
Yeah.
whatever.
All right, we got a Log Ray Ewoks card, number to 125.
Oh, he's my favorite player.
You.
I almost had him cuss on there.
There are lots of kids here
Uh-huh.
too. An R2D2 parallel,
Oh,
number
yeah.
299.
That is cool. That is really cool.
And then base card. Oh, one of the singers from the Cantina Band. I love it. I love it. I love it.
And here comes the big dog,
All right.
right?
And this is the
This is-
encased autograph
I'm
card.
going autograph Darth Vader.
Okay, well, I would have let you know by now.
Palpatine.
That'd be scary to get.
Rick Ollie from Ollie's Bargain. What's the name of that shop again? You know that.
What?
The little pawn shop that he gets the stuff for?
No. This is not really where
Are you
he's
talking
from.
about Star Wars?
No, okay. It's Rick Ollie autographed encased right there. But my question was, I was trying to make a relation to Ollie's Bargain, the like actual shop that exists in the real world. Nobody knows this
The
place.
only
Oh
shop
my
I know
god.
is RJ Duke Sports.
Okay.
That's it. That's the
Well,
only shop I ever
Hey,
go to.
you know
my
what?
box was better than yours.
That is fair. But all of these cards are going to be given away
awesome.
on Friday. Follow RJ Dukes on social media. And I know you're like, oh, man, what else are going to be open? We got 6 more boxes. I don't know if this is going to be the apex of what we're doing, but we
I
have
just
6
started off
more
with a-
things
I can't.
to open up today. Coming up next,
Wow.
In
the
your face.
brutal
Wow, that was
weekend
huge.
that was for the Mavs and the Stars. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next live from, thank you, Ollie's Bargain Outlet. Thank you very much for the people helping me out with that on the truckwreck.com text line. We'll be back live from RJ Dukes in McKinney on 105.3 The Fan.
fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All kinds of amazing things happening. The Cowboys victorious. Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor. We are live at RJ Duke's in McKinney, where they got all kinds of deals going on out here. And we just pulled probably a 4-figure card in the Derek Jeter relic autograph number to 30 that will be given away by RJ Duke's on Friday if you come up here and sign up today.
It's not like there's like any Black Friday sales going on.
They
right?
have Black Friday sales galore.
Oh, and you could potentially get that card that Mike just
Yes,
pulled.
for free.
Or the one you just pulled.
Yes, for free.
And then also sales going on at the same time?
Yes, correct.
Wow.
You sound like the Mavs defense. It's all for free.
Ah, now.
Would you like a layup, a dunk, or a wide open three? And if you miss, we will let you have the rebound back to try again.
I'm glad that you brought that up because, and we can go a few different directions here. It was an absolutely brutal weekend for the Mavericks and the Stars. We'll get into why the Stars was Corey's fault in just a little bit. But let's go with the Mavericks.
And the Mavericks, by the way.
Did you
not
mess that
see my
up
timeline
too?
Were you
on
like
that?
at 111, 101 against Milwaukee? Where you're like, this
man.
is over. We got them.
I'll tell you, and my
right.
buddy's an idiot. It was pretty crazy.
Right.
The timing of everything, I couldn't believe it.
And just remember, my buddy's an idiot is later in the week.
Oh. I don't know, man.
Wanker of the weekend.
Wanker of the weekend. That was
got it. Don't worry
it's
about
not Wednesday.
that. I'm just giving you a hard time. Do you want to go back to the Milwaukee game first, or do you want to hit the Kings first?
Maybe let's go in chronological order because
Okay.
the Milwaukee game was a great game to watch. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you this turning point in the game, and then we can go to more of a general point. Luka gets fouled. Luka goes to the free throw line, misses both free throws with about 5 minutes and change to go. On the second missed free throw, Derek Lively picks up his 5th foul.
Yep.
And Giannis, who's a horrible free throw shooter, makes both of his.
Yep.
So it goes from could you be up by 4 to now you're tied, or maybe you're up by 1 and then you lose the lead. But from that point on, the Mavericks were playing bad defense up to that point. But now Derek Lively has 5 fouls. You have to take him out of the game for a little bit. Bring in Dwight Powell. God bless him. He can't play in this league to save his life, but he's trying his best. And you couldn't stop them at all. Like, I don't know if they wanted to score 50 in the fourth quarter. I think they could have. I think they ended up with 43 in the fourth quarter. So it's a great game to watch, but you see the fatal flaw in the Dallas Mavericks.
And so I want to talk. I'm glad that you said that because I want to talk specifically about a couple of elements of that. On the positive part, Kyrie scored 39. Luka scored 35. They were shooting outstanding. However, here's the issue that you run into. Just in the fourth quarter, Milwaukee was 14 of 21 shooting. That's 21%.
Yeah.
Here's the issue. Because you can be
I wonder how many of when they missed, if they got the offensive
got the
rebound.
offensive rebound. And that's the thing. If you're just looking at the stat sheet, you can be like, hey, a team gets hot, what are you supposed to do? Look at the shots that they got. The closeout defense on the three-pointers in the Milwaukee game was atrocious. So if you have those wide-open looks, naturally it's going to be more likely that your shooting percentage is going to be better. And so that clipped the Mavericks for a couple of reasons. They've only, going into that game, and we could discuss what you think about Sacramento.
Yeah.
Going into that game, that dropped them to 0-2 against elite teams. Now, clearly they still have an amazing record, but in their two big-time showdowns, they got smoked by Denver, and then they lost the lead in the fourth quarter against Milwaukee. This was the first clutch game they've lost all year. They were 6-0 in tight games this year.
Where do you rank, like, the Mavericks as opposed to elite teams? Do you have them as good teams, really good teams? Like, are you kind of? I'm still struggling to figure out exactly what they are.
It's so early. I'm happy with their start, Kevin.
For sure.
I'm really happy what their record is. They took care of business. They've been beating the average to bad teams pretty much 100% of the time. That is great. Keep doing that, and you'll find yourself close to 50 wins. That will be great. But when you start asking the question right now, where do you see them against Sacramento, against Milwaukee, against Denver? We're seeing they can't stop a soul. They can't stop a human being on the basketball court from getting what they want. Now, they might miss the shot, but they literally can get whatever they want. Damian Lillard, De'Aaron Fox, whether it's Giannis, whether it's lefty last night, Sabonis, they get whatever they want, and it pretty much uncontested.
Yeah.
So you're just hoping they miss, and then you only have a 50% chance of getting the rebound. So against these tough teams, Kevin, I have a tough time seeing right now, without the Mavs making a trade to try to improve their defense, how they win a playoff series against teams like this.
I agree.
I'm not trying to cop out on your question, Corey. I know it's an excellent question because I'm stuck in the in-between of they're not elite. They just aren't. Like, at least this is stage in the season.
You throw a decent defense out there, you can put
Oh,
them
my
in,
God.
you can put them in the
Because
almost
offensively, we're
category.
top 5 offensively.
Yeah.
Like,
For
we're
sure.
scoring on these teams pretty well, but literally you have to score every possession to keep up with your defense.
And something we can talk about down the line. They're scoring in a more varied way than they did even last year. And I know we need to
That was
talk
my
about
tweet.
that. Okay. Oh, okay.
And
well,
then they went cold for 6 minutes.
Okay, but that is still a correct tweet. I've got them wedged. I think they're better than good, but I don't quite think they're very good, and we might be getting into a semantical discussion, but the defensive aspect of it remains very frustrating because we talked about this a week ago. I was looking at it and saying, I think the Mavericks defense might be, let's say they went from bottom, one of the worst 4 or 5 teams in the league last year, to maybe they're one of the worst 10 teams. It doesn't sound good when I put it like that, but it is better. And now you're looking at it and thinking, oh, crap, are we going to slide back to bottom 5? Which I realize it's early, but that's all the data we have to go at by thus far. And this weekend, it was humbling from the defensive perspective.
Did you talk about those numbers that we just saw from
No,
Grant?
but you talk about those numbers because they're really bad. But just to give you an idea, Sabonis last night, I've just pulled up the Bucks. He was 13 of 15 from the field. Like, literally, and I think when he missed one of them, he just got the rebound and put it back in for another layup. So it's like,
can we stop on that for just 1 second there?
Yeah.
Because, and I want to go back, this is what I said earlier. Don't just say, not you, I'm just saying people who are like, well, what are you supposed to do? Look at those 15 shots. Go look at those 15 shots and then chart it out. How many were wide open? How many were easy moves to the basket?
Yeah.
How many were not contested particularly well? And that's the problem is, let's say that 13 to 15, because maybe it's just hot that night. What if it was 11 of 15? What if you could drop 2 off of Giannis because you were just playing better defense? That stacks up incredibly huge.
This is interesting, Mike. I didn't see this one earlier. The season they went to the Western Conference Finals, that year they were 7th in defensive rating.
Wow.
This year, or last year, they were 25th. This year, the whole season, they're 26th. The last 10 games, 28th. The last 5 games, 29th. The last 3 games, 29th. The last 2 games, 29th. And the last game, 29th.
It's amazing because I don't know who's worse than this.
Yeah,
to be
that's what
honest,
their defensive
watching
rating
this
is.
defense, like, remember how
Washington.
we would make?
I think maybe
It might be
Washington.
Washington.
Yeah.
Remember how we'd make fun of, in a way, you'd make fun of Dirk, Finley, Nash, Van Exel, and then you'd throw some. It might be Rafe LaFrance, but that kind of other spot was a varying person. You're like, this is some horrible defense, but this is so fun to watch. I think we're back in that spot. Now, are we as good as kind of that team? I don't know. But offensively, this is so fun to watch. Defensively, though, I think this is the worst defense that the Mavericks have had since. And I hate saying this because there's talent on this team. But this defense, and sometimes they're trying. Last night, I thought Grant Williams for some reason, maybe he was tired because of back-to-back, but watching the game live, he just wasn't watching the ball and his man. Back cuts were happening to him. He would lose his man completely, and I'm like,
back cuts killed him in the playoffs last year and ended up getting him less time.
He stopped watching. He just ball watches at times, and that's where cutting from Grant Williams, you can kill him because he's just ball watching a lot.
And he's obviously one of your better defenders, but he does run into some of those lapses, which is why the Celtics felt like they could let him go. I still have I have very high hopes. The thing that I hate about all those stats that you gave is if you tell me the Mavericks are going to be top 10 in defensive efficiency at the end of the season, I think this is a team that can win the championship.
Absolutely.
I agree, but here's the way that they were. Here's why they were defensively efficient that year somewhat. If I walk the ball up the court and shoot the ball with 3 seconds on the shot clock almost every time, there's less possession. See, the defensive efficiency, when you play this fast, I love it. Like, I love watching the Mavericks play this year. This is so much more entertaining than the last couple years because you're seeing ball movement. You're seeing the ball get pushed up the court. The problem is there's more possessions, and now the Mavericks defensively have to play more possessions, and we're so bad defensively. And I don't know. I'll to put it to this. I don't know if there's an answer on this team because I don't think it's a lack of effort. At times, yes, there's certain possessions where there's a lack of effort on defense. But I just think when you really look at this, and Derek Lively is giving you what he can give you, but he's a small guy. Sabonis can just take him to wherever he wants. And this is why when that person's like, just let him develop. You don't want to get another guy because he would ruin his development. No, he needs help because every second Dwight Powell is on the court, the other team, like, usually I think people are going to slip and fall on the court because there's so much drooling and slobbering from the other team that they're like, oh my God.
Look at that look.
Yeah, so I think that the Mavericks can make a trade to correct this, but it has to be somebody who can really help defensively and rebounding-wise.
And that's the issue that you run into a problem is we've talked about Vooch a whole bunch. Well, he doesn't help a lick on defense.
Right, just rebounding.
Rebounding for sure. Offensively for sure, but he doesn't help a lick on defense.
I'm with you, except he is more physical than Dwight Powell.
And he's definitely built better. I think he would work in good combination with Derek Lively. But
one thing that could help, I'll be honest here, and this is who he is. Maxi Kleber's only a 41 player a season game. He can only really, his body cannot physically handle
41 games, Corey. Don't worry about it.
I said that.
I got it. I mean, I've worked with Mike long enough. Yeah.
But, like, he's just a guy. He physically can't get close to 82 games, and he's missed almost every game this year. He will help. When Maxi Kleber plays his 15, and he should be only a 15-minute guy, he'll probably try to get extended to 25, 30 because of how bad this defense is, and then he'll get hurt again and have to miss time, and his back will be bugging him or his knees will be bugging him come playoff time. But that's where you have to make a trade to keep him to 15 minutes a night and probably only 55 games a year. But Maxi Kleber will help a little bit with this situation.
I will say I'm in complete agreement, though, with Mike in that they're a blast to watch. Like, as a fan, what we saw at the end of the season last year, that slide that just fell apart, and you're just like, what is this? And Kevin, I know we're going to discuss this more, the conversation of how different Kyrie can set up the offense versus how different Luka can set up the offense. When I see Tim Hardaway come off of a pick or a screen, and then he's at the elbow for a jump shot because Kyrie set him up, I'm like, when would we ever see that before? The areas they can score from the floor are so much different than we've seen the last few years.
I agree with you 1,000,000%. One thing I wanted to add to that I think is really encouraging is you've cut down the pace gap between the offense run by both of them. You're right. It's still totally different, but it used to be like, what? Is this even the same sport that we're watching? But they have cut down on the pace gap, which is probably really good for this team.
And to Mike's point about the opportunities, that's something that I think Jason Kidd really needs to start observing and trying to figure out how to limit late in the game.
Yeah.
Because that's when it's really going to matter. You can play this kind of pace all game, but those last 5 minutes, how do you limit it to a smaller amount of possessions? And that is because Luka still can walk the ball up the court late in games and limit those, and then they play better defense on the back part of that. They don't have to play the best defense the whole game, just in real important stretches.
I think what's important through the month of December and maybe even into January till you can possibly make a trade is just keep beating all the average to bad teams.
Yes.
That will keep you above 500.
Look where they are right now. Yeah, absolutely.
And then hopefully a trade happens where whether it's right, DeMar DeRozan is an offensive and defensive player, and he's available. And I don't know if they want him or not. And then if you were to get this would make you a championship team and possibly win it all this year. If you were in a trade, and it would suck up a lot of everything you have in the future. If you got DeMar DeRozan and Clint Capella on this team, now that's dream come true, right? Now
I actually don't think that would cost you as much as people seem to think.
But we're kind of we have a draft pick already out there
That's
for Kyrie.
true.
We have a draft pick for Porzingis. You're limited. Like, you would ruin everything in the future, and you'd have to trade Jaden Hardy. You might have to trade Josh Green, right? You'd have to do a lot of things to, like, we have DeMar DeRozan, Clint Capella, Kyrie, Luka, and then one other guy, maybe Grant Williams on the court with those guys. All of a sudden, you might win it all this year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from RJ Dukes in McKinney, where, man, this place has
been
nice?
You liking what you see?
First of all, I just want to say this real quick, because I know I know people are going to be like, oh, you're there, you're supposed to say it's great.
No.
I know the owner, Ryan, They donate awesome stuff to Peace-a-thon
Yes, they do.
every single year, including this year. You'll see National Treasures boxes up there. They're $400, $500, $600. He donated 2 of those and other stuff this year to Peace-a-thon. So if you're looking for a place that has a charitable heart as well as awesome stuff and awesome deals, come on out to McKinney, RJ Dukes, 400 North Central Expressway. Coming up next, we're going to talk about the Stars and Corey, because it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. That tweet I did see. We'll do it next right here on 105 through the Fan.
Choice Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
CFSC comes after Garbers. They've been able to sack him 3 times, and here they come. Garbers on the run. Gets rid of it at the last second to Harden for the touchdown. What a play by Garbers, being dragged down by Jalen Smith.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. And you know what? We might have some time for a little bit more card shenanigans if we want in here. Maybe not, though, because y'all were just eating food. So I don't know if we should
had
do
a Evil Viking on the Twitch. Brought us some Cubano sandwiches from McKinney, from somewhere in downtown McKinney.
Unbelievable.
They're good.
It's time for some wanker of the weekend, and I'm just going to go ahead. Corey, if I'm going to throw you under the bus, I'm going to throw my football program under the bus. Jimbo Fisher is in the news again. And I know you're like, but hold on. He already got fired, and you're already giving him all of the money. Earlier this season, he benched Moose Muhammad, the wide receiver, because he was wearing sleeves. And he said, Jimbo Fisher said, the hell you are going to wear sleeves. Hit the bench.
What?
Yeah.
Because was it a cold game?
No, he wanted to wear sleeves. And Jimbo Fisher is like, I'll be damned if that's going to happen under my watch. So because of that, all season, he had 159 yards receiving. Jimbo Fisher's out. So guess what? Muhammad wore sleeves. He had 104 yards receiving and a touchdown. In the whole season, he had 159 yards. In this one game, he got 104 yards and a touchdown because he was allowed to wear sleeves.
It is wild to me how many times. I mean, and I know this isn't a perfect example, but look at Noah Brown having a couple of huge games, right?
Yeah.
But under the Cowboys regime, he couldn't get enough opportunities. And then he finally did, and it was whatever it was. But there's so many times where you'll see a coach is on this ego trip. And it was like, this is not going to happen for you. And then it gets lifted, and a guy gets to have an opportunity to go show what he's really made of. Because some coach had a stupid, hey, you can't wear you can't not wear sleeves, or you can't wear sleeves.
Yeah.
That's dumb. That's really dumb.
Yep.
And now he suffered from it.
Yes.
I wonder how many other players on the A&M program had some dumb thing like that.
Probably
and
a
Jimbo
lot.
Fisher was making that team suffer dumbly for something like that.
What's amazing with Jimbo Fisher is how great he was at Florida State. It doesn't make sense to me how – I'm not saying he ruined A&M. I mean, A&M was in peril when he came there.
I don't think he ruined it at all, yeah.
But, I just – those rules like that – I understand you have to have rules on a team. You do. That one, though.
That feels very arbitrary.
Yeah. I just don't, see how wearing. Now, if you wanted to wear sleeves that were like, I'm just making this up, Spider-Man sleeves.
No, they were literally maroon and blended in with his jersey.
Yeah, then I'm fine with it. If you wanted to wear something where I'm like, hey, this isn't our team colors. This is a little bit out. I don't mind you wearing sleeves, but they need to be, to your point, maroon or white or black to kind of go with our jersey. I totally get that. But, yeah, I don't know. Jimbo kind of lost – for some reason he lost his way from Florida State to A&M, and I don't know why or how or what.
And I did see a couple of people bring up, but they played Abilene Christian. All right, I'm going to try this again one more time. Maybe the numbers got lost in translation.
Mm-hmm.
He had 159 yards all season. Go take a look back at A&M's schedule. Go take a look back at those first 3 games or so, all right? They played plenty of cupcakes, and A&M scored 38 points in this game. They scored more points the week before against an SEC team, all right? This was his best game of the season by far, so that's some great work there, Jimbo. All right, Corey, it's your turn.
They lost to App State, Kevin?
Not this year, though.
Oh, I'm looking at
I went to the game.
I mean, that definitely happened. No, that definitely happened.
I went back too far on the schedule.
No, I definitely remember that.
All
Fighting mozzarella sticks got us that day. Corey, you sent out a tweet, something to the effect of, this Stars team is amazing or this Stars team is different. when they had a 3-0 lead.
Yeah.
Do I have that approximately correct?
Stars had a 3-0 lead.
Yeah,
They
I was
looked
flipping, and I was all excited, and then it was 3-2, and then it wasn't 3-2 anymore.
My tweet was, Stars are on another level, y'all. And it was because they were doing everything right. Everything looked exactly the way you want it to, and I was like, all right, and it's the Avs? Awesome. Like you're beating up.
Yeah.
It looked like they were set to dominate a good team.
Yep.
And
Which I haven't done this year.
And Kevin, right before that, moments before that, I tweeted, this Mavs team has a lot of ways to play offense.
Oh,
so I like Mike, I flipped back and forth. I was watching the Mavs. I was like, good God, they're scoring from everywhere. They can do it in, again, so many different and unique ways that aren't just Luka walking it up the court and deciding who gets the ball at the last second or taking it himself. And then Grant Williams goes cold. They can't hit a three-pointer late in the game to get that thing rolling. And, Kevin, I think it was 6 minutes that the offense went cold after I tweeted that out. And then I turned back. I was like, well, this game's over. Let me flip it back over to the Stars. And it was 3-3 and quickly became 5-3. And I was like, what did I do?
Well, it took 11 seconds. I was watching because I believe the Mavs game had just ended. So I tune over. They get kind of a little bit of it wasn't a turnover, but they make it 4-3, and you're like, dang it, this is going to be tough. And literally 11 seconds later, it was 5-3.
You know what's really agitating, too? 2 of those goals were scored by former Stars. Is Valerie Nichushkin, which obviously Stars fans have lots and lots of
feelings,
not super positive thoughts.
Why?
And then, well,
he never was what he should have been here.
And because when he was drafted, there was all these other shenanigans that went in. Yeah. And he was like, oh, I don't know. And then he came.
Is he the Tyler Sagan of the Bruins? Because I know we got Sagan from the Bruins because of his shenanigans and stuff like that.
That is an interesting point.
Or Michael Redd.
Oh, man, I haven't thought about
Michael Redd. Josh Smith.
I was thinking you're thinking of Michael Redd of the Milwaukee Bucks.
Whoever the guy was that wouldn't play for the Mavs early on.
I mean, Kiki Vandeweghe. And then Andrew Cogliano also scored. So there's 2 former Stars. I don't know if that makes a difference, but tonight's game, you're going up against the Rangers, who lead the Metropolitan Division. You can say it's too early to be concerned. I just want them to put out a good effort because this year, the Stars, against all the rest of the NHL, 11-1. Against teams that are in first or second place, 0-3-1.
So they're the Mavericks.
Or the Cowboys.
Against the elite team. All of our teams except for the Rangers.
The Cowboys have been underdogs in 2 games this
year. And they're 0-2. The Mavericks have played 2 elite teams. They're 0-2. The Stars have played 4 elite teams. They're 0-3-1. We need to fix this, guys.
By the way, I do think Sacramento at the end of the year is going to have another top 3 record in the West. So
and that's why I wasn't sure where you fell on that.
De'Aaron Fox all of a sudden can make threes?
Yeah, dude.
Dang it.
No,
you better look out.
All right, so here's my question then. If before all this happened, if I would have said you're going to be good, you're going to be a good team. All of DFW will be a good team.
Yeah.
But you can't beat the best teams. But you're going to win a World Series.
Well, that's fine. I'm happy with that.
Okay.
But
right.
I do see this. A new Stars fan. And look, I'll be honest, I didn't want how the Stars got up 3-0. I saw the highlights, but I was rocking the Mavs.
And it looked like it's going to be an incredible day.
Mavs Brewers game, Mavs Bucks game. But when I tuned over to the Stars and then I saw it 3-3, then I watched the 4-3, then I watched 5-3. I didn't see 6-3 because I was like, screw it. I'm not happy right now with this. I'm not happy with the Mavs collapse, and I'm not happy with the Stars collapse. But to your point, I think both teams are like a move away, a trade away. I don't know the Stars well enough to know what piece that they need to really put themselves possibly over the top of Colorado, of the Canucks, who I saw that game, and I thought, man, I think they're just better than us.
Yeah, and that's just going to be you learning the rest of the NHL along the ride here. I mean, I'm probably in the same boat with you. Every year I kind of have to relearn the NHL. But in that game specifically early on, I was like, man, Tyler Sagan's back, baby. Tyler Sagan, we got our Tyler Sagan, the one we need, the one that's not injured anymore and is healthy and can make these types of plays. It was a very exciting thing. But then, Mike, I'm sorry also, I didn't see the adjustment because I flipped over to the Mavs game, so I didn't see what adjustment Colorado made that really shut the Stars down.
I tell you this, when I watched the third period, I don't even know if the Stars had the puck for 5 minutes of the period.
Yeah.
It felt like
God.
Colorado was on the
Yeah.
attack the whole third period.
I would need to look that up, but it does feel like that. Now, I want to know y'all's thoughts on this because this got a lot of traction. Did you see Ian Rappaport's tweet about Caleb Williams?
I don't think I did.
Okay, so USC's perpetually underwhelming season continued with a loss to UCLA. And Caleb Williams, quote, elected not to speak to the media. And Ian Rappaport put out a tweet. Joe Burrow learned his season was over on Friday, understood his responsibility, and went out and held a news conference. The job of a quarterback and face of the franchise. And when you look at that, and then you look at, did he go to cry to his mom and not his teammates or anything like that? I don't know how people factor in things like this against just natural talent.
I would still, as far as I know, I would take him number one. Obviously, I'm not following
Drake May
that closely. That being said, I do think that he's not beyond his years age-wise. He's acting like a 20, 21-year-old, which is fine. That's what age he is. But I don't think you look at Caleb Williams through what's going on this year, his last year in college. We know that he's not coming back. I can't imagine him coming back to USC for a senior year, right? Because isn't he a junior?
I do not think he will be.
So you're just dealing with somebody who needs to mature a little bit. But he's not acting like a 10-year-old. He's just acting somewhat his age, and you wouldn't say, oh, he's beyond his years the way that he's controlling the adversities, I'll say, that he's going through.
Yeah. I didn't know much about his personality at OU. Because, when he was at Oklahoma, Kevin, you had Rattler still, so you still had that going on, and he replaces him. And then Lincoln Riley's like, see you later, we're out of here, and I'm taking the quarterback with me. And I thought, man, that really stinks. I still am very in the vein of the on-the-field product I have questions about because of how Lincoln Riley sets up quarterbacks so well. But when you add these other things to it, I'm like, man, he had a lot of things handed to him and gifted to him along the way, too. How's that response going to be when he gets to the NFL? And there's even more of that type of exposure for you.
Now, I believe Mike is about to open some more packs. Now, on these ones, if I recall correctly, these are gold exclusive packs from the National. I saw somebody try to buy every single one of these that RJ Dukes had at the Dallas Card Show, and they were like, hey, can I get a discount? And he was like, not for these packs. And so these are exclusive from the National. They're gold. There's only two in there, Corey. If you want to grab one, those are very hard to find, and I believe they're like $50 a pack.
They are.
Give or take.
This is one pack.
Yes, and there's only two cards in there.
These are very tough to get from the National.
Yes.
So these are not easy packs to get. That's why that person wanted to get a lot of them. All right, the first card I'm opening up is a Greg Maddux, your guy.
Oh.
Like green ice Panini. I don't know if it's numbered or not. It is numbered 35 of 99.
Okay.
And then the other card that I have here is a Kevin Durant Panini regular card. Nothing like when I say nothing special about it.
I understand.
I understand. It's a base card. Thank you. Base card is the best way.
A base card
describe
sounds so much more, so much more respectable.
So the Maddux
than
card
a
is a really
regular
cool card out of this.
All right, the first card I get here, Kevin, and Mike, is an Anthony Edwards card.
Ooh, that's probably numbered.
And then it's all red and shiny and everything. And then the second one I got is Eamon Thompson.
Ice, I think.
Eamon Thompson. He's a rookie.
Oh,
yes, one of the Thompson twins.
There you go. That's
right.
the one that I got there. That's a nice card. That's awesome.
So there we go.
Like
all right.
Oh, and you got...
I got one, too.
Is that Chet?
Here's my base. It's not Chet Holmgren. I'm
it did
sorry.
Look like Chet from over here.
Bazalis.
Okay.
Is it Matas or Mateus? I probably should know that by now. And then I'm sorry.
Look, there's a lot of names out
there.
there.
And then a George Brett blue cracked ice numbered 97 out of 149. So there are gold packs. You can get all of these cards, where there will be a giveaway for all these cards on a live stream Friday, Black Friday. All you got to do, pop up to the shop today, RJ Dukes off of North Central Expressway in McKinney. Show them that you follow one of their platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or YouTube. They'll be giving this all away for free on Friday. And remember, that includes, if you missed it from earlier, the relic autograph Derek Jeter numbered to 30. Wow. That will be a part
They
of
actually
the
have
giveaway.
a George Brett
extra-
rookie card here too. Not to give away, but
Okay,
to buy.
I was about to say,
I saw it
hold
in there.
on now. Let's just let's make it happen.
You know, you just said George Brett. I noticed. I was like, that caught my eye. They have a 75 George Brett rookie card in their shop here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How much does it suck to get beat down twice in the same afternoon? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting for on an unheard of 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
2nd and 5, and it's caught by Shakir. Shakir with Whitehead trying to cut off the angle. Shakir still going. Touchdown, Buffalo. What a move. Wow. 81 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live at RJ Duke Sports Cards in McKinney. And right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Yep. I think your mic is off. Okay, try it again.
This is the week of gravy.
That's right.
What kind of gravy?
Brown for turkey.
Okay.
You're not putting cream gravy in. You're not doing Thanksgiving cream gravy.
No, it's
you have to be super country to do that.
This is the giblet or giblet.
What did
gravy?
you say?
Yeah, no, I got nervous for a second.
Is it the giblet? Is it giblet or giblet?
It's giblet, right?
Giblet?
I think so.
All right, I'll take your word for
The
it.
other
But
word
that's
is you might be thinking of.
But
a goblet.
Thursday's a brown gravy day.
Okay.
Or a turkey gravy.
Okay.
day.
He's right.
You're not.
So you're going to shun if somebody brought up white gravy? I could see you being like, well, what am I going to do with
You're
this?
taking the turkey fat, right, that renders off of the turkey, and that's what starts your gravy for Thanksgiving. You're not like taking a pound of sausage and then throwing some flour and butter in there and like, hey, man, I got some sausage gravy for your turkey. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
He's right.
I'm like, if you have biscuits, I'll do it.
Oh, man. I'm a fan of biscuits, but rolls are even better than biscuits.
Yeah, somehow rolls.
We have the bracket to back that up. Oh yeah, I need to start putting that bracket together for Wednesday.
What won last year? Last year, rolls didn't win.
I think I actually have that bracket in my folder.
No way.
Yes.
That'll be Wednesday during Peace-a-thon, where I'm going to win a Mickey Mantle like 36 by 24.
Oh yeah.
Is that your goal?
I'm going to bid on it. I don't know if I'm going to win.
It is incredible. You guys loved last year. It came down to stuffing and dressing versus gravy. And because I remember the year before it was ham against macaroni and cheese, and Mike was like, "What is this? The Easter bracket?" And you were outraged. You were outraged by it. So yeah, the great Thanksgiving.
Did gravy win?
Over
stuffing and dressing?
No, stuffing and dressing won. I do believe.
How do we let that happen?
I don't know, but I do love stuffing. If you make me vote on that again, I would vote stuffing dressing. But that is two great competitors. Like, that is a great competition.
All right, not a great competitor is the New York Jets. So they lost to the Bills 32-6. There's a lot to go over here. First of all, that's 6 points. They were already losing 16-0, but that was, and I want you to think about this for a minute, that was their first offensive touchdown in 41 drives.
Wow.
41 drives.
How is Zach Wilson getting worse as the season progresses?
I don't know if you heard Robert Saleh.
He said he's
actually playing better.
He's doing good.
Yeah, he's playing
doing better.
We remember we went over the stats, how he had 1 touchdown and 4
I wanted the follow-up question to be like, better than what?
Yeah.
And
that is a good point. That is always a good follow-up. Comparative, where are we here?
You would think that a person would, hey, you're not the starting quarterback, you're not getting first-team reps. Hey, you're the starting quarterback, you're getting first-team reps. And as the season progressed, not saying he would get good, but he would get better. He's actually gotten worse the more he plays.
So not only did they lose that game, but allegedly there was a fight in the tunnel afterwards. And one of the reporters with SNY that put this out said, one of the Bills players yelled after the fight, and we beat that ass too. So how tough is it to get crushed twice in the same day? I know only one of them counts in the loss column, but if you get beat up, that feels like insult to injury, or I guess injury to insult in this case.
I would say this, Corey, I'm going to take it into another type of category. I heard through Broadus, I was listening to I was listening to Chia Follow. I was listening to pregame show because I know Zach and Eric both do it. Eric does pregame, Zach does postgame. And they were talking about that. They're saying maybe Christmas Eve that Aaron Rodgers comes back.
Yes.
But why would you come back if you're not in the playoff hunt? And at this point, watching the Jets, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to come back because even if he's somewhat healthy, why risk coming back that quickly when you're not in the playoff race?
To prove it. To prove that.
And that might be it.
He said he really did say earlier in the year, I want to show that I, with whatever methods I use, that I can come back faster than anybody ever has before. Maybe we can, it's the opportunity to say, hey, not everything that is out there is the end-all, be-all. What I did can be the next step. Maybe we can get heal from this faster, and somebody can be out there.
If we go to cut number 19, there's interesting things are transpiring with the 49ers.
Purdy going to can the play here as 3 receivers right, Ayuk, and Juszczyk left, going deep down the sideline for Ayuk. He's got it, and he's gone. 20, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco! Ayuk is on fire!
You love playing San Francisco audio.
Hey, look.
I don't understand it.
Well, look, his favorite team's the Steelers, and his favorite quarterback of all time is Joe Montana. We have them both on record.
Yeah, you're a huge Steelers
Tell
fan.
me
We
I'm
know.
wrong. Is your favorite quarterback of all time Joe Montana?
Here's the thing that's going to make it really tough.
Answer the question.
No, hold on. I will answer your question. It's going to be really tough for me to pivot out of this, and this is where I'm going to get in trouble.
Oh, my gosh.
Brock Purdy completed 21 of 25 passes for 333 yards and 3 touchdowns. He had a perfect quarterback rating. He's the first San Francisco 49ers quarterback to have a perfect quarterback rating since, and this is crazy, 1989, where both Steve Young and Joe Montana did it in the same season.
I feel this.
I do love Joe Montana, yes.
If San Francisco is healthy, I think they win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But that's a big
Just because
if.
their style of play.
We've seen Christian McCaffrey. He gets hurt a lot in his career, right? If Christian McCaffrey's hurt, that could really change my mind.
That is true.
If a major defensive player like Warner or Bosa is hurt, that could change my mind. So they have to be, obviously, Brock Purdy getting hurt killed them last year against Philadelphia. It made it the worst NFC championship game in the history of football when they had pretty much no quarterbacks left to play in the second half of the game. So I do think that when I watch this San Francisco team, Corey, and when they're healthy, I'm like, who beats this team?
I mean, I do think the Chiefs can scheme it up to beat that team. I think, but they're still limited right now, in my opinion, and the ability to spread the ball around the right way. Like, and when I say the right way, the way Patrick Mahomes does it, I guess, is the right way. But it's Travis Kelce and a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
And I know Chiefs fans are like, hey, but we're like everybody else. They're developing and all that. But I still think that Patrick Mahomes can be the X factor against that team. So that's the only one. Other than that, I don't see anybody else whenever they're at their best.
Do you want a fun fact since you mentioned Travis Kelce? Do you know that Travis Kelce and Deron Bland have the same number of touchdowns this year?
Hey.
Do you want to just talk Deron Bland?
When are we going to talk Deron Bland today?
122, baby.
Okay. When are we going to talk about Kansas City and Philadelphia tonight?
Yeah, we can talk about that right now if you want.
Because you're bringing up Kansas City. Look, Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks I've ever seen in my life. I put him in the category of Peyton Manning, Tom Brady. I think he's going to be one of the 5 greatest quarterbacks of all time. Joe Montana being one of them too. I just look at him and look at what he has around him and say it's a load of, besides Kelce.
And Chris
Jones. It's just horrible. His running backs are average at best. His receivers are out of you take that group of 5 receivers, I think they're 32nd in the NFL in wide receivers. Like, he has the worst wide receivers in all of the NFL as a group. So if they lose tonight, if Philadelphia wins tonight, I hear what you're saying about Kansas City, and maybe they will, but I just look at them and go, they're not very talented besides Patrick Mahomes and Kelce.
Yeah, I think they are devoid in a couple of areas, and specifically wide receiver, and that could be the difference, But I still think that when it comes down to if they're in a 17-14 game and they have to drive down the field in the fourth quarter, that Mahomes can manufacture runs, if you will, or manufacture points in some way.
Who you like tonight, then?
I like the Chiefs because I hate the Eagles.
I'm sorry. Who do you think is going to win?
I hear Chiefs because I hate the Eagles. It doesn't matter. I really do. I think I still think that Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have something that they can put out against that.
I'll
Eagles
tell you
team.
What could be key tonight, Corey, that we won't know until we see the first quarter is how hurt Jalen Hurts is.
Well, and also the Eagles.
He's not running.
They seem to keep saying like he's all right, but I'm with you.
But the Eagles'
Everybody
secondary
professionally lies in sports.
Their secondary's been exposed a lot, and you have a quarterback that loves to expose secondary. So that's where I think that they get over the.
Well, then Sky Moore needs to
Browns?
wake up from his draft pick status and start playing football like an NFL football player.
And then if I can fire off just one more real quick, if you can give me cut number 18, this felt like it was going to be the biggest upset of the day until it was not.
Jared leans in, takes the snap, hands to Montgomery, head down to the end zone. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. They've got the lead back. David Montgomery against his former team, and the Lions. What a comeback. What a comeback.
Now, Corey, your team looked rough for most of the day. The Bears kick a field goal to go up 26-14 with 4 minutes and 15 seconds to go. That was it for them. The Lions scored 2 touchdowns and got a safety in the last 3 minutes. They're 8-2 for the first time since 1962.
Wow, that is impressive.
That team started 11-2.
That is very impressive. Listen,
that was going to be a humongous
I know it's
upset,
the Bears,
though, right?
but it's a division game. You know,
Sure.
like and that's you play them twice a year. You have a pretty good understanding of what they are, and you can scheme up something that you know pretty well. And that's why it was a struggle. But the Lions are the better team, and that's why it ended the way that it did.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. As your home of the Cowboys, your home of the Rangers is live from RJ Dukes and McKinney. It's 105 through the Fan.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Stephen Jones in just a minute, but we're also live at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney. It has been a hell of a day already, and you need to sign up for their socials, because if you follow them on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you got a whole bunch. You know how social media works, whole lot of options. Everything we have been opening up today, including that gigantic Jeter autograph card numbered to 30, will be given away on Friday. Mike's going to open up a mini helmet in just a second, but right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Well, we are doing fantastic, and we're doing fantastic for the game. But obviously, also, I have to ask, how did all of this Ring of Honor stuff with Jimmy finally come together?
Well, I think it's been in the works for quite some time. Don't think I know. And, they just felt like this was going to be the right timing. They had people were at different visits they had out in L.A., and just felt good about it, and you can see they both seem thrilled about the situation. And I think it's great, not only great for Jimmy, a great honor for Jimmy. I think it's great for our fans. Certainly, I know a lot of players on that team are thrilled to have him join him, whether you're talking about a Troy or a Emmett or a Michael and so on, D-Ware, et cetera. I think it's just it was the right time, and it's great that it's going to happen here at the end of the season.
I've always been kind of curious. What's your relationship with Jimmy Johnson like?
Oh, I've always had a great relationship with him. He and I work good together. Obviously, I've been fortunate enough, since I got in the business when I was about 25 years old, to really work with some great coaches. Obviously, Jimmy being one of them, but Coach Switzer, Coach Parcells. I won't name them all, but Jimmy, of course, was right up there in terms of teaching me a lot about the game, teaching me a lot about, players and, leading and all the things that are instrumental in building a championship football team. But we've always had a great relationship. I've always enjoyed him as Jerry does as well. But it was a great run we had with him, and it was great working with him.
So when you, Jimmy, and Jerry are sitting together yesterday in the suite, are y'all talking actively about the game in front of you, or are you mixing it in with a lot of y'all's stories from the good old days?
Both. I mean, we were actually, different situations in the game. We would recollect about being in similar type situations, how he would go about making calls or making decisions, and how he would work with his coaching staff and the players. But always great to share information up there and where we got some of our players and where they came from. And he's obviously a student of the game and knows all about now the salary cap, although we didn't have one when Jimmy was here. We were cutting and shooting for the most part, and guys couldn't leave. And then we had a little taste of Plan B, but he certainly understands the cap, know how important it is to find, for instance, a player like Bland, or to find a player like Bell in college free agency, in terms of complementing your salary cap when you've got obviously great players, but also players that count a lot toward your cap. When you got players like Dak Prescott, certainly CeeDee Lamb coming our way, but Tyron Smith and Zach Martin had a lot of great visits there about how those guys are and how they compare to some of our past guys, and just really great to spend the first half of that game with him.
When it comes to him as a coach, what was his best quality? Do you think it was? And you can rank them for me real quick, because you were there. You saw the man, the way that he worked. Was it identifying talent was his best attribute, or leading coaching part?
Jimmy obviously had been around the college game quite some time, and I think he contributed a lot in terms of knowing all the college players that were coming out. He had recruited, had a lot of them that played for him, but also recruited a lot of them and played against them, so that part was good. But I'd say his greatest quality was just, he was a psychology major, and just the way he led the football team, the way he would, not only the team but his coaching staff, and how he would get their psyche in the right place to go out and win week in and week out, and ultimately, get it into the end zone, and ultimately win 2 Super Bowls. So, just a great run. He's a special coach. He's obviously not only going to be in our Ring of Honor, but he's a Yellow Jacket Hall of Famer as well, he and Jerry Bose. So, like I said, I've been fortunate between Coach Parcells and Jimmy, 2 Hall of Fame coaches. Certainly all the things Barry Switzer accomplished, really unique to be around guys like that. Larry Lacewell, who's no longer with us, but very close to all those guys. So, I've been very blessed, very fortunate to be around some really top people that know the game of football.
The timing with the opponent y'all were playing yesterday I thought was really fascinating, because did you see Bryce Young and the struggle of the Panthers? Does it give you any flashbacks to '89 or put in better focus how tough it is when you kind of have to start all over with your new franchise quarterback, or you hope franchise quarterback?
Well, they're going to build a great team, and I'm sure they're going to do it do it in quick order. I mean, I'm a huge fan of Coach Reich. Serve on the competition committee with him. Certainly you do go through growing pains, with a rookie quarterback. It's very rare that a rookie quarterback steps in and, has instant success. And, they've had their share of injuries. I know they're missing one of their top 10 picks from our Micah Parsons draft, a guy we liked a lot, J.C. Horn. But I'm sure ultimately that thing's going to come together for them, and they're going to have success. I know David Tepper's a great owner, and Charlotte's a great area. People love football there, and I know the Panthers are going to play good football. They certainly gave us, they made us earn every bit of it in terms of when we had the ball driving the football. We didn't have the normal big chunk plays we had. Obviously, the Bland play was a huge play to really put us in a great situation there to win the football game, and I kind of put that game away. But, we certainly had to earn every part of that yesterday.
Steven, let's talk about Deron Bland. He might be having arguably the greatest cornerback season in Dallas Cowboys history, and that's saying a lot because there's
even 2 years ago.
There's Hall of Famers, obviously Deion Sanders and others that are in the Hall of Fame because of how well they played that position. But Deron Bland is arguably the best cornerback in the NFL this year.
Well, he's certainly playing as well as anybody as far as we're concerned. I mean, he's, I think, tied the NFL record for most pick sixes. A lot of people forget last year he led all rookies in interceptions. And so, it's one of the things that we're stressing, when we do draft corners are their ball skills. We've had a lot of great corners that are very sticky in coverage and play the position well, but haven't had the ball skills guys like Diggs and Bland have. I mean, guys like a Newman and a Byron Jones are, top corners, but they were not necessarily interceptors of the ball. And certainly we've got 2 now. Diggs, unfortunately, not being able to play for us right now, but I think Bland showing everybody why we liked him and, just making plays on the ball, which we all can see how it ultimately can win football games for you. That pick six, as I said, I think that was the, what we needed to really put that game away yesterday. And, he continues to make plays like that for us.
Well, speaking of Trayvon Diggs, we're going to have an autographed icy white Cowboys helmet of his on Wednesday when we do our annual charity show. I know y'all are huge into charity. Do you have any charity event tips for us as we get ready for Wednesday?
Question.
Well, I know this. Anytime you're doing something philanthropically or charitably, it's just, it's great. Usually it's always an amazing cause that we're all going to work for. There's so many great causes out there, so many people that are need help, whether it's medically, whether it's financially, whether it's honoring people who put themselves in harm's way. I know we're very much behind the Medal of Honor, certainly the Salvation Army organization we support in a big way that, helps people who are, aren't fortunate and don't have the resources a lot of us have and don't have homes to go home to. So it's just the big thing is it certainly, have a big heart when you go to them, and it certainly makes you feel good. I think we get more out of it than the people who actually receive the benefit of some of the philanthropic and charitable donations that come to these different organizations that help people.
And Tony Pollard had the big 20-yard run for the touchdown, Stephen. And Friday, Jerry was talking to us and saying, "Look, that burst is there. It's there." Do you think we were a little impatient with his recovery from everything, as he still had to work his way into it, and maybe there's more on the horizon in front of him here?
Yeah, I mean, and some of it's just the way people are playing us. I think, one of the things Mike and Dak and company have done on the offensive side of the ball, obviously we've loosened it up the past month or so, throwing the ball around. And I think as we continue to do that and people see what we can do moving the football, throwing it, that, they're going to want to get out there and figure out how to limit a CD Lamb or how to limit a Cooks or a Ferguson. And as that happens, I think it'll only get better. I think people knew coming in, we were vocal about it. We were out front about it, that we wanted to run the football. And I think people, their number one thing when they play the Cowboys is they want to stop the run. I think as they start to see the success that Dak and CD are having and our passing game's having, that our running game should just get better. And I think Tony Pollard, sure, anytime you're coming off a major injury, it can take, you're going to build up as you go and only get better. But, I must say this, I've seen that burst all year, and it's just a matter of, as we all see in that game yesterday, he was so close 4 or 5 times where a guy just gets him by the ankle. Otherwise, that play is going to be, an explosive play, a 20-plus yard play. So it's going to continue to come his way. We've got the right guys out there that they're going to have to pay attention to, and ultimately Tony Pollard's going to get his too.
Appreciate the time as always, good sir, and obviously best of luck going into Thanksgiving and another game against Washington. We appreciate it.
Thanks a lot, guys. Take care.
There you go, Stephen Jones, right here in your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan, but also the home of all things sports cards and collectibles. We are at RJ Dukes in McKinney. I'm telling you, on Wednesday, and we will give you information about every single one of these shops. So many different places have helped us out. So we're going to have so much cool memorabilia, sports cards, and everything for Peace-a-thon on Wednesday. But right now, Mike, what have you got? They're going to be giving this away on Friday.
So this is from Fanatics, obviously through RJ Dukes here, and you can get this as long as you sign up. I signed up on
socials,
Twitter, on their social, and I'm going to open up this box real quick and see what mini helmet we have here.
You're hoping for Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yes, I am. But we do have a famous father here.
Oh.
We have Archie Manning.
Whoa.
Wow.
So a New Orleans Saints, Archie Manning.
And he just grows quarterbacks, That's what he does.
Man.
Well, his wife.
Oh,
grew
yeah.
in
Raises.
her stomach.
Yeah, raises quarterbacks.
Mike, to try to avoid any sort of
cattle rancher.
anatomical discussion, do you want to open the jersey one as
The
well?
jersey one, too. Okay, we'll keep talking.
Okay,
because that's going to take a little bit of time.
No problem. To your
Is
point.
that like Tommy DeVito, New Jersey, is what you're saying?
Oh, my
or
God.
Is
If we
it's
got
an
Tommy
actual jersey?
DeVito,
You're going to throw it in the trash.
There's no way. There's no way a company's like, man, call up Tommy DeVito. We need his autograph.
If you come by today at RJ Duke Sports in McKinney off of North Central Expressway and show them that you follow them on at least one of their social media platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. You know how social media works. You'll be entered into the live stream drawing for all of this stuff on Friday, and you can watch the drawing live on RJ Duke Sports YouTube channel, Facebook page, and Twitter group. So all of this stuff, if you're like, hey, maybe I could swoop in and get an awesome Christmas present at a low price. Yeah, low price of free maybe, but also there's all kinds of amazing sales and deals here at RJ Dukes today.
All right, so
and all week.
This could have Trout, Giannis, Griffey, Bird, Acuna,
Tommy DeVito.
Mantle, I don't think so. Mantle.
It says Mantle right there. Mickey Mantle. Right
Okay,
there.
Mickey
Oh,
Mantle.
in your face, Mike. Dunked on.
They packed this a long time ago. It is not Mickey Mantle unless he played for a burgundy and gold team. So
All right.
let's see who we have here. This
Oh, my
is
gosh. I think
Rose
cards just
Bowl
fell out.
champs, 03, 04. This is White.
Is
the
that
running
Lendell
back, right?
White?
Yeah. Is it?
The Thunder from
there's
Thunder
a
and Lightning.
pack in there,
Yeah, there's
too.
another pack that.
Oh, my
right
God.
Oh,
there.
this is
Mike.
awesome. So I've just ruined everything.
Hey.
So, yeah. So
Some of
this
your
is
cards might be damaged.
No,
All right,
no,
but
I think
I'm
they're
just
gonna be
kidding.
okay.
Rose
Okay.
Bowl
They hit
champs.
softly.
Wow, that's a nice
Oh, that's from the
inscription on
Rose
there,
Bowl?
too.
Well, it just says Rose Bowl champs.
Dude,
It's
that's
not his
awesome.
jersey from the Rose
I
Bowl.
like it.
All right, so now this
He
is
was
not
he was
good when
Thunder
you're
to
trying
Reggie
to do
Bush's
stuff.
Lightning.
All right, Corey, do you want to open that other pack
Sure, I
while
can do
Mike
that.
searches for the
I
other
didn't know there were
other
packs
pack.
in here.
I didn't
Sorry,
either.
man.
Okay.
I didn't know that either.
That's
so
okay.
these are Washington
This is a
Chronicles.
pack of 1945.
Oh, is
Okay.
this is this maybe
This
out of
actually
thing that I've
might
been
be from the
talking about?
history box that Corey really
Historic
wants to get.
autograph. 1945, the end of World War II.
Okay.
10 cards.
I got George Washington hunting. I got
Man.
George Washington at the Virginia House of Burgess.
Okay.
Hold on. Do you not remember?
I don't know what the
House of
Virginia
Burgess?
House of Burgess is.
Well, you
no.
need to read up on your
Yeah,
history,
go do
Kevin.
history,
Yeah,
man.
bro.
Okay,
Come on,
who,
man.
who
Spend all your time
is
with
that?
sports.
Burgess Meredith, the Penguin, and Mick from
the
the
American
Rocky
Revolutionary War.
movies? We won that.
Did we?
Yep.
Are you sure?
Fact. We won the rematch too.
The signing of the Declaration of Independence.
We won that too.
The Battle
Wow.
of Germantown. I don't know if you know or not, but we won that one. And then,
Mike, do you have a huge card?
Well, I have breaking news.
Oh.
George Patton died. What? That's the card I got. If you didn't know, that's.
Do we need to
No?
hit the sounder? I don't know.
Well, it's on the card. If you didn't know,
Okay.
it's official.
I feel like they knew long enough to put it into a set and everything like that.
These cards are dope, man.
All
Look
right,
at
you're going to
these.
buy that box of history cards.
The
I can already
Neutrality
tell.
Proclamation, the silver dollar across
I
the
mean, I don't want to go through all of these because I don't know all this stuff. There's some conference that a whole bunch of people are at. That's great for them.
From the
Yeah, these are all black and white cards. Here's our colors. Here's
what?
our colors
From
on
the
it.
214.
These are
newspaper
black and
clippings.
whites.
You don't have to say any of my comments on air. You never do anyway. Oh, yeah?
That's how you get Kevin to say something.
Look, he just duped you, Kevin. Don't do it.
Switzer, a great coach with 4 question marks. No, hell no. Let me tell you this. If you're watching on our Twitch and you were watching during that interview, you got my nonverbal thoughts about Stephen Jones saying, and Barry Switzer came in and did the things. And Corey, you saw it.
saw it.
I had a
We
very,
both had the same-
Yeah,
the same
we
thought.
both felt the same way. No, we did not pull a signed Declaration of Independence card.
That would be awesome. I want that card now.
Okay.
Now that's all I want.
Let me set you up with my buddy Nick.
All right.
He knows how to find valuable documents with his team and
Yeah?
everything like that.
Okay.
Yeah. He knows stuff.
Yeah, as long as it's signed by
It's
Herbie,
Nicolas Cage. He's
Herbie
national
Hancock.
treasure
That's
is
the
what we're
signature
going
I'm
with
looking
right
for.
there.
is
I was just
Herbie
reading back
Hancock.
here who voted against us joining the UN. It's kind of interesting.
There's a lot of history in this.
Some guy named Wild Bill.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live at RJ Dukes. Hey, you know what? Maybe a history tour
It's
with
Wild
Bassick
Bill
will come
Langer
along
of North
with this.
Dakota voted against joining the UN because of their isolationist beliefs.
Yes. What does that mean, Mike?
It means they wanted to be in isolation.
Mm-hmm.
Or they were really cold, right?
What?
Isolation,
No,
heatylation.
you can't think heatylation is a word.
You
He
just
can
said
think
it.
whatever he wants.
If you say it,
No. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of your cap after another blowout victory? Plus, we'll have a Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway. Plus, Mike likes it, and me just walking off of the show for a segment. All of it coming at you next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you Brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by QC Kinetics.
In that red zone, 2nd and 10 at the Panther 19. Left to right in the white jerseys and silver pants. Ferguson in motion to the right. Snap to Prescott out of the gun. He's going to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown for Schoonmaker.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live at RJ Duke's in McKinney off of North Central Expressway. It's 400 North Central Expressway. And you know what, Mike? If you want at some point, we got plenty of time now, we might open a few more things. We still got 3 high-end boxes. I know we need to talk about the Cowboys, and we're going to. I want to direct your attention to Peace-a-thon in 2 days. RJ Dukes, by the way, a great contributor to Peace-a-thon for many, many, many years. If you needed another reason, and if you want another reason, $20 off any purchase over $150 and $75 off of any purchase over $500 is we have an excellent fan who I saw this weekend at Trading Card World with PSA out there, and that event was obviously insane as well. He showed me a piece of memorabilia that he got, and I joked with him, if you can't decide which kid to give it to, you should go ahead and donate it to Peace-a-thon. He has taken us up on that offer, and it is an autographed baseball from the All-Star Game. All of these signatures were procured by Jonah Heim. Ironically enough, Jonah Heim forgot to sign the baseball himself.
What? Why would he do that?
It has pitchers and catchers and plus a few bonuses, so it's from the American League All-Star team. Dusty Baker has signed this. Garrett Cole has signed this. Hey, he just won the Cy Young.
Yeah.
Adley Rushman has signed it. Oh, hey, he looks like he's going to be a star. And then probably people you're interested in. It's also signed by Josh Young, Nathan Eovaldi, Marcus Simeon, Corey Seager, all from your world champion Texas Rangers. These signatures were all procured at the All-Star Game by Jonah Heim. We now have this ball in our possession for Peace-a-thon on Wednesday.
So if you didn't know this, there's 4 world champion signatures on there.
You're damn
there's
right
actually
about
more,
that.
but I'm just counting.
You're damn right about that.
Because the manager did win one.
I love it, love it, love it. All right, we're going to get to Cowboys thank you notes. Go ahead and start sending in your Dallas Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. But, Mike, you got another thing you want to open in the season of giving that RJ Dukes is going to be giving away on Friday. If you come up here today, get into the drawing.
This is Panini 2023 Black NFL football cards. These can have some really cool things. It's just one pack.
And that's how you know it's big money right there. You get one pack, and that's a box.
Yes. So,
cards have changed a lot. Go buy a box of cards from the 90s. It'll astonish you to see how heavy they are versus
yeah, and if
now.
you're around here, please come up and check us out.
Yes.
So you can sign up here, obviously, to get these cards for free. They're going to give away a Derek Jeter autographed number to 30 card that we pulled earlier. Okay, so these
Mike
cards
has
are
a hot
really
hand.
cool.
He does.
Aaron Donald is the first card, numbered to 35.
That sounds like a card I like.
That'll work. Oh,
This
my
is
God.
a Tyjae Spears autographed rookie card, numbered 7 of 25
That
here.
jersey patch is amazing.
Very cool. Yeah, it's 4 colors on that patch, and that's
Wow.
green there. The next one is an autographed Puka Nacua.
Oh!
Whoa! That's
number
a big
27 of 35
Wow.
right
And it's a dope card.
there. So
Like,
this
that's
is
really
obviously
cool
when he's
card,
working
too.
out at the
Man,
combine
you
here.
do have the hot
hot
hand
hand
today.
here.
I think it's about
hot
to get
hand.
hotter,
Get your
too.
hot hand.
I think it's about to get hotter.
Here is a Marvin Mims futuristic card numbered. This looks like 99 of 99.
Oh, very
I don't know
cool.
if 99. I know 1 of 99, that first number,
Yeah.
everybody kind of will pay a little bit more. I don't know if the last number, 99 of 99, is
He
a
went to
thing.
Lone Star High School in
Frisco?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. So that's a Marvin Mims
Dude's a
rookie
speedster.
jersey card numbered to 99. And the last
Played at
card
OU
is
as well.
just it's a base card. It's a cool looking card. It might not be the favorite for Cowboy fans. It's an A.J. Brown. Eagles card, but we got a Puka Nacua. So you sign up
to 35.
You sign up through RJ Dukes. I did it through Twitter. Obviously, I can't win any of these things, but you do it through Twitter, through Facebook, any of their social media. You have a chance for free to get a Derek Jeter autograph card worth 4 figures. I don't know what 4 figures it is, but it's somewhere in that. And now a Puka Nacua autographed rookie card numbered to 35, which is pretty awesome.
That card, was that produced before the season?
Yes, because obviously it's...
Nobody would have known that Puka Nacua would have been like what he is right now. That's amazing to be able to pull something like that.
Tajay Spears is a really cool card, too.
Mike, from now on, you're in charge of opening the rest of the boxes because you are on a roll, All right. Dallas Cowboys thank you notes at 877-881-1053. Also want to jump into the Twitch and the YouTube. Do you guys want to start, or do you want me to just start firing some off?
I want to thank Micah for showing up and having his type of game, and his second sack was my favorite one of the day. It was the
2.5 sacks.
Yeah, it was the one where he stumbled into the half sack. By the way, like that just kind of happened. But it was the one where he was going right to the center. He's lined up in between the guard. Actually, I think he was over guard. And then he just does the stunt back left side, comes around right between the center and the guard, and he has Bryce Young like just right there, dead to rights. That was my favorite
Young.
sack.
I felt so bad for him.
Yeah,
in that moment. I was like, "Whoa!"
And I did make the note, and I didn't want to we can have a discussion on this if you want to, but I did make a note that if they can put a better team around him, I think Bryce Young makes good decisions. I think I was watching. I mean, I know it wasn't a great statistical day, but was it a great statistical day for the Cowboys either? Like, look at CeeDee Lamb's numbers. I know all of them were out by almost, was it the third quarter?
Yeah.
But
into the fourth because we kept it because we're terrible in the third quarter.
But I did think that he was going to be okay. But yeah, man, he felt pressure all day long. There was not a single time when you didn't feel like the Cowboys had some pressure applied. I thought Mozzie had a really good game on Sunday as well.
Okay, I'm glad that you brought that up, along with the highlight that Alec played to come back. Those happen in back-to-back drives where Mozzie had the pressure, and then Scooney scored the touchdown, and I thought, hey, for maybe the first time all year, you felt really good about your top 2 picks in cooperation in a game. I realize it has been a rough year for production from this rookie class, but I did like the flashes right there, absolutely.
And, yeah, it was against a bad team, but to see it happen and not like the last 2 weeks now, you've looked and you've gone, okay, Mozzie's his name is flashed twice now. There were a couple of plays that I thought he got pressure on one play that I was really excited about because that's not necessarily his MO. But again, this goes to if you're wanting best production out of Micah Parsons, you need a beast right in front of him, somebody that can absorb a couple of different guys so he can attack the middle, not just out from the edge. So if you give Micah Parsons that opportunity to run straight up the middle because Mozzie Smith now has to take on a couple guys, that's a really good thing. So I want to thank those two guys for working together this weekend and making it look good, and that's something that I think they can grow in the future.
My obvious one is Deron Bland. And is he I'm being serious here.
He's your favorite
Is he
Cowboy,
going to make the Pro Bowl? And not only is he going to make the Pro Bowl,
he's an all-pro.
All-pro.
Are we looking at arguably him being better than Trayvon Diggs?
At 122, I'm going to make my argument.
Sorry.
No. We can talk about it now too. I think he should be in the Defensive Player of the Year consideration.
Yeah,
I think he should be in. I know how you feel.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you on that because of he has 4 pick sixes and they're still 7.
Yeah,
6 games?
If he gets another one, which
that pick 6 yesterday was amazing.
If he gets another one, he owns the record by himself.
Yep.
And I saw Micah Parsons tweet out that Deron Bland, who on his Twitter it's just Ron, so that's cool. Because I can do that.
He's
that's
relatable.
what I do. I'm whatever I want to be. But he said he has a video and he goes, he's so low key that he still has this tweet up, and it's a pinned tweet from like high school where he got an interception in the other end zone and took it back for a pick 6 in high school. So, like, this is what this dude does. Once he gets the ball in his hands, he knows how to turn it and convert it. I was amazed how he just flipped up and took off. But the other part of it is Gilmore may be gone after this year, right?
Sure.
That you went out and got what you thought would be 2 really good cornerbacks and Diggs opposite Gilmore. And then the future now is Diggs opposite Deron Bland.
Help me out here. I was asking my son this. Sometimes he knows this better than I do at this point. Deron Bland was a 5th-round pick?
Yes.
From where?
All right.
Sorry for that. I thought maybe you guys would remember.
For the 817, put some respect on Tank. Is
Sacramento State.
Sure.
Transferring to Fresno State.
Okay, that makes more sense. Let's talk about Tank yesterday. He got a sack, and that's great. And that was an awesome play. But the one that stood out was on the Micah sack where he seemingly swallowed up 2 offensive linemen. And so Micah, after he did the end around, could be like, hello, and just bam, run right into Bryce Young. I thought that was an excellent play. And I realized, like, he also had his own impact with the sack and everything like that. But that play in particular, I thought was just incredible.
There were a number of times where the run plays ran right into him, too.
Yep.
And that's
Which
where
you needed yesterday.
And again, DeMarcus Lawrence, that's the thing that you'll never be like, hey, that's not flashy. It's just you don't get credit for that, bro. But I think around here, for history, we have credited him for it. But the thing that I think always stood out to us, Kevin, was, yeah, he could be a pass rusher out there, but the rest of the defensive line was miserable. You know, there were just a bunch of other people that you're hoping can give some production. Now the rest of this defensive line has the ability to provide that production, whether it's Micah, whether it's Dorrance Armstrong, who had a lot of pressures yesterday. He had a pretty good game yesterday. But this is a defense where he can just be the run stopper, like extraordinaire also, or play well in the run game and seal that edge off, but also provide one of those sacks here and there late in the game whenever that offensive line's worn down.
How good do you guys think this defense is? Are they just taking advantage of bad teams?
But the thing, okay.
I have a big concern with this defense still.
Okay.
And so I don't know if this will feed into your concern, but we have to make a decision, and I don't know if we can totally have it both ways, is people were like, oh, this defense sucks because the run defense didn't look good yesterday. And then also discount all of the positive things. Well, look, if we're going to talk about their run defense being soft yesterday, I think that is totally fair. But then I also do think you have to give them some credit. I think this is a good defense, but I don't think, like earlier in the year, I thought it was unquestionably the best defense in the league. I don't feel that way anymore, but I do think this is a very good defense.
The 2 injuries that happened, Mike, like just think now if Bland was playing in the slot and Diggs was on the outside.
Yeah.
Or even like maybe Bland like made that case and now he's playing on the outside and Gilmore's your cover guy inside. Either way, Jordan Lewis is a slight fall off in production, in my opinion, from Deron Bland if he was to play there. My big concern right now, and I'm probably going to talk a little bit about this more at 1, is I like Bell. I also know that he's undersized and can get pushed out of plays. And that's something that's kind of concerning me when it comes to the big teams that can actually run the ball heavy against you, is Marquise Bell, as fast as he is, he's great in pursuit. He's great in chase. But if somebody pushes past Jonathan Hankins, now you have an offensive line taking out an undersized linebacker. You don't have the size at linebacker that I think you need in the playoffs if a team decides they want to run the ball against you. That's my concern right now.
I saw this text from the 940. Thank you to the idiotic brains of the Carolina Panthers players. Some of the worst penalties I've ever seen. That one on Turpin boggles the mind. He was just standing there, and he's like, I'm going to push you over this guy. But as we've dubbed
and that was the third one of the drive,
Yes,
right?
It was. The penalty gami, where he got caught for horse. I think penalty gami is the thing. He got a horse collar and another personal foul and a face mask all in the same penalty. I was like, that is amazing. Not in a good way.
But didn't you just make up a word and you got on to me 30 minutes ago?
Fair enough.
True.
You know what?
He said it.
You're right. Fair point.
Heatering? Is that what you said? What was it?
I already forget, but it's a great word.
I agree. Fair point. You make a fair point, Mike.
It to Webster.
So, to me, that's when coaching staffs deserve to get fired. Because obviously the players don't care about winning.
Okay.
They're caring about getting theirs. I think this. I do think it's bad coaching when you have guys celebrating touchdowns when you're down by 20 points. Like, you're down by 27, fourth quarter, a guy catches a touchdown, he's like, look at me. Then you have a lot of penalties where you're like, I just want to get them. I don't like them. maybe I don't like Trayvon Diggs. Maybe he was talking crap earlier in the game after a punt return. Not that he had like a great punt return, but maybe they were just jawing, right? And he's like, you know what? If I get my chance, I'm going to get him. I don't care if it hurts my team. I don't care if we lose. I just want to get mine. I either want to get my celebration or I want to get back at people who've said something about me or about one of my teammates or whatever. To me, that's when – I'm not saying you should fire Frank Wright and all of their coaches, but I do think that's when you strongly have to consider firing a lot of your coaching staff when your players aren't caring about winning the game. And to me, the Carolina Panthers did not care at all about truly as a team winning that game.
This might be for tomorrow or at another point because I want to know how you guys balance aggressiveness versus being smart, because Sam Williams had that penalty that kept Carolina in the game. Like, at no point did I think Carolina was going to win.
Yeah.
But that penalty on you were about to get the ball back led to a touchdown, led to 17-10. I'm not saying
I'm with you.
I'm not saying it was a dumb penalty in terms of he didn't care about the game.
Right.
He definitely did. But how do you balance aggressiveness versus you can't do that?
I'm with you, because if you tell him do not do that and then he lets up on a play and he's like,
yeah.
I was afraid I was going to
Yeah.
get a penalty, that there is a line there. And I'm with you on that line. And Sam Williams, I would just tell him, Sam, the reason that you don't get as many snaps as you should get, to be honest, is at times you're a stupid football player.
Can you
and
say
I think,
it nicer?
No,
Okay.
you have to tell
So
him.
he's
I think
talking like coach.
I think,
coach.
I think
Yeah,
if
he's
I'm
the
a coach,
coach,
I have to
yes.
say, Sam, I think you're super talented. I think you should be out there as many snaps as you could possibly take. Obviously, we have to take you out because of fatigue reasons, so we want to keep you healthy throughout a season. You should be out there 60 to 75% of the snaps, but you do so many stupid things at times on a field, we can't play you more than maximum 50% of the time. So I do think you do have to use at times harsh language and call the person, maybe not the person, you are stupid, but
Okay.
you're doing stupid things that are keeping us from trusting you, from keeping you on the field. Randy Gregory is we think somewhat of a smart guy. I don't know the guy. Obviously, Bobby Belt loves him to death. They know each other tremendously well. But, I mean, he did so many stupid things on a football field. You're like, we can't play him that much because he seems like to us as a fan, too stupid to realize his mistakes. And I think Sam Williams is to the point in his career now where you're like, Sam, we all root for him. We had a great interview with him in Oxnard.
Oh,
I want
that was
him to be
awesome.
great. But he does do stupid things on the field to make you wonder, can he be smart enough to help you out in big games?
I do remember, was it when we were talking with him, he said he didn't play football until his senior year of high school.
Which is still amazing.
And so maybe they're like, again, Mike, living the game, you know more. And
Right.
maybe he needs to, like, maybe
Yeah.
it's I don't know where the grow up happens, and maybe it's more reps. Maybe those reps are important to him so he can live it and learn it and know.
Right.
But the amount, like the ratio of bad things that he does compared to good things isn't good enough. You know, it's not a large enough deficit for us to say we have to get him out there. He's still young in it, but he's a man child, dude. He really is.
A few years ago, Randy Gregory was a major contributor to the Cowboys losing a playoff game against San Francisco,
Yeah.
right? Because he's like, hey, let me ride this pony here. It's called a guard, which you can't do. You can't jump on the guard while he's pulling and see if he can take you on a piggyback
What a
ride
cool
right
play,
now,
though, you
right?
know?
But Randy Gregory was just kind of, in a way, football. He was too football dumb to realize how big those mistakes are. I'm not saying he's a dumb person. I'm saying that those were dumb football mistakes.
I do wonder, Mike, if Coach is the guy that can get in his ear, or if a teammate is there a guy that he respects on the team that can step up to him and say, "Hey, man, you got all this talent,"
Yeah.
or if it has to be Coach. I don't know.
Because you can overcome against Carolina. You're not going to be able to overcome against Philadelphia. To that point, like you made the point of Sam Williams, we're not going to be able to overcome that against Philadelphia.
You saw it happen, yeah.
The margins are too small.
Right.
against those teams.
So look, we're going to have penalties. I get you're not going to play a perfect game against Philadelphia or against San Francisco or Detroit, teams like that. But you do have to look at overall, if we commit a penalty because we held, if we commit a penalty because they had a hard count and we jumped off sides. I know there's a mental part of it. We can't do it 7 times in one game, but if we do it once because you're trying to get that great jump, understand, let's not do it, but I understand it can happen. But to me, Sam Williams has committed in his career, small career, somewhat I would call Randy Gregory-like penalties.
Mike's word was heatulation, because isolation
Heatulation.
and heatulation.
Ah.
So that's what he was going for.
From the 817, I want to thank Zach Martin for
like a
absolutely being a dog the past decade. There are few things better in football than just having people that you put at a position and you're like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And you're just like, don't worry
Zach
about it.
Martin, yeah, I feel this way about Tyler Smith for the next decade. That I'm just going to be like, I'm good there for however long he's there.
And then people are asking about the auction link and everything like that. That should be up and live probably tomorrow morning. Probably tomorrow morning is what I'll say. So we'll let everyone have.
That's why you're getting a board.
Equal what?
Well, you're getting a board, so you don't have to.
Yes, that is
so
true.
There's less people.
Yes.
We have more people to make decisions. Is what we want.
From the 214. Shout out to Corey for hosting at Old 75 yesterday, my first 105.3 The Fan event since last Faniversary, and it was a great time.
And I remember talking with him specifically. He and his buddy showed up. I don't know, maybe it was his brother, but they hung out at the bar, and it was great to have him come up. He wanted to talk Mavs, too. Yeah. He was wearing a Cowboys camo jersey, and he wanted to talk some Mavs. But, man, I'll tell you this. It rained yesterday pretty significantly around DFW, and out at Old 75, it's an all-outdoor place. There are some covered areas.
Okay, good.
People stayed, man. There was one dude just sitting there eating his sandwich in the rain, and he was locked in. I'm pretty convinced that he decided, if I move from this spot, the Cowboys will lose. So I'm just going to eat this sandwich while I'm doing it. But so many Tolos, and even new Tolos now, showed up out there, and even in the rain, and I really appreciated that. And I saw the Cowboys trailer, the Hall of Fame trailer with the Super Bowl trophies. I did not know. Those are the actual Super Bowl trophies.
Are you sure?
They're not at they're not at the Star. They're in that trailer. And I do have an off-air story about those, so I'll tell you a little bit about it.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because if we're transitioning
Mike
a little
likes
bit
it.
into Mike Likes It here, I watched a little bit of the interview before the Mavs game. The Mark Cuban, Mark Followell interview was on, because he says the real trophy.
I missed it.
The real trophy is at his house in his office. So when he's Zooming and stuff like that, that's the real one. There are other ones that they have, that the Mavericks have. And I'm wondering, how many other ones do you get? How many fake ones do you get?
Did you think there was any chance he was going to say the real trophy was the friends we made along the way?
Heck yeah.
No, not at all. Is that from a movie?
Have you never heard that phrase?
Is that E.T.? I don't know.
The real victory.
And the real E.T. was the friends we made along the
His
way.
finger lit up?
He was going home at that point. But
You've never heard that that saying?
Reggie
You're
says
kidding me.
it all the time.
Reggie is on our show, and he said that all the time.
The real trophy is the friends we met along the way?
It's the real anything, because people will be like, but the real adventure or the real victory
real
was the friends we made along the way. I cannot believe you've never
I've heard
that.
it before, just not with the word trophy.
It's and like a lot of people will say that and they'll really feel it in their hearts. Kevin says it sarcastically.
Yeah, he's
I say
sarcastic.
gross every time. My wife believes
So
that.
anyways, that's why I was asking about the real Super Bowl trophies, because Cuban's like, no, the real one is in my office, in my house.
That's so cool.
When I Zoom. But he's like, there are other ones. Now, he didn't name how many other ones there are. Like, I don't know how many.
I don't know.
Because they display one, I guess, at the practice facility or the American Airlines Center, but that's not the real one.
Just like they do at the Star with the Lombardi.
Yeah, the ones that are in the trailer are the real ones, and I'm presuming there are some other ones floating around, but that's the real ones.
I wonder
will
how
say
much
this,
the fake one costs.
the real ones, do you know what the real one is?
I'm going to guess $40,000. $400,000.
$50,000.
Oh man!
So one of those.
Yeah, we went way up.
But you just stuck your finger up. I was like, well, maybe.
Well,
it's
I was pretty surprised
Mark
you got that
that.
close. 50,000, and you know where they're from? They're from Tiffany's. I was
Shut
surprised.
up.
Yeah, I was surprised to hear that they had breakfast there and everything.
That song is so stupid.
No, but even still, but seriously, I know that was a joke. That they are from the Lombardi trophies made by Tiffany's, and it was $50,000.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, so Mike likes it.
Tell me about it.
I bought something. I'm going to give, it's kind of Black Friday week, right?
Yeah.
Right now we're
By
at
the way,
RJ Dukes and
Black
McKinney.
Friday's a day.
These sales are happening all week. I know you should get up here today to get in for the giveaway, but these sales are happening all week.
So at RJ Dukes here in McKinney off of 75, we're having a blast here, I have bought something so far for family members. And I remember last year at our small group gift exchange, I've always come up on the short end of the stick. You guys know when you have kind of gift exchanges and people open things and there's trading and you can call it different names or whatever.
White elephant.
Yeah. is I end up with bad gifts for the most part, and I'm just like, who cares? I don't really
But
care.
do you at least see other gifts there? That
Oh,
you're
yeah,
like,
that I'm like,
okay.
how do I always,
just
in
making
my
sure.
head, as I always
These gifts
smile
all
and say these are
suck.
great gifts because somebody brought it, right? You have to
Yeah.
act like it's really good. You're like, how do you always bring the crappiest gift and I always get it?
Hey, farthead, thanks a lot for this.
But last year, we got a gift, and I think Sue might have won this one, but it was a blanket. And it was so awesome. So I just want to throw this out. As a Black Friday, I'm giving you a little bit. Obviously, I get paid no money for this. But they're called Minky Couture blankets, and they're usually, let's say, they're 3 feet by 5 feet. They make them in different sizes, but they're usually like $130 for that size blanket. A lot of money.
Ooh,
they have a lot of discounts right now. So I'm telling you, I love this blanket. It is the most comfortable blanket. I sleep with this blanket almost every night. They have a lot of good discounts. So I'm just giving you something. If you're thinking about something for a girlfriend, a wife, or anybody,
maybe a husband or a boyfriend, honestly.
Yeah, because I love these blankets too. So
they look nice.
So they're really good blankets that I've enjoyed for a year now. And then I was waiting to see if they went on sale, and they're on sale this week. The next thing I want to talk about is the NFL in general. Okay, I've heard some talk, and I heard some talk about Dak Prescott now being in the MVP conversation because of the last 4 weeks.
Okay. I mean, and like I know we were just doing thank you notes. Is in his last 4 games, 13 touchdowns, 2 interceptions.
Yes.
I don't care who you're playing. That's pretty damn good.
So I'm not the biggest Dak Prescott fan. It doesn't mean I don't like him. It just means that I think he's a good quarterback. I don't think he's in the conversation for season MVP. Now, maybe I'm wrong because people are wanting to bring it up, but to be honest, I'm not seeing a lot of major national things going, Dak deserves the MVP this year.
Well, that's against their narrative. Yeah.
I'm hearing it a little bit more locally, and I wanted to ask you guys this question, and maybe you want to pull up quarterback stats right now because I'm going to ask about quarterbacks. I'm not going to get into is Christian McCaffrey or A.J. Brown or somebody else or Myles Garrett a possible, like, the MVP. But let me ask you right now, if you had to vote Jalen Hurts versus Dak Prescott for MVP of 2023.
I'll take Jalen.
Yeah, probably Jalen Hurts. I'm gonna have to look at his.
By the way,
rushing
that's
touchdowns.
what the bettors
The
feel as well.
The numbers are better
All
for
right.
Dak. The numbers are better for the rushing numbers, though.
I got you.
Because that does go into it, but the passing numbers are better for Dak. But the record is better for Jalen.
I don't want to crush Dak. Dak is having a good season. Dak is having a bounce-back season from last year. Dak is a good quarterback. But when I start hearing people say this, and it was people that I'm like, gosh, guys, you don't seem to be actually following the NFL if you're saying Dak's the best quarterback in the NFL this year. So let me ask you, you guys, you said Jalen Hurts. I know, Kevin, you were like strong on that. You're just kind of like a soft Jalen Hurts, right? Jalen, obviously tonight's a huge game for Jalen Hurts.
The edge is there for Jalen Hurts.
So let's ask the other quarterback in this game tonight, a huge Monday Night Football game. I'm definitely making time for this Monday Night Football game. If you had to vote right now today, do you vote Patrick Mahomes or do you vote Dak Prescott for MVP of 2023?
Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes' numbers are right there along with him. And again, like you probably see him as a front runner. His team is a front runner for AFC's champion.
Lamar Jackson or Dak Prescott 2023 MVP?
Lamar Jackson.
Man, Lamar, their offense. There's only
He is that
There are
team.
only two teams that have better more points than the Cowboys, and the Ravens are one of them.
And Dak's had a really good year. Lamar Jackson is that team.
So those are the three that I think are I'm with you three. I'm with you two guys on those three quarterbacks. This is where it gets a little bit iffy for me, but I'm going to ask you guys this question. If you had to vote today for MVP and there's only two candidates, Brock Purdy or Dak Prescott, who are you voting MVP?
I'm voting for Dak Prescott.
Slight edge to Brock Purdy. 9.7 yards per completion. Dak is at 7.7, and all the rest of the numbers for Brock Purdy are better than Dak's.
Give me your Dak argument there.
Yeah,
I do think this is very close.
I just think you also look at that team and see how much they are. Both teams are carried a lot by their defenses as well. But I think Dak has been honestly more consistent. Where there was a string there with Brock Purdy that you're like, what the hell are you even doing?
Yeah.
And so I think the consistency level from Dak helps
overcome any statistical shortcomings he has in that matchup.
I'm like 51-49
That
on
one's
Brock
really
Purdy,
tough.
but the only reason I go Brock Purdy is 42-10. Does
Yeah.
that so
I
they,
get
they
it.
played each other?
I get it.
And it was 42-10 in that game.
Yeah.
So even though I think that, to your point, I think that Dak has better numbers. They both have the same record as a team. San Francisco might have a little bit more talent overall on their team than the Dallas Cowboys.
Purdy
but
has
40
better numbers.
Oh, okay.
Purdy has more
But-
passing yards. He has
Okay.
one less touchdown, but also one less
Well.
interception. And he's at 115 rating, and Dak's at 104. And he had the perfect rating. You pointed
He
that
just
out
had
earlier
that,
in this last game. But it's not one of those that it's a runaway.
I'll go last one. So we've named 4 quarterbacks besides Dak Prescott. The 5th one is Jared Goff.
Dak
That
Prescott.
Okay.
Ooh, I'll take Dak over him.
Okay.
I'll take Dak
so,
over Jared
So
Goff
they're
right
8-2 right now. Why? Real quick, I know we're out of time. Why is Detroit? Why does Jared Goff get not much credit for what Detroit?
No. And it's not much credit.
I think they're really closely bunched.
I think Jared Goff is on the MVP tier below. I actually would struggle more with C.J. Stroud or Tua versus Jared Goff. I just have Jared Goff a little. I have him below Dak.
Tua's my front runner right now. Still.
For
at this
MVP.
point. Yeah.
And I didn't even bring him up yet. So, anyways, I just thought it was interesting. I was kind of like, gosh, I felt like the people
with the-
talking about this were like, we're not going to look at anybody else in the NFL. We're just going to say Dak is playing great, and he is recently. But I'm like, don't you have to look at the rest of the NFL? You can't just say he's the MVP because I'm comparing him to Cooper Rush.
Depending on the book you look at, the top four are all very clear. It's Mahomes, Hurts, Jackson, Tua. And then it depends on what book you go to. Purdy, Stroud, and Dak are kind of in 5, 6, 7 range.
No, I think the most important thing, though, Kevin, is the MVP of the NFL, unlike baseball, is a true MVP because baseball's like, we got 2 MVPs.
That's a
Each
good point.
One for each
That
league.
is-
And football's like, just one, dude.
That
just
is
one.
a very good point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, let's open some cards. How's that sound? Let's do some of that and also talk some sports at the same time.
Huh?
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 The Fan. We're live at RJ Duke's, and there are all kinds of happenings off of North Central Expressway, 400 North Central Expressway in McKinney. Here's the deal. They got their Black Friday or their pre-Black Friday Card Fest happening today. You want to make your way out today, $20 off of any purchase over $150, $75 off of any purchase over $500. Plus, you want to come down here today, show RJ Dukes that you follow them on social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, whatever. You know how social media works. Show them that you follow them on social media. Come up here, enter in the drawing. All the stuff we've been opening today, including the stuff we're about to do, will be given away Friday on their YouTube channel, Facebook group, and Twitter page. And that includes the numbered out of 30 Derek Jeter autograph relic card that we've already pulled.
And a Pua Nakua. Nakua.
Puka Nakua.
I didn't mean to say it that way. Sometimes you don't say things right, Kevin.
I wasn't the only person. You heard those people laugh.
Yeah.
Puka Nakua.
They're laughing with you, Mike.
Yeah.
And that one's autograph out of 35,
I
is that
believe
correct?
so, and that's a rookie autograph, so that will
That's
be
an
one that as
awesome-
long as you come up here and sign up, you can get that one for free, possibly.
And I heard him tell you earlier that sales are down today, so he's so get in here right now.
The
and get
hell they
sales
better
up.
be.
Get in here
okay,
right
well,
now.
look, I'll try to make up some of the gap there.
Now,
but yeah,
if you think I'm
$20 off of $150 or more purchases, $75 off of purchases of $500 or more. And that's in addition to their already great prices. They have a blaster box bin for $15 a piece that I've seen people checking out all day.
If you think I'm going to say certain things wrong, I'm about to open up a pack of hockey cards. By the way, this is SPX,
Oh,
Upper
dear.
Deck SPX hockey.
But this is the next evolution in your hockey fandom.
I do, because I don't know. Obviously, I'm getting to know the Stars. I'm loving this hockey season. Obviously, the Stars are now a little bit into that part where you're like, hey, maybe they're not the best.
You going to be able to watch tonight against the Rangers, or do you think the Monday Night Football game is going to dominate?
Monday night, to be honest, Monday Night Football will dominate. But think about, I watch Monday Night Football. They have like 7 hours worth of commercials during it, so that'll be kind of nice to flip over that you'll have all of that. All right, so the first card is numbered to 149. It's an Ottawa Senator.
Okay.
I know that, and his first name's Drake, and his last name is Batherson.
Mm-hmm.
Which, that's interesting.
Numbered out of 149, you
Numbered
said?
out of 149.
Woo! All right, let's
you tell
get
your
it going.
kid, Bath,
This
son.
is an Obsidian
Oh, my God. that
rookie
card's
jersey from Kent Johnson. He plays for a navy and blue team, it looks like. Kent Johnson.
All
You
right, so
tell
we
me-
still got a ways to go.
You
Is
tell me
that-
what team that is. What
that's-
team is that?
That's what I'm learning along the way.
The Columbus team.
Blue Jackets.
Blue
yes.
Jackets. That doesn't look like that's a stupid jersey. Oh man, this is the Drake box.
Oh wow.
We got another one of him?
Drake the Snake Batherson.
I don't know if that actually does sound kind of cool, though.
That is an autograph card that is a very cool card, by the way. If he's good at hockey, that's a good card.
That's a black obsidian.
His
right there.
nickname is
Yeah.
Bobby.
What?
I don't know,
Drake
man.
Batherson's nickname is
That's
Bobby.
what it says right there on the nicknames.com.
All right.
So it's not Drake
Or
the
something.
Snake.
Well, if Drake Batherson's good, this is an awesome box. Samuel Poland?
Okay, very nice. And that's a number like medallion kind
Numbered
of card?
157 out of 199. And the last card, I believe, is a rookie card. And it is a Radiance rookie of Shane Wright. I probably need to call up Spittle and be like, who are these people? He plays for the Kraken. I know that.
Okay, very nice.
He's crack.
Do you think his jersey is stupid, or do you like
No,
it?
it's cool. The other one I think is some sort of, it wasn't their real jersey. It's like
Okay.
when they wear.
City Connect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
City.
So that's
Connect.
hockey.
Okay. You know what they say about hockey, Mike?
That's hockey.
There you go.
Let's do that hockey.
That's a
Good
cool
job,
card.
Hockey Mike. I'm proud of you for that. And we got another box to open whenever he's ready
I'm
to
very
get after that one,
excited about
too.
this other one.
Kevin, I was alerted to this moments ago by our own Reginald Atatula, who you can hear on the Get Right, and he'll be on actually 8 to 11 the night after Peace-a-thon, but he's on every single night. Stony Point is his alma mater, his high school alma mater, and over the weekend they defeated Duncanville High School in basketball 90-65.
Oh my!
Mike, what do you have to
goodness,
say
Mike.
for yourself and your basketball team? They're now 2-1.
I do know this. I saw the USA Today preseason poll. I might get this wrong. Oak Cliff Family Faith or Faith Family, which has won multiple state championships recently, they were number 25 in the nation, and Duncanville was number 26 in the nation to start the year. So Duncanville was outside of the top 25 in the nation. So that is a huge win. I would assume for Stony Point. I mean, maybe Duncanville's not as good as people think, this and that, but I do know to start the year, Duncanville was ranked 26th in the nation by USA Today.
And by the way, the winner of the Cowboys tickets for the Thanksgiving game was Dallas in Princeton. So excellent work right there. Congratulations.
And this from John Owning. Deron Bland has become PFF's highest-graded cornerback after his outstanding performance
In all
against
of the
Carolina.
NFL for the whole
in
season?
the entire NFL for Pro Football
I'll tell you
Focus.
more about it in the next segment. There's a lot there.
Oh, do you want this stat to go along with it? Do you have this one? Because I
Let's
just
do
saw
it later.
Okay, all right. We'll hold
That's
on to it later.
122.
What's that?
That's at 122. It's on the run sheet, man.
Gotcha.
It's
All
huge.
right. All righty. I did want to dive into some of the notes that I took. I still have some problems with Terrence Steele in some of the run production. Like, he's not doing what I want there. All right, let's get after the cards here.
Well, real quick, this is Panini Prism draft pick, so this is kind of college cards of
Yes.
players. So
this is the Wemby set.
The first one is Donovan Mitchell. The second one is KJ Williams.
Are you
Oh,
saying
the
we could
third
get an
one,
autographed
Dylan Mitchell, numbered out of 40, autographed Dylan Mitchell, UT Longhorns.
Ooh.
Very cool card.
See that?
Aaron Bradshaw. Honestly, never heard of him. Next one, Kyrie Irving.
Okay,
Duke.
you've heard of him.
We're at RJ Dukes, and we just pulled the Dookie. That's what we call.
Still don't know if that's the slogan
that's
they're
what you
shooting
call 'em.
for, but
We just pulled a dookie.
yeah,
There's
I
a
don't
guy-
know. That
there's a guy
feels
named
like not.
Tiger Campbell
Yeah.
from UCLA. Well, that's what you call their fans.
Uh huh.
Here is a red rookie of Leaky Black.
Oh yeah, I know Leaky Black.
And that one's numbered to
North
99.
Carolina, right?
And the last one, dude.
No way.
We got a Victor Wembanyama
Look
color.
at that.
Oh,
Look at that. He
That's
is
a-
tall.
That's
Yeah.
a parallel too.
Parallel. It's a blue. I would say blue, gold, and green.
Yeah, blue, yellow, green.
Yeah. So we got a Victor.
Oh my gosh.
Wembanyama. Hey, hot hands here.
So,
hot hands.
all right. So just
if you
to
guys want me to
recap-
open up all your packs while you're here, I will.
Yeah, let
Yeah.
Mike open you up.
We might have to run this segment long, but if you need a recap, if you come into RJ Dukes today, sign up and show them that you follow them on social media. They'll be giving away all of this stuff on Friday, which includes a Puka Nacua autographed rookie card numbered to 35, that Victor Wembanyama parallel rookie card right there, and then the Derek Jeter autograph relic numbered to 30. It's all being given away on their live stream on Friday, but you need to get up here today to take advantage of these sales and sign up for that giveaway.
That is, dude, you're
That's
on fire.
insane.
I pulled a Wemby.
That was amazing.
Have you ever done that before? Was that
No.
your first one?
I haven't opened
That's
up any product that
unbelievable.
he's in very few products.
Yeah,
right
that's
now, so.
one of them. Yeah.
Okay, so
That's amazing.
I need to now ask this because I have had the moment where I've been like, I've opened some packs and y'all been like, Corey, you can't open anymore. A, because you keep throwing the cards, but also B, because you're not pulling anything good. Right?
Right.
And Mike has had multiple times today where he has
Unbelievable.
pulled some fantastic stuff.
Yeah. Sometimes you're hot.
What's the hottest streak you've ever had? Do you have a memory of a time where? Because I had the Trevor Lawrence card was an amazing moment
Yeah.
for us, right? But you have a streak that you were like, man, I remember just one day I was pulling them all.
I don't
Ooh,
open up a lot
question.
of packs, to be honest. I do open up stuff, but I don't feel like I'm the luckiest at opening up packs. So that's why a lot of times I buy what I want instead of what I hope to get.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does that make sense?
You go on a mission. You're specifically
Yeah, so
hunting
like
for a
right
card.
now, I'm a big Yogi Berra fan because after watching that documentary and everything like that, I feel like I need like a really cool, authentic 1950s Yogi Berra card in my collection.
Does stuff like that get you, like you'll see something, a documentary or a movie or something,
Yes.
and you're like, okay,
Yeah,
I want to go hunt those
That's one
now.
of the things that gets me like, okay, And that feeling does fade after a while.
Mhm.
But when you see something like that, you're just like, okay,
Because now you know some side stories that maybe you didn't know, and some other
and you're
background
just like
stuff.
this, and then also there's a story behind you having the card in your collection. You're like,
That is very
I bought
true.
that card after watching the documentary, and it was such a cool documentary, and I think he's a very underrated player in the history of baseball, and I got this card based off of watching that documentary.
And again, I learned this. Did you know this about him? And Kevin, what have I always said? What's the biggest seller?
Much like in the art world, it's about the story. It's about the story.
Like buying a wine bottle, buying books. You want a story, right?
Alec,
how mad would you be if you bought a book and it didn't have a story inside?
I might be excited.
Well, it depends on if it's for Noah or not. Because if there's a big I was like, man, that's way too much type. Alec, I don't know if you can find this tomorrow or the next day. If you can find Corey's rambling monologue about the importance of art and stories, it is without question one of my top 5 things that has ever been said on this show.
It was a fun day. That was a fun one right
there. It
there.
really was.
You're
good at this job, Corey.
Kevin, I did want to ask you then too. Have you ever had a hot streak like that where you're just like, I got all the cards. I'm collecting them today.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah?
One of the boxes I got was actually up here. It was a hoops box, and I got an autographed Steph Curry card.
Really?
That was a nice little tidy flip right there.
Is it kind of like being at a casino then, where Mike's starting to
100%.
believe, he's starting to really believe, and it's like, all right, I'm going to buy 20 more of these.
Yes.
And then you have that hard fall.
Packs or boxes, yeah. It's like buying a lottery ticket. In fact, I'm probably going to spend $100 today on some 2021-22 basketball because, yes, Cade Cunningham, who I liked this the other day. I was watching something on him, and I knew this already, but it's really cool for him to keep saying it. They're like, who is your favorite player growing up? And his favorite player is Dirk because he's from this Metroplex. So that makes me like, I really like Cade Cunningham because his favorite player is my favorite player. And then I do think, unfortunately for the Mavericks, there's a new superstar in the making in basketball that I don't want to say this because everybody here collects cards, and they're going to go and try to get all these cards from me that I don't have.
Does he play in Houston?
He does play in Houston. I think Sengun is going to be. This is too high.
Everybody's
a price.
nodding their head already.
I'm going to tell you this.
They're
going
to
to
start running over to the cases.
He's the next Jokic of the NBA.
Woo!
Now, I think that's too high a praise. So when people clip this and put it on the internet, they need to. This is too high a praise for him.
Oh, they're not going to clip that part.
But I do think that he is going to be a perennial all-star and unbelievable. He's 21 years old. He's averaging pretty much 20, 10, and 5 in his third year in the NBA from Turkey. And I think that this is a very special player, and he's in that. So in a weird way, Cade Cunningham would be the guy to pull in that. But I might want to be pulling, and obviously Chet Holmgren's in that too. I might want to be pulling some Sengun because I think he might lead.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
What's funny? Did I say it funny?
No,
Go ahead, Kevin. Tell us out loud why you're giggling.
I'm good.
Like a 15-year-old.
I'm good.
All right.
I apologize.
I'm done talking.
I do think it's really interesting. Like you walk into a shop like this, and look, it's not an addiction. It's just a rush like none other. It's just one of those things that you can't find anywhere else.
Yeah.
But you walk in and you've decided. Mike's decided I'm hunting for yogis. But then there's 50 other people in here, and they're hunting for something different. It's just everybody kind of is looking for their own thing, and that's why a place like this, I think, is a great doorway to that because you can find what are you looking for? What's been on your mind lately?
I mean, actually, that box that you just opened up is the 2023-24 Prism College,
and I pulled Wemby.
I asked for a box to be set aside that I could buy after
you wanted
the show.
That box?
No, not that box.
Oh,
different box.
And
but
Mike
that's
stole
it's the
it.
same
And look,
set.
They set it up for you to.
I kind of wish I would have gotten that one.
It makes
now.
sense. He's probably going to become a super Wemby fan because he loved Joe Montana when he took over the NFL and the Cowboys reign.
Yeah. I was
He's
a
big,
kid then.
Big
He's a huge
Steelers
Patrick Waugh
fan
guy.
from the 70s, I guess.
No.
When they really were
And I
the
wasn't
thing
alive.
that really hurt the Cowboys in becoming the best team of the 70s. Right now he's becoming the biggest Wemby fan you can imagine because – him and David Robinson and Tim Duncan are his 3 favorite players of all time.
Okay, hold on. I can figure out a way to try to turn this. Corey, tell me if this helps. We've got the ball from the All-Star game that has autographs from the pitchers and catchers for the American League, and it has autographs from Josh Young, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, as well as Nathan Eovaldi, all procured by Jonah Heim. And then, just to show you my true blue local flavor, Marty Turco. He's like, we got to do something.
All
we
right.
gotta make it happen. Marty Turco, we're going to have a package for him. 2 center ice tickets from Marty Turco, and he's part of the team. Well, I mean, he's with the organization, so
and he loves MP,
and he'll probably get you set up. And
why would he want center ice? Wouldn't he want behind the goal?
That is an interesting point. But I'm saying maybe he thinks not everyone has that same philosophy.
Okay.
That's a great point because he's like, you beefed it on that.
That's where
goal.
he saw the game from his whole life.
But in that package, you'll also get a Kingsville happy hour with Marty Turco
Oh, my
at one
gosh.
of their locations like Katie House Ice Trail, and then you get to leave with a case of beer from him.
Yeah, and their beer is
That's-
fantastic.
yeah.
I love that Kingsville
So
beer.
that's happening.
Okay, good. I'm glad that came through. That
This
is fantastic.
Peace-a-thon is going to be
man.
insane too.
Yeah,
on
this
Wednesday.
it's going to be a really good day Wednesday. Lots of options, and I think what's really cool, Mike, is the options to buy. It's not like it's just package for something.
There's a lot of
high-end
stuff.
things. There's some other things that are very affordable.
If for some reason you're just like, hey, I don't have room for this, or I'm moving, I just want to donate $10 or $50, whatever it is.
That would be
That
great.
that can happen too
Absolutely.
on Wednesday or this week.
I think if we raise a certain amount of those types of things, we might be spinning a wheel too. So
And
I got something for that, by the way.
Real
All right.
quick, because there's a lot of newer listeners that we are having. Obviously, we can tell by the ratings. We have a whole bunch of listeners, and some of them haven't listened to us from last year's Peace-a-thon.
That's a good point.
What is this raising money for on Wednesday when we go from 5:30 a.m. to 7 p.m.?
My Possibilities is an organization that specifically focuses on adults with IDD, that's intellectual disability, and it's a place that's very near and dear to us because we've gotten to know them over the last 10 years very closely, and we've got to know their hipsters as well. That's what they call the students that go there. They're hugely important people, and when we were out there the last time, they came by with signs for Kevin to wish him happy birthday, and everything is funded by donations for them. It's very difficult for the state of Texas to get the type of money that they need to make sure that this operation is going. They started out with 10 students, and now they can serve over 600 students. They've expanded on this, and the location is right there between Independence and Coit, overlooking George Bush, and it's a phenomenal place that they've started, and there's more growth to go around to it. But the most important thing is their goal is to make sure that everybody has opportunities to go out into the workforce and be something and be a loyal employee and be part of that. And we're really happy to be part of it and happy that we've been able to, raise awareness for their organization for 10 years now. It's a great relationship with us. They benefit a lot, but we've also been asked, Kevin, to come host their hipster ball and be part of that. And that was an absolute blast to see all that. I know we got clock right now, so I'll let that go. But Wednesday is when it all starts.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. So excellently said right there by Mr. Majors. Coming up next, in addition to Micah, is it time to start the Defensive Player of the Year candidacy for Deron Bland? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Before we do that, Kevin, I do want to talk about Men's Tea Clinic. We're out in McKinney today. There's 5 DFW area locations. In fact, a few of their locations are really close to McKinney. Go to mensteaclinic.com to find the location nearest you. But guys, if you're struggling with your energy, your focus, your mood, nighttime, if you know what I'm talking about, Men's Tea Clinic can help out. They've been in this Metroplex now for a decade, and I have been with them pretty much since day one, getting to know Bobby and Derek, the co-founders of Men's Tea Clinic. They are great people, and they wanted to make sure that guys got the individual treatment that they deserved. It's not just a cattle call when you go to Men's Tea Clinic. They're going to individually treat you. It's an awesome place. Now, the number to call, 972-GO-MEN'S Tea, or go to their website, mensteaclinic.com. They do have limited hours this week. So Wednesday, I believe they're closing up at 2 p.m. Thursday, obviously, is Thanksgiving. They're not open. And Friday is a shorter day for them. They're open a lot of times on Saturdays for the guys that are just too busy Monday through Friday. They understand your schedule. This is covered by insurance. It has worked tremendously for me. It's worked tremendously well for thousands and thousands of other Tolos in this Metroplex. Let's get back to being you with Men's Tea Clinic.
This is the KNC Masterpiece, followed by G-Bag Nation all afternoon. We appreciate you turning it on and leaving it on. DFW Sports Leader, 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
John Sharif here with my backyard heroes, Emerald Custom Pools, one of the top 50 pool builders in the nation. They're right here in DFW, and unlike many others, they build anywhere in the Metroplex. And now that we're in fall, it's the #1 time of the year to start planning your backyard renovations. What separates Emerald? They're family owned. They use their own in-house crews. They make sure your project is done on time with flawless communication. Check them out at emeraldcustompools.com or call 817-800-0786.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Colbert Garage Door and proud partners of the Texas Outlaw Arena soccer team. Visit our website to win tickets to the home opener December 16th at Mesquite Rodeo Arena. ColbertGarageDoor.com.
Pro football player Travis Kelce is pressed for time during the football season, so he does two things at once. Whether it's grilling while mowing,
Two things at once!
or getting this season's updated COVID-19 shot at the same visit as his flu shot.
Two things at once.
You can be like Travis and ask your pharmacist about getting this season's COVID-19 shot at the same visit as your flu shot, if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC. Learn more and schedule at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This time of year, big box tool stores start to sell a whole bunch of not tools. From dancing Santas to plastic trees. At Northern Tool and Equipment, we'd rather sell you a 4-horsepower chainsaw fitted with a 4-chisel chain to cut down your own tree. And we have wood chippers come January. Because you know, mulch. We're cutting prices on your favorite brands this holiday season. Save on Milwaukee, Steel, and Lincoln Electric in-store or at northerntool.com.
You have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
It's here. Black Friday week is live at Target. Save up to 50% on select tech and video games. Plus save up to 40% on select small appliances, up to 45% on floor care, and so much more. And get free shipping when you spend $35 or use your red card at Target.com. Hurry! These Black Friday deals end Saturday. Get low prices and great Black Friday deals. Only at Target. Exclusions apply.
A lot of schools talk about training the cybersecurity workforce of the future, but do they really deliver? My Computer Career has been supplying the IT workforce with thousands of skilled, certified pros for 15 years. Train with the experts in support, networking, or cybersecurity, and start your career in months, not years. Upskill even faster on campus or live online. Qualified students may get financial aid, including the GI Bill. My Computer Career, accredited, acclaimed, effective. Take the free career evaluation at mycomputercareer.edu.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority at Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation.
From the 25, play action. Young throws the ball, intercepted at the 30-yard line. Coming down the left side is Bland. Catch at the 5. He did it again. He did it again. Undercut the first down pass, and Deron Bland said, I don't think I've scored in about 2 weeks.
KNC Masterpiece. That's an awesome call. Right here on your home of the Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. In addition to Micah, is it time to start the Defensive Player of the Year candidacy for Deron Bland? We'll talk about that as we're live at RJ Dukes in McKinney. Today is the day for great sales to sign up for their giveaway and all kinds of other extravaganzas. Corey, we're going to get to this topic in just 1 second. What's up?
From the 512, I want to start a collection. I want to start a card collection. What's my first move? The first move would be to come up here to RJ Duke Sports.
Right.
Check out and just look around. And then, there are some people that will buy boxes, open them, and then do that thing, buy boxes, keep them. Some people will say, I'm going to go after one specific thing. Whatever your interest is, it's your hobby, and that's the most important part.
That's a great point. And by the way, if you just come up today, start following them on their social medias, you can enter their drawing on Friday. All the stuff we've opened today, which includes the Jeter autograph relic numbered to 30. Yeah. I'm going to let you do the last one. The Puka Nacua autograph rookie card numbered to 35. And
Victor Wembanyama rookie card. It's in green, yellow, and blue.
Parallel, baby.
Parallel. I had no clue what I opened up, honestly. I knew it was worth a good – but RJ Dukes just looked it up online on eBay. That card is selling for $500. That's a $500 card I opened.
So odds are –
is that like a $20 pack? How much is that box?
No. That's a $200 box.
$200 box.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
Maybe a little bit more, but
I'm sorry. I don't know the draft pick stuff well because I just spent $150. So,
yeah. That's about a $200 box pack.
But they have great deals right now.
They do.
If you're looking for your kid for something, but go ahead.
$20 off everything. Any purchase over $150, $75 off any purchase over $500. We've been blocking people's access to the clearance over here. We've had to move every segment just because people are like, hey, that's great. I love you guys. Tolo, baby. But can I go check out the artifacts box? Like, they have stuff here they want to see. Including me.
I just wanted to add, I've started a collection of Texas Rangers manager cards. So that's something I started.
Okay.
I went and started, with Whitey Herzog, and I'm Ted Williams. I've started that. Our guy Dan, he's our sales associate here. He's shown me multiple times his Dream Team collection, where he's been collecting the Dream Team. So again, there's so many different avenues to get into this hobby. And like I said, you start at a place like this. You walk in, look around, and you'll find something.
Now, Deron Bland, somebody asked this earlier. Is it all interceptions?
No.
Or is there more to it? I want to run you through a few things about Deron Bland and why I seriously think, and I'm glad Hollywood Dave Hellman agrees with me, that Deron Bland should be up for consideration in Defensive Player of the Year. He's on pace for 10 interceptions for the year. So, obviously, that would be an incredibly impressive number.
Last week against New York, when he didn't return that interception for a touchdown, I was disappointed.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, whatever. He caught it, I guess.
Now, you brought up an excellent point because now his 4 pick sixes are tied for the most in an NFL season ever. They have 7 games left to go. He's averaging 1 every 2.5 games.
Why are they passing on him so much?
They
don't believe it. They're just like,
I guess so.
Is he giving up bigger plays than I'm forgetting?
Pressure's pushing them to put the ball in the air. And I think it's a combination of the two things, and they put it up and don't realize that he's sitting there just waiting. Just watch the way he waits.
Now, you asked about other big plays against him. All of this data, and I know Corey's got some updated info.
Just one little nugget.
All of this data is going into Sunday's game. Check this out. He was tied for 10th in the league with pass breakups. So not even interceptions. Pro Football Focus had his coverage grade 2nd in the league for all cornerbacks who'd played at least 50% of the snaps. His completion percentage allowed, 48.8%. That's 5th best in the league, and he has the lowest passer rating against him in the league when targeted. And this might be an important thing for the Cowboys. Is he was in 52% of the snaps last year. This year, he's in on 84% of the snaps. So, obviously, part of that was
injury
needed because of Trayvon Diggs. But the point was, he has taken a huge step up in amount of time he plays and clearly gotten better.
Yeah, to update one of those,
yes,
Kevin,
please.
He's the only quarterback who's played at least 500 total snaps. but has allowed less than 48% of a reception rate when targeted. And he's the second leading touchdown scorer on your team. CeeDee Lamb has 5 touchdowns. Jake Ferguson has 4 touchdowns. He is tied with 4 touchdowns on the season. So that's kind of a nice thing.
And so does he fit in the Defensive Player of the Year category? Now, Mike, I know this led to a huge argument between us 2 years ago about what is in consideration.
Yeah.
NFL.com, at the time, they did their evaluation with all the GMs in the league. And T.J. Watt led the way, followed by Micah Parsons in second and Trayvon Diggs in third.
Way far off that Trayvon Diggs guy.
Way far off in third place. And so he didn't win it.
Right.
Obviously, neither did Micah. Do you think Deron Bland is now in this conversation? And then my other question is, how tough is it if you have, 2 of the top 5 candidates are on the same team? That feels like it would be counterproductive, even though I know the Rangers just had 2 of the top 3 MVP vote getters.
But neither one of them won it.
True.
I think what's interesting here is how the conversation only starts with pass rushers. Like that
is odd.
Because it does seem you're like, we can prove the sacks. You're telling me that a pick 6 isn't more valuable than a sack?
It definitely is.
I think it would probably, in my mind, it's going to take about 5 sacks to match one pick 6. And this dude has 4 of them already this year. If he was to break the record, then that would be an even more significant thing. But then if he was to break the record and just add a couple more interceptions and keep that low reception rate down, then, Kevin, that's where I think people tried to tear down Diggs a couple of years ago saying, yeah, but he gives up big plays.
Which
you're like, okay, like one every blue moon here. But the most of the time, he's making some significant plays that keep defenses or offenses off the field. And that's where I think that's the biggest factor is all these guys, all these sack masters are going to get the top billing. But what Deron Bland is doing right now, I think firmly places him there. And if people aren't giving him consideration for it, that's a problem.
Maybe you said it and I wasn't listening well.
Because you're opening cards.
Yeah.
He's at a card shop.
No, I know.
What's the record for most pick 6s in an NFL season?
4, which is where he's at.
So if he gets one more,
he has the
I
record.
do think that puts him in a special category. Diggs, the reason I was arguing, what was Diggs doing that put him in a special no NFL player's ever done this
Not no
category?
NFL player ever. It's just been 40 years.
He needed, 7 more interceptions to be in
that
record
area?
That record feels impossible.
So I feel like Deron Bland is getting to the point now, if he has 2 more pick 6s, and he has 6 pick 6s in a season. Now, the Cowboys do need to, I know it's different for Defensive Player of the Year rather than MVP or sometimes Offensive Player of the Year. I do think the Cowboys need to be considered one of the better teams in the NFL.
Agreed.
Because that sack number is just always the bigger number in Defensive Player of the Year stuff. And also, he's coming out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be tough, too.
For the rest of the country.
Oh.
Not for us.
Yeah.
But for the rest of the country.
But we never knew he was like this, right?
I did not. And neither did the Cowboys, because that's why they took him in the 5th round. They did not know he was going to be this good. Nobody did.
I want to say I did. But nobody's going to believe me.
I do not believe
I will say this and then add this on top of it. If he could only pitch, then he would be in a different category.
Free agency, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just think about if he could pitch where his MVP status would go.
Now, I think that he'd win.
Yeah, obviously.
I think you're going to love this, Mike, specifically, is –
it doesn't help for Defensive Player of the Year.
Yes, it does not. You're
like
right.
if he became a wide receiver and caught 50 balls for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns, I don't know. Would you
vote? Would you vote for him?
Do you think that would help in a weird way? Do you think that
for
would help
MVP, not for Defensive Player of the Year? No.
I'm with you. I'm just wondering if voters would be like, but he also plays offense.
But he also plays, yeah.
So like Travis Hunter, the kid from Colorado.
Or Deion Sanders.
Yeah, they're doing really good. Is Deron Bland. Somebody asked him about the record, and he goes, yeah, it gives me another thing to strive for. I want to be in the record books forever.
Yeah, we want him to be there, too.
That's why people said I intentionally gave up a home run.
Does that still come up with you?
At times, but I'm like,
does that hurt your feelings?
No, I just think it's silly that people think that I would have intentionally done that.
Yeah. Did you see him play that year?
Do you get paid? You don't
Did
get
you see
paid
how
for
many
doing
home runs I
I
gave
meant
up per
Barry
inning?
Bonds, not
Jeez,
you.
I know. You know my stats. Yeah, you're like, dude, you're giving up 2 home runs a game. It wasn't that difficult. Obviously, if people like little David Eckstein can hit home runs off of you. Obviously, Barry Bonds probably will,
How many
too.
home runs did Eckstein hit off?
He
of
hit
you?
one when he was with the Thunder in Trenton. And I was like, he led off the game with a home run down the line. I'm like, this is going to be a bad day.
Did
Then
you
I got in
wonder how the
trouble.
hell he hit that home run?
Yes, I was furious. Then I got in trouble because later in the game, my catcher, Heath Hayes, who was probably 5 years older than me, goes, you want to douse a guy and just get out of here? And I was like, yeah, so I hit a guy. And
Oh, my God.
Joel Skinner got mad at me because he was like, you're going to get one of our guys hurt by doing that. If you're having a bad game, deal with it. Don't just start pegging people. And I was like, all right.
True.
For the KNC Masterpiece. What an odd turn that took right here on 105.3 The Fan. That's why I love this show. Live from RJ Duke McKinney. If you want to come out and see us, and we hope that you will. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Colos, we just endured an extreme.
Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. It's the final days to get the Black Friday savings you've been waiting for on an unheard of 400 Silverados. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Prescott facing a blitz. Goes into the end zone. Left side. Lamb. Touchdown. In the corner. Don't blitz Dak Prescott. He's just too good against it. And C.D. Lamb is on the board. 5-yard reception.
In case you missed it somehow, the Dallas Cowboys victorious over the Carolina Panthers 33-10. And I heard Alec talking right there. Speaking of Black Friday savings, we are at RJ Duke's in McKinney for their pre-Black Friday Card Fest. $20 off of any purchase over $150. $75 off of any purchase over $500. And all the things we've opened today are going to be given away, but you need to come up to RJ Duke's today, show them that you follow them on social media, get involved in the drawing as we've got that parallel Victor Wembanyama, probably about $500. That Derek Jeter autograph relic numbered to 30, the Puka Nacua autograph rookie card numbered to 35, all kinds of amazing stuff being given away. You got to get in here, though, today to sign up for that giveaway. Right now, courtesy of Dean M. Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Hagee. How the heck are you?
I am doing better than the coach of the Chargers. Did you guys get an opportunity to listen to Staley point out again and again and again that everything was fine? He's going to continue to call the plays and everything like that for the defense, and it's going to be fine. And would any of that been necessary if Quentin Johnston would have just caught what would have been the game-winning touchdown?
Man, Quentin Johnston he's down bad right now, but Brandon Staley's...
That was a touchdown, right?
Yeah, and it's been a really, really unfortunate rookie season for Quentin Johnston. I'm feeling for him here because there's really no, if you try to put together the rookie season highlights for Quentin Johnston, I don't know that you can come up with more than one or two plays max, and they won't be big plays either. He's been just a nightmare, and the Chargers in general are that. Like, Justin Herbert's the only thing that it's like he's the only thing keeping them from looking like whatever, the Commanders yesterday or the Giants in general.
As far as I'm concerned, Hagee, you can stop asking that question, okay?
Oh, okay.
Just so we're clear. You don't have to ask that again.
Man, I appreciate that you didn't also give me like a 3-minute lecture after that. So thank you. Thank you very much for that.
I love when these guys are under high amounts of pressure and there's somebody they can blame, but they can't. It's just the rules of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it ties them into knots, and then they, end up venting on somebody else, a lowly reporter who, asked a fairly honest question and a serious one.
Well, he kind of went into a litany of the offense's problems, is what he did, didn't he? I mean, he was kind of talking.
That's what it sounded like.
He was trying to talk about it was a team loss. It was a team loss. Every time after he'd say that after he would blame the offense for something, And so he and Ron Rivera and those guys, get the U-Hauls ready. That's what's going on there.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Now, on the absolute flip side of the NFL, what are your all's feelings going into tonight's ginormous Monday Night Football game?
Well, I am feeling like the Chiefs are going to win, and I'm excited about that. And then the Niners next week for the Eagles. So I'm anticipating a chance to take over first place. Things got to fall in place, though, and you're looking at a Chiefs offense unlike anything we've seen under Patrick Mahomes with these under 20-point games, these under 200-yard passing games that he's throwing out there. It's just totally different. But I think their defense is really going to have answers for the Eagles, and I can't wait to see Spagnuolo.
Yeah,
what kind of help Spagnuolo has for the rest of the league trying to slow down Philly.
Yeah, to me this is. Philadelphia, people talk about not running the ball on Philly. I think it's because people realize you can throw the ball on Philly. You find a way to be able to handle their edge pressure, and occasionally they'll get that inside pressure. But if you can protect, you can make plays on the secondary. They just do not, they do not cover well enough, and they get exposed in a lot of ways. And I think that's going to happen tonight. I think Andy. This Kansas City bunch, they're really good at finding your weakness and just going after it. And the way the Patriots used to do that with Tom Brady. But Kansas City will expose this secondary for what it is.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this goes, because in the Super Bowl, it was the rushing attack of Kansas City that was really able to take over the game because the Eagles couldn't stop the run. And now the Eagles' defense is the exact opposite. Now they're stopping the run almost better than anybody, and they're giving up the passing plays. But Kansas City's been the team that's scoring little points, playing defense, running the ball. Mahomes is still a stud, but it's not the fireworks show anymore. So I'm excited to see how the Chiefs attack it. No Goddard for the Eagles, I still think, is a big deal.
Huge.
Chiefs being at home. I mean, I'm just trying to play it up, the hope that, man, the Chiefs got to get this win tonight.
I know there's a lot in terms of yesterday's Cowboys game and Jimmy Johnson going into the Ring of Honor and everything like that, but Deron Bland in his last 2 games has given up 2 catches while also making 2 interceptions, running one of them back for a touchdown, and giving up an 8.3 passer rating. He just feels like on an unbelievable another level right now.
Well, the thing about with Bland was I don't think a lot of us, when you watched him play, was worried about him taking over from Diggs. The question became who's going to play nickel slot now. And that's the issue that they're working with right now. I kind of feel like what you need to do going forward, and we've had these discussions about would you travel Bland with somebody in these games? And I don't think you can. But what you can do is maybe some games play him in the slot and because you want to be able to tell teams, I mean, teams could look at their metrics and say, well, we're going to get 100% of Lewis in the slot. Well, if you kind of mix and match a little bit of Bland inside, then maybe you will discourage people from maybe throwing the football on you. Mike, you enjoying your snack? Is Mike there enjoying snacks right now?
He's actually opening cards.
Oh,
since
nice.
we're at RJ Duke's
I thought it was Jared Sandler all over again, enjoying snacks.
He decided not to wait until the show was over and has already made his purchases.
You do, Mike. I love it.
Through them
Oh,
now.
well, I love it. I couldn't figure out if it was something in my headset or that was really something going on.
I was waiting for you to start.
You have to
going
start
on
crying.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do it. But Mike, I hope you pull a good one there. But the thing about it is, I would use Bland just to maybe mess with some people that they could say, listen, we'll just put our best player, our best receiver in the slot, and because they're not going to match it with Bland. But if you at least make him, or at least show teams that he still can play there several times, I think that you could kind of throw teams off from maybe thinking about just matching you up that way and trying to attack Jordan Lewis at.
Okay, question at that point, who would you put Lewis on the outside on that?
You go McQuamu.
You go okay.
Yeah,
okay.
you
because he got out there
yesterday.
yesterday.
You take Lewis off the field for those opportunities, and then you find a way to get McQuamu. I think you're going to need McQuamu when it's out. We've got 7 more weeks of this stuff.
Yeah.
You're going to need him to play, but at least give people the idea that you will consider playing Bland in the slot and maybe throw them off a little bit.
You finally get that pack open, Mike?
Yeah, I got them all open.
Yeah,
looking at the cards.
Yeah.
Oh, he got several boxes out here. He has several boxes out here.
Just pulled a Jonathan Kuminga rookie card. What do you think?
Go.
You think he's going to turn it up a little bit here? I kind of need that.
Man, I heard you get the Gobert earlier. That was exciting.
The Wembanyama.
Wembanyama.
Yeah,
Wembanyama.
That's a $500 card. I had no clue I was touching a $500 card.
You put that in your pocket, Mike. Let's. They're going to search on the way
that's
out.
for the giveaway.
That's
That is
for
for the
spokes?
giveaway. We're not keeping that.
I'm looking for Sengun. I think the kid Sengun from Houston's a future star, like a superstar.
Broadus, real quick, and this might sound like a foolish question, but I hope you'll go along with me on this. Are you familiar with a former football player by the name of Billy Cannon?
Yes, he won the Heisman Trophy. LSU. Yeah.
Well, in 2 days at Peace-a-thon, if you want to spread the word to any of your LSU brethren, I have an amazing framed, autographed Billy Cannon jersey that also comes with an autographed photo and an autographed Sports Illustrated as part of the package.
Wow.
It is immaculately framed. It looks awesome.
Well, I'll tell you what, Heggie, the Dallas club, the Dallas LSU club is the second biggest in the state. I think Houston is number 1. So by you making this announcement, I'll put it on our LSU club website and see if people will be interested in that. That'd be a nice.
He passed away, right? Did Billy Cannon pass away, or am I crazy?
I hope he didn't just kill Billy Cannon.
Yeah, I know
he died in 2018.
Yeah, I knew his number was on the field, and I didn't know if it was just honoring him for something. But usually, when they put your number on the field, something's up. So yeah.
So he's not signing autographs anymore.
Nope.
Yes, that is very true. What do you guys got coming up? Sorry, Mike, you're right about that.
Breathing
What do you
dust
guys
right
got-
now, actually, is what he's doing. Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
You're looking at Pure Gold as always. Hagee, thanks for asking. It's going to be a full 5-hour ride, and we do have coming up at 3:30 the Mike McCarthy press conference.
All right, looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. I know our show is ending, but you can keep getting these deals and specials. I guess that's the same thing at RJ Dukes for the rest of the day. Come up 400 North Central Expressway. We'll be back in studio tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You are officially. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Thanks for joining us. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy Scout Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup here at Master Control. Eric Chiafalo in attendance in the talk booth. Zach Wolchuk still on assignment with his family, living it up. Salute to the Woolly Bully. He'll be back next week. And, he'll be back Thursday probably for Cowboys postgame show, won't he? Yeah.
He absolutely will, yep.
And you do have Carter Freeman coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And Cowboys did it again, 33-10. Another blowout victory, taking care of business. Offense wasn't a total clean trip, but the defense definitely did the job. And, just continue to stack dubs here as we build towards what should be a hellacious finish there with the schedule turning in just a couple of weeks' time now.
That's right. We enjoyed another tune-up game. After the Giants, you get another, Panthers tune-up game. We'll see what these Commanders have to say after their debacle yesterday. Shout out to Broaddus and the Survivor picks.
That's a double bet payoff right there, boys.
I can't believe that really happened.
Supposed to be the Giants with Tommy DeVito, 2-0 versus Riverboat and the Commanders, man. The impossible happened. Shout out to Broaddus, dude. That was a gut-wrenching moment for you. Just seconds after Detroit saved our rear ends, Dawson.
Yeah.
It was Sam Howell, pick 6, Isaiah Simmons. That's all she wrote. Good night, Washington.
Man, Sam Howell would be an amazing quarterback if he could just avoid the multiple turnover games.
How many turnovers they have yesterday? 6?
It was 6, and they forced 0.
Yep.
That'll get the job done.
And they still had I think they had 9 sacks in the game, too. Like 6 of them in the first half.
The Commanders sacked DeVito 9 times?
Oh, it was a crazy number. I think in the first quarter, they had 6 sacks in the first quarter.
And they lost.
Yeah, you did. So Friday's going to get real interesting. The next couple of Fridays going to get real interesting, and we'll have more on that. We're talking G-Bag Survivor with you coming up in about 20 minutes.
We don't have a show on Friday, though.
Oh, that's right.
So this bet payoff will carry over to...
It's going to linger into the holidays.
It could potentially be like lose another game. It could be 3 bet payoff.
Yeah, you'll be stacking up L's.
This is so fun. It always gets great right around Thanksgiving. As always, here we go again.
And the drunken party guy gave away like one of his immunes.
That's right.
To Dawson.
One of your immunes.
Yeah. One of my immunities.
Stings a little bit.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, and we appreciate the Cowboys taking care of business to get to 7-3 on the year now. 33-10 the final. Turnover free. Tony Pollard ran for 5 a carry. He had the big touchdown run. A lot of good takeaways here. Micah Parsons getting over double-digit sacks, first player in franchise history to go double digits in each of his first 3 seasons. And he was feeling good, I guess, after he shook off the energy drink. I've thrown up from an energy drink now before. It is a very uncomfortable feeling.
Yes. Well, and that's even more than an energy drink. That's like a pre-workout. That's really supposed to get you going. And he didn't get it out of a can where they measure things. I'm pretty sure he just dry scooped it, bam, chased it with a little bit of water. That's never going to sit right.
Now that's like an extreme training tactic to like just take it dry and pour a little water on it to help get it down.
Yeah, I've never been one to do that. I guess some people think it gets into your bloodstream faster, or it just looks cool to just hammer home some powder and then chase it. But yeah, that's you tingle, your heart beats a little bit too fast.
You itch a lot too. It's amazing. The itching is good. I don't know if it's extreme. It's more like I'm lazy because now I have to go get. Yeah, I have to go get. Well, I have to go get a cup and then put the drop in the cup and then go get some water to mix that together and do all of that.
Okay.
If I have the scoop, I can just scoop it right here in my mouth. Boom, drink a little water fountain and get back at it.
Yeah,
I'm very impressed by that because for me, Lucius, like when I think about, I did the cinnamon challenge years ago.
Yeah.
It seems like the same idea,
impossible.
and I could never do it. I breathe it in, I choke.
Yeah.
Know everything.
Yeah, oh, I get it.
Yeah.
But that's impressive if you can pull that off.
I haven't done it in a long time.
Well,
but you can.
He did it, and he felt the consequences.
You want to put some water in your mouth first.
Yes.
Okay.
You want to put water in your mouth first, then put the scoop, and then drink some more water behind it.
And maybe like a half tablespoon at a time.
Well,
but hey,
whatever the scooper is,
those guys get fired up pregame though. They're willing to go to extreme measures to do whatever it takes to get up for the game.
That smelling sauce is the one that's crazy.
And it's
those
tough.
are everywhere down there.
The smelling sauce is.
Have you ever done one of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd never had the opportunity, but you're down on sidelines all the time.
I was at Green Bay, and like Favre got me with it one time. He snuck up behind me, and I was just watching. I was just looking out on the field. And he took it in his palm and he put it up on my nose, like
he's chloroforming you,
just like And I'm like thrashing around to try and get away. But we used to have Ray Rhodes, one of our coaches. Like the coaches would be doing it on the sideline.
Yeah, I see coaches doing it all the time.
And then they get all clear head thing. But yeah, that's a crazy one to do.
It was always fun to go walk on the field after the game because you could see them all along the sideline. The players are constantly trying to get jacked. Deron Bland was up for a big game and he did it again. Another pick six to create the blowout. Has 4 pick sixes on the year. He's tied for the all-time record. And I was wondering how good of a year Deron Bland is having. Is he having a good year in the other things of being a corner?
Oh, he's one of, when you start to talk about complete corners, because he's willing to tackle. He's a physical player. His ball skills are rare. The thing that he'd struggled with, we all kind of knew, was the double moves of how aggressive he could be, because he reads things so fast and so quick. So if he immediately sees you're going to run, you're going to hesitate, you slow down and you're going to break the route.
He likes to jump it.
He's driving the ball because he thinks, But yeah, when
he's going to go score.
Yeah, that's, and Stephen Jones said it today when he was with the guys this afternoon. He was talking about, they asked him about all-time corners that you'd been he had seen, and he'd seen Dion and all those, and he's talking about the thing with Bland and what they're trying to do with Bland and Diggs and guys like that with the evaluations are guys that have ball skills. It used to be we had guys like Terrence Newman and stuff that didn't have great ball skills. Byron Jones, not great ball skills.
Just sticky in coverage.
No ball skills.
Right.
They're like, no.
We want big plays.
We want big plays.
Yeah.
That's something that they're honestly thinking about. And Bland has delivered that. He is really a complete corner when you look at all the aspects of his game.
Yeah, and better than anyone, Broadus. I think from my standpoint, the only game where, and he got fortunate that it was inaccurate passes or whatever it was in that Chargers game. Looked like there were a couple moments where he got toasted a little bit, but they never really capitalized on it. But other than that, yeah, you don't see him getting beat. I mean, he's just down in, down out solid, and then here's a huge play. And that interception yesterday, being able to make the leap, the grab, the somersault deal, pop immediately up, and then hum it to the end zone is one of the coolest, most athletic interception touchdowns I've seen in quite some time. That was sweet.
Yeah, a beautiful play. I think the one the week before against the Giants was better. And I know it was a pick 6 yesterday, but they were beat. Gilmore was beat. Hooker was beat with Jalen Hyatt running through the middle of your defense. And he sees his man go underneath coverage, and it's taken care of, and he breaks to help. That's just
smart.
Those are aware saving plays. And I know it's the Giants and all that, but he's going to do that in a game where it really, really, really matters. The game mattered against Giants, but it to that point, I think, when you talk about guys that play that way, he's as, I use the word rare. He's as rare as they come.
Well, it's awesome. I saw a stat earlier, and I'll get the full thing for you in Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3:20. But out of all the corners with a certain sample size, it's a lot of reps. He's only allowing 48% completions, which is just an incredible number.
Yeah.
48%. It's number 1 in the NFL. So salute to the Cowboys for finding him, and salute to Deron Bland for being awesome. He's one of those draft steals, no doubt about it.
And to have the nickel flex as well, which is extremely difficult. Most guys are they specialize in that. Don't put the nickel guy on the boundary. He's like, put me wherever.
Yeah. Well, I think for, trying to find who the Cowboys will draft next at corner, a history at wide receiver might be the deal. Obviously we know all about Trayvon Diggs, but apparently Bland was a great high school wide receiver as well, and that's what he credits for the ability to go get the ball and then make guys miss.
Love it.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think of this stat? 6th win of 2023 by 20 or more points. Entering week 11, no other team had more than 3. They have twice as many blowouts by 20 or more than any other team in the NFL, just destroying teams. In the games that they win, 6 of 7 have been by 20 or more points. What do you make of it?
Well, I start with the fact that your defense is the type of defense that gets turnovers and not only just gets them, but oftentimes will score. I mean, how many defensive or special teams touchdowns or points have they come up with this year? Plenty. And that can take a solid win to a holy smokes blowout victory. And they do that consistently. Yeah. I mean, since having Dan Quinn here, it's like this defense is opportunistic, and we're not just satisfied getting the ball. We want to score with it. I think that's huge. The other thing that's huge is, hey, here's Zach Wilson, here's Tommy DeVito, here's a broken Rams team. I think a lot of that has to do with it as well.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, you got to give Mike McCarthy some credit for the way he's calling some ball plays. I didn't like the fact that we were running, Wildcat stuff yesterday, but Mike has found a little bit of a rhythm. They found a little bit of a running game yesterday. They got in a little bit of some trouble with blitzes yesterday. The quarterback got knocked around a little bit, and he got some pressures, and it kind of affected the way he played. But they were able to overcome that. I think Mike's done a really nice job with his play calling. Him, Brian Schottenheimer. Since the San Francisco game, they found a way to get routes open. I love the route. They missed on a route yesterday I thought was really, really a good route with CeeDee Lamb. You bring him and you wheel him on the move. And, that motion that goes out, so you wheel him, you kind of yo-yo what they call in and out, and they get him on the run. And now you have a chance to get guys up the field. You're seeing far more of that from this offense, and as a play caller, they're taking advantage of that.
They are. Everything is firing as the Cowboys are stacking up wins here, getting ready to take on Washington. We'll have a preview of that Commanders game coming up a little bit later on in the show. Of course, Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus coming up at 2:40. He'll have some film takeaways for you. The other big story, Jimmy and Jerry pouring on the love fest as the announcement came. Jimmy is going into the Ring of Honor. I have to eat crow on this, guys. I did not think Jerry would do it, but he is. And Jimmy said, this may be a little strange. I love the guy. He's a big part, maybe the biggest part in my entire career. That's Jimmy Johnson. Get ready for a lot of that. 2 old guys loving on each other here for the next, 8 months till the Hall of Fame speeches.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. They'll be loving every second
until
of it.
the Ring of Honor speech, right?
You're right.
He's already in the hall.
No, you're right. Yeah.
That's where what was really hilarious
cool.
yesterday.
So we only get 6 weeks of it.
Yeah, Jerry. What was funny was Jerry said we're putting you in 1923.
It threw me off yesterday.
And I'm like, and Jimmy's kind of like, no, wait, I've been waiting. No, I can't wait anymore.
Great if the whole bit, if it's just Jerry's pulling a prank, like, dude, you're never.
You're really not
here,
getting it. When's it 1923? No, that's not happening.
This might seem morbid, but it's just so weird that they waited so long. Like,
get that karma right, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, karma right. You know, you're
Sure.
struggling to get out of bed one day. You're like,
Yes.
shoot, let me go ahead and get that
I
karma
mean, I'd have been
together.
worried about that karma at about 66 years old, or
Yeah.
58, or 48,
Somebody might have convinced Jerry about this whole Jimmy Johnson Super Bowl curse thing. That like if you don't put him in the Ring of Honor, your team is going to be cursed.
Oh, yeah.
And so maybe somebody like Jerry's probably like, listen, I already sold my soul to the devil so I can get these Super Bowls. Maybe I need to reverse this thing real quick.
Yeah. I was wondering. I asked Walchuk when he came in for the post-game show yesterday before the game started because I know Walchuk's a firm believer in that.
Yeah.
And so I didn't know if Walchuk found a way to sneak behind the walls at the Star and get a little FaceTime with Jerry and do some selling.
Hey, whoever convinced him, salute to you. I felt like Jerry was pretty dug in. I think there's a lot of bitter history between those two guys. They are going to, I believe this is Jerry's attempt to control the narrative that, oh no, me and Jimmy, high school teammates, roommates, went to the NFL, loved each other, had a little bit of a misunderstanding there at the end, but it's all back to a big old love fest.
Yeah, and that misunderstanding was only like 20 years, 25 years.
25 years. A lot of things were said, but it's all water under the bridge. And, I guess I'm glad that we can have this moment as fans. But because also they waited so long, it's kind of it's a little tainted. It's a little past due and weird that it's coming up. So we'll make the most of it, though, here on The Fan. We have sports in DFW tonight. Stars hosting the New York Rangers, coming in at 12-2-1. Stars coming off Saturday's loss to the Avs, but they're in first place as well. Mavs have dropped 2 in a row. Bucks and Kings got them. 2 days off. Visit the Lakers Wednesday. The Clippers on Saturday. So you get lots of rest this week, Brian. Do you think that rest can help them play better defense?
I don't know about that. Maybe it's maybe you can work on some defense while you're sitting around waiting to play these games. But yeah, that was really, really disappointing. Kind of had things under control. It looked like they were in Milwaukee, and then just let things fall apart. They'd been really good. I was bragging on them for clutch defense, but they really couldn't get to the clutch defense. Let them down in Milwaukee. And yesterday, the Sacramento Kings. They're on a 6-game winning streak right now. That's a good team. You kind of worth like, whoa, this is playing these guys. No, they got a lot of talented players over there, and Mike Brown as a coach is really good.
All right, G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We have G-Bag Survivor to recap for you. If you missed Friday's show, Brian said something bombastic about what was going to happen in Sunday's NFL slate, and he was dead balls on wrong. How's he going to get out of this after guaranteeing victory? It's next here in the nation.
Take your Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. Got the best audio from the world of sports here in about 7.5 minutes. Mike McCarthy press conference today coming up at 3:30. We got to take a look at this G-Bag survivor and what has Broaddus done to himself. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Now, Brian, I feel your pain because just 3 weeks ago, I liked Washington's chances against New York.
Yeah, week 7.
Yeah.
You had them. Yep.
I did, and I was like, how did they only score 7 points against New York? What happened here? So as this game was coming back around, this time in Washington, I thought, there's a pretty good pick by you to take the Commanders for your G-Bag survivor this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But then you took it a little further, didn't you?
I did. I said my experience of just watching the Giants play the week before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking how are you going to go win a game?
How will
that's
win
how
this
game? Yeah.
Sam Howell will do it for you.
Sam Howell's leading the league in passing yards, right?
Yeah, that's a fun little stat that means next to nothing.
And he's also leading the league in what the hell kind of plays you're making out there too.
Got a lot of talent.
I really did believe after watching the Giants play that they were not going to win another game. And good for them. Good for DeVito going out there. He actually has more multi-game touchdown passes. I think that's right, than Kenny Pickett.
Yes.
I think he's got 3.
And like Daniel Jones, too, in his last 50 starts.
So
pretty crazy what DeVito did.
So Broaddus said, if the Commanders lose, I'll do too.
I'll do too.
In words that will ring in G-Bag survivor history, I believe.
And I wasn't
a Hall of Fame moment.
I wasn't even drinking when I said that, I don't think. Right?
I don't think you were either,
No.
but yes, how do you win as a 9-point underdog on the road with a third-string undrafted free agent quarterback? That's the question that was being asked.
With your QB being sacked 9 times, a sack rate of 25.7%. That's what happened.
So Howell was getting sacked that many times, or DeVito?
No, DeVito was sacked 9 times.
So DeVito was sacked 9 times.
On 1 out of every 4 dropbacks.
Yeah. And the Giants still find a way to win because it's the 6 turnovers.
6 turnovers.
When defenses historically have been able to create that sort of disruption, it's almost always results in a victory. Since the turn of the century, teams that sacked the QB 9 or more times had gone 43-1.
Yeah,
it's 43-2 now.
Well, at least you were historically incompetent this weekend, Broaddus.
Oh no, thank you.
You made history.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and yeah, I got
we
to figure
appreciate
this out
it as well. Yeah, you are going to have to figure this out. I mean, I'd be willing. I'm the only one that can speak on this in terms of just how devastating it can be for your mouth and your jowls and your face.
No. You're talking about that gummy thing.
I will get if you do the little gummy nitro, which we have sitting in, I believe, Dawson's locker for almost a year now. It's been sitting waiting for the moment. It'll count as 2 payoffs for you.
Bro, I have a heart condition.
It's a fair
counterpoint.
It's a little heat. It's a fair counterpoint.
I mean, if I take it, I could end it all. It could be the last bet payoff I ever do.
That's why it's worth.
And
2.
I think there's a lot of people.
Yeah, man, we're putting 2 on the line here out of respect for the idea that maybe you do die.
Okay,
or maybe you're just Micah Parsons and your heart's beating a little fast and you're vomiting profusely, but you still go and have an epic show, a historical dominant show, because that's what Micah did yesterday, puking on the sidelines.
There's no way I could do that gummy thing. It can't. Not that hot. Now I'll think about it, but
it's like 10 million Scoville.
Okay, how many beers would do 2 bet payoffs in a 5-hour show? How many beers?
Okay,
15.
All right, now we're talking
3 an hour.
15 beers?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's half of what you did at the parade the other day. Yeah, we're gonna throw up the bat signal.
But that was a whole day of darting.
How many beers do you think you got down on that Friday?
It honestly was probably 14, 15 beers.
That's epic.
But for a guy who hadn't had beer in like a while,
I don't normally drink.
Yeah, maybe a Dos Equis on the boat from time to time.
Yeah, that's about all I do.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, my buddies who say that, they're like, "Hey, well, man, you don't ever drink. Are you okay? And I'm like, I just couldn't stop drinking.
Let's do a baker's dozen. Let's do a baker's dozen.
Yeah, doesn't it do?
I think. Yeah, but a baker's dozen, so it's really more like 15.
See, the thing about it is, I mean, like, because I started having cocktails at 9:40 and didn't get done till 6.
Yeah.
So I did all that in that period.
Yeah, that was a great run, man. That was an epic Friday, and I just like to relive a little bit of that, you know.
10 beers? 10 beers brought us?
No, we're cutting that down too much. That's too low.
Okay, 12 beers. You got to do a 12-pack. You have the entire show to do it. It counts as 2-bet payoffs. How about that?
Tomorrow.
A 12-pack tomorrow.
TD
Tuesday.
Yeah.
Zach Martin. I want to hear you hammered interacting with Zach.
Man, that would probably not be good.
Okay, let's save it for a Friday then.
Save it for a Friday.
Okay.
So I have to do how many beers? 12?
12.
I think we said a baker's dozen, so 13.
12
at
at a
least
show?
12. At least 12. If you're feeling it, I mean, you go 15, 18. You can do whatever you want.
We're not
you
going
know?
to put any restraints
We'll have at
on
least 30 beers here.
So, are you guys going to? Are you going to drink with me over there?
Yeah, I'll enjoy some beers with my friend. Of course.
Should we try
to twist my arm?
Should we try and do this in a remote situation, or should we do it
even better?
I think,
because then the Tolos can come interact with Drunk Broadus.
Yeah, maybe the next time we go and we have a bar setting.
Okay.
I'll just open a tab and we'll just start drinking.
Okay, let's do that.
Hey, Chief and I almost joined you in bet payoff misery. I could not believe what I was watching in the highlights when I got home. You know, I was watching on my phone a little bit, but it was a soccer tournament weekend, and I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't know what's going to happen here. Get back to the house, I'm like, okay, 3 minutes to go, down, what, 11?
11, yeah.
And they ended up winning by 5, 2 touchdowns and a safety or something like that.
Yeah, it was the Bears surrendered 15 points in the last 4 minutes and 15 seconds of the fourth quarter. So, I mean, it was the return of Justin Fields. Detroit just wasn't clicking like they had been, but then they moved the ball down the field. Big play touchdown, like 40 yards with 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and then quick 3-and-out stop, then drive the ball, another touchdown, easy money, and then it was just like a dagger safety situation, Aiden Hutchinson. But it was a stressful Survivor Sunday.
Fields barely misses the dude. Deep. They go deep on 3rd and long.
Yes.
And obviously that would have ended it right there, but it was not to be, and the Lions' great season continues. First time I think they're 8-2 since
the 60s.
The 60s. Wow. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Hey, B, you getting off easy, bro. You getting off easy. We're going to buy you a 12-pack and you drink it, man. That's
not a bad thing. You're right, Lucius.
Yeah, come on. That's a celebration.
20 beers.
If I get a case, Lucius, will you drink the other half of the Dos Equis?
That's wild, bro.
Of the Dos Equis?
20 beers.
So, Lucius, we're going to get you an ounce, and then we're going to have you smoke out for a whole weekend, bro. So you can't see, man, so you can't move, bro. Oh, no, please, no.
Lucius, you're doing a lot of talking.
What's the number, Lucius? What do you think? 20 beers? We go 20 beers?
Nah, that's too much for the man.
Tony Pollard?
20 beers.
Maybe Peyton Manning beers, 18.
I don't know how many I had the other day. I really don't.
He's going to get loose at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
3. He's going to be loose at 3. Excuse me. He's going to be loose at 3. Trying to maintain.
Let's do it at a bar. We'll have a bar setting. We'll have fun with it.
All right. Sounds great.
Our winner of G-Bag of the day so far is from the RJ and Choppy show. Yes, RJ was working blue. Means it's a little on the edge right here.
A little on the edge.
Joking. He bombed on a joke delivered to Coach McCarthy right there in front of Coach McCarthy's face. Just fell flat.
I'm a big believer in the quarterback body type has to give you the ability to play in the pocket and out of the pocket. So that's my preference.
So what you're saying is size matters.
Okay, come on now. The kids are listening.
Let's see. Giannis Acapulco.
Nailed it.
Got it.
Nice word.
It's all right. It's all right. Doesn't matter. What matters is, what's his nickname?
Greek Freak.
Greek Freak. That's right. Here he is at the post game. How many games do you guys have left? He's pretty excited about this number because he's the Greek Freak.
What's the game today? Man, come on, man. We got 69 more games. 69. I like that number. 69, huh?
I like that number, 69, huh? You like that? You like 69?
Well, he's very loud about it, like in the comments of his wife's Instagram posts and stuff like that. Like he's out there with the freak. Nature.
Oh, weirdo. It's a big ass bed. Hold on.
Man, come on, man. We got 69 more games. 69. I like that number.
69. Oh my God.
All the lady reporters felt really uncomfortable in that room.
What are you doing, bro?
I think these players from other countries, they can settle into American culture pretty easy, but I don't think he's got the 69 joke down yet.
No,
you're not supposed to be lusty. You're just supposed to say it like a meathead and laugh.
Yeah, still workshopping that one.
Lusty.
Let's see. This isn't one, but I've been thinking about this all weekend. Should we be concerned for Polo and Garland with his girl? Every time he calls up, he's like, baby, say something. Hello, hi, help. Give me the phone back. All right.
Cassie?
Hello, hi, help.
Listen, bro, listen.
Got me some proposals with my girlfriend. Say hey, baby. Hello. Anyway,
all right.
Getting back to the real stuff.
Hello. Hello. Help.
I just think there's a perfect woman for every kind of man.
Hey, man.
You know?
You right. I'm just hating. I'm just hating.
I mean, there's only so much talking you can do. And I think Polo's doing about 98% of it.
All of it. All of it, bro.
She is looking straight ahead the whole time. Yeah.
Let's see. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing and everything. Shout out to my pastor, Pastor Freddie Haynes, and my pastor on YouTube, Reverend Ike. Duality's right there. You have no idea. All right. We got a drunk uncle.
What?
Drunk uncle starts praying for the Sunday dinner. He had too much Crown. Clearly, way too much Crown. He starts crying.
Oh, no.
And it's because the people in the background, the family, are egging him on like, yeah, that's right, all right. And I thought he thought he was just killing it. Thought he was in his bag, but he's really sounding crazy. It's funny.
In the name of Jesus, Lord bless this food.
Oh, you have some teeth missing too, by the way, so that, so you'll know when you hear it.
A little whistling.
Yeah.
Bless everything that we don't know on the whole mouth. Hallelujah. Let this food be a blessing to each and everyone. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus.
God. Jesus going.
Bless this food. And everyone that get around the table and get through. In the name of Jesus. God be blessed.
Yeah.
Everyone be blessed. Everyone be blessed.
Will, Grandma.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Lord. Yes.
Did you hear the one guy? The one guy clearing his throat.
Yeah.
The one guy. That's the sign for like, yeah. In this thing. Let's
This is
wrap it up.
fantastic.
Wrap that thing up.
This is fantastic. Hello, man. Everyone be blessed.
God be blessed.
God be
blessed.
Everyone be blessed.
One more about to cry.
Everyone be blessed.
Anybody else kind of like look up and like cock one eye towards your brother when something like that's going on?
bro.
For sure.
If you're holding hands, you're squeezing it real hard. Like, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, you looking up like, yo. Because you always got that cousin that you cutting up with. Yeah. Always. And that's the moment.
Zane as a kid.
That's
the guy you escaped to play video games with.
Yeah.
with.
Everyone be blessed. How about this one? Jimmy in Plano. He has smoke for Bobby Belt. He has some smoke for Bobby Belt.
Jimmy in Plano. Jimmy, you are next up on the Boomer Jack's Bar and Grill Hotline.
Good morning, fellas.
Morning.
Bobby, not only are you soft, you don't know what you're talking about. My star down is for Bobby for putting the letters MV and P together when it comes to Rain Dakota Prescott.
Oh, yeah.
He beat the Giants' third string defense, and suddenly he's an MVP because he can throw 75% against literally nobody.
I mean, it's more.
Dak Prescott is a good quarterback. He's fine. He doesn't deserve any more than he already gets. He is a good quarterback. No more, no less. And the idea that you would put MVP together is laughable, and one of the reasons why I say you ruined the morning show.
Hold on. Oh, he hung up because he.
Oh man.
Hold on. You know, he gets out of control. Woo! Yeah.
That was great.
Oh, my God.
Jimmy coming in strong.
Jimmy
like
just went
that.
Draymond. And
I mean, obviously, I
who was
disagree.
Rudy?
I think Bobby's been great for the morning show.
He's been incredible. Bobby's the man. But that was a fantastic call.
Call, Jimmy.
Everyone be black.
Vote worthy, right?
RJ Choppy failed with the coach. Giannis presser. Polo and Garland with his wife. Drunk uncle praying at the Sunday dinner. Or Jimmy in Plano had to smoke for Bobby Bell. A lot of good stuff coming out of that morning show lately here with the nominees. I'll vote for Jimmy in Plano, actually, Chief. How about you?
I think I have to as well.
Lucius?
Watch first.
The drunk uncle praying.
Brian?
I'm gonna go with the champ.
Okay. That means by a score of 2-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is going upside Bobby Belt's head. And that's Jimmy in Plano. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Guys, I had a chance to look at the All-22 from the Carolina game. I'll give you my thoughts next.
Coming up Tuesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads and relax, enjoy the difference.
And thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike McCarthy press conference coming up at 3:30. NFL news of the day at 3. And it's time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, the former Cowboy Scout, brought us.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. A win is a win is a win. In the NFL, it's always hard to win. We talked about that last hour with our picks and stuff like that. But I'm going to start with something, and I know that maybe Cowboy fans are a little bit concerned about this. Is the Cowboys' run defense yesterday? And in my notes, I used words like late, driven, sealed, angled, hooked, washed, hesitation, guessing, miss, and pancaked. Those were all words I used when I was going through and looking through the Cowboys' run defense yesterday. Gain of 13, gain of 7, gain of 15, gain of 9, gain of 14, gain of 5, gain of 14, gain of 8. You have some big running plays yesterday. And a lot of it had to do with those words that I used. When this defense plays the run well, they play square along the line. They don't get pushed. They don't get turned. They fill. They don't guess. They don't run behind blocks. Carolina can't run the ball. They ran the ball yesterday, though. Carolina, if you look at the teams that have played them the year, Carolina averaged less than 4 yards a carry.
Yikes.
Coming into this game. Yesterday, they put it on you pretty good. And yeah. I think that's on the flip side of this, I could talk about the positivity of the Cowboys running game and what they were able to do.
That was good.
That was good from that point. But
you shouldn't be giving up games like this to a team that bad, but it happens. No. And it's just a reminder that you're not great at it because you're not built for it, especially with Leighton Vander Esch not in there. Yeah. Overall, you're built to stop the pass. And on top of that, sometimes your players go for the glory instead of their assignment. It sucks when you're up against teams that should not be able to do that against you, and they are. But I think these are the things that we should be more honest with ourselves about.
Right.
Especially when it's against such a bad team.
Yeah, that's the thing that was concerning to me just coming into the game. I felt like that they would be able to really eliminate this Carolina running game, just eliminate it, and then force. And we saw what happened when Carolina went back to pass. That was a disaster for them. The sacks. I mean, the Cowboys up front with Micah and what Tank and those guys were able to do. Bozeman, the center, he was so bad in that game yesterday, and it was really unselfish the way that those defensive linemen played, getting after the passer. I mean, how they helped each other, picks and just physical play.
Yeah,
that how they helped each other get sacks, and that's if you're playing against the Cowboys, honestly don't know. And I know you get behind in games, you might have to. I felt like Carolina could have stayed in that game. They were going to probably lose, but if they would have done the plan of just trying to find ways to get the ball to Thielen on third down,
or fourth
down, and run the ball, they probably could have hung into that game a little bit better. But Dallas, and I'm surprised they completely stopped running the ball that Carolina did, because it was at times very hard to watch.
I mean, when it goes 17-10, if the Cowboys don't march the field and score there, I think Carolina keeps running the football. The game could have got very interesting.
It could have got very interesting there. Just want to give you just an example of something that happens, when you and this was not a really good game, and I'm not just singling the guy out, but Mozzie Smith did not play his best football yesterday.
Yeah, from what I saw, Mozzie Smith was getting turned quite a bit. Hankins getting blown off the ball and turned. Osa had his moments. I mean, the interior of the defensive line, I felt like, was a big part of your run defense issues.
They give up a gain on 15, and I just want to point out this one, and then we'll talk about the Cowboys running game on the flip side of this. But again, they give up a gain of 15 to Sanders. And the ball's going to right inside is where it's going. And you get Sam Williams gets cut off by tight end Trimmel. Bell gambles and shoots the A gap, but ends up in the C. The ball ends up in the C. So he's completely 2 gaps away from getting to the ball. Hankins gets washed, as you mentioned, Eric, leaving a big gap for Curse to have to deal with. So there's a slight hesitation by Curse thinking that Young might pull the ball and run. But no, I mean, and so now the hesitation causes Sanders just to run and explode through the hole before he's able to really make the tackle. So there's those words again I was talking about. Gambling, washed, hesitation, those things, are a problem. When the Cowboys are bad, those are the things they have to deal with. But they had several of these things where Mozzie laid off the ball. Armstrong gets hooked. Clark and Wilson give up ground. Hankins working down the line in position for tackle, but Hubbard cuts back and causes him to overrun the play. Gain of 7 right there.
Man, that Deron Bland pick 6 really hit the perfume all over the game.
It really, if you're, it's one of those things where if you're a Cowboy fan, you thought maybe you had some of these things taken care of, but when you play bad run defense, these are the things that happen to the Cowboys. Those are the things. Those are the examples. Now, on the flip side of that, when you look at the Cowboys and their ability to run the ball, these Cowboy wide receivers did a hell of a job of blocking yesterday for you on the outside.
Nice,
because there were times where they were required to be on the outside and make sure they were squared up here. Pollard's gain of 9. One of his carries we had a gain of 9. Excellent job across the board. They get double teams on the front side with Biotish. By the way, Biotish played really well in this game. Biotish and Martin. They get a double team from him. Pollard gets a block from Gallup inside. Tyron Smith, Lamb all get cutoff blocks on the backside. Here you go. Pollard's now pressing the hole. Then he cuts to the middle behind the block of Tyler Smith. He sees it. Great gain. 6 in the box there. Perfect time to run the football. They get everybody blocked, and now what do you get? Gain of 9. That's what you got to have right there, running the football. Here at gain of 22, Pollard. This thing turns into flip right. They just flip the ball outside to the right side. Ferguson seals Burns to the inside. Steele gets the pull. It's really like a crack toss, but they flip it. Burns gets sealed inside. Steele pulls to the outside. Deion Jones is flying to the outside to try and make the play to turn the ball back inside. Steele adjusts on Jackson. He's going after Jackson, but he adjusts so he gets Jones and Jackson all with the same block.
That was epic.
Both defenders on the ground. Biotish and Tyler Smith are now up the field. So they're now, they don't worry about anything to the outside. They're now up the field blocking. So Pollard does a good job allowing those blocks. Remember we talked about Pollard a little bit being a little too anxious.
That's right.
You see him on the end zone copy, slows up a little bit, allows those two guys to get in front, and now he's up the sideline right there. Again, 6 in the box, gain of 22 right there for your Cowboys. The Wildcat stuff I thought was garbage. And that loss of, Pollard's going to have a nice day running. He gets a loss of 10 on that. That
little reverse deal.
Yeah, that Wildcat stuff is not good.
Where are you at of trying to try new stuff versus bad teams, or just keep that stuff in your pocket?
Just keep the stuff in your pocket.
Okay.
Just go play football. You're doing a good job of running the football. His touchdown run was really an impressive.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It was a great job by him.
Refused to be denied.
Exactly. 21 yards. This is another excellent job by Biotish and Martin to create a crease. Steele on the backside gets a cut. He eliminates Derek Brown completely from the play. There you go. Now you got a double team, and you're eliminating one of their better defensive linemen. Pollard's now he's going to hit the second level. He's going to run through arm tackles. 2 different arm tackles he runs. And then he overruns Woods to get into the end zone. Hunter Lipke actually is a fullback on that play. It's not perfect how he blocked, but he managed to keep himself between Luvo and then also the ball right there. So he's able to keep himself. It's not a pretty block at all, but he manages to position himself well enough and that just gives Pollard the opportunity to run through the final Woods tackle right there. Great effort. 6 in the box again, but 21-yard touchdown.
Yeah, first touchdown since week 1 for him.
All these things we're talking about is with the Cowboys, it's about combination blocks. It's about getting backside blocks when you want to run the football. Early in the season, we hadn't seen that. We had seen guys miss on the front side. We'd seen guys get overpowered. We had seen guys not getting any push. We hadn't seen combination blocks where it's hip to hip, pushing a guy and then getting to the second level. We haven't seen those things. That's how they're running the ball. And Pollard did a great job yesterday of the vision, patience, but also showing a little bit of explosiveness of getting to and through the hole that we've been missing from him. So it was a really nice job of the overall, the way that they ran that football.
And not a bad Panthers run defense, right?
Not a bad one.
Yeah.
No, but they
had to have a good day to do that.
They had there was a couple of guys that they had to deal with on that. They did a nice job of running that Brian Burns.
Well,
that's a good job.
Yeah. Hey, man, that guy is tough.
I mean, he's a good pass rusher, but they figured out he can't play run defense.
Nice.
So
good scouting.
There we go.
Tony Pollard, 12 carries, Rico 8. Mike McCarthy told us last week, Chief, that they would just see how the game went. Yeah. And I think that's probably the right way to do it. You know, Dowdle's under 3 per attempt. He's not finding the holes. Pollard was. And I'd say you just ride the hot hand. Who's ever hotter in the first half, we're coming back to you with more in the second.
Pollard looked good in the line and the tight ends, and the receivers helped him in this game for sure.
Boy, it is amazing how you can have a player, and this player was good, struggling. In baseball, you're like, why don't you take one game on the bench? In football, you're like, yeah, we might start the backup. The next thing you know, the guy is on fire. It gets your attention and changes your energy in a big way. And hopefully that is a huge turning point for Tony the rest of the way through.
Hopefully for the whole running game, the way they blocked yesterday.
I mean, if they get the running game going, I think I would be willing to reconsider the chances of the Cowboys making it all the way home. Okay, NFL news of the day is coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
Big news in New York, coaching disasters, and some impressive self-awareness in the Steel City next year in the nation.
I want to chat men's team.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. Hour 2, G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. It is another victorious Cowboys Monday as they're sitting at 7-3 on the year. Mike McCarthy press conference coming up at 3:30. Cowboys Twitter coming up at 3:20. We'll take a look at the top tweets going viral about America's team. And, by the way, tomorrow at 5, Zach Martin's going to join us. Yeah, he's going to join us on a Tuesday this week because, Thursday they're going to be planning all that. In the meantime, here's Eric Chia following your NFL news of the day.
From what I understand, Zach Martin has one of the most legendary Cowboy Thanksgiving stories of all time. And we will tee him up for that story at 5 o'clock tomorrow. I look forward to it. Now, we got plenty of things to discuss. Let's start with the news of the day. Yesterday, from Jay Glazer on Fox, he's talking about the Browns and their complete nightmare situation with Deshaun Watson, and then listen to what he's reporting on when it comes to Aaron Rodgers.
Deshaun Watson, how about this? If you look at his contract right now, they guaranteed him $46 million per year through 2026, a cap hit of $64 million per year. Gave up 9 draft picks already. Still have to give a first and a third for next year as well. They cannot get out of this contract before the 2027 season. They're just stuck with him no matter what.
Is Aaron Rodgers possibly, maybe, slight chance?
Right? No, more than slight chance. He's actually going to go back to the Jets this week. Start training with them. How about that? He actually sent the Jets video of him working out this week. They kind of blew their minds like, man, he's a little bit further ahead than we thought. In Aaron Rodgers' mind, he is telling the Jets, I'd like to actually start practicing as early as December 2nd. That's only in a couple weeks from now. And if they're still in playoff contention, he really does mean it. He's going to try and play sometime here in the middle of December. And I know he's probably going to come out Tuesday and say, Glazer's crazy. And he's right. Glazer is crazy. But so is Aaron to be able to, I think he has to put this in his mind to say, these are my lofty expectations. But that's what he's telling the Jets right now.
Okay. Aaron Rodgers, he's a wild, wild individual. We were discussing yesterday on the pregame show. Would he actually come back? What if the Jets are just eliminated or basically eliminated? Would he still come back? Me and Broadus think the ego is large enough that he would still want to come out and show the world that he defied science.
I think I'm ready to, if I'm the Jets, to just tell him no. We can't have you re-injure this for next year.
Right.
Because I think that's what he's going to do if any torque or a big hit gets put on him as he's lunging forward or something.
Some people are saying that that is the funniest outcome as Aaron Rodgers comes back and within minutes is also, once again out for, a long time.
All of next year, too.
Well, if he would have heard it again, then he would just retire.
Yeah, I'd probably hang him up.
I think,
or you try for the vigilant comeback so you can still get paid that second year of the deal, and then you're like, it didn't work.
Doesn't need the money, but I think that I honestly think that this very much reminds me of, and this is way back in history to me, and it's not a football-related thing. Howard Hughes built an airplane that flew one time. I think this is what Howard Hughes put his...
Was that the Spruce Goose?
Spruce Goose. He put his whole fortune basically on one airplane to fly, and when it flew, he never flew it again. But that was how his ego was. He goes, I can build this, and I'm going to build this. I'm going to do everything I can. This seems like to me... This would be Aaron Rodgers basically telling Woody Johnson and their coaching staff and everybody, it's like, listen, you could tell me I'm not playing, but damn it, I'm playing. I don't care what you guys say. I'm going to prove to everybody out here that I'm not a fool, that I can do this. I think this is very much that in my history of my guys that are that driven.
Yeah,
he's not going to take no for an answer.
Yeah,
he's really not.
I agree 100%.
He's off in that power to heal space, where you get like a guru and you're doing visualization, and some people believe that you can reverse cancer with it, and if he's successful, I think it would bring a lot of attention to that sort of holistic medicine.
That's exactly where he's on a mission right now.
He's pioneering something.
He's trying to change how people view this injury.
Yeah.
Like if somehow it's like the new thing with the tightrope. Have you heard about the tightrope injury or the procedure that they do on ankles now for high ankle sprains? Our tight end there at Georgia just had it.
Oh, okay. Yes. Brock Bowers, and it brought him back earlier. Nice.
Like several weeks earlier.
Is this a surgery?
It's a surgery. Yeah. It's running a cable through the bones of your ankles and connecting it back with a little, like a clasp. And so now you're looking at these things, and he's like, well, I came back early, surgery, but people, that's what these guys they're trying things like that. It's not like, oh, well, Achilles injuries, you're done for the year. Rodgers is like saying, no, it ain't. You don't have to be done for the year. This is how you're going to do it.
Well, I know they've sped it up to like under a year, where it used to be like 15 or 18 months, but like less than 6 months is insane. I think I might be willing to let him try it if I'm the Jets, because it would be an incredible development. But then I would be like, wait a minute, we're locked into you for next year too, and we got to like win all of these games. No, we can create an environment that can allow you to prove that without having to go face 325 pounders. Without having to face these defensive ends flying off the edge who want to smash you like a bug. We don't need to do this. They know it's over, though. They're switching quarterbacks. Zach Wilson's done.
Yeah. Well, the Jets wide receivers as a group yesterday finished with 9 total yards, none of which came from Zach Wilson as he got benched in the third quarter. And head coach Robert Saleh was asked about that. Zach Wilson not completing a pass to a wide receiver. What do you think, Coach?
Zach did not complete a pass to a wide receiver. What goes into something like that? I mean, how is that even possible?
You know what? I don't have an answer for that. Obviously, we'll go back and watch all the tape and just, but none of it. Like I said, it was whether it's separation, being more decisive.
Yeah, we get it, Rob. Thank you. Appreciate the time. He has no idea what's going on. He's lost in the sauce. He's like, wow, wait, really? We didn't have anybody. I mean, last night the highlights for Zach Wilson were him trotting out onto the field and tripping and falling onto his rear end, and then running, scrambling, and being tackled into his head coach, Robert Saleh, and just taking out his head coach. Those were the only 2 things of note for Zach Wilson yesterday, and now he's benched for a guy named Tim Boyle, and he's also benched as the second stringer for a guy named Trevor Siemian. Moving forward, it looks like Zach Wilson will be the third-string quarterback for the Jets. This news happening in the last few minutes.
Robert Saleh's head coaching career, and we'll, maybe Woody Johnson and them will give another, he'll give him another year because of the injuries, but they've tried with this quarterback thing. I mean, they really have tried. If you look at the Jets' history of trying for the Sam Darnolds, the Zach Will, I mean, they've tried.
Sanchez.
Brett Favre, and you go back, and even going out and getting Aaron Rodgers. Every coach that ever gone through there has just, their whole career has come falling apart because of the quarterback play.
Yeah.
And especially with Robert Saleh, a lot of it has to do with bad quarterback play.
Who would have thought the absolute peak of the last 15 years would have been the Fitzpatrick years?
Well,
Fitzmagic, baby.
Fitzmagic, and then but Sanchez, that would be.
Yeah, it was 2009.
That was a long time ago.
That was a way long time ago. That's Rex Ryan, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Craziness. Now, and I'm looking at this guy that they're starting now, old Tim Boyle. This is bad. When you're resorting to the Tim Boyle portion of the program.
He can't be worse than DeVito.
He's never had a single season, college or pro, with more touchdowns than interceptions.
Okay, then it's getting bad.
How's he in the NFL?
Are you kidding me? Look at this. Look at it from just like, how did he get to the NFL? Tim Boyle. He's about to start on Black Friday, the NFL's first ever Black Friday, and Tim Boyle is being handed the reins. What a disaster for the NFL. That's the single worst thing of all the little different ways this season could have gone for the NFL, ending up on Black Friday, the first installment ever, making history. Here's Tim Boyle. In Connecticut. It's a great question, Connor. I'll tell you who he is. As a freshman at UConn in 2013, he completed under 45% of his passes. He had 0 touchdowns. He had 8 interceptions. As a sophomore at Connecticut, somehow he starts 9 games. He's 52% completion percentage, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. And then as a junior, UConn, somehow sticking with Boyle, going 52% completion percentage, 0 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's his college. And somehow he's getting an opportunity to start another game in the NFL.
I mean, it's like he's Kellen Moore, but he didn't have a good college career. I don't get it. He must be tall. I think he's tall.
It's insane, dude. Well, the Jets right now, by the way, the Jets are on pace to have the single worst third down percentage in the history of football ever being played at the professional level.
Wow.
Under 23% on third downs this year.
Do you think that coach, the OC, has anything to do with that? a guy that Sean Payton went after.
Yes, Nathaniel Hackett is patently terrible at the job that he has. And everything about his quarterbacks that he's had since the first play of the season has been terrible as well. The offensive line sucks. Everything about that offense sucks from top to bottom. So that'll be the worst third down offense in NFL history. You know what's funny is you only go down 2 spots to number 3, and we get to the 2002 Brian Broaddus Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, no. Seriously.
24% on third down that year.
2003?
2002.
Yeah.
That's the third worst third down percentage in NFL history is the Dallas Cowboys in 2002. Is that Hutchinson?
Oh, it's just name any baseball player that's ever thrown a pitch.
That's fantastic.
You know what? That was
it's cool that you had a helping hand in that.
Oh, absolutely. Not cool at all, but I mean, cool that I was glad I got to work for the Cowboys.
You weren't advocating for these guys, though, were you? What did you want the Cowboys to do?
You know what? There was the problem that we had. The biggest problem that we had was that any type of suggestion that we offered as a scouting department, really, we listened to the wrong people. Like we were listening to the Yankees general manager on Drew Henson. We're listening to Dana Bible on Chad Hutchinson. We're listening. It never was from our department. It never was the,
Jerry didn't trust his employees.
Well, the Tony Romo. We listened to way too many people. I just remember being on conference calls and sitting there and listening to these people talk about these quarterbacks and like, okay, great. And then Jerry's like, well, let's go do this. Let's do this. Let's do. And we with Romo. I mean, we honestly, it was Jim Garrett, Jim Hess, Sean Payton. Those are the guys that, all of a sudden it's like you start, okay, let's start evaluating these guys. Let's stop listening to, this guy to tell us that, old so-and-so said this guy could play.
It's like when Jerry called his grandson to ask him about Overshown at practice in Austin.
Well, his grandson was right.
Yeah.
Overshown was a good player. That's the kind of advice.
That shouldn't be your draft process.
I would have killed for Jerry's grandson to be helping me back then and back in the day.
Yeah. He did a nice job.
We did a lot of stupid things. I am not washing my hands of that. But the quarterback things, yes, we did a lot of stupid things when that came to that. That position paralyzed it. It ruined us for 3 years. It really did.
It's all right.
No, it's not.
Well, I think you should be madder at the Joneses for ruining your opportunity to work for the Cowboys. You shouldn't know that, Brian. That's not on you.
No.
You guys were scouting him up, and here are the Jones boys like calling a Schwan delivery man because he used to work in that neighborhood back in the day.
Swan ice cream?
Yeah, it was a hell of an ice cream
it's
truck.
A really good ice cream. You're right about that.
Swan ice cream?
Oh, man, it's really good. Yeah. They used to be sponsors at NASCAR.
Is this like cones or is this on a stick?
Everything.
This guy would come with basically a giant freezer on the back of a dually pickup.
Yeah.
And be like, what do you want? And he had like two freezer sections back in there.
Yeah. Ice cream sandwiches, ice cream bars, all that stuff.
Is that the original ice cream truck? Was just a truck pulling a freezer?
It was different. Okay, this was different because this would like stock your home freezer ice cream.
This is
truck.
like a milkman dude.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. He wasn't selling one at a time. He was
like
sort
a
of
food
he's a
service.
grocer.
Yeah.
We got frozen chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
Wow.
We got tubs of ice cream sandwiches, novelties, whatever you want in there.
Have we ever rated the ice cream sandwich? It's got to be up there with the all-time desserts, right? Ice cream sandwich?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
The ice cream sandwich is amazing. And you can do it with the cookies now and everything too.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But I love the ice cream sandwich because after a few minutes when you're all
Gets
done
all on your fingers?
Yeah, the chocolate bread sticks to your fingers like Cheeto dust might. And then it's like that's the finale.
Nobody wants Cheeto dust on them though.
Would you rather live your life with Cheeto dust on your fingers or ice cream sandwich bread?
Ice cream sandwich bread by far. I did one time where it said, would you rather like every time you touch something it turns to Cheeto dust, or would you rather sweat mayonnaise?
Ooh,
I'd rather go to
that's
break.
brutal. Yeah, that's tough. Thank you, Chief. NFL News of the Day. More NFL content coming up, of course, throughout the day. Next is Cowboys Twitter and the Mike McCarthy press conference here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back, Nation. We are standing by for Mike McCarthy coming up at 3:30. I don't know. You know how it goes. He'll probably jump in at like 3:38, a minute after we go to break. But that is the plan here, as we're celebrating a victorious Cowboys Monday, and it's time to jump into some Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about what went absolutely right for the Cowboys in yesterday's game against Carolina. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. It is the start of Thanksgiving week. Of course, big shopping week starts on Friday and into Cyber Monday. I remember years ago people would say, would you ever shop for Christmas presents on the internet? Do you trust it? Putting your credit card number online? And boy, that was that was like 15 or 20 years of the first 20 years of the internet. And now we're on the other side of it. And, people looking forward to getting those extra good deals coming up. I think I'm going to go Peloton finally. I bought a budget version of the home exercise bike, and it worked great for like 5 months. And then
now it's hanging close? Yeah. Now you hang your clothes on?
Well, no, it broke.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. You can put your jackets and clothes on it.
I actually just moved it out to the garage. I'm kind of hoping we can get it fixed. But I actually had a repair guy out there, and he's like, yeah, it's made in China, and I have no idea where to get this part. I was like, oh, cool.
Legs were too strong for it, just busted the bolts.
They have all those yes, exactly, Chief. I overpowered
You're power
the thing.
bottom.
Him and Lance Armstrong have a lot in common.
They have all these cool off-brand things on Amazon, and they look good, and the price is good. I wouldn't recommend it. That's my PSA for you as you go into Black Friday and Cyber Monday.
You get what you pay for when it comes to the at-home workout bike.
I believe so. I was just looking at another one. It was called the Echelon. And it's $399.
Oh, the under echelon.
Yes. Okay, so the bottom tier Peloton's at $1,500, but they're going to put it on sale for $999. And I was like, man, that is a lot of money. But it might be the last exercise bike I have to buy. I can't run anymore. I can't hit a treadmill. Yeah. It's literally exercise bike and pool for me for exercise for the time being. So
Bassick
God knows you're not walking that great these days either,
dude.
Isn't that what Bassick does?
Yeah, he loves it. Peloton and machine.
When you buy the bike, do you get the free programs?
No, I think it costs like $40 a month.
Yeah, I think you're paying monthly for that. That's where they crush you.
I don't think I want that though.
Well,
I'm good.
Yeah, because you don't have to have that.
Can you rent the bike?
Yeah, well, you can have the bike and not pay for the subscription and just be your own motivator.
But that's
you don't
no
have somebody
fun.
telling
They
you
got
that
people yelling at you and stuff like that. You need that, right? Like
some people do.
Some people do.
It really
Some
helps.
people like Dawson.
See, Mike wants to win. Mike gets on there like it's a video game.
Yeah,
and he's trying to haul ass and set the record.
Yeah, I kind of feel like though that they would help you along with programs and stuff and make sure you're. Mike,
as long as you pay for it,
they'd be annoying. And I'm not going to pay $40 for somebody to tell me to push harder. I don't.
But maybe it'll make you show up. Like I used to because remember with Carlisle, I used to watch every post game.
Maverick, he was keeping you accountable.
He was keeping me accountable.
Yeah.
I was worried that every time the Mavs played and they went to the Zoom press,
he's doing roll call.
Mike, he was looking around, Rick's looking around, okay, where's Broadus? And I'm like every post game press conference I was there, whether I asked a question or I never asked a question.
Accountability is good.
Yeah,
but I think discipline's better.
Do you think you could do it? Do you think you would honestly be on the bike every day?
No.
If it was on your own?
No, I'll ride it for 3 months and then ignore it for 2 years, and then I'll jump on for 6 months.
Yeah.
But that's as good as I can do. That's what I got. I'm gonna throw my best game at it.
It's a man who knows his body.
Yes, sir. Okay, we go to Cowboys Twitter here. Maybe the most awesome thing: Cowboys came out of the game healthy again.
Mm-hmm.
This is quite a development. I think it could save Mike's job if the season ends with disappointment, but you stay healthy. You kind of have to look at it and be like, man, I don't know if anybody's going to do it better than what Mike's at right now, especially if you make a playoffs for a third time in a row.
I would. Man, the tape showed you a little bit. I don't think CeeDee Lamb's completely healthy, and I saw him in the injury report today with an ankle.
Okay.
And I was worried about this because I tracked all his passes yesterday because I was always kind of okay, what did they do to slow him down?
Yeah.
But there was a time where he caught the ball. He caught a ball on a shallow cross for 10 yards,
mm-hmm.
and he took a hit. You could kind of see him. The linebacker comes up and he avoids the linebacker, so he's kind of off balance. And now he's trying to kind of lunge forward. It's the same play where Turpin gets dumped and Turpin falls into his back basically. But he was on the injury report for ankle, and you could kind of tell. I think it affected him in this game.
Little tweaked.
I think he's dealing with something that might be.
Okay.
Again, I'm sure I'll probably get a text and somebody will tell me to shut the F up.
Well, the injury report, as you said, ankle.
Right, but
it's on there.
But in the game, he looked like that he was struggling with something.
Not a good time to have a short week.
No,
that's for sure.
No.
With CD Lamb. Okay, we go to John Machota. Micah Parsons was not sick. Took some C4 energy powder. Apparently, do we have the audio here, Lucius? I'm sorry, this one caught me off guard. I think Chief told me that we have audio of Micah Parsons talking about the energy powder before the game.
Yeah, so pregame, everybody was like, man, let's take a shot of this C4. And it was just the powder. And it's something I've never done before. And I took the scuba C4 to the head. He's like, man, just take it dry. Don't worry about it. So I was like, man, as soon as I put it on, I was like, man, this is strong. And I got some water to help put it down. I mean, by the fifth play, my heart felt like it was about to jump out my chest. And I was like, oh, my God. Like it's still messing me up. I'm like, what's going on? It feels like CO2 just went bottled up in my chest. Like I feel like I was about to explode. And eventually I just started throwing up. Like it was all coming out. It's like, bro, I'm never doing that shit again. I'm going to stick to my routine. So
Where do you get from that? 2.5 sacks? Are you trying to do it again?
I might go half a scoop.
What is it supposed to do for you, though?
It's just supposed to get you hyped, get your, like, everyone, like, everything going. Like, you're supposed to be just, like, and I definitely felt the difference. I just didn't expect my heart to feel like that. Like, I've never been so tired in my life. Like,
yeah, I don't like that feeling either. I wonder, do people take those energy drinks and not feel their heart pounding? Is this like an individual thing where some people just have a bad reaction, or do other people just kind of like that and go with it?
You know, I've always, because when I used to have to do those feats of strength, the driving thing, I always got like one Red Bull, and that was like all I could do.
And you would shotgun it, right?
Well, I would just sip it, you know, but it was, I was always worried about, again, the heart thing going off. But I wouldn't even know what these C4 and all that sound like to me. It can kind of mess you up kind of bad, huh?
Yeah, it can get you. It can definitely get you. There's a lot of caffeine in there, coursing through your veins at that point. So that's, but what else are you going to do? When you got Giants and Panthers back to back, you got to get up for these games somehow. That's right. What I mean, come on.
Well, if he wants to, I could just continually piss him off is what I can do.
Well, that's true. That's true. I heard Bobby calling it the Broadus game there for Micah, who caught wind of Broadus talking smack during the week. And he was like, okay, watch this.
Yeah.
Watch this.
Nice. Good job, Brian.
Anything I could do to help Micah Parsons play better, I'm all about.
I am surprised that amongst what's probably 50-plus ridiculous ingredients in that thing, not one of those is a banned substance from the NFL.
That's what I was wondering.
Right? I'm a little bit blown away.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like creatine, ephedrine, 400 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah. But there's just not that much cocaine in there.
Just not enough to trigger it.
Yeah.
Other quotes from Micah. I kind of like when people go against me a little bit.
There we go.
That always gets me a little more motivated. 2.5 sacks is great, but I'm going for that broadest turkey leg on Thanksgiving.
That's exactly what you need to do, Micah.
He's going to come into the press box and rip that thing off.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll walk the turkey leg down there to him if he keeps playing like that. But no, hey, good for him. I mean, that's they did a really good job. When you watch the All-22, you will see they helped each other yesterday. That was some good. Good defensive line football with guys selling out and trying to, take guys on to get other guys home. It was all of them. It was fun. They knew that the guard and the center for the, Zavala and Bozeman were bad players inside. They took complete advantage of that.
It was epic across the board, but I think my favorite sack was when Tank
destroyed.
He was just supposed to be the blow up guy. He was just supposed to be the grenade.
Yeah.
But he blows up the center or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Bozeman.
Yeah.
The guard takes the other guy, and then Tank's like, oh, okay, and then boom, there's my sack.
They had a couple of they split some sacks too that were really cool. The Carolina tried to man the stunt with the twist, meaning they tried to run guys, the tackle tried to stay on the looper.
Stick on them.
And man, you talk about a cluster. I just ran them all together, and now you got guys free running on the quarterback. But it was a really impressive game when it came to that.
How about a little Deron Bland content, another guy who was very impressive, and to my knowledge, Broadus is not annoyed yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
Singing his praises in the opening segment.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons on Bland. He's having a defensive player of the year type year. He should be a lock for all pro. He's on a remarkable, unbelievable run. And then John Owning hits you with the stats off PFF. Highest graded corner. He is the only corner who's played at least 500 snaps but has allowed less than 48% reception rate when targeted. This is insane. I don't know why we have not had more talk about this story. Maybe it takes breaking a record, but this might be the best corner on the Cowboys even when Diggs is healthy, right? Next year, you're going to have like 2 number 1 corners, ball hawks, who could each get you 10 picks on the year.
If you talk about complete players at corner, yes, he's the best one you got.
Yeah.
When he's the best one.
For sure.
When it comes to coverage, the ball skills, the tackling,
versatility,
the physicality, the versatility. Yeah, I mean, Diggs can walk into the slot, but he can't walk into the slot and play like Bland can.
Right.
And that's where I really was concerned. I know I was concerned not about him replacing Diggs on the outside. Who was going to play slot? Because there's times where I think that Bland is even a better slot player than he is outside.
Which is very impressive because he's been outstanding on the boundary. But Jordan Lewis is a problem. He's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and to me, I would consider finding ways to maybe work Bland into the slot some, just to give teams a look at that.
Break up the tendencies kind of thing.
Break it up, yeah, because teams are probably thinking if we immediately put our best guy in the slot, that's going to be Jordan Lewis on the coverage right there. So now I'm making Jordan Lewis mad.
Yeah. There's some matchups where it would make tons of sense if the best wide receiver for any particular team is the guy that likes to play in the slot. Well, here's Deron Bland for 4 quarters.
I would not let anybody feel like that they're going to get Lewis in the slot 100%.
Let me throw some names at you, just the best corners around football, and you tell me if you'd rather have this guy or Deron Bland. Obviously, Sauce Gardner, Patrick Surtain, Jair Alexander, Darius Slay. Jalen Ramsey had a hell of a pick.
Yeah, Ramsey's come back from injury. He looked pretty good yesterday playing for the Rams. Not for the Rams, for the Dolphins. Yeah.
Denzel Ward, are we there yet? These are top 10 corners. Reek Woolen, Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking Bland over all these guys except for, I mean, maybe what you've seen in a small sample in his return in Jalen Ramsey right now. But otherwise, I mean, Surtain, I don't know how you could put anybody above Bland right now for this season. He's playing the best football of anybody.
I don't know how you have Slay in there, to be honest with you. I know that he's listed as one of the top guys, but I think people attack him now. I think you're going to see that tonight.
Okay, as planned, let's step aside. Mike McCarthy's going to jump in and you start talking up there at the Star. We'll get you the Mike McCarthy press conference in just a moment right here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Job. All right. Did my job like that. You fired me after the first game. So.
Year 7. Yeah.
Year 7? Okay. David?
He's at a stadium too.
I was just scared another crew's going to come walking in here. That's what
Adam Cruz is good. It can work. That was one of yours. What time with the schedule is always so different. Yeah. When did you get in last night and what is how's today different?
I got to the facility here last night about 9, but today's a Wednesday. Tomorrow's a Thursday. Wednesday will be a Saturday.
I was going to ask on that too. I mean, as far as what you.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we're not going to be able to do everything. Like today, we're going to be in hats and cleats. We're going to be able to get outside, but we'll do the same number of reps that we did on Wednesday practice. We'll just minus. We'll miss a walkthrough that we normally have. Tomorrow we'll get everything. We'll get 2 walkthroughs in a practice, but it'll be in a jog-through mode. And then Wednesday will be an extended Saturday day. We'll have more meeting time than we normally would on a Saturday, but we'll have the full speed work. So
this is quite different than it was your first year here when you started doing this, right?
2020?
Schedule, yeah.
Oh yeah, God, maybe 21. I don't even count 2020. I couldn't even. Yeah, 2020. That was a hard week there. With everything that happened with Marcus and everything. So, but schedule-wise, no, I think it's not too far off of what we've done. I've had some experience with the Thanksgiving game, in the past, and played up there a number of times in Detroit. So, but this is similar to how I've always done it.
Clarence Hill Post Telegram. You said you got here at 9. Did you go home? You spend the night?
No, I went home. Yeah, I came here from the airport. Just got everything ready for tomorrow.
Right.
and then
I
went
said,
home.
when you got here at 9, you stayed a couple hours.
Well, yes, what time we got in? Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
clarifying, you didn't spend the night here, I'm sorry.
No. But I was back here at 5:15, if you must know. Okay. Yeah. And I had a Brian Schottenheimer, a hot white chocolate mocha. Yeah, and I was embarrassed to go in and get it. So you can talk to him about that. So.
That was not manly enough, white chocolate mocha.
Well, it's black coffee, man. It's Texas. He's talking about.
Jerron Bland, I'm sure you guys had confidence, and there was a question about him, and what he's continuing to be able to do. Are you surprised? I mean,
I don't know why we keep talking about him as a surprise. I mean, he's been playing, top-notch football now, going on his second year. I mean, it just, if you look at the interception too, I mean, it's his anticipation to cut that angle. That's smart, very instinctive football player. It's obviously tied to record. We recognized him today in the team meeting, so he's having a great year.
How's a guy like that drop to the 5th round?
We got a game this week, don't we?
Mike Todd Archer, the ESPN. Back to the schedule for a second.
Yeah.
Because everything is so condensed,
Yes.
is a game plan condensed, or is it a normal, you have the same amount of plays that you have in a normal week?
Well, without saying anything, last week we went a little heavier, so in the situational packages. So we had extra calls in the third down, extra calls in the red zone that clearly I was not going to run in the game. So that at least they were introduced, they were in the plan was part of the process. So today's plan is a normal size, but there's a tremendous amount of carryover, because obviously you build up for these opportunities.
And guys have talked about being able to sleep at home the night before games. What made you switch it and want to go to that? And was it after the Tampa game last year that you switched it all?
Yes, I mean it's pretty clear what's gone on since we did switch. But it's really is my experience in my first job. Marty Schottenheimer, 1993 to 98, we slept at home, and every place that I've been, actually Jim has you had the option to sleep at home or sleep at the hotel. And I actually in Green Bay I tried. I met with the leadership council, and they didn't want to sleep at home, just because but everything's 5 minutes away up here, so it's a different deal. Just they just like the routine of it. So, but I just think there's tremendous benefit of it. We've adjusted our schedule on Saturday, and Cooper Rush and I were just talking about this downstairs. It's not only the ability to sleep at home, but it's also the ability to get home early enough to get a nap. So these guys they're getting a nap in their own bed. And, they're in bed early, and so and you could feel it. You could feel it in the locker room. Like our home locker room is. I enjoy it. The music's. It starts off in my generation. Then by the time they all get here, there's just a tremendous amount of energy, and I think that's part of it too. I think when you do have a chance to go home, there's the excitement of getting up and getting going. So I think we all sleep better in our own bed.
Michael Gelfin, Dallas Morning News. Terrence Steele had that block in the run game yesterday where he blocked two guys in open space, dislodged his own helmet in the process. To you, is that classic Steele, and how do you feel he's responding these past couple of games?
I think he's really the last 2 weeks is that's who we're talking about. I think he's made some adjustments. We've talked about his injury. I really don't want to get into specifics to that, but we're obviously very, very high on Terrence, his work ethic and his play style. And as I've said, a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about him, I mean, he's still going to go through the first, of everything this year, coming off of a major joint injury. But yes, he's made some big splash plays. Actually, I had a chance to talk to Jake Delhomme and Luke Kuechly before the game, and they do the home, the radio for the Panthers, and Terrence is one of the guys I brought up. Just his play style and his ability to get out in space. Both our tackles. So, but yeah, I'm glad to see him having success.
Sean.
Mike, on the scheduling thing, taking the opponents aside, just this entire chunk of the schedule where, like you said, you went heavy last week, then you have a Thursday game, then you have a long week. I'm assuming after Philadelphia it gets a little bit more normal again, but do you as a coach have to basically plan for this from like, I guess, a week ago, look forward a whole month and see how you're going to kind of, whether it's teach concepts or rest guys, things like that. How much that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really, once the schedule comes out, once you get training camp set, that's the next thing I work on is the schedule for the season. So there's a whole projected schedule that's done probably somewhere in the summer. It's probably completed in the beginning of training camp. So every practice, every meeting, everything's laid out. But when you get to this point, there's a plan A and a plan B. Because your healthier football team is a number one, in my opinion. So I think you learn from your experiences. I tweaked this week's schedule this morning. Because we're getting ready to go into we'll go into a winter schedule when we come back for Philadelphia. So and there's a couple components on the Thursday winter schedule that actually I'll introduce tomorrow. So I have different schedules, and it's more plug and play, where I use them, and I'm just really, focusing on this rest and recovery, because I mean it's a challenge. I mean the travel is something that I didn't have my hands around in 21. So 2020 was just it was a different year with the pandemic and everything, but I know after 2021, I got to build in more recovery time, and I think we're better in 22, and the goal is to be even better this year.
I think the recovery time, obviously, physically makes sense, but do you also have to mentally, or for players mentally, make sure that they're getting whatever breaks or whatever is needed, and not going, I guess.
No, absolutely. I think you do that on any schedule, regardless of what time of year. I think one of the good things about the CBA is, the players do, have an easier schedule. You can see the benefit of them being done at 7 o'clock, in training camp, because their energy, in my opinion, has been a lot better in the mornings in training camp. So that is one of the things I do like. I wish we could take an hour siesta and put it right in the middle of the day, but that ain't going to happen. We know that. But I just think there's, these are changes that have been, made that are very beneficial to the players. And I think I would think every coach has to be very cognizant of that and try to maximize it. And I know, and now working with Britt Brown and Harold Nash, we have a good system in place of, how we regulate the GPS, how it's applied to the upcoming schedule. We obviously had the numbers from yesterday's game, and so we watch all the indicators, look at all the numbers, but also your bartenders, those guys down on the first floor, they know the players best. They're with them all the time, so just got to listen to all your information.
Scholar.
Skyler Dixon with DAP. Zach Martin said today some people may think the schedule's starting to wind down a little bit, but the real football starts at Thanksgiving. What do you think about that?
I agree with him 100%. I think this is the toughest time of year, and people remember, everybody remembers November, and December is when it really counts. So, no, I agree with him 100%.
Josh?
Justin on his Pro Football Network. Mike, can you talk about Kevontae Turpin and how he has this ability to kind of flip the switch when he's on the field and just laser focused, his mindset when he's playing, and kind of how that's grown throughout the last year that you've seen?
Yeah, I think clearly he just needed an off season. I mean, he arrived, second week of training camp, or whenever he arrived out there in Oxnard last year, and and obviously did a great job with special teams. But we want him to be a receiver, and he has answered the call there. So very, very happy with Terp. He's a joy to coach. He has tremendous energy. Obviously, he's so dynamic with the ball in his hands. But he's really figured it out. So there's when you have different personnel groups going in and out, and he's part of that now too. He's part of the normal flow of the game. So he's doing a great job.
Sure.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, you coached Charles Woodson in 2009 when he won Defensive Player of the Year. He led the league in picks and pick sixes. I know Charles is a Hall of Famer, but Deron Bland is doing that right now in those categories. What similarities, if any, are there the way Charles played that year when he won the award and the way Deron Bland's playing right now?
Well, one thing with Charles, and what's neat is, Joe Witt's coached both guys now, and obviously Al Harris and Joe and Charles were all together. So there are some cool similarities, and one of the things that Joe was telling me, I think it was in Friday's practices, and it's something that really they started up in Green Bay, where it was like, hey, how many concepts do you have, or how many things you really dialed into. And I know going into the game, Joe felt that there was two that they could really jump on, and as far as the crossing routes and so forth. So that that's something that those guys played a little different level, and it's the film study, the instincts, the awareness. But Charles was obviously a complete player, but a lot like DB, just the ball skills, and more importantly, but when they got the ball in their hands, they were dynamic to put in the end zone. So.
Jacob Dedmore, going back to the game planning for this week specifically, does it help you guys to get game plan knowing you have a known opponent with a known coaching staff that you're familiar with?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I agree with that. I think having a common opponent is I'll say easier, preferred. So, but it's just like anything. Every team's trying to evolve during the course of the season. I have a lot of respect for Ron. Obviously Jack Del Rio's done it for a long time too. So you have a lot of veteran leadership and and experience there. And I was talking about it today in the quarterback room. So but it's a tough game for both teams. Especially today. The guys are, they really don't start getting their bodies back till Wednesday. So it'll be important to have the right amount of work on Wednesday. And everybody's excited. Once Thursday gets here, but these couple of days are a tough stretch.
Jordan Lewis, Thursday's game will be the 10th that he's played this season. He had a forced fumble yesterday. What do you think he, in terms of just maybe the way he's wired or otherwise, has been able to have a sort of rebound season from that injury that he has had?
Oh, it's just who he is. I mean, Jordan's just, he's as tough as they come. He's his competitiveness, in the respect that he has in a locker room. It tells the whole story. So, to me, it's just him being him. It's incredible. We've talked time and time again because when we all saw the initial surgery, after the injury, that was a huge injury. So his comeback has been awesome, and it's great to see him back out there and just playing ball like he always has.
With the injury guys today, is it hard to get a read on him because it's just walked through? Any concerns with CD's ankle? Kearse's back for game?
Not a high concern because it's Monday, so probably, I think I'll have a better feel Wednesday when because we're not going to ask them to, open up until Wednesday. So, it's today's regulated, tomorrow's, even more regulated. So.
Scott.
Outlook on Peyton Hendershot at this point?
Yeah, did have a full week of practice. Obviously it'll be a short week this week, but I just felt that he wasn't quite ready, last week. So, he probably won't get a real chance until Wednesday to get moving and so forth. But he feels good, so that's the most important thing. Thank you.
There it is, Mike McCarthy press conference here on 105.3 The Fan. They did have a walkthrough practice today as they're now getting ready to take on the Washington Commanders in a Thanksgiving game. Okay, there's some takeaways from that. We got a break, though. We'll reset everything that we just learned from Mike McCarthy. We'll also take a look at this Commanders football team and the two massive games on television tonight. It's next, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
That's right. That's right. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And we're going to talk about the 2 big games we have going on tonight in the world of sports. It's going to get you excited. Also, we got to talk about what's coming up next for your Dallas Cowboys here on a short week. They're now headed for a contest against the division rival Commanders, a team who last time these 2 teams played whooped you, didn't feel too good. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about the takeaways that we got from the Mike McCarthy press conference. There is, I think, an injury concern general at your service. There's Broadus. You got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, Master Control. Eric Chiafalo is here. Zach Wolchuk, still on family duty. And you do have Carter Freeman, though, coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Yeah, Mike McCarthy, I don't know if CeeDee Lamb's going to play based on the way he answered it. He said it's not of high concern because it's Monday. The team's not going to ask him to open up until Wednesday, so he'll circle back around on Wednesday. I don't know. It just did not sound good. And on a short week, I think CeeDee Lamb will probably figure out a way to play, but I just don't know if he can be that CD that's been such a consistent weapon for the Cowboys. And against the Commanders, maybe that could hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer. It's a bummer if your number one guy is going to be banged up. Who's going to be somebody that steps up in the passing game? But you could see it. You mentioned Broadus. You could tell yesterday. Some people were talking about bad body language from CD. Like, is he frustrated?
No.
And it's like, no, I think he's actually banged up.
Yeah, Bobby and I were talking about it on the Love of the Star, and I think he's wearing a knee sleeve. That's something you were kind of worried about a little bit. And then he showed up on the ankle, on the injury report with the ankle, and I'm pretty sure I know what play it was. And when the shallow cross that he ran, and it looked like he kind of awkwardly got knocked off balance and tried to finish the run, keep his balance, keep going.
He does a real nice job of getting low and changing direction.
He does.
Puts a lot of torque on your lower body, though.
He sure does. And so, and then if you go back, after that, if you look at the plays, there was an incomplete pass to him. Then he had the touchdown he got. That was a 5-yard pass. Then he had another pass for 2, another pass that was incomplete, and then a pass that went for 8 yards. So he really wasn't, he wasn't himself really in this football game that we.
Yeah, there was no yak.
Yeah, there
no
was
big plays.
So he's dealing with something, but I think it is pretty tough, man. He took a hit. That first pass he threw that Dak tried to fit the ball in between the safety and the corner there.
Try to get him killed.
Man, I tell you what, they probably felt like the safety was going to go with Ferguson. And Dak, once he saw that wasn't going to happen, he tried to fit that ball. And CeeDee's like, oh, damn, here we go, kind of a thing. But he tried, he knew there was going to be a big collision there, but I don't think that was the play they got.
He is tough, man.
Yeah.
He's tough. He's a gamer. He's a badass. But, as a wide receiver, your ankles are pretty important. Guys can have a high pain tolerance and manage to produce through it. So I would not put anything past CeeDee Lamb, but do not be surprised if he's not the same guy. And you have to wonder, is this the game where you're like, hey, let's take a risk here, get Lamb fresh so he's good to go, the following week against Seattle? I think I would be very interested in doing that. Like, Washington traded their pass rushers, but they're also not stopping the run either. You should be able to have a lot of offensive success with or without CeeDee Lamb against this Washington team. That's what I'm expecting. Now, Brian, you're going to study the film tonight and have a full report tomorrow?
On the Commanders?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we got a short week, as we all know, so we're going to do offense and defense tomorrow.
There were a number of questions for Mike McCarthy on his overall strategy on resting players and letting them sleep at home when there are home games instead of everybody having to go to the hotel. I always thought the hotel deal was kind of weird. I think if I was young, I'd be into it. Go hang out with the guys and play video games. But some teams are opening up the idea of, not having to stay at the hotel. He's one of them. I don't know how that helps you stay healthy, but Mike is on top of this. You know, I don't know if Mike's on top of everything when it comes to football and coaching a team, but he is studying all this in real time and believes it's the most important thing that he's in charge of, is keeping his players healthy. He said as early as just 2021, 2 years ago, he did not have a good grasp on how to do this with the travel schedule and the planes and exactly how much time the guys need off. I think he's doing a super high-level study on this. I don't know if it's worth it, to be honest. You know, but it is keeping them healthier the last couple of years. How much practice time are you giving up? You know, can we quantify this? How much healthier are you keeping your team? Jason Garrett had some healthy Cowboy teams. You know, I think you keep guys healthy on draft day by drafting guys that don't have a history of getting hurt. But Mike McCarthy believes he really has something in here, and you can't argue with the results too much, Brian.
I think if you look at, there are guys that will tell you that played under the Jason Garrett administration. Rod Marinelli was, when he was the defensive coordinator here, that maybe that those guys took 2-3 years off their football career.
They were practicing too hard. Yeah.
They were practicing.
But at the end, they
hard.
started staying healthy.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think, you know what, I think really teams that are winning, your players do stay healthy. It's weird. It's a weird thing. But you got some teams that when you win, players, they want to be a part of that. They want to play. They want to be.
They play through more stuff when they're
absolutely. But when you have teams that when you're a bad team and you're losing, you know, you're not interested in fighting through that, you know, through that hamstring or fighting through that elbow problem, or, you know, you're not interested in doing that when you're why risk it? You know, there's a lot of, look at the injury reports at the end of the year for the teams in the playoffs. Like, there's nobody on the injury report, rarely.
It is kind of funny that Mike McCarthy is the guy, like, figuring out ways to practice less based on his reputation.
I don't know. Chalk it up to a healthy team, energized, ready to go.
Boy, wait till they see what I got next year. We're not practicing at all.
Well, see, that's what you kind of
highlighting things and printing it out. Look here. It says if you sleep 12 hours a day.
12 hours. We got 2 massages now. One at brunch time, one at lunchtime, 2 massages. Meatball Sandos.
Just trying to keep the guys
4
fresh.
whole meals a day right after practice. Right here, Jerry.
I finally figured out the key.
Yeah.
If you know, now, all jokes aside.
But then you wonder, and you get in a game like we talked about, the 9-1-1 game they had against the Eagles, where they were running out of time and all that.
Delay a game, illegal formation.
And you're running 4 verticals, you know, there's not route combinations. You wonder if not practicing is having something to do with that.
But this is how you know Mike really doesn't care what outsiders say. If he cared what outsiders say, there's no way in hell he would do this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're going to practice less. We're going to kill Mike McCarthy if they have an unprepared storyline for losing in the wild carded divisional round. Sorry, you're right, Chief. Big games tonight. We'll talk about those here in just a second. The Cowboys are 11.5-point favorites against Washington. I won't be surprised if it is a little rough. They can still be a physical defense, and they are committed to running, especially with Sam Howell. If the Washington defense slows you down, maybe there's a special teams play and a turnover, and Sam Howell avoids the turnovers and runs like 10 times. And they get Sanders and their other back, who is it, Chuba?
Robinson.
Okay. If they get those, Brian, if they get those guys going, dude, you know, it could get scary against Washington. Just as we had some nervy moments against Carolina. Can't be in denial about how you felt at the end of the first half and early third quarter.
No, and that's the thing. If Dallas comes out and plays like they did against the run, where they're going to get hooked, or I mentioned all the terms, everything you don't want to do to defend the run. Dallas was doing that yesterday. There were a couple of times where they did what they had to do. But man, if I'm the Commanders and I'm watching your tape, the one thing I don't want to do is get my quarterback killed. I know they can rush the passer. I know they can cover. I mean, why not run the football? That's the one thing that teams. I mean, it's the Carolina opened up a whole new can of stuff for you. You felt like you were playing pretty good run. Carolina can't run the ball, and they did yesterday.
Yeah,
you know, and I think the Commanders. If I'm looking at that game plan, if I'm Eric Bieniemy, I'm going to make you defend the run first, because I'm not going to let Howell get hit every time they run a twist stunt up front.
Not going to be a lot of mystery with what we're bringing.
No, heck no.
Sometimes I think these offensive coordinators want to work on stuff and be like, okay, well let's try to get our passing game going against a good pass rush. That's how we're going to develop. And if they do that, then they will get murdered.
Well, that's the thing about it. With it being a short week and no practice, running the football is the most simple thing you could do.
Okay, and some interesting trends here. The Cowboys are just 4-6 in their past 10 Thanksgiving Day games.
It's been tough.
They are in the midst of a 12-game home winning streak. So we got a battle of streaks going on here. Last time these teams met, Washington got the best of them. Cowboys did not do much that day, but since then, Washington traded away their 2 best pass rushers, and they have become totally shipwrecked. What kind of a game do you expect, Chief?
I can't help but be a little bit pessimistic and think that it's going to be some challenges. Ultimately, I think you could be looking at something somewhat similar where it might be a bit of a slugfest. Hey, short week. You have Washington, who is going to be trying to bounce back from a disaster performance. And so it could be a little bit close there. CeeDee Lamb's banged up, but by the end of the game, I would still expect Dallas to win by double digits.
I like how you brought up Washington, what happened this week, though. That's got to be highly motivating because they're thinking we got to get ball security, we got to get assignment sound, we got to get out here and execute and play with pride. There's still a lot of season to go, and they may very well show up and mail in 2 or 3 more games. But one of these games, and likely against the Cowboys, they're going to say, today we're playing for pride. And you're going to get a hair-on-fire game from some of these teams. I just don't think this is one you can afford to lose at all, considering what's coming up on the schedule.
For sure.
Okay, the Stars are favored tonight at home. Look at this, against the Rangers, who skate in at 12-2-1, including 7-1-1 on away ice. Yeah. So it's a great test for the Stars tonight. It is a 7 o'clock game, and I know a lot of people are going to be hurrying home to watch that. But what do? You got Eagles-Niners. This is the most interesting NFL game that doesn't involve the Cowboys that we've had all year long. This is also must-watch TV. How you guys handle it?
I'm trusting the Chiefs to hold up on this one tonight.
So you're gonna blind trust the Chiefs, wake up tomorrow morning and find out what happens?
I'm going to
watch the Stars or listen to the Stars while you scout out Washington is what's going to happen.
I'm going to have to listen to I'll have to. I won't because I have to study Washington tonight.
You have to.
So
it's homework.
What I'll do is I will probably do it early enough where I can catch. I'll watch the Stars early and see how that's going, and then transfer to the fourth quarter for the Eagles game.
And then start scouting.
And start. Well, yeah. Well, I'm going to be scouting anyway. I just gotta. I'm going to come into the Eagles game on the fourth quarter. Is what I'm going to do.
What a beast.
It's pretty impressive, dude. The multitasking thing, like they say men don't multitask well, but old Broadus over there, man.
I have no choice. Yeah.
He can scout and do something else, at least one other thing.
No.
Like he can
probably
do
watching
2
a cooking
things.
video.
If one of them is scouting football, then there is an opportunity for him to be doing something else as well. He's just that dominant.
I just, the one thing, there's guys around the league that are they're like Broadus, there's no way you could ever go back out on the road and scout because I watch like one player at a time. If you gave me a player just to watch, I'll watch. But they're like these guys the gals go on the road, and they are able to watch like 6 players
at one time.
At one time, and there's no way.
That's tough.
There's no way in hell I could do that. I mean, I'm like locked in on one guy.
I don't know how the refs catch flags, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I'm like, okay.
They don't.
Yeah,
right. They don't. They really don't. Yeah.
But Monday Night Football tonight, we should probably celebrate Kansas City more for what they did against Philadelphia last year. The Eagles were up 10 at half, 38-35. So salute to the Chiefs. It is a Super Bowl rematch, 38-35 last year.
This is big for Andy Reid. This is big for Andy and Steve Spagnuolo and those guys. This is big. When they play Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, Andy is beloved.
It's a hell of a matchup.
But it's important to him to get this one.
Well, and keeping that clean off the bye record, that matters. Everybody always talks about Andy Reid off a bye, borderline unstoppable.
It's big for Jason Kelce as well. He said, "I'm just motivated to win. I don't need the Super Bowl rematch to get motivated to beat my brother or Andy. I've never beaten them in my career, and I'm more motivated by that. I'm not into the Super Bowl revenge." Could be a Super Bowl preview as well. Unfortunately,
our man Elliott Shore Parks, he picked Kansas City to win.
You're kidding.
I got to stop calling him a homer.
Oh, he's doing the reverse jinx thing.
You
though.
think?
Absolutely.
He's way too much of a homer to be doing anything else but a reverse jinx.
100%. He's calculated with this.
Wooly Bully's Top 10 every night at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Chief has his broadcast responsibilities this afternoon. Where are you taking us?
Got a little Thanksgiving Top 10 for you. Please text in your favorite Thanksgiving food item and your least favorite at 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
I got to chat with you about my friends at the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you just found out.
tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art, and the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Now here he is with Woolchuck's Top 10. It's Eric Chiafalo.
Here we go, boys. 877-881-1053. I got a Thanksgiving list here. Now, the list is the top 10 Thanksgiving items, the top 10 must-have items on the table. But I also have some factoids as America is chiming in on how much they like or dislike a couple of these famous Thanksgiving food items. So you're texting in right now at 877-881-1053 your favorite Thanksgiving dish and then your least favorite dish. Could be a side, could be a main, could be a dessert, whatever it is, your best and your worst. And we'll get to those here in just a moment. I did have just some game notes from the Cowboys game. I got some good statistical takeaways for what the Cowboys have been doing and changing post-bye week coming up at 5 o'clock when we hit a little football's finest. But just some eye test observations here. I felt like DeMarcus Lawrence was a monster yesterday.
Yeah.
Absolute monster.
Your eyes are not lying.
Came in like a wrecking ball.
The run game, and yes, the wrecking ball, the play where he gets the sack, where he's just supposed to go suicide mission, take out one of these linemen so one of your guys can get the play. Yeah, he was doing it, and he opened up Micah for Micah's first sack. But in the run game, he should have been held a couple of times, or at least they should have thrown the flag on it. But Tank Lawrence was a monster yesterday.
Whenever somebody doesn't like Tank, I'm like, man, we should sit down and watch Tank. Just watch him play. Because I want to see what you don't like about this. I know the stats don't always scream superstar. Watch him play. It's awesome.
He's the ultimate watch him play guy because he's not always arriving in the box score in a way that you want your premier paid pass rusher to do. But, you know, on the same token, Micah was a monster yesterday. Certainly a bounce-back game for him. The effort was back. I mean, one play where he's rushing, it's a screen play. I'm going to chase down the wide receiver, get involved here. He was just back to his usual self, being a stud. Certainly got lucky on some big penalties, some third downs. I've never seen a player get called for a face mask and a horse collar on the exact same play.
Well, your hand. I mean, his hand went from the face mask, and then it slides.
So it was all with one hand?
Yeah.
I didn't look at it close enough to see. I didn't know if he was pulling down with one hand and then pulling back with the other.
Yeah,
it was one hand that did two flags.
Yeah.
2 personal fouls with one hand. I've never seen a face mask and a horse collar. It was former Cowboy Xavier Woods.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
I'm pretty sure if you did, it would be a felony. But that sounds badass.
Yes, dude.
Like, I bet Dick Butkus, that was his favorite play.
Oh, my God.
Face mask and horse collar.
Yeah.
He'd just jump on top of you, too.
Yeah, Dick was a wild animal. And I'll tell you what, speaking of felonies, Terrence Steele on that play where he loses his helmet.
Yeah.
And he's out pulling in front. Biotish is running.
Great adjustment.
He just waylays a dude, knocks out 2 guys. His helmet goes flying. Yeah. That's probably that's an arrest.
Jones, the linebacker, was trying to get outside to make everything go back inside, and that wasn't Steele's guy at all. I mean, he just adjusted his path and just knocked him right into the corner. So linebacker hit the corner and knocked them both down.
It's good to see.
Yeah,
it's really good to see.
That's an athlete right there.
And Biotish was out on his horse too, just running.
Really, an outstanding game for Biotish. He's had some games where he's been a little bit off. But yesterday was a good day for him.
I appreciated the offensive line coming to the defense of Dak Prescott when he was hit illegally. Yeah. And they didn't overdo it. Choppy mentioned this morning. They didn't go for the full-on fight where it's offsetting penalties and now it's not really benefiting you. But they clearly made it known, you're not going to do that to my quarterback anymore. Yeah. It's a good play there from the offensive line.
Dak was letting it be known, too. You know, I think they're doing a great job in that department.
How about a little CeeDee Lamb playing some running back? I'm down. I'm down.
100%.
I mean, I know he's banged up right now, and maybe that was the play where ankles got turned. I don't know, but apparently CeeDee Lamb is fine, but a touch banged up. And seeing him at running back, I'm like, okay, cool.
You know, the thing that sucks worse than when you point out the fact that running backs running wide receiver routes doesn't work is the fact that wide receivers running back plays does.
It's a yes.
Like, ouch.
It's
Get off
definitely-
the running back, please. But it's true.
Yeah.
You know, wide receivers getting the ball for traditional style handoffs, it's scrambling defensive minds because they don't see it enough and they don't get it right quite often.
I felt like the Deron Bland pick six was one of the coolest I've ever seen. So there's just a couple of eye test takeaways from the Cowboys' victory on a Cowboy Victory Monday. It is Thanksgiving week. It's the rare Monday that feels what, like a Thursday?
I think so.
This is fantastic. Here we go. I have the top 10 Thanksgiving foods that no table can be without. This was actually sent to me by the Wooly Bully, so I think it was just like his way of saying, here's the list you're doing today. Please,
I would
Paul.
just like to say, like, the classic dinner rolls, like the yeast rolls that are brown and serve. You know, they're already cooked. And I don't know why I don't see them that often outside of Thanksgiving, but damn it, those are good dinner rolls.
They are. They're the dinner roll. I think. It's got a huge role to tie the entire Thanksgiving meal into place. Maybe it's a bite for bite situation. Maybe you go the extra mile to cut that roll into half and make a little Thanksgiving slider out of it. I know, Broadus, you're a fan of that.
Yeah.
But what is your favorite Thanksgiving food item and your least favorite into the Pimp Cup?
Oh man, y'all
Lucius.
come to me that fast right after you say all of that?
Yeah,
Yeah, my favorite is dressing.
Okay.
I like dressing, deviled eggs.
Wow.
Sweet potato casserole.
Okay, so these are on the good side.
These are all on the good side. Bad side, dinner rolls. Dinner
Oh, that's right, no bread.
No, I don't like eating a lot of bread. And green bean casserole. I don't like that either.
That's just like a carb managing move, though, right? Like your taste buds love the dinner rolls. You're just
I just don't
being
eat it that
stuffed.
much. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not awful. Just don't eat it a lot.
Not trying to use that to occupy space. When you could.
Yeah. Now I'm full up off this bread.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I know. That's what I'll do, especially with the butter. Just right there,
Gosh,
little
yeah.
jelly.
I'll get lost with it.
I feel
really will.
like I'm eating dessert. Everybody's eating dinner, and I'm just like eating a jelly roll. Bread. Yes. This is
Lucius
how you
just
do it
threw
right
me a curveball because he was telling me that he loves dressing, which I make out of bread, and he hates the rolls.
That's right.
Which is the bread. So
the duality of a man.
Yeah.
Well, it's all good when it's all together in the situation, but I'm not buttering up rolls on my plate and everything.
I was sitting there thinking, I was thinking, okay, if you're against the bread, the dressing would be probably on the bad side for you because that's bread.
Bro, I love dressing.
I know. I mean, it's.
I do too, man.
I'll tell you what I can't do without. If you don't have gravy on the table, I'm not probably.
And what are you mostly putting that on? The potatoes or the turkey?
I'm doing it on the turkey. I'm putting it on the dressing. It sometimes will
cover it all.
It makes it way
Lather
onto
it.
the rolls. I mean, I'm not. It's one of those things where you could do turkey the right way, but I think you just have to have a little bit of something else there on it. Because sometimes people do turkey and it gets just a little dry.
Yeah.
But if
Inject that thing.
Yeah.
And brine it.
No, do both. Absolutely. But the thing about it is, I think you have to have some gravy to because there's some items that can be dry on that plate.
For sure.
You
Yeah.
know? So you got to make sure you got a little.
And it's the one time where I actually want that brown gravy. You know, I'm usually a milk gravy gentleman across the board.
What?
But on Thanksgiving, a little brown gravy.
Yeah.
I mean, are we all in agreement that the milk gravy is better than the traditional brown Thanksgiving gravy? Like when I'm doing
usually
biscuits and gravy.
Clarification before I even agreed to
You can't be too careful when the Chiefs operate.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I'll throw a pause in there.
Yeah, Lucius, how about he likes the white gravy, bro? The milk gravy?
I went milk. I went milk over white. All right, let's get to the dang list.
I like making gravy with like the turkey, like the things that are inside the turkey, like the neck, the gizzards and stuff like that. I make gravy from that.
You was like the neck.
Yeah.
The gizzards.
No, but you what you do is you make it like you boil it all down is what you do. So you're making it like a broth and you're putting it you mix it with the flour and butter and all that. You're kind of making a roux, but they're making a gravy. But it's the drippings. You're using the drippings and then you're using the neck, the gizzards and all that stuff.
Respect. Pumpkin pie comes in at number 10. as a must-have Thanksgiving item
Even if you don't
the
eat
table.
it's got to be there.
It's got to be there. I at least want to see it. I'm not going to touch it, but it is nice to see it.
I'll tell you what, peach cobbler better for me there.
It's like a garnish.
Yeah, it's like a garnish. The peach cobbler. Good call on that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people missed the boat on like it whizzes right past them. They're consumed with all these other things. How about the peach cobbler?
Yeah.
Don't forget the homemade Bluebell vanilla. Mac and cheese comes in at number 9. That's a bit of a hot take on Thanksgiving. I think it's a no-brainer dish for me. Mac and cheese. Why not?
You ready? You excited about the Cowboys game on Thursday? You're going to get some mac and cheese?
I'm gonna mow through it. Green beans at number 8. This is oftentimes a green bean casserole. Lucius with the no thank you.
Yeah, no, man.
You know, because a lot of times it's coming right out of the can. You know, I think if you did a legit green bean situation that was not out of the can, maybe put a little bit more love into it. I think you can, and then you get those fried like onion crisps. That's the MVP of the green bean casserole.
I'm doing some type of bacon. I'm going to chop up. I'm going to fry bacon and put it on there, and I'm also going to go with the onion crisps.
Good.
There's something creamy in there that it's just. I mean, it's already on thin ice when you're talking about green beans.
Right.
You know, and then it appears you're adding mayonnaise or something in there.
What is that?
That's a green bean salad. That's kind of you're trying to make it. I don't know.
I thought it was like a chicken cream, like a cream of wheat sort of
like
cream of mushroom. There you go.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Cranberry sauce is at number 7, must-have item on the Thanksgiving table.
Gotta make that. You gotta make
corn
that.
at number 6. Hit me with a corn casserole.
Yes.
Let's not do the corn necessarily, but the corn casserole.
Fire.
Now you got me going a little bit.
I
Dinner
hate
rolls.
corn.
Anti-corn?
Yeah, I'm super anti-corn. On the cob, and separate. I hate corn. Oh, God.
So, okay, wait. So that means...
Does it even process in your body? Ain't that a filler, too?
It is a filler.
It's a next day thing. It's a next day thing for him.
Yeah.
It is such a next day thing for him.
So cornbread would be like one of your least favorite things.
Now,
It's
I'm
corn
cool with
and bread.
I'm cool with cornbread.
Wow, look at that.
But if you have those little corn chunks in the cornbread, I'm out, bro.
Out of it?
I'm
Okay.
out, bro.
Some people are mixing a little jalapeno in their cornbread.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sign me up for that.
Yes, please.
Dinner rolls at number 5, must-have item on the Thanksgiving table. Sweet potatoes. There's a lot of varieties of the sweet potato, but the
100%.
sweet potato casserole.
Yep.
I always wondered,
Got to have
is
the
this
marshmallow baked on top of it.
I know, which to me connotes dessert.
Yeah,
But
it tastes like a dessert, too.
But it's on the side.
It's
It's
so
right next to
good.
my turkey.
Yeah, it sure is. Sometimes it's on the same spoon, the same fork.
Thanksgiving, baby.
Sometimes the gravy.
Thanksgiving.
Sometimes the gravy gets on that. too.
Sweet Thanksgiving.
There's like 2 cups of brown sugar and 2 pads of butter in there.
Yes.
Dude. It's
Yes.
amazing.
Thanksgiving is not for the folks who are like, oh, I can't have my food touch. It's not for you. I'll see you tomorrow. Black Friday, you and me. Mashed potatoes at number 3. Stuffing or dressing at number 2. Yes. Number 1, turkey and gravy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Even though when you look at America's voting on like what's the worst, turkey was 30%. It was the second highest vote for least favorite Thanksgiving item. And that just means that whoever's doing your turkey, you need to sub out and insert a new player.
I think these are the people that are animal activists, probably.
Oh, you got PETA's taking a hold of the polls.
You know, like us eating the meat birds.
Probably so. There.
They got cranberry sauce as their America's least favorite Thanksgiving item.
If it has the rings from the can, it makes it even better. When it
Yes!
sits on
That's how
that thing.
Wolchuk likes
Come
it.
on, let's go, bro. Let's go.
Rib
See
for
the
his
cans, bro. You know it's gonna be good.
Even though I can make it from scratch,
Yeah.
but the can rings is the best.
Yep.
It is.
You should have leaned more into that one.
Thank you, Chief.
What did you say?
No, nothing.
I didn't hear you.
I think Lucius dumped it anyway. It was inappropriate. Rangers topic of the day. Would you like this superstar? It's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ. Meet Church Matt Pittman gets you ready for Thanksgiving at 7:20. Jerry Jones live talking about Jimmy's Ring of Honor at 8:30. And the crazy plane lady in studio at 9 a.m. It is a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
What's up, G-Bag Nation? It's Bobby Belt out here at Market Street in McKinney. Yes, it's a Monday. We're doing this Market Street appearance. You can come out here, see Chef Matt. He's cooking up Peterson Farm brats for you. And we also have another chance for you to enter to win a Celine Ford Bronco, thanks to our friends at Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry. We will be out here until 6 p.m. today at Market Street in McKinney. Come out here. We got some old G-Bag Nation flags that you can pick up. We got some Whataburger coupons. It's a great setup out here at Market Street in McKinney, 4 to 6 p.m.
Are you stuck at the crossroads wondering whether to buy or lease your next ride? Well, buckle up because this Black Friday, D&M Leasing has the ultimate answer that'll make your decision a breeze. Picture this. You sign a long-term finance contract aiming for that sweet low car payment. But hold on, with manufacturers pumping out more cars and tempting rebates, you might end up owing more than your car's worth when it's time to trade in. But fear not, dear driver, because D&M's Easy Lease is here to steer you clear of financial pitfalls. Get ready to slash your monthly payment, wave goodbye to down payments, and here's the showstopper, no payments until 2024. Yes, you heard it right, a breather for your budget and a chance to enjoy the ride without the financial weight. Ready to
Rangers have won the World
One more time.
He struck him out looking. The Rangers have won the World Series.
Whether it's hot stove or spring training 2024,
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
you know this is the proud home of the Rangers. We are the Fan.
Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year #1 in America. They're leading the way with the unheard of 400 Silverados with their best Black Friday savings all month long. Shop them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax, and enjoy the difference.
Thank you, Lucius. And speaking of those Texas Rangers, Brian. Yes, that is right. Speaking of those Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
Let's do a little baseball stuff here with you. NFL News Today coming up at 5. I know it's a big Victorious Cowboys Monday. We're fired about that. We're fired about Stars and Rangers tonight down there at the AAC. But I saw this tweet from our main man, Jared Sandler. He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, and it's a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. He says, Rangers fans, it seems that Juan Soto, who is said to become a free agent after the upcoming season, is likely to get traded. Considering what it might take to acquire him, would you want the Rangers to get him? He is a 25-year-old left fielder. He's an MVP candidate perennially. He's a World Series champion. He's tall and strong and hits the hell out of the baseball, plays good defense. Games played has been the only issue with Juan Soto. You know, missed 40, 50 games a couple, 2-3 times, missed another 30 games a couple times. So, you know, you're talking about a superstar player, though. I think the answer is yes. The question really just becomes, how do you want to go after your next superstar player if that's what you want to do? And I think, you know, both those questions are up for debate, but do you guys think the Rangers need another star would be my first question for you here inside this topic. What do you say?
I don't think you need another star. I don't think you need one. You have the opportunity right now with Ohtani and some names like that being floated around where you're like, okay, it could be just sort of an embarrassment of riches. I don't think anybody feels like you have to come away this offseason with a superstar like Ohtani or anywhere in that realm. The Rangers have enough in the way of superstars. I mean, unless you're talking about a superstar pitcher, but even then, like Jordan Montgomery's not a superstar pitcher, but just bringing him back and doing a couple things in your bullpen is, I mean, you're at a place now where that would be enough.
It absolutely is enough. You know, I find it interesting that the Rangers are being mentioned going for some of the best players in the game. It's just freaking awesome that they could actually do that. To go from, hey, we're champions, and now we're going to be even better champions. What do you think about that, Brian? Do the Rangers need to be out here looking for a star, or should they be looking to spend that $40 or $50 million to build depth and quality across the roster?
So he's going to play left field for you?
I believe so.
Okay. Man, I'm kind of thinking about that position right now. What are you going to do? What are you going to do at center field then?
Probably Evan Carter.
Okay. So you're going to I think Evan Carter playing left field is not a bad situation.
He's good at it. Yeah.
And I do like Taveras out there in center.
Of course, you like a Garcia. You know?
Yeah.
But you're talking about adding superstars instead of guys you like.
I know. No, I'm just saying I'm trying to figure out about guys like Wyatt Langford and guys like that. Where are they going to play? Yeah. I'm trying to get guys up here that I know
You'd
that
slide Garcia to permanent DH,
right,
or almost permanent DH. I think in that situation, once Langford comes up, and maybe you trade Taveras, go get a reliever or two, something like that.
Man, I don't know.
I don't think I'm in on Soto. I'm good on that.
Yeah, I mean, hell, to get Soto, you would probably be looking at moving Langford.
No, thank you.
Yeah, that's probably the biggest.
See, I just was thinking about. We always talk about in football the progress stoppers guys, those guys. Are you going to get in a guy that might stop the progress of some of your younger players?
You don't want to do that. But I figured, if you are looking at Ohtani, who's 29 years old and has just been as injured, Soto should be in the mix as well. If that is the mode that you are in, superstar outfielder, yes, please. We'll make Garcia our DH or rotated or something like that. I think I'd rather sign Ohtani than trade for Soto, though, because I don't want to give up.
You guys know what I feel about Ohtani. I was trying to give up players that you were going to give up for Soto to get Ohtani.
He's 4 years older, though, with the Tommy John surgery. He's got to be a DH in year one. He's going to be in his 30s.
And you know what? And I watched him just murder us in this ballpark.
Yeah.
And
the fact that he's a DH is part of the reason I like it because of the progress stopping situation. Like he's not coming in and like he's okay. We got to move Evan Carter. Or we got to wait for Wyatt Langford. Or we got to move on from somebody. It's like he just comes in and is immediately just maybe the best bat in your lineup. Boom, that's it.
And after seeing Carter and Young come up, I would just cringe to give up prospects. Now, prospects don't convert the way we saw with those two guys. It's not a high hit rate, especially for the Rangers. But recent history does matter, I think. There is one less pitcher on the market, by the way. The Phillies have re-signed Aaron Nola. That's 7 years, $172. So just shy of $25 million a year. We have a couple of Max Scherzer cuts. We're going to play those for you coming up at 5:20. What's he doing here? Just a little tease there for the 5:20.
Max Scherzer, he's selling Ohtani on becoming a Ranger, and he's complaining about the pitch clock.
Okay, sweet. So that's coming up at 5:20 in the Expressway. Football's finest is next, though. Where are you taking us?
The proof is in the Cowboy pudding and more football observations from the weekend next year in the nation.
I love it. I also love my friends at Men's Tea Clinic and what they can do for you right now. If you're feeling, down in the dumps, lethargic, low
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's coming up at 5:20. We have some Max Scherzer audio for you. He's got a sales pitch for Ohtani that you'll hear coming up at 5:20. It's time now for football's finest, though. Here's the Chief.
Micah Parsons now has more sacks in his first 3 seasons than either TJ Watt or Von Miller had in their first 3 seasons. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Micah's still got 7 games left to play in the regular season to help add into that. And when you factor in the rookie year and the lower volume of pass rushes, as he was still sort of the off-ball linebacker turning into the pass rush monster. So, I mean, we're talking about never before seen type dominance when we talk about Micah Parsons all the time. His pass rush win rate was 40% yesterday, and that is top level. Like if you keep that going, you're talking about the record over the course of a full season is just under 34%. That was Joey Bosa in 2017.
Holy cow.
Right now, Micah's pass rush win rate is over 34%. So he's on pace to have the best win rate in the history of it ever being recorded. But yesterday, a 40%er, pretty dominant. The Cowboys as a team, next gen, was like 75% pass rush win rate. So it was just all day. They were in the kitchen of Bryce Young. He was feeling it. I started feeling for him a little bit, but not really.
These guys are under a ton of duress, pressure. I don't know how you operate. I don't even know how you attempt to do something like that. And it's crazy. He's the best offensive lineman in the world you can find. I'm getting around this dude 1 out of every 3 times if I'm Joey Bosa in this record-breaking year. 1 out of every 3, I'm beating him in what? This is 2.5 seconds?
Yeah, 2.5 or less. Pretty insane. Deron Bland with 4 pick sixes. Has caught more touchdowns this season than any player on the Browns, Colts, Falcons, Jets, Rams, Saints, and Steelers.
Yeah, he's 1 away from being tied with the Cowboys, right? With CeeDee Lamb.
Yes, because there was a point where Bland had more touchdowns than Lamb, and then Lamb pulled ahead, and now Bland is making it a tight race once again. With 6 interceptions, Deron Bland has more interceptions this season than the Chiefs, Eagles, Falcons, Packers, Panthers, Rams, and Titans.
Wow.
So, Deron Bland, you, sir, are as legendary as it gets right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really the difference in being able to hang on and be a good team right now is your scouting department finding him and him being available in the 5th round. If that wasn't the case, the Diggs injury would have buried you.
In weeks 1 through 9, Tony Pollard was credited with forcing 8 missed tackles in the run game. Not the same Tony Pollard we saw last season. But over the last 2 weeks, he's forced 10 missed tackles. Now, it helps when you're playing the Giants defense and the Panthers yesterday, which led the league in missed tackles coming in.
They sure did.
Certainly helps. And I think he broke like 5 tackles in one play when he scored the touchdown yesterday.
He ran through 2 of them on the goal line for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Felt like he was dragging that whole defense right there. Tony Pollard would not be denied. I'm not super optimistic about Tony Pollard becoming a monster like he was last year, but certainly encouraging to see him get moving here these last 2 weeks.
You know, he's coming up on a year since the injury. I think that maybe there was a psychological thing in there for sure. Can I trust it to really put my foot in the ground and go? Hopefully that was a confidence builder game for him. I'm just thinking of him still getting caught, you know. I think it's the lack of speed that the injury took from him. That's the bigger concern, but maybe the healing is complete now and he can have that kind of deal. If you get him running the football well, I think it totally changes what this team is capable of.
Well, figure out how to run the ball off the edge. That's the thing about it yesterday when, we talked about this, Brian Burns is not a good edge defender. I mean, he did make the play on the Wildcat. He was able to win the block there against McEwen. But overall, though, when Dallas runs the ball on the edge, Tony Pollard's a much better player. Than when they run it inside. Yesterday they blocked well. I mean, there's been a lot of times where Pollard hasn't always seen the hole and hasn't looked always as quick. Yesterday he looked quick. Yesterday he saw the hole better, and they did a better job of blocking for him.
Yeah, I saw John Owning point out that coming into yesterday, the Cowboys' most frequent run was the inside zone.
Yeah.
And they were seeing very, very little in the way of production. Almost, it was 3.3 yards per carry.
Because they don't block.
Bad success rate. We're talking about 27th, 28th in the league on these inside zones coming into the game. And then yesterday, you saw over 6 yards per carry and almost 40% success rate on those. So you started to get a little bit more consistent there. But yeah, all season long, this inside zone, their favorite way to run the football has just been not good for them.
It's been consistent, I think, for 3 years where the numbers say you should run more outside and they keep running inside.
Well,
It's weird.
yeah. I think you're absolutely right about that. To me, when they find ways, the tight ends yesterday did a pretty damn good job. The receivers helped in the run game. They used the receivers far more than any other game, I believe, and watching them block inside. Like Lamb blocking, Gallup blocking, they Cooks blocking. Those guys did a pretty good job when they were running the ball to the edge, and those guys were having to work off the backside and cutting their guys off. And when you watch the tape, you'll see how, that was the first thing that stood out for me in the run game. When I was watching every one of Pollard's carries, because I was curious, like, okay, why are they running the ball better now? They did a better job of getting second-level blocks. They did a better job of securing the down linemen. There's been some times, too, where Zach Martin hasn't been Zach Martin of old.
For sure.
Running the ball, so that they've got to take advantage of that when he does get it going, and they can run the ball behind him that way. But him and Steele actually did a pretty damn good job. And I told you guys, Biotish by far had his best game.
That's good. That's good to hear. And when you talk about the wide receivers blocking, when you think about teams like the Niners, that's one of their calling cards. Their wide receivers block consistently, and they're one of the best rushing attacks in all of football. Mike McDaniel.
Block but don't hold.
Right, block but don't hold, for sure.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is just like trying, when it comes to these wide receivers and blocking. Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Dolphins, was talking about his favorite play of the game from a recent Dolphins game. And they had all these fireworks. It was amazing, but it was like a 20-yard run, and it was his favorite play of the game because Jalen Waddle was just blocking his rear end off. So it's important when you get your wide receivers blocking, so it's good that the Cowboys are doing that.
They blocked well yesterday.
And they've been lethal using the empty formations as well. 4th in successful play rate, 3rd in expected points added per play when using the empty look. So I really liked yesterday when they got Turpin in motion. They get him the ball, nice little run to the edge, and it's all wide receivers and Ferguson. There's no Pollard, there's no Dowdle, and then here comes Turpin on a pre-snap, motion at the snap, and then boom, you get him the ball, speed to the edge, easy money. That kind of stuff has just been so nice to see since the bye week. And John Owning pointed out a handful of different things since the bye week where they rank so much higher now in motion and shift rate. They rank so much higher now in 3-by-1 formations. They're 1st in empty formation rate, which I just told you they've been dominant in, and they're 13th in bunch formation rate. So a lot of the things we ask for from a personnel standpoint, formational standpoint, pre-snap motion standpoint, all these elements that you see from new age offenses, you're starting to see more and more in this Cowboys offense since the bye week.
Yeah.
And you've also seen the Cowboys be their most productive version of themselves.
Need to be, when they do the empty stuff, though, they need to make sure that ball's out quick. Because the one thing that Pollard has been able to do is help in blitz pickup stuff. If teams will, the first thing to do, the first adjustment they'll make to you when you run empty is they'll blitz you because you don't have anybody there to help. So, make sure the ball gets out quick when you're doing that.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's why I love that jet action, that play you mentioned there. That's something that I think McVay and Todd Gurley just blew up in like 2016. And at times when the Cowboys have got it going, it can be huge for you because it really freezes the defense. If that receiver gets the ball, your blitzing, everything can be off. And then what they would do with it is Tavon Austin would come through there, and at that same time, Todd Gurley's going the other way. And you get linebackers and safeties to guess wrong so much that huge gaps of space are available.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And you could go back and look at like the 2018 playoff game, Rams-Cowboys, and the Rams were just window dressing all this stuff, and all these linebackers, Jalen Smith didn't know where he was for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
When you look at the simplicity of what those pre-snap motions motions were compared to what they've evolved to now. Now it's even more. You got Christian McCaffrey trotting out to the left only to swing right back right and run into the line of scrimmage, get lost in the sauce, and he's wide open for a touchdown on the other side. Like the evolution of these motions pre-snap is just insane.
We're faking he's getting mixed up in the trash.
Yeah, like he's doing his little trot out to the left that they've started doing, like CFL style. And then as soon as the ball snapped, he runs right back, but just right behind the center. And the linebacker who's covering him is just lost in the trash, and he's just wide open for a touchdown. It's just easy, beautiful stuff like that.
They had a nice little wrinkle yesterday, too, where they tossed the ball. Instead of tossing it wide, it's a play they run in college. LSU does it, where you have like the eye back, where the back, like in an eye, not with a full back, but with a single back, and you turn and you toss him the ball. And instead of going wide, he just
A-gaps it.
A-gaps it, yeah. I mean, like they block it, and it gives the back the ability to make the cut off what he sees up front. They had a little success running that play yesterday.
Things are going to get a touch easier in the NFC. I know tonight I'm excited about the Chiefs getting the victory with Dallas Goedert not being there for the Eagles. I think that changes things for that offense. And they'll get him back at some point, but that's going to hurt them a little bit tonight. But for the rest of the season, the Niners are going to be without their safety, Talona Hufanga, who is who's kind of got that Palomalu vibe to him. Bounces around all over the place, the long hair, physical dude. He had an ACL tear yesterday that was one of the most insane juke out ankle breakers, in this case knee breakers, that I've ever seen.
They're going to say you got Hufunga'd. That's what they're going to do.
They are?
Yeah.
Yes.
This was an iconic moment in sports history that we saw last night.
Oh, my gosh, dude.
Yeah, you got Hufunga'd.
I'm sitting there watching the red zone with my dad, and my dad's not paying attention. I'm like, dude, this is rewindable. I know we're not trying to rewind. We're forward thinking here. We're on to the next touchdown. It's red zone. It's Scott Hansen. We're snorting it. But we've got to go back in time, and we've got to watch Hufanga. And I didn't know at the time he blew his knee out, but it makes all the sense in the world that he did, because what Rachaad White did to him, the Buccaneers running back on a swing pass, open field, it's just you and me, and now it's just me. And it was a knee breaker like you've never seen before. And
he put his foot on the ground, and then it stayed there.
Yeah, and that's on grass. That wasn't turf.
That was
you
grass.
can't blame that on the artificial. Ooh. That was just getting put in a blender in a way that has you now out for the season.
Yeah.
A couple other
that is big. I mean, you talk about how these injuries could impact it. I don't think anything nearly as close as what we saw from Trent Williams and Debo being out for San Francisco, but this is one
for sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. The Trent Williams, Debo, much bigger.
This is an all-pro dude, though.
Yeah, this is a guy who's a good player for them. Good player for them, and their defense at times has been a little bit shaky, moving on from D'Amico Ryans and bringing in Steve Wilkes, and there's a couple. Now, you wouldn't know if you watched just them play the Cowboys, but in that rut that they had there for a few weeks afterwards, the defense not quite the same. He's a really good player for them, so that's a blow.
Yeah, in 21, they lost Fred Warner in like the first quarter against the Cowboys, and they didn't miss a beat. So, I don't know if it's going to open everything up and have this be easy for anybody now. But San Francisco looks like the team that I would pick still to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl.
I would as well.
Bounce back very well.
I would as well. Their offense, my gosh, even when they were losing games, it was like, oh my gosh, they were 8 yards per play that game. They just turned it over and did a couple of stupid things. But my dear God, even when they were losing, the offense was still clicking. Now it's really clicking, and they're getting big-time victories. I don't know how. I know we saw yesterday the reports of Frank Reich, who was the head coach for the Panthers yesterday, still is, but he's on the hottest of seats. I don't know how it's not Riverboat. How is Ron Rivera still maintaining his job?
They're good.
I guess it's a short week, Thanksgiving. We can't pull the plug now. Maybe Friday, Black Friday. He gets the pink slip. How do you pay $6 million for that franchise and allow Ron Rivera to be sort of the face of it?
Do you feel like, though, that if you fired him, is it Eric Bieniemy? Do you use him on an interim basis to see if he can win the next 6 games?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's definitely not going to go to Jack Del Rio.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. Do you go ahead and pull the plug on Ron, and just see if give it 6 games and see if how Eric can coach the team? Maybe he could turn things around.
No doubt in my mind I would.
And if he doesn't, then maybe you have your answer that you need to go out and hire a coach.
Yeah, I'd want to give him the shot for sure. I think he probably
it might be unfair.
A lot of roster work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it would be a lot more fair to give him a full off season to prepare and and stuff like that. I don't know. For me, Ron Rivera is an old school coach though that speaks the owner's language, and he has like a resume, a reputation, and a way about him that demands respect. He's a football guy, and that's why he doesn't get fired. And then just in general, teams, have resisted firing coaches in while the season is still going on. But there's no doubt it's time to blow that whole thing up, right?
This is going to be a slop fest tonight, the way it's raining right now in Kansas City. This thing's going to be on a natural grass surface too. Be interesting.
That might be
that would be
might
very
be advantage.
interesting.
It
Eagles,
is a lot
actually.
of raining going on right now.
Highly rainy.
Magic Johnson says, "Wow, my Washington Commanders turned the ball over 6 times today and gave the Giants 24 points off turnovers. We lost 31-19."
Yeah,
Magic Johnson down in the dumps doing his classic tweeting there, and FedEx Field continues to make an ass of itself.
Oh yeah, this one was horrible.
This is pretty hilarious.
I think, wait a minute, like poop coming out of the ceiling would be worse than this. I mean,
yes.
I mean that's the worst thing. Having no hot water that's not terrible, right?
I would say mortifying. In the winter, you're playing for 3 hours in the outdoors. It's cold, it's windy, it's wet, and you got a cold shower.
I think I would rather endure that than having poop flying all over me.
I'll evacuate the area where the poop is. I think as an organization to not have hot water for the visiting team,
either team,
your own team, the amount of respect that you lose from all of your players, the coaches, you're a clown show now, dude. You can't even run a damn building.
This is one of your more impressive takes.
Thank you.
Because I think being pooped on is certainly worse, Broadus. I'm going to side with you on this one.
I think
them not having hot water yesterday certainly sucked.
I could deal with that.
There was probably some players who punted on the post-game shower and now smell like rear end for the entire flight home with the Giants. But it's a victory flight home. Short flight.
Maybe took the train. Maybe you took the train from New York to Landover.
I was out in that cold, wet stuff yesterday, and it was windy for like 5 hours, dude. I was miserable. My toes were numb. You tell me
where were you?
I got to now walk onto I was just up in McKinney. It was windy and wet. 58 degrees. I was miserable. Could you imagine being in D.C. where it's actually cold?
Let's check the temperature in D.C. for yesterday's game. I think Dawson's making a big deal about this.
Hey, maybe I'm more sensitive to the cold than others, but I would rather be in a poop stadium than a stadium with no hot water.
Give me no hot water.
They had to get on a plane. A whole football team that did not wash their behinds on a plane.
The worst.
Stunk, fam.
Yeah. No, we washed our behinds. It was cold water, though. We just
took a little bird baths.
Yeah,
the whole plane smells like hockey gloves now.
Yeah, you want to know what that car smells like for the fans on the ride home when they were just urinated on and defecated on for 3
That's what
quarters?
I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
There, Dawson.
The owners have clearly established bleep the fans, right? We do not care what they think.
Bleep on them.
Yes, or bleep on them. We got the expressway coming up.
Oh, man, it was like 50 degrees.
Take you commercial free to the top. That's frigid to me.
Bro, that's cold.
Max Scherzer has a sales pitch for Ohtani, and we have the top developing Cowboy items as they're on a short week now getting set for Washington, and we're back right here, the G-Bag Nation and the Fan. I got our chat window nation.